When Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou returned to the inn, it was just past midnight. Most people were already resting. Han Chong was sitting in the main hall. When he saw them come back, he immediately stood up. Are you both all right? He had heard about the incident at Jing'an Temple and felt very regretful for not sending someone to protect them. Qi Yanzhou patted Han Chong on the shoulder and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, just a few petty thieves." He wanted to be alone with Yi Chutang, so he didn't let anyone follow. Han Chong was relieved to see they were unharmed. Wang Yong is asking for trouble. What do you plan to do? Qi Yanzhou poured a glass of water for Yi Chutang and took a sip himself. If he's asking for trouble, then we'll give him a dead end. Seeing Qi Yanzhou had made up his mind, Han Chong didn't ask further. There's hot water in the kitchen. I'll go upstairs first. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang. Tang, go upstairs first. I'll bring you hot water later. Yi Chutang finished her water and yawned. No need to bother. I can rinse with warm water. Taking a bath in a wooden tub would require at least 4 buckets of water back and forth, which is troublesome and noisy. All right, you sit for a while. I'll go upstairs to get some clean clothes. Yi Chutang called out to Qi Yanzhou as he headed upstairs. You don't know what I want to wear. Just take down the bundle. Using shower gel and shampoo needs to be concealed, or it's easy to reveal oneself. Qi Yanzhou didn't think much and replied, okay. When he brought down the clothes, Yi Chutang had already prepared the water, and the temperature was just right. He handed the bundle to Yi Chutang, turned on a light in the shower room, and took 2 more buckets of water inside. You can wash first.
No rush.
I'll wait outside. Yi Chutang took the bundle into the shower room. The room was small, paved with blue stone slabs. Between the slabs were gaps, and beneath was crushed stones to help water drain. She washed her hair and bathed, taking nearly 2/4 of an hour. When she came out of the shower room, she carried the fresh scent of shower gel, which was very refreshing. Qi Yanzhou approached with a prepared towel and helped Yi Chutang wring out her hair. A rich fragrance wafted over. Tang, did you make the soap you used to wash your hair yourself? Yi Chutang had previously given Qi Hian a piece of Artemisia essential oil soap, which Qi Yanzhou knew about. She nodded.
Yes.
If you like, when we get to Tianshan County, I'll make some for you. Good. I'll make it with you.
You go wash now.
I'll go back to my room first. After saying that, Yi Chutang took the towel from Qi Yanzhou's hand, carried her bundle, and left the backyard. Back in her room, she wrung out her hair with a dry towel. When Qi Yanzhou finished his shower and returned to his room, her hair was almost dry. She sat by the window, letting the evening breeze dry the last of her damp hair. Is the prefect's residence over there? Qi Yanzhou looked in the direction of Yi Chutang's finger. Yes, it's just blocked by the tea house. Do you want to go see? The prefect's residence should be lively at this time. Yi Chutang was quite tired at first, but after her bath, she no longer felt sleepy.
Can't sleep.
I want to go see what's happening. Then let's go. Qi Yanzhou finished speaking, using his inner strength to dry his hair halfway, then put on his coat. After putting on her coat, Yi Chutang pinned up her hair with a hairpin. The two left through the window. At this moment, the street was still lively, but the crowd was noticeably smaller. It took 3 streets to walk from the inn to the prefect's residence. Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang moved quickly and arrived at the gate of the prefect's residence after about an incense stick's time. The guard at the gate recognized them and hurried forward. Young Master Qi, Lady Qi, are you here because of the assassination at Jing'an Temple? Qi Yanzhou frowned and nodded seriously. Yes. How is the case going? The guard made a gesture inviting them in. The officials are currently questioning the suspect. Please come inside. He exchanged a look with his colleague. The colleague immediately went to inform the court. Governor Kong didn't expect that so late, Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang would come. He told his steward, ask Magistrate Liu and General Zhang to come to the court. They had been discussing in the back hall about using Qi Yanzhou to deal with the Duke of Yong. Before they finished, a martial monk from Jing'an Temple delivered the assassin. He also revealed that the mastermind was the Duke of Yong's wife. It was a great opportunity, and Governor Kong wouldn't miss it. He was conducting the case in court, leaving Magistrate Liu and General Zhang in the back hall to discuss strategies. When Yanzhou and Yi Chutang arrived at the court, Magistrate Liu and General Zhang had also arrived. Governor Chong briefed them on the case's progress. Young Master Qi, I already have the suspect's confession and am about to go to Yuan's house to fetch the person. Although the suspect claimed that the mastermind was the Duke of Yang's wife, the money to hire them came from her family. So, they needed to arrest the Yuan family first to implicate the Duke of Yang's residence. Yanzhou looked at the kneeling people in the court and said, Governor Chong, please also send someone to invite the Duke of Yang's wife. This gave Governor Chong confidence. He ordered the guards, go to the Duke of Yang's residence and bring her here. Yes, sir. After the officers left to fetch the people from Yuan's house and the Duke of Yang's residence, Governor Chong told the guards to take the suspect to the jail for custody. Then, he ordered someone to bring a table and 5 chairs. Lord Qi, Lady Qi, Prefect Liu, General Zhang, please take your seats. The 5 people sat down. The steward quickly brought tea. Governor Chong waved to the officials inside the hall. Everyone, stand at the gate. If the Yuan family or the Crown Princess arrive, please inform us immediately. Yes, sir. The officials filed out and went to the gate of the governor's residence. The large hall felt very empty. Governor Chong directly asked Yanzhou, Young Master Qi, do you want to deal with the Crown Prince? Yanzhou did not answer but asked back, what about Lord Chong?
It's not just me.
Prefect Liu and General Zhang also want the Crown Prince to leave Jizhou City. I've read the memorials you sent to the court. The Emperor doesn't want to get involved, so I will handle it. His words reassured the 3 high officials managing Jizhou City. They stood up and bowed to Yanzhou. Young Master Qi, you are dedicated to the people. On behalf of the citizens of Jizhou, we thank you. As long as you have evidence that the Crown Prince's residence is above the law, I can take away his power and restore peace to Jizhou. Hearing this, Governor Chong looked excitedly at the steward. Go and bring me all the evidence I've collected over the years of the Crown Prince's corruption and abuse. Let young Master Qi see. Please wait a moment, sir.
I will be right back.
The steward quickly returned, holding a thick stack of evidence. Governor Chong took it with a serious face and respectfully handed it to Yanzhou. Young Master Qi, each sheet of paper is a crime record. Both witnesses and physical evidence are clearly written and can stand up to investigation. Most of these crimes were committed by the Crown Prince's son. Yanzhou took the stack of evidence from Governor Chong and roughly counted it. There were nearly 100 pages, an astonishing amount. They detailed how Zhao Sirui seized shops with good business and took them for himself. How he chose a girl he liked without asking if she agreed and forced her into the prince's residence as a concubine. When he was in a bad mood, he would vent his anger on innocent citizens, beating and killing them at will. Most disgusting was that the Crown Prince used state relief funds to indulge his son's lavish lifestyle. Smack! Yanzhou slammed the thick stack of evidence on the table, his handsome face full of anger. I never expected that what Lord Chong reported was only a tiny part of the Crown Prince's crimes. Prefect Liu hurried to explain, the Crown Prince is a royal relative. If Lord Chong's report is too exaggerated, it might be seen as disrespecting the Emperor's authority and could lead to punishment. Yanzhou knew very well that a foolish emperor could be responsible for such things. He finished the tea in front of him in one gulp. The Emperor now cares about the people's opinion. It is a good time for Lord Chong to present all the evidence. If he does, plus the fact that Prince Yong secretly tried to kill me, the Emperor will likely him of his title and make him pay for his crimes. Yanzhou thought this made sense, but Lord Chong refused. Young Master Qi, I hope that you are the one to overthrow Prince Yong and win the people's support. The Emperor doesn't care about Jizhou at all. Even if Jizhou changes, he wouldn't know. Yanzhou was a bit surprised by Lord Chong's idea. He thought the 3 officials in charge of Jizhou only wanted to use him to deal with Prince Yong. He didn't realize they were choosing sides. Lord Chong, your kindness is hard to refuse. I will do as you wish. Actually, Yanzhou hadn't planned to involve the Emperor in Prince Yong's affairs. He held the imperial seal, so all he needed was to stop Lord Kong's petition and write an order to Prince Yong of his title and make him a commoner. Later, when the theft of the imperial seal was exposed, he could reclaim his credit for giving it to the emperor. But Lord Kong's words gave him a better idea. Please send someone to the inn to call Lord Han. Recently, the emperor was overwhelmed and hadn't taken back the token that Lord Han carried, which said, "As if I were present." This token was enough to cause Prince Yong to lose everything and face the punishment he deserved. Even if the emperor found out, he wouldn't blame Lord Han, since he did nothing wrong. Lord Kong looked at the steward and said, "Send someone to invite Lord Han." Now, everyone knew that the officials escorting the exiled prisoners were under Qi Yanzhou's control. Han Chong was acting not for the emperor, but for Qi Yanzhou. After the steward left, Qi Yanzhou asked, "What kind of outcome do the three officials plan for Prince Yong's residence?" Lord Kong answered without hesitation, "The emperor's law applies to everyone, including commoners." Director Liu and General Zhang nodded in agreement. Without rules, there is no order. Then let's prepare tonight and hold the trial tomorrow. Qi Yanzhou finished speaking and returned the pile of evidence to Lord Kong. There are too many cases to handle one by one. We will pick the three most serious ones. Lord Kong was very familiar with these cases and quickly produced 3 sheets of paper. Eyewitnesses and physical evidence. I will prepare everything by tomorrow. They discussed the details of the trial. Before they finished, the officials arrived with Yuan Wei, who was connected to the martial world. He was the legitimate son of Yuan Leoi and the favorite nephew of Princess Yong. Yuan Wei had done many shady things for Prince Yong's residence and gained many benefits. Sometimes he made mistakes, but the prince's residence protected him. So, even if he was forcibly brought to the prefecture, he was not worried at all. "Lord Kong, you have the wrong person." He hadn't finished his boastful words before Kong Zhizhou interrupted him. "How dare you, rebellious citizen? Not kneeling before an official is disrespectful to the court. Guards, give him 20 heavy strokes." As soon as he finished speaking, the officer kicked Yuan Wei at the back of his knee. Yuan Wei's knee hit the ground with a thud, and he cried out in pain. In the next moment, he was kicked down again. The heavy bamboo sticks struck down. His skin split open, flesh exposed. When the official brought the princess of the idol king to court, Yuan Wei's clothes were already stained with blood, and he fainted. With the last strike, blood splattered everywhere. A few drops landed on the princess's beautiful dress, like red plum blossoms blooming in snow. The air was thick with the smell of blood, making her feel sick. "What are you doing? Are you trying to force a confession with beatings?" Kong Zhizhou looked expressionless and explained. The princess misunderstood. Yuan Wei refused to kneel before an official, showing contempt for the court. "I am only punishing him according to the law." This made the princess realize that the 3 people in charge of Jizhou City were about to turn against the prince's mansion. She immediately looked at Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang sitting beside the court. It was definitely their idea. Weren't those martial arts people very powerful? Why couldn't they kill them? Yi Chutang looked at the princess with a resentful gaze and asked, "You couldn't kill us, and the princess is very angry now." The princess's heart was exposed, and a look of panic flashed in her eyes. "Madam Qi offended someone and got into trouble. What does it have to do with me? Do you know how serious it is to slander royal relatives?" The idol king was ignored and only had a royal jade butterfly, without a formal title. He could only use royal relative to show his status. Yi Chutang didn't even care about the emperor, so she wouldn't care about his relatives. She looked at Kong Zhizhou and said, "Whether it's slander or the truth, Lord Kong will tell the princess the answer." Kong Zhizhou signaled to the officer.
Bang!
A basin of salted cold water was poured over Yuan Wei's injured back. Yuan Wei screamed painfully and woke up. His back felt as if it was being flayed, and the pain made him tremble all over, crying out loudly.
Slap!
Kong Zhizhou sharply struck the wooden gavel. "Yuan Wei, was it you who ordered the assassination at Jing'an Temple targeting Lord Qi and Lady Qi?" Yuan Wei endured the sharp pain, looking at the princess for help. "Auntie, I am innocent. You must stand up for me." He refused to admit guilt because martial arts people follow rules. Even if caught, they wouldn't betray their employer. The princess gently comforted him. Wei, if you are wrongfully accused, I will definitely stand up for you. After speaking, she angrily glared at Lord Kong. Lord Kong, you caused a commotion late at night. If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this go easily. Kong Zizhou nodded and said to the steward, bring the ones who attempted to assassinate young Master Qi here. Yes, sir. Soon, the prisoners in the jail were brought to the court. Kong Zizhou then asked the steward to show the prisoners' testimonies to the Princess of Yong. Princess, these criminals not only confessed to the task Yuan Wei gave them tonight, but also revealed their years of cooperation with Yuan Wei. I have already sent someone to gather evidence, and we will soon find out if their statements are true. Since this matter involves you, I have invited you here. This caused the Princess of Yong to change her expression, her lips trembling, unsure how to respond. Yuan Wei was so frightened by Kong Zizhou's words that he forgot his pain. He looked at the kneeling prisoners and hurriedly asked, who are you? Why are you falsely accusing me? Are you under the orders of Qi Yanzhou? Qi Yanzhou looked at Yuan Wei, who was falsely accusing him, and sneered softly. Do you know what the cost of falsely accusing me is, young Master Yuan? His voice was quiet, and his tone was cold. To Yuan Wei, each word sounded like a heavy hammer hitting his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. I didn't. His stubborn words were cut off by Han Chong, who quickly approached. Being stubborn won't change the facts. It will only lead you to ruin. Yuan Wei was overwhelmed by Han Chong's intimidating presence. He dared not argue further or tell the truth. Feeling suffocated, he couldn't breathe properly. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seeing Han Chong arrive, Kong Zizhou quickly stood up and stepped away from the trial platform. Lord Han, the attack on young Master Qin involves the Princess of Yong. My position is humble, and I am not qualified to be the chief examiner. Please take the seat.
Han Chong glanced at Yanzhou.
After he nodded in agreement, he sat down seriously at the trial table. Then, he took out the imperial token given to him by the emperor. Kong Zizhou saw this and immediately knelt down. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. District Magistrate Liu and General Zhang also knelt down upon seeing this. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. Soon after, the jail officials in the court also knelt and paid their respects. The Princess of Yong was a bit confused. She felt she should kneel, but Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang sat still without moving. Kong Zizhou reminded her, Princess of Yong, see the token as if you see the emperor. You need to kneel. The Princess of Yong blurted out before thinking, why aren't they kneeling? Yi Chutang chuckled softly. If you want to confront the emperor directly, you don't have to kneel. Of course, the Princess of Yong didn't dare do that and immediately knelt down. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor forever. During the bowing, her heart sank even more. Han Chong put away the token. Everyone, stand up. I am acting on the emperor's orders to clear the unfair treatment along the exile route and restore justice for the people. We will not wrong a good person nor spare a bad one. Governor Kong briefed Han Chong on the progress of the case. Sir Han, my subordinates have gone to gather evidence and will return soon. Han Chong looked at Yuan Wei, who was fainting, and said, he is a key suspect. I will wake him with chilly water and question him. Governor Kong was about to agree when the princess consort of Yong Wang sharply stopped her. Do you want to force confessions by beating? She cared for Yuan Wei and worried he couldn't endure the torture, so she revealed the truth. Han Chong looked at the princess consort and asked, would you be willing to guarantee that young Master Yuan is innocent? The princess consort of Yong Wang wasn't sure if Governor Kong could really find proof or if she was just bluffing. So, she didn't dare to speak too confidently. I don't need chilly water. I can wake Wei up myself. She knelt down, covering her nose and mouth to block the nauseating blood smell. Wei, wake up. While pushing him, her long fingernails pressed hard into Yuan Wei's wound. Yuan Wei was awakened by the pain again, and the princess consort whispered a warning.
Keep your mouth shut.
Don't say anything you shouldn't. If something happens to me, no one will save you. Yuan Wei, in pain, couldn't speak and weakly nodded. He knew very well that his aunt was the pillar of the Yuan family. If she fell, the Yuan family would be destroyed. After getting Yuan Wei's promise, the princess consort of Yonglong hid her blood-stained fingernails inside her sleeve and stood up. Wei is awake now. If any of you have questions, ask away. Chong didn't know the case details well, so he asked Governor Kong to interrogate. But Yuan Wei remained silent, pretending not to hear. Seeing Yi Chutang cover her mouth and yawn, Chong decided he didn't want to waste more time. Governor Kong, proceed with the torture. If Yuan Wei is innocent, I will take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the princess consort of Yonglong had no reason to stop him. Prepare the rack. Yuan Wei looked at the wooden device held by the officer and shook his head in horror. No, I am innocent. You can't torture me. The officer ignored Yuan Wei's words, restraining his frantic struggles and placing the rack on his hands. As the ropes tightened, the wooden sticks pressed hard against his fingers. 10 fingers, 1 pain. Yuan Wei let out a pig-like scream.
Aunt.
Auntie, help.
Help me.
The princess consort of Yonglong was so frightened by Yuan Wei's screams that her face turned pale. Her feet involuntarily stepped back. At this moment, Governor Kong's men returned with evidence. They had successfully found proof that Yuan Wei was colluding with the underworld to commit crimes, including tonight's assassination. Although the officers couldn't fully understand court proceedings, they wisely handed the evidence to Chong, who was sitting behind the judge's bench. Sir, this evidence shows that Yuan Wei often bribes underworld figures to do evil, including tonight's attack. The underworld figures, though loyal, kept some tricks up their sleeves just in case. To protect their families, they chose to betray their morals and sell out their employer. After reviewing the solid proof that could convict Yuan Wei, Chong said, "Bring them all down. We will hold a public trial tomorrow." Then he looked at the Princess of Yong. Some witnesses say the princess is involved in tonight's attack. Please stay at the governor's residence for the night. This made the princess panic completely. I am the princess, the lady of Jizhou City. You have no right to confine me. Chong showed his imperial token and smiled. Forget the princess. If it were the prince, I would still have the authority. He turned to Governor Kong. Governor Kong, please seal off the young prince's residence. Only allow people in, no one out, especially the heir Zhao Sui Rui. Understood. When Governor Kong sent officers to surround the prince's residence, Yi Chutang, Qi Yanzhou, and Chong returned to the inn to rest. After nearly an hour of fuss, Yi Chutang was exhausted and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next morning, news spread throughout Jizhou City that soldiers had surrounded the young prince's residence. The common people were very happy and cheered loudly. Young Master Qi is amazing. He came to Jizhou for just 1 day and already took down the prince. Serves the prince right for teasing Lady Qi. He deserved it. Teasing is nothing. The princess also bribed underworld figures and tried to assassinate young Master Qi and Lady Qi. There's not a single good person in that family. I hope young Master Qi will be fair and punish them according to the law. Outside the inn, many villagers gathered. Qi Yanzhou knew these words were deliberately spoken by the people to him. After breakfast, he stood up and went to the inn's entrance. Everyone, rest assured. The young prince's residence will have no chance to do evil again. When the emperor commits a crime, he shares the same punishment as common people. Hearing this, the villagers felt reassured, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. They immediately relaxed. They thanked Qi Yanzhou for helping Jizhou City rid itself of villains. Those harmed by the prince's family knelt down gratefully and bowed to Qi Yanzhou. If it weren't for young Master Qi, I would never have had the chance to get my shop back in this lifetime. Thank you. Seeing the beast that harmed my daughter suffer retribution is enough for me in this life. My poor son, now he can rest in peace. Qi Yanzhou looked at the common people who were struggling to hold back their sadness and felt uncomfortable inside. Everyone get up quickly. The governor's office will soon hold a court session. Go and take a look. Just after he finished speaking, Yi Chudang added, "Remember to bring some rotten vegetable leaves, small stones, and stinky eggs." After hearing Yi Chutong's advice, some villagers rushed to the vegetable market, while others went home. At the market, there were endless rotten vegetable leaves, and at home, there was still some spoiled water and scattered stones on the ground. As for the stinky eggs, some families who kept chickens could find a few. While the villagers were busy preparing things to humiliate the incompetent prince's residence, Han Chong took the emperor's token and went to the prince's house. The old prince had not slept all night and looked even older. He stayed by his son's side, who had a high fever, and asked the palace doctor, "How is heir doing?" Reporting to the prince, the heir is not only badly injured, but also has an infection causing a high fever. If the fever doesn't go down, the heir may not last. The prince was shocked by the severity and angrily kicked the palace doctor to the ground. "If you can't save heir, I will make you pay with your life." After shouting, he told a maidservant who was serving nearby, "No matter what method you use, you must summon Dr. Jean." The maidservant had already tried to leave the residence last night to call Dr. Jean, but was stopped by officials. Not only could she not summon the doctor, but she couldn't even send a message. Thinking of this, she immediately knelt down. "Prince, I am useless. I tried last night, but I couldn't get out." The prince was so angry that his heart ached. He kicked over a stool and roared angrily, "Jizhou City is my territory." The officials dare to surround the prince's residence. This is truly outrageous. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud thud as the door was kicked open.
Bang!
The door slammed into the table in the main room and cracked. The prince was so frightened that his heart pounded wildly, almost falling to the ground. Who? Which reckless person dares to disturb Ruiner's rest?
Han Hong.
The prince did not know who Han Chong was, nor did he know what had happened at the governor's office last night. He was about to continue scolding when Han Chong entered Rui's bedroom with the emperor's token. Seeing the order is like seeing the emperor. "Prince, bow your head." Although the prince was not favored when he was a crown prince, he had lived in the palace for over 10 years and had seen this like the emperor himself token. Reluctantly, he knelt down and said, "Long live the emperor. Long live." Just as he was about to stand up, Han Chong stepped on his shoulder, pressing him down so he couldn't move. "Prince Wang, the emperor has ordered strict inspections along the way to catch corrupt officials and those abusing their power. The people will finally have peace." The foolish prince looked at the stinky feet beside his face, his expression dark as a pot bottom. "You don't think that holding a token makes you the emperor, do you? I am a royal, and even if I make a mistake, it's the Dolly court that will judge me, not you to boss around. I regret not having my own soldiers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive now." When I realized the emperor wouldn't interfere in Jizhou's affairs, I immediately relaxed and shot a defiant look at Han Chong. "The token in your hand only controls officials in different regions, not the royal family." Before the foolish prince finished speaking, Han Chong shut his mouth with the tip of his shoe. "Quiet." Han Chong didn't want to hear more nonsense, so he pushed his chin away. He told the officer, "Take the prince and the heir to the prefect's office." The foolish prince, despite the sharp pain in his mouth, rushed to the bed and spread his arms to protect his unconscious son.
Ah!
He couldn't speak, only made urgent sounds like a mother hen protecting her chicks. The officer first grabbed the foolish prince, then Zhao Sirui, and took both father and son to the prefect's office. The prefect's office was crowded with angry villagers. The foolish prince looked at the villagers carrying vegetable baskets, jugs of spoiled water, stones, and rotten eggs. Their hatred in their eyes scared him, making him lower his head and avoid their angry looks. Once inside the hall, seeing the uneasy princess and the cold faces of the prefect, the censor, and the commander, he knew he was doomed. "I am the master of Jizhou City. Do you want a rebel?" Governor Kong corrected him. "Prince Wang, Jizhou belongs to the people. You are just a prince collecting taxes." Censor Liu said, "Earlier, the emperor didn't care about Jizhou's affairs. We sent many reports, but they were ignored. Now, The emperor's trusted officials are willing to handle the prince's matters, and we will cooperate fully. Prince Wang angrily pointed at Han Chong. You've already sided with Qi Yanzhou. You are no longer the emperor's man, and have no right to act on his behalf. Han Chong replied, The emperor has not taken back my token, so I have the authority. If Prince Wang is unhappy, he can write to the emperor and see if he will ignore the law and favor the prince. You know very well the emperor will never read the reports about Jizhou. Han Chong looked at the furious prince and chuckled softly. Prince Wang's indulgence of his heir's oppression of the people is because the emperor never cares about the reports from Jizhou. The emperor once ignored the lives of Jizhou's people, and now he ignores the prince's life. It's quite fair. The prince clenched his teeth tightly, saying, I am a prince, not like those lowly commoners. King Yong, don't worry. You will soon become a commoner. After saying this, Han Chong walked to the trial desk and sat down. He looked at Yuan Wei, who was kneeling on the ground, and took out the evidence from the desk. Yuan Wei, you bribed people from the martial world to assassinate Lord Qi and Lady Qi. The evidence is clear. Do you admit your guilt? With the evidence and witnesses in front of him, Yuan Wei could only confess. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment. I admit my guilt. Han Chong asked again, Why did you want to kill Lord Qi? Yuan Wei secretly glanced at the Yong Fei and said, I wanted to avenge my cousin, the heir. He knew very well that revealing his aunt wouldn't benefit him. Before you hired someone to kill him, did you see the Yong Fei? Was she involved? This made the Yong Fei's heart race. Yuan Wei admitted, Yes, I saw her. When my cousin was injured, my aunt returned home worried. I was angry after hearing her, so I decided to hire someone to kill Lord Qi. Just as he finished making up this story, Qi Yanzhou pushed through the crowd and threw the Yong Fei's personal maid and old Master Yuan into the court. Everyone knows what the Yong Fei did at Yuan's house. Old Master Yuan was almost shattered from the fall. He immediately pointed at the Yong Fei and said, Wei was ordered by the Wang Fei to kill Lord Qi. The maid also confirmed this. Han Chong looked at the confused Yuan Wei and asked, Yuan Wei, whose idea was the assassination of Lord Qi? Before Yuan Wei could answer, old Master Yuan shouted, Where? This is an official court. Tell the truth. The authorities already had all the evidence. Continuing to lie would only bring ruin to the Yuan family. Seeing his father speaking the truth, Yuan Wei had no choice but to confess. It was the Yong Fei who wanted to avenge her son, so I was asked to find some martial artists to deal with Lord Qi. Hearing this, the Yong Fei looked ashen and sank to the ground. Han Chong took out some of the evidence compiled by Kong Jizhou last night and showed it to the officers to show Yuan Wei. These are all the crimes you committed by bribing martial artists, right? Yuan Wei looked at the thick stack of evidence, his face pale. He trembled and, after a long pause, managed to say yes. Yuan Wei knew he was doomed. He didn't want to die and desperately kowtowed to Han Chong. Sir, if I confess everything, will I get a lighter punishment?
Han Chong nodded.
Of course. This was like a life-saving straw. Yuan Wei immediately grabbed it. He explained who he did all this for and what benefits he gained. The benefits came from the Yongwang residence, which could be verified easily. After Han Chong finished questioning Yuan Wei, he also found fault with the Princess Yongwang and the Crown Prince, Zhao Sirui. He looked at the unconscious Zhao Sirui and said to the guards, Go find Dr. Jean. The Crown Prince must be awake before we can proceed with the case. As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Jean, who was among the crowd watching, raised his hand. Here I am. Ignoring Zhao Sirui's condition, he used a powerful medicine that hurt the body. Zhao Sirui quickly woke up. He was feverish, dizzy, and had a terrible headache, unaware of what was happening around him. His broken leg and arm caused sharp pain. He felt like he was suffering more than he could bear. Mother, it hurts so much. Help me. Dr. Jean sealed Zhao Sirui's pain points with silver needles, and he immediately regained consciousness. Sir, you can start the case now. When Zhao Sirui heard the word start the case, he thought that Officer Kong was going to help him, maybe to deal with Qi Yanzhou. But he saw that the person sitting at the case was not Officer Kong. Who is this? Why is he sitting in Officer Kong's place? Smack. Han Chong sharply hit the wooden block.
How dare you?
Come here, help the Crown Prince kneel properly. Since Zhao Sirui's leg was broken, he couldn't kneel himself. The guards pressed down on his shoulders, ignoring his injured leg, forcing him to kneel on the court. His leg, already hurt, was injured again, bleeding heavily. But Zhao Sirui's pain was numbed. He felt no pain, only humiliation. Let me go. Do you want to die? The Yongwang, feeling sorry for his son, advised him, Heir, stop struggling. It will only make your injuries worse. Father, what exactly happened? He was about to become the heir of Jizhou City. Was it appropriate to kneel before an official? Han Chong found 3 pieces of evidence that could lead to Zhao Sirui's downfall. Don't worry, Crown Prince. You'll find out what happened very soon. He handed the evidence to the guards, saying, show it to the prince, and bring the witnesses and evidence. Yongwang looked at the 3 thin pieces of paper, and his vision darkened. The witnesses and evidence quickly arrived at the court, confirming that Zhao Sirui had abused his power and taken lives unjustly. Zhao Sirui, Crown Prince of Yongwang, is guilty of death. Today at noon, he will be executed. Yongwang's wife wailed, no. Yongwang also tried to stop it. Heir is a royal person. You have no right to execute him. The emperor's laws apply equally to everyone. After Han Chong finished speaking, he ordered the guards to detain Zhao Sirui and gave him a farewell meal. The shock made Zhao Sirui faint. Han Chong looked at the Princess Yongwang and said, the princess has helped the evil, committed many crimes, and will be banished as a servant for life, with no pardon. Hearing this, the princess fainted too. Next was the Yongwang. Although the Duke of Yong was less involved in supporting the tyrant, he still embezzled disaster relief funds. Since the Duke of Yong is a prince, I don't have the authority to deal with him directly. Bring paper, ink, and brushes, and have the Duke of Yong write a letter to the emperor, honestly describing his crimes. We will wait for the verdict. I will also send a message to the emperor, explaining how we plan to handle the Duke of Yong. If the emperor has a better idea, Lord Kong will follow his instructions. In other words, if the emperor does not reply, we will proceed according to our plan. Kong Zizhou quickly responded, I obey your command. Soon, the guards brought 2 sets of writing tools. Han Chong loudly told the people outside, the Duke of Yong has harmed the common people and embezzled relief funds. He should be demoted to a commoner and all his property confiscated. The people were very happy with this outcome and cheered loudly. Your wisdom is admirable. Han Chong continued, this is just my suggestion. We need to report it to the emperor, and only after his approval can we carry it out. The people were very disappointed with the emperor, and their excitement quickly faded. Yanzhou suggested, let's write a petition from all the people to send along with the memorial to the capital. Kong Zizhou thought this was a good idea. Now the emperor wanted the people's support, so he wouldn't ignore the memorial from Jizhou like before. Thank you, young Master Qi, for the idea. I will have someone write the petition right away. Hearing this, the Duke of Yong trembled as he grabbed the brush, and thick ink dripped onto the paper. He couldn't write his crimes and threw the brush onto the small table in front of him. Han Chong saw this but paid no attention, continuing to write his letter. After finishing, he stamped the envelope with the insignia of the Dragon Guard and handed it to Kong Zizhou. Lord Kong, send the memorial and petition, along with this letter, to the relay station for urgent delivery to the capital. This means that if the emperor chooses to reply, Kong Zizhou will receive the response within 20 days. Kong Zizhou respectfully took the letter. Lord Han, what will happen to the Duke of Yong now? After being paraded publicly, he will be imprisoned until the emperor's order, then dealt with accordingly. Hearing this, the Duke of Yong looked terrified and widened his eyes. He thought about what he would face next and fainted from fear.
No one paid attention to him.
Kong Zizhou asked again, what about the others in the Duke of Yong's household? Han Chong stored the emperor's token and stepped out from behind the case. Lord Kong is a good official who cares for the people. I'm sure you will arrange their future. The rest is up to you. After saying this, he left with Yanzhou Qi from the Zhizhou mansion. When they returned to the inn, Yi Chutang was teaching Aunt Sue how to make cakes. Is the investigation going smoothly? Yanzhou sat across from her and poured himself a glass of cold tea. Everything went smoothly. The king of Yong's family is finished. Yi Chutang didn't go to the official's office to watch the spectacle because she went to loot the Yuan family. What was the outcome? The king of Yong's family was stripped of their property and downgraded to commoners, facing cold treatment. The queen of Yong was demoted to a servant and will never be pardoned. Zhao Sirui will be beheaded at noon. After hearing this, Yi Chutang gave a thumbs up.
Good. This is very satisfying.
Yanzhou set down his empty cup and asked, Tang, the Yong family will be paraded through the street soon.
Do you want to go see?
Yi Chutang looked at the bright sunlight outside the house and shook her head. It's too hot, I won't go. Just after refusing, she thought of a good idea. Let the prison cart pass in front of the inn and splash some foot-washing water on them. Chong was amused by Yi Chutang's words. Madam Qi is wise. I'll have someone notify Governor Kong to change the route of the prison cart, and then let those who dislike washing their feet have a good wash. Yi Chutang playfully raised an eyebrow. Master Han is even wiser. Zhao Sirui was scheduled to be beheaded at noon. Governor Kong wanted the Zhao family to suffer the appropriate shame, so he arranged for them to parade through the streets an hour early. Jizhou City was small, and an hour was enough to leisurely circle the main street twice. When the 3 prison carts left the governor's office, they were immediately besieged by the waiting crowd. It took 15 minutes for the carts to leave the street where the governor's office was located. The people showed no concealment of their anger toward the Yong royal family. They threw baskets of rotten vegetable leaves, one after another, rotten eggs, one after another, buckets of foul water, one after another, and stones, one after another. When the carts reached the inn's entrance, another 15 minutes had passed. The crowd immediately stopped throwing things to avoid making a mess and to prevent the stench from reaching the Qi family and the national army at the inn. The Yong family members looked ashen and shrank in the corner of the cart, looking utterly defeated. Rotten vegetable leaves and rotten eggs covered them. They emitted a foul smell of spoiled water. Their faces were bruised and purple, unrecognizable. Yi Chutang looked at the miserable 3 and smiled as she waved her hand. Safe travels. The king of Yong looked at Yanzhou leaning against the door, with a look of glee on his face, as if watching a show. He wanted to open his mouth to curse, but was afraid that the rotten egg liquid on his head would flow into his mouth, so he could only shut up. He glared at Yanzhou angrily, as if saying, Even as a ghost, I won't let you go. Yanzhou understood the silent anger of the king of Yong. He sneered and curled his lips, saying, Your Highness, don't worry. Your family will soon reunite in. The mediocre king finally couldn't hold back and angrily shouted, You.
Ugh.
Before he could say another word, rotten egg liquid flowed into his mouth, making him loudly. The prison cart quickly drove away from the inn.
Splash.
At the corner, the guards splashed foot-washing water prepared earlier onto the 3 people. They added some yellow broth to the water, which was very disgusting. So, they deliberately avoided the inn to prevent the smell from reaching the Qi family. But everyone in the main hall still caught a strange, sour and foul smell. Yanzhou saw Yi Chutang frown and quickly closed the door. At that moment, Aunt Sue's steamed cake was ready. A sweet aroma wafted out, making everyone's stomachs rumble with hunger. Aunt Sue cut the cake into small pieces and smiled, saying, I don't know if I did well, but everyone, please try it and give me your opinions. Then she handed out chopsticks. Yi Chutang picked up a small piece and tasted it, saying, It's a bit too sweet, not fluffy enough, and the cooking wasn't perfect, but since it's Aunt Sue's first try, it's already quite good. Sunchu ate several pieces in a row, still wanting more. Long time no see, I miss it. No one paid attention to his words, except Yanzhou. It seemed like he was saying he had once eaten a cake made by Yi Chutang herself. Noticing Yanzhou's curious gaze, Sunchu quickly explained to avoid misunderstandings. Young Master Qi, don't overthink. I just haven't had this cake in a long time and was reminded of it. I've never heard of or seen this cake before. I thought a Tang made it herself, but it turns out Sun Gongzi has eaten it before. Although the recipe is unusual, the ingredients are simple, so it's not surprising if someone can make it. That was true, and Yanzhou didn't press further. It's almost noon. I'll go handle the fish I bought this morning. We'll have pickled fish for lunch. Hien heard this and quickly said, "Second brother, let me do it. You've been busy all morning. Rest for a while." Sunchu moved his right hand and looked excited. "I'll cook lunch." He hadn't cooked in a long time. If he didn't do it now, he might become rusty. Yi Chuding thought that Sun Chu must know how to cook well since he managed a restaurant so successfully. She curiously asked, "Are all the dishes in your restaurant made by you?" Although she was pretty good at cooking herself, she wasn't as versatile as Sun Chu. Sun Chu remembered his own cooking skills and awkwardly smiled. "I'm pretty good at eating." He implied that he only knew how to taste food, and the dishes were all made by chefs he hired.
Ye chontang smout taichit.
"Then you'd better stop harming the fish. Fish are more precious in the north. Especially now, when there's a water shortage, it's hard to buy fish." "All right, I'll make cold dishes for you all." Sun Chu, a somewhat macho northern man, can only come up with cold salads. Aunt Sue tidied up the chopsticks and plates for everyone to eat the egg cake. "For lunch, we'll make pickled fish with heir." When lunch was ready, it was past midnight. Zhao Sirui had already been beheaded, and the street was filled with people's gossip. Heaven has eyes. That reckless villain is finally dead. That scoundrel died too easily. He got off lucky. You can't say that. Living brings risks. Only death can bring peace of mind. I heard the Yongwang mansion was looted, but the officials didn't seize much. Although there was nothing stolen, the house deeds, shop deeds, and land deeds are still there. They should be returned, and the remaining items can be sold to compensate the victims. Hearing this, Yanzhou looked at Yi Chudang. Yi Chudang raised her hand to block Yanzhou's gaze. "Don't look at me. I don't know if the ghost thief went to the Yongwang mansion to move things." Yanzhou knew Yi Chudang didn't want to talk about the ghost thief, so he kept his doubts to himself. Yi Chudang withdrew her hand, moved closer to Yanzhou, and whispered, "Accumulating wealth was my idea. She would definitely use the looted items later, so it's better to give her a heads up now." Yanzhou guessed her intention and curiously asked, "What are you going to do with so much money? I can't leave it to the dog emperor, right?" Just in time to develop the Northwest. He underestimated his wife's courage. In the next 2 days, Jizhou City felt like New Year's, with frequent firecrackers. The people were celebrating the removal of the biggest troublemaker in Yanzhou, and that they wouldn't have to pay taxes for 3 years. In a letter to the emperor, Chong not only mentioned demoting the Yongwang to commoner, but also wrote that Yongwang had long been a trouble to the people. He also said he had exempted the people from taxes for 3 years. Although these decisions were not finalized yet, the emperor didn't care much about Jizhou's taxes, so he would definitely agree. Every day, townspeople sent gifts to the inn to show their thanks: fruits, vegetables, fish, meat, wine, everything. The chief family sat in the main hall eating chilled grapes. No one spoke. Everyone's face was full of worry, and they couldn't enjoy their food. Seeing the tense atmosphere grow heavier, Old Lady Qi spoke up. "Tanger Zhou, do you think they're all right?" Yanzhou had just received an injection and was resting in a room on the 3rd floor. He was burning all over, his blood seemed to boil, and his hair turned dark red. When his hair turned fiery red, the fire poison would activate, and even a divine being would find it hard to save him. Yi Chudang said, "Shize sent a letter the day before yesterday, saying he could arrive today. A Zhou won't be in danger." Old Madame Qi looked at the setting sun, feeling very anxious. Night is coming soon, and they still haven't arrived. Could they have been delayed by someone or something? Old Master Qi was also worried about his son, but remained calmer. "Don't worry. On the way here, Wu Yi arranged everything for a Zhou. Nothing will happen." Although he said this, everyone was still very worried. Yi Chudang didn't plan to wait passively. She stood up and said, "I'll go to the pharmacy to buy some medicine to prepare for detoxifying a Zhou." Yi Chutang had already prepared the herbs needed for detoxification. She only used the excuse of buying medicine to leave everyone's sight. Then, she followed the route she had previously planned for Shize to find a man who hadn't arrived on time. Old Madam Qi grabbed Yi Chutang's arm. "Tanger, Zhou'er can't be without you now. If you need any medicine, write it down and here we'll buy it." Qi Hian quickly nodded. "Second sister-in-law, I can do these errands." Yi Chutang gently patted old Madam Qi's hand and said, "Mother, don't worry. I won't let a Zhou be in danger. Third brother doesn't know about herbs, so I need to buy the best myself." This made the old lady unable to argue and could only loosen her grip. "Then hurry back. Mother, I might not be able to come back quickly. I need to find Nanxiao first and ask about the situation." Old Master Qi gently shook his head at old Madam Qi and looked at Yi Chutang. "Tanger, we will change Zhou's room's ice cubes in time. You can go ahead and do what you need to." He believed that whatever Yi Chutang did was for her son's good. "Father, I will return as soon as possible." After saying this, Yi Chutang quickly left the inn. Not far away, she sensed someone secretly following her. The follower was very skilled. She turned around several times, but couldn't catch the person. In the entire inn, only one person had such good hiding skills. Sunchu. The man called out appeared in front of Yi Chutang. He awkwardly scratched his nose. "You're quite alert. What exactly are you going to do?" "None of your business. Don't follow me anymore, or I'll make you taste the sourness of poison." "No, I'm leaving." After confirming Sunchu had gone far enough, Yi Chutang quickly moved to a quiet corner and used her earth elemental power to go to the door of Nanzhou's temporary residence. Nanzhou lives in a busy area in the northern part of the city, choosing a relatively quiet spot. It's easy to gather information there, and coming and going won't attract much attention. Just as Yi Chutang was about to climb over the wall to enter, Nanzhou came out of the door. "Madam, why are you here? Let's talk inside." They entered a dilapidated house. Yi Chutang asked, "What's going on with Shiza?" Based on the distance and speed, they should arrive at Jizhou City by noon. Nanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, who seemed anxious, and hesitated. He remembered Qi Yanzhou's warning, but decided to keep quiet. Maybe there was a delay on the way. "I was about to look for them along the route. Did something happen to the master?" Yi Chutang sensed that Nanzhou was not telling the truth. But she knew his character well. If he chose not to speak, no matter how much she pressed, he wouldn't say anything. She could only exaggerate the situation with Qi Yanzhou. "Az's condition is very bad. I've done my best. If the shaman doctor can't arrive before dark, I'm afraid." Nanzhou's face turned pale, and his hands at his sides clenched into fists. "The shaman doctor will definitely arrive," he said firmly, then loosened his fists and added, "Madam, please watch over the master. I will go find the shaman doctor now." Yi Chutang grabbed Nanzhou's arm tightly. She asked confidently, "Do you know where the shaman doctor is?" Before Nanzhou could deny, she added, "This concerns Az's life. If you know where the shaman doctor is, tell me. I will handle it." "Madam, I don't know where the shaman doctor is." Yi Chutang released his arm and stared into his eyes. "Az's life is at risk. I hope you won't regret hiding this in the future." After saying that, she turned and left. Nanzhou watched her back, feeling conflicted. In the end, he didn't call out to stop her or tell the truth. After Yi Chutang left the place where Nanzhou was staying, she slipped into the underground. She didn't leave but planned to quietly follow Nanzhou. She also checked along the planned route for any fast-moving horses. That road had few pedestrians and the weather was hot, so even fewer people. If a horse was rushing toward Jizhou City, it was probably a shaman doctor. But Yi Chutang only found pedestrians and a few carriages up to 100 miles away, with no fast horses in sight. Something was wrong. Even if Shiza and the shaman doctor were delayed on the way, Qi Yanzhou's people would quickly handle the situation. No matter how slow they were, they should be within 50 miles of Jizhou City by now. But there were no fast horses on the road. There are only two possibilities. Either the witch doctor has had an accident, or he has already arrived in Jizhou City. Just as Yi Chutang finished this conclusion, Nan Shao came out of the house. He disguised himself as a rough man with a full beard and quickly headed toward the crowded poor area. Yi Chutang tracked Nan Zhao's steps and moved along underground. She was now almost certain that the witch doctor was in Jizhou City at this moment. But why didn't she go to the inn to help Yanzhou with the poison? With this question, Yi Chutang followed Nan Shao through many twists and turns, taking nearly the time of a tea break before stopping. She was glad that the northern part of the city had many poor people and muddy roads. If it had paved stones, it would be easy to lose someone in a crowded place. She found a quiet spot, secretly emerged from underground when no one was watching, and hid in the dark, watching Nan Shao. To be safe, Yi Chutang applied some medicinal powder on herself to repel bugs. Nan Shao knocked on the door with a long and short pattern. Soon the door opened. As Nan Shao entered, Yi Chutang quickly stepped forward and followed him inside. Nan Shao sensed someone behind him and instinctively reached out. "It's me," Yi Chutang said in time, causing Nan Shao to stop immediately. He turned around, looking at Yi Chutang with a shocked face, his expression suddenly turning pale. "Madam, why are you here?" Before he finished speaking, he tried to push Yi Chutang away. "Hurry and go." Yi Chutang was momentarily caught off guard, stumbled, and only managed to steady herself outside the door with one foot. Suddenly, a clear, melodious sound rang in her ears. It was like someone wearing bell anklets, stepping on the ground and creating beautiful notes. It was the witch doctor, a man. When Yi Chutang thought of this name, she immediately looked toward the direction of the bell sounds. But Nan Shao had already stepped in front of her, blocking her view, and pushed her outside the door.
Bang!
The door was slammed shut forcefully, cutting off Yi Chutang's sight. "This is not a place for you to come." Nan Zhao's angry shout came from inside, revealing his hidden worry. Yi Chutang knew he was worried that the witch doctor might hurt her or cast a spell on her, so he deliberately drove her away. But since she was here, she wouldn't leave easily. A faint muffled sound came from inside. She didn't want to cause a big scene, so instead of kicking the door, she climbed over the wall to get in. Nan Shao stood at the door, but was struck down by a powerful slap from a man in a furious rage. Yi Chutang quickly supported Nan Zhao's back, preventing him from falling. Nan Shao spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly turned his head to look at Yi Chutang, almost spitting out another mouthful of blood. "Madam, you shouldn't have come in." Yi Chutang gently pushed Nan Shao to steady him, then let go. She took out a bottle of medicine from her space to treat internal injuries and handed it to Nan Shao. "Take one pill 3 times a day. It will heal your internal injuries within 3 days." Then she looked at the hostile Wu physician, a man. A man was dressed in traditional Miao-style clothing, with a black cloth shirt embroidered with old, intricate patterns and decorated with silver ornaments. She wore a half-length skirt with 7/4 sleeves, a slim waist barely visible. Her braided hair was tied with colorful ribbons hanging in front, and her head ornament was a ruby tassel bell with a forehead pendant. She wore a long-life lock with tassel bells hanging in front, matching earrings, and small silver bells on each delicate, fair ankle. Wu physician, a man, at this moment, was a cute yet mysterious girl glaring at Yi Chutang with hostility. "Are you the wife that Brother Qi was forced to marry?" Her words were full of sharp hostility. Yi Chutang nodded calmly. "Yes, I am." "Are you the Wu physician, a man who can save Yanzhou Qi?" She called Yanzhou by his name because she guessed why a man refused to save him. This girl liked Yanzhou and wanted to force him to marry her. Although it was a bit mean, it was understandable. A man looked at the stunning Yi Chutang and understood why Yanzhou insisted on her. Such a beautiful woman. Any man would like her, right? She pushed aside her distracting thoughts, lifted her head arrogantly, and said, "Yes, it's me." After speaking, she tapped the long-life lock in front of her with her finger. A nearly invisible black insect flew out from the lock, heading toward Yi Chutang. Nan Shao saw this, and his face changed drastically. "No, you can't." His shout alarmed Shiza, who was lying inside the house. He struggled to his weak body and staggered to the door. Seeing a man controlling the insect to attack Yi Chutang, he shouted loudly, "Miss a man, if you hurt Miss Yi, our master won't let you go." This made a man feel sad and angry. "Will he kill me if he doesn't let me go?" As she spoke, the insect was already approaching Yi Chutang. Nanshao immediately took off his outer shirt and covered Yi Chutang with it. "Madam, sorry for the trouble." Although this couldn't stop the insect, he couldn't think of a better way. But Yi Chutang took off her outer shirt. Nanshao was about to persuade her when he noticed the insect couldn't get close to her. It was as if an invisible barrier surrounded her, blocking the insect outside. A man looked at this scene in surprise. "Why can you control the insects?" When Yi Chutang returned Nanzhao's outer garment, she sprinkled some medicinal powder on him. "I am a healer. It's not strange that I can drive away curses. Not only can I drive them away, but I can also eliminate them. Wanna try?" After speaking, she reached out and grabbed a tiny bug about the size of a sesame seed. This is a mid-level curse insect. It's not easy to make. Amon didn't expect Yi Chutang to know so much about curse insects. She looked at the bug about to be crushed, her face turning grim. "Let go quickly." Yi Chutang didn't release her grip and smiled, saying, "These small curse insects can't hurt me." "Amon, do you want to try to challenge the Curse King?" If she could defeat the Curse King, she could save Yanzhou herself, without Amon needing to act. Shiza saw through Yi Chutang's plan and quickly said, "Miss Yi, you and Amon are not enemies. There's no need to go to such lengths. The power of the Curse King is not comparable to ordinary curse insects. The risk is too high." He was the best example. Amon was not reckless. Before knowing Yi Chutang's true strength, she wouldn't risk challenging the Curse King. She tapped the longevity lock in front of her, and the curse insect flew back into the lock. Since ordinary curse insects can't threaten Yi Chutang, there's no need to embarrass herself by releasing them. The curse insect in Yi Chutang's hand twisted, trying to escape but couldn't break free, making faint chirping sounds. In the end, she released her grip and returned the curse insect to Amon. "Miss Amon, I want to talk to you alone." Amon looked at Yi Chutang cautiously, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "I'm straightforward in my actions. Nothing is hidden from others. If you have something to say, just say it directly, no need to hide." Yi Chutang raised her chin toward the main room. "It's hot outside. Shall we go inside to talk?" Before Amon could agree, she quickly stepped into the main room. Amon stomped her foot in anger, her silver bell-like voice revealing her displeasure. "Forcing your way in without permission, how rude." Yi Chutang sat down at the old square table in the main room and poured herself a cup of cold tea. Shiza watched nervously because curse insects are most easily ingested through the mouth. "Miss Yi, this water." He started to speak, but Yi Chutang drank the water in one gulp. Amon couldn't help but comment, "You're quite brave." She thought Yi Chutang was just a delicate girl with no real strength. Yi Chutang's lips curled into a smile. "Thank you for the compliment. Who praised you? You're just being self-indulgent." Amon snorted and sat down across from Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang noticed her childlike nature and poured her a cup of tea. "Miss Amon, since you came to Jizhou City, why not go to the inn to help Yanzhou detox?" She was worried that calling him too intimately might upset the young girl, so she simply called Yanzhou by his name. Amon looked at Nanshao entering the door and said, "You ask him." Yi Chutang looked at Nanshao coldly and said, "Tell me, what did Yanzhou ask you to hide?" Since it had come to this, Nanshao could only tell the truth. "Miss Amon arrived in Jizhou City this morning. He asked me to pass a message to the master. Tell him to divorce me and marry her?" Nanshao didn't expect Yi Chutang to guess the condition of the witch doctor's antidote so directly. He corrected himself, not divorce, but separation. Hearing this, Yi Chutang turned to look at Amon, who was lowering her head. "You're quite kind." After saying that, she internally mocked Yanzhou. Such a stubborn man who doesn't know how to be flexible. Though she was criticizing, she still admired this kind of person who wouldn't bend easily. If it were her, she would definitely prioritize her safety. Amon felt a bit guilty after being praised by Yi Chutang and immediately retorted, "Stop overthinking. I'm just worried that Brother Qi might unjustly divorce his wife, which would harm his reputation. Yi Chudang raised an eyebrow. He didn't divorce unjustly. He was forced to. Forced? So what? Wasn't he also forced into marriage? That's true. So he doesn't want to be forced again. That's why he would rather die than agree to your request. Hearing this, Amon suddenly understood. So that's how it was. She had thought Brother Qi was reluctant to divorce. Yi Chutang looked at the naive and easily deceived Amon and said, no matter whether he's missing you or me, Qi Yanzhou can't detoxify. So, forcing him to divorce you is pointless. Amon knew this well, so she took a step back and was willing to be a peaceful wife. But Brother Qi still disagreed. Since breaking ties with her family and leaving the southern border, she had no way out. She bit her lip and looked at Yi Chutang, who was sincere. I don't care. If you want me to help Qi Yanzhou detox, then make him marry me as a peaceful wife. Living comes at a price. When Shiza heard the word price, he quickly said to Amon, the master said, besides marriage, she agrees to all other conditions. Amon picked up the tea Yi Chudang poured for her and drank it all in one gulp. I also said, I only have the condition of marriage. She was the best witch doctor of Southern Border's Guards. After receiving Qi Yanzhou's letter, she left at the cost of being expelled from her clan. From then on, she was alone with no support. If she couldn't marry her beloved, abandoning her clan and rushing here alone would be a joke. Thinking of this, her eyes shimmered with tears, feeling sad and wronged. Why can you use the favor of saving my life to force Brother Qi to marry you, but I can't? Yi Chutang looked at a man, who was crying, and took out a silk handkerchief from her sleeve to give to her. Miss a man, do you want Qi Yanzhou to live, or do you want him to die? Without hesitation, a man answered, of course, I want him to live. Yi Chutang used the handkerchief to wipe away the tears in a man's eyes. Then go and save him. The longer you delay, the more danger he is in. If he dies, you will regret it for the rest of your life. A man pushed away Yi Chutang's hand, refusing her affection. If he dies, I will die with him. Will you? I won't, Yi Chutang replied without hesitation, which made a man pause in surprise. You. She was speechless for a moment, unsure how to respond to Yi Chutang. Miss a man, if it weren't for me, Qi Yanzhou would already be dead. It's not your place to threaten him with your gratitude for saving him. The main reason you saved him before was to help restore the southern border and bring peace back, right? Yi Chutang's sharp words made a man feel embarrassed. Indeed, she had saved Qi Yanzhou for the greater good, not for herself. But after seeing him, she lost her heart. Later, when Qi Yanzhou was summoned back to the capital to marry, she had offered to go with him, but was refused. At that time, Qi Yanzhou said he was going to die, wouldn't accept the marriage proposal, and wouldn't marry. But he broke his promise. A man glared at Yi Chutang angrily. You married Brother Qi in a dishonorable way. What right do you have to criticize me? Bad woman. Only officials can set fires. Common people are not allowed to light lamps. Yi Chutang probably understood a man's personality and knew how to persuade her. Miss a man, whether you saved Qi Yanzhou for the public or for personal reasons, you did a great deed. My earlier words weren't meant to belittle you. Forcing Qi Yanzhou to marry you was probably out of necessity. Between me and Qi Yanzhou, I am the one in charge, so the matter of divorce must be decided by me. A man was confused by Yi Chutang's words. What does that mean? You are willing to divorce? Yi Chutang nodded, but at the same time, Nanshao and Shize spoke out to stop her.
No.
If the master was unwilling to marry a concubine, how could she agree to divorce just to stay alive? Yi Chutang ignored the two and answered a man carefully. I am willing to divorce. A man didn't understand.
Why?
I married Qi Yanzhou because I helped him remove the poison. We are meant to be together for a lifetime. He is a gentleman, always keeps his promises, and would never betray his vows just to survive. And I don't want to watch him die. So I am willing to leave him, but I have one condition. A man never expected Qi Yanzhou to promise Yi Chutang a lifetime together. He is not someone who makes promises easily. It must be because he likes Yi Chudang very much that he made this promise. She felt a tightness in her chest and wanted to cry, speaking in a muffled voice. What's the condition? Qi Yanzhou is the man I chose. I won't give him up easily, unless he changes his mind. A man understood Yi Chutang's underlying meaning. Do you want me to make Brother Qi change his mind? From Jizhou City to Tianshan County, if you can win Qi Yanzhou's heart, I will leave him and support you both. But Brother Qi is now fond of you, so he probably won't give me a chance. Seeing a man's attitude soften a little, Yi Chutang continued to offer her benefits. I will create opportunities for you to be alone with Qi Yanzhou. Nan Shao.
Romein letter 11.
A man's eyes lit up. Really? But what if he doesn't want to be alone with me? Yi Chutang straightforwardly pointed out a man's current situation. From the moment you threatened to use poison to force Qi Yanzhou to marry you, he has only been disappointed in you. He doesn't want to be alone with you. That's your own doing, and you have to accept it. These words felt like a knife stabbing her heart. She knew she was being mean, but her current situation made it hard for her to act nobly. When Yi Chudang appeared in front of her, she wanted to control her with a charm insect and force Qi Yanzhou to compromise. But this woman was too powerful. She failed to succeed. You only see my bad side, but do you know? To save Brother Qi, I was expelled from the clan. After speaking, she cried heartbreakingly. The three people in the main house were stunned. They didn't expect a man to sacrifice so much to save Qi Yanzhou. Shize asked with concern, "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" A man sniffled and asked back, "Tell what?" "That I am now alone." Begging him out of pity? She thought marrying Qi Yanzhou would be easy. After all, he accepted the emperor's marriage decree, so he should also accept her forced marriage. But in the end, he refused stubbornly. Yi Chutang finally understood why a man was so determined to marry Qi Yanzhou. She wanted him to be her family because he had lost his own. Miss a man, do you want a safe place to stay, or do you want a response from the person you love? Even if a man didn't answer, the answer was obvious. Yi Chutang added, I know you are a kind healer and wouldn't ignore Qi Yanzhou's life. If news of his poisoning spreads, you will definitely go to save him immediately. Qi Yanzhou's decisions will never change. That means, in your game with him, you are destined to lose. Now that you know the outcome, you should choose the path that benefits you the most. These sincere words calmed the heartbroken man. She looked up with wet eyes at Yi Chutang. What is the best way for me? Save Qi Yanzhou, make him owe you a favor that he can never fully repay. I will keep my promise and create chances for you to win his heart. If you succeed and I leave, if you fail, we will become sworn sisters. How does that sound? Every one of these 3 sentences benefits a man. She asked confusedly, you know I will end up saving Brother Qi, so why are you willing to set me up with him? Because you are a good girl and deserve my promise. Aren't you afraid Brother Qi will fall for someone else? Yi Chutang smiled and said, if that happens, I will thank you.
Why?
Because it helps me see a person clearly earlier, saving time. Someone who truly loves you cannot be taken away. Those who can be taken away will leave sooner or later. A man. She didn't understand and snorted coldly, don't regret it when the time comes. After receiving Yi Chutang's promise, a man's sadness disappeared completely. She took out a tiny bug from her longevity lock and placed it on Shize's hand. The bug showed its fangs and stabbed into his hand. Its black body quickly turned blood red. Shize's pale face visibly regained its healthy color. The poison from the bug was gone. A man took the bug back and put it into her longevity lock. She went to her room, packed a bag, and said, let's go, I'll help Brother Qi detox. On the way to the inn, she asked Yi Chutang about Qi Yanzhou's current condition. She learned he was lying in bed, unconscious, kept alive by acupuncture, feeling regret and guilt. It's my fault for being too stubborn. I shouldn't have forced him to marry a wife, wasting a day. Now that she was calm, she thought she was foolish and silly. Yi Chutang shook his head. It's not your fault. Qi Yanzhou brought this on himself, and I had to use my energy to needle him. As husband and wife, they should be honest with each other. She disliked kind lies and presumptuous deception. If Qi Yanzhou had told her about a man's conditions immediately, the poison would have been cured long ago. After hearing Yi Chutong's explanation, a man sincerely asked, "Are you really not upset that I forced Brother Qi to divorce you and even made him marry me as a secondary wife?" She suspects that Yi Chutang doesn't care about Brother Qi. If it were her, she would be angry and might even fight. Yi Chutang smiled and said, "I'm not upset. If it were me, I would do the same." Women in ancient times had little control over their fate and were destined to marry. If there was a chance to be with the person they loved, they would try everything. There's nothing wrong with that, and it's not shameful. Amon, straightforward and honest, said, "If I were you, I would be angry at the bad woman trying to steal my husband." "Don't you care about Brother Qi?" Nan Xiao and Shize stretched their necks to listen secretly. Actually, with their sharp hearing, they could hear clearly without being so sneaky. Yi Chutang looked at Amon, who seemed to have discovered a big secret, and couldn't help but laugh softly. "I care about him and trust him more. So, you think Brother Qi won't be taken away by me, right?" "Yes." Amon was provoked and became competitive. "When I take Brother Qi away, don't regret it." Yi Chutang looked at the cute Amon and gently flicked the bell hanging on her forehead. The bell swayed lightly, producing a clear, melodious sound. "If that day comes, I will prepare a grand wedding for you and send you off happily." After saying that, she added, "Amon, no matter who you marry in the future, my promise still stands." Of course, she wasn't eager because she had a lot of money, but because she wanted to learn more about the magic insects from Amon, just in case. Amon disdainfully wiped the bell that Yi Chutang had touched. "I don't need it. She has hands and feet and can earn money to prepare her dowry herself." Behind the two, Nan Xiao and Shize looked like they were watching sisters. They exchanged glances and saw admiration for Yi Chutang in each other's eyes. Soon, the four arrived at the inn. Elder Qi, who was eager to see her, quickly stepped forward and held Yi Chutang's hand. "Tanger, why did you take so long? Where's the medicine you bought?" As she spoke, she saw Amon dressed in strange clothes. "This is..." Halfway through, she suddenly realized and widened her eyes. "Is she the witch doctor who can cure Zhouer's poison?"
Ye Chantang nodded.
"Yes, she is the southern witch doctor who once saved Zhou's life, Amon." Then she introduced Amon. "Amon, this is Mother Qi, just call her the old lady." Amon immediately bowed respectfully to Elder Qi with a southern greeting. "Good day, old lady." "All right, Miss Amon, you traveled so far from the southern border day and night. You must be exhausted." She poured a glass of water and handed it to Amon. "You've been rushing all the way, probably very thirsty. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Her boat is finally saved." Hearing this, Amon felt very ashamed. She took the cup, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. If the old lady knew she arrived in Jizhou City in the morning but refused to come and help Brother Qi detox, she would be very angry, right? Yi Chutang saw Amon's embarrassment and said, "Miss Amon, even though your journey was hard, we can't wait any longer for Qi Yanzhou's condition. After you finish the tea, we will go upstairs to give him the detox." Amon didn't expect Yi Chutang not only to hide her, but also to help her ease the awkwardness. Feeling grateful, but also suppressing it, she nodded and drank the warm tea in one sip. "Thank you for the old lady's tea. It's very good." Old Lady Qi noticed Yi Chutang calling her son by his name directly and felt something was off. But now was not the time to ask. She cheerfully took the empty cup from Amon's hand. "If Miss Amon likes it, after we finish detoxing Yanzhou, you can have a few more cups downstairs." "Okay." Amon responded and followed Yi Chutang to the third-floor room. Yi Chutang looked at the group following and said, "Shiza, you come along. Everyone else can wait downstairs." Although old Master Qi was worried about his son, he obediently stopped. He nodded and said, "All right, we won't disturb you." Old Lady Qi couldn't help but ask, "Tanger, it's almost dinner time. When do you think it's best to cook? In other words, how long will the detox take?" Yi Chutang thought for a moment and replied, "In about an hour. We will go downstairs to eat." All right, you all go quickly. The three of them went upstairs. Yi Chudang had already prepared everything needed for the detox. She asked Shiza and Amon, "Do you both understand the details of the detox?" Long ago, she had asked Qi Yanzhou to write a letter to Shiza, describing the precautions for detox carefully. Her goal was to make Amon remember the details to avoid mistakes. Shiza and Amon looked at Qi Yanzhou lying on the bed, with bright red hair and a face flushed like a pig's liver, and nodded heavily. While removing the fire poison, they also had to remove the insect poison. If there was even a small mistake, Qi Yanzhou could lose his life. This man was their most important person. So, they had already memorized every detail of the detox deeply. After Amon was ready, Yi Chudang said, "I will begin now." This time, detoxification is the same as last time. The fire poison must be fully triggered first. She previously used a silver needle to control the fire poison, and now she uses a silver needle to induce it again. Qi Yanzhou's hair turns a dazzling bright red, his body temperature rises quickly, muscles tense up, and veins bulge. Suddenly, his eyes open wide. His bloodshot eyes look like evil spirits with a cold, red glow. Yi Chudang quickly takes off his shirt, revealing his strong, hot upper body. A man immediately looks away, shyly stammering.
How? How can you?
Yi Chudang throws the shirt aside and says to Shize, "Come here, hold him." Qi Yanzhou is conscious, but his whole body is hot and weak, with a headache that feels like it will split open. His blood boils and surges, as if trying to tear him apart. Yi Chudang picks up a frost-covered wooden box nearby and opens it. She takes out a larger ice leech, twice as big as last time, and places it on Qi Yanzhou's hot back of the hand. The dark red skin quickly turns white with frost, losing all color. The frost slowly spreads along his arm. Seeing a man still hesitant, she sternly says, "In the eyes of a healer, there are only patients, not men or women. If you don't want to harm him, come over quickly." Taking off his shirt was just to see his body changes more clearly. When he can no longer hold on, she protects his vital points. A man is intimidated by Yi Chudang's commanding presence and quickly moves to the bed, watching Qi Yanzhou's body for changes. So she can find the right moment to remove the poison. At first, her gaze was a bit shy. Later, under Yi Chudang's influence, she became serious and focused, her eyes only on the patient needing detoxification. Yi Chudang occasionally drips special medicine onto the ice leech to control its speed in absorbing the fire poison. Otherwise, Qi Yanzhou's exhausted body wouldn't be able to handle it. When his entire arm is covered in frost, she immediately places a cold cicada on his back of the hand. As the frost begins to melt, Yi Chudang tells a man, "Release the poison, detoxify." "Okay." A man responds, then emits a harsh, unfamiliar sound. Soon, a tiny black bug, about the size of a mung bean, flies out from the longevity lock. Its transparent wings flap rapidly, buzzing loudly. Under a man's control, the bug lands on Qi Yanzhou's chest and burrows into his skin. A sharp, bone-aching pain strikes, and Qi Yanzhou screams in agony. Seeing how painfully he's suffering, Yi Chudang quickly checks his pulse. His pulse is very irregular, sometimes weak, sometimes strong, sometimes disappears, and shows signs of heart failure. "Azu, relax." His body instinctively rejected the 3 insects that were detoxifying him. As a result, the detox process slowed down, pain doubled, and his body was under greater strain. A gentle, comforting voice whispered in Qi Yanzhou's ear. He wanted to obey and do as told, but his body was out of control. The pain kept increasing, making him feel like he was better off dead. A thought flashed through his mind. "Just die, then I won't have to suffer so much." Yi Chudang noticed Qi Yanzhou's pulse weakening and immediately became anxious. "Qi Yanzhou, don't give up." After saying that, she placed Qi Yanzhou's hot hand on her belly. The baby was almost 4 months old, and she could feel a noticeable bump. Since being exiled, she had been wearing loose clothes, so no one noticed. Qi Yanzhou felt the coldness and curve of her hand, and his heart trembled. He must not die. He wanted to see his child born and grow old with Ah Tang. The desire to survive overcame the pain caused by detoxification. He finally regained control, trying to relax his body. As his body relaxed, the feelings of pain and despair gradually faded away. Yi Chu-tang gently felt Qi Yanzhou's gradually strengthening pulse and let out a deep breath. A man noticed Qi Yanzhou's complexion improving and asked worriedly, "Brother Qi can hold on, right?" "Of course, he's Qi Yanzhou." Yi Chu-tang finished speaking, released Qi Yanzhou's wrist, and focused on the ice leech and the cold cicada. A man carefully coordinated the detox process, controlling the poison from the insect king. They kept the fire poison and insect poison in a delicate balance. If the balance was broken, given Qi Yanzhou's current condition, he would surely die. Half an hour later, Yi Chu-tang and a man were both sweating heavily, their faces pale. Most of the fire poison and insect poison had been detoxified, leaving only the area around his heart that needed careful attention. Qi Yanzhou's body had reached its limit and he fainted. He was no longer feverish, and his hair turned back to black. Shi Zhe supported Qi Yanzhou, his heart pounding in his chest. "Madam, what can I do for the master?" Yi Chu-tang pried open Qi Yanzhou's mouth, gave him a revitalizing pill to restore his energy, and placed a century-old ginseng slice inside. Finally, she used silver needles to protect his heart meridian. After finishing, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Shi Zhe with concern. "In a moment, you should use your internal strength to protect his heart meridian." A double layer of protection was more reliable. Shi Zhe nodded, "Yes, madam." A man watched Yi Chu-tang, who seemed to have no breath left, tears falling down her face. "It's all my fault. If I had come to help Brother Qi detox this morning, he wouldn't have been poisoned so deeply into his heart and veins." Yi Chu-tang's hand rested gently on Amon's shoulder, giving a soft squeeze. She comforted softly, "Don't blame yourself. Don't think too much. The most important thing now is to detoxify Zhou." Amon wiped away her tears and nodded firmly. "I won't let Brother Qi get hurt." After speaking, the three worked together smoothly, successfully helping Qi Yanzhou detoxify the poison that had entered his heart and lungs, with no danger. Amon summoned the Bug King, exhausted, and sank to the ground, gasping heavily. She was afraid of making a mistake while detoxifying the poison, so she held her breath for almost an incense stick's length, nearly suffocating herself. Yi Chu-tang, like her, held her breath the entire time. But she was skilled in martial arts, so holding her breath briefly was as easy as eating or drinking. She checked Qi Yanzhou's pulse, confirming he was already detoxified. After proper rest and nourishment, she could relax. Shiza looked at the pale Qi Yanzhou, feeling his cold body with worry. "Madam, is the master all right now?" Amon immediately looked at Yi Chu-tang upon hearing this. Yi Chu-tang removed the silver needle that protected Qi Yanzhou's heart and took back the ice leech and the cold cicada. "He's fine now, but his body is severely drained and needs proper care." Shiza's worry eased as he helped Qi Yanzhou put on his clothes. "Madam, should we stay a few more days in Jizhou City until the master recovers?" "Yes, let's stay 10 days first. Then we can leave." Yi Chu-tang stood up, her body slightly unsteady from exhaustion. She caught herself on the bed frame to avoid falling. Amon saw this and asked nervously and awkwardly, "Are you all right?" Detoxifying fire poison was much harder than detoxifying bug poison. She was so tired she nearly fainted. It was clear that Yi Chu-tang was even more exhausted. After a moment's rest, she felt much better. She shook her head, "Eat well, drink plenty, and rest, then I'll be fine." The three left the room and went downstairs. It had taken nearly an hour from detoxifying Qi Yanzhou to now. Dinner was ready. A large, rich table of food was set. Everyone was worried about Qi Yanzhou's detox, but they silently chose not to ask immediately. Instead, they sat around the table with the three tired people. "Thank you all for your hard work. Eat something quickly." The three were indeed tired and hungry, so they didn't hold back, grabbing chopsticks and eating heartily. Seeing them eat so happily, everyone knew Qi Yanzhou's poison had been detoxified. The worries that had lasted for days finally eased. Old Master Qi smiled and called everyone sit down and eat. The food will get cold soon. The table suddenly became lively. After Madame Qi and Yi Chutang finished eating, she asked Tang, do you want to leave some food for Zhou? Yi Chutang saw that Madame Qi was worried about Qi and Zhou and hadn't eaten much. She smiled and said, Mother, Zhou just finished detoxing. He's weak and can't eat much. Please eat more for him. The words finished detoxing made Madame Qi's eyes fill with tears. It's good that he's detoxed. It's really good. She hoped her son could survive, but she didn't dare to believe it would really happen. Now that her wish had come true, she was so happy, she didn't know what to say. Thank you, Tang. Madame Qi said this and gratefully looked at a man. A man, thank you too. She unusually poured herself a glass of wine and drank it all. The Qi family members followed her example and raised their glasses to Yi Chutang and a man. Yi Chutang responded with tea instead of wine. We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. Zhou needs to rest and recover. We should stay in Jizhou City for a few more days. Old Master Qi said, yes, it's hot lately, and it's not good to travel. After dinner, it was already dark. Yi Chutang rubbed her full stomach and said, I'm going out for a walk to help with digestion. A man quickly followed, I want to go too. Shiza was worried they might argue and wanted to follow along to keep peace. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was refused. Yi Chutang and a man said together, don't come with us. After saying that, they left the inn. Madame Qi sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked Shiza, is there something between Tang and a man? She knew that the witch doctor from the southern border had once shown interest in her son. The witch doctor had come all the way to help detox her son, clearly still thinking about him. With her sharp mind, she must have already noticed. Since they were traveling together, she wondered if they might get into a fight. Shiza didn't know how to explain and scratched his head, saying, don't worry, madam. The lady won't suffer any loss. Madame Qi. A man won't get into trouble either. That's good. Can I go see Zhou? Yes, but the master needs more rest. Don't stay in the room too long. Madame Qi nodded and went upstairs. A few steps later, she stopped and asked Shiza, do we need someone to stay with Zhou tonight? Leave the night watch to Madame's arrangements. Okay, I'll ask when Tang comes back. After Madame Qi went upstairs, Shiza looked at Nan Xiao. Your lightness skills are good, and you're good at hiding. Why don't you follow them and keep an eye on things? Neither woman is the type to suffer losses. If they really fight, it would be a huge mess. Nan Xiao patted Shiza on the shoulder. No need. The lady is wise and knows her limits. She can handle a man. That's true. The lady is really impressive. She managed to persuade a man just by showing up. If the master's fiery poison flared up, the antidote process would be even more dangerous. After Yi Chutang and a man left the inn, they wandered the street. Tonight's street wasn't as lively as during the Qiqiao festival, but it was still crowded. The cheerful chimes of bells were drowned out by merchants shouting. A man, visiting the southern border for the first time and exploring a busy market, was very curious about everything. Her special outfit drew many eyes. People's comments kept coming. That girl's clothes are so strange. Where's she from? Probably from the south border. They're more open, showing arms and legs. When the man said this, his eyes greedily looked at a man's slim waist. Yi Chutang noticed and secretly took some poison from her space, hiding it in her fingers. When she got close to the man, she flicked the powder into his eyes. The man felt dust enter his eyes and rubbed them painfully. When he opened his eyes, everything was blurry. He rubbed again, but only saw vague light, unable to see clearly. My eyes. Someone help me. As the man cried out for help in panic, Yi Chutang and a man had already walked far away. A man held a newly bought sachet near her nose and sniffed. A strong scent of osmanthus hit her, making her cough. She rubbed her nose, hung the sachet at her waist, and leaned close to Yi Chutang. Was that person's eyes blinded by you? Yi Chutang didn't deny it. His eyes are meant for evil. Keeping them is useless. Men who flirt with pretty girls usually aren't good people. though some might just be joking. But the man she blinded was definitely not one of those. She saw him being chased out of the gambling house, trying to use his wife to pay debts. A man didn't know who the man was. She only knew Yi Chutang acted because the man had insulted her. She snorted coldly. Don't think I won't fight for Brother Chi, just because you're nice to me. Yi Chutang teased with a smile. Then I'll be mean to you? Whatever, I won't give up on Brother Chi, anyway. Then good luck. I hope you succeed. Every time a man targeted Yi Chutang, it felt like hitting cotton. She felt powerless. She thought about her reason for going out and said, Big Brother Chi just finished detoxing and is very weak. Someone needs to stay overnight with him. I want to stay and be the first person he sees when he opens his eyes. She had upset Big Brother Chi and caused him a lot of trouble, so she needed to apologize to him immediately. You promised to help me create opportunities, and you can't refuse now. Yi Chutang was exhausted physically and mentally and had no intention of staying overnight with Yanzhou. Your big brother Chi probably won't wake up tonight. Are you sure you want to stay with him? A man nodded confidently yes. Even if big brother Chi didn't wake up tonight, he would wake up in the morning. All right, you can stay tonight. Yi Chutang felt safe leaving Yanzhou in a man's care, not because she trusted a man's character, but because Yanzhou would definitely be watching her secretly. Seeing Yi Chutang agree, a man smiled. You're sensible. Feeling happy, she wandered around shopping, picking up small toys and snacks. After feeling less full, Yi Chutang said to the lively man, Your big brother Chi is still waiting at the inn for you to take care of him. Go back. A man wasn't ready to leave so early and wanted to keep shopping. She made a small opening with her thumb and forefinger, just a little longer.
I'm tired.
Do as you please. Yi Chutang yawned and turned to leave. A man pouted and followed her angrily. Back at the inn, old Madam Chi asked about the overnight watch. Yi Chutang looked at a man and said, Tonight, Miss A Man will stay with Zhou. Rest assured, mother. Old Madam Chi was not at all reassured. Chutang, Miss A Man traveled a long way to detoxify Zhou. She must be exhausted physically and mentally. It's not right to ask her to stay overnight. Even if a man and woman are innocent, rumors can still spread. A man quickly said, Old madam, I'm not tired. I want to stay and watch over Big Brother Chi. You're a guest. It's not appropriate for you to stay. I'll do it, said old Madam Chi. Someone who stays overnight should know medical skills. I am more suitable, a man argued. While they argued, Shiza interjected, Old madam, you should rest. I will stay with Miss A Man and watch over the master. Hearing Shiza, old Madam Chi nodded immediately. Zhou's health was taken care of by you. You're more suitable to look after him. After saying that, she worried a man might overthink and explained, Miss A Man, I feel at ease knowing you are taking care of Zhou. But if you stay alone with him, it might affect your reputation. How about Shiza, and you take turns watching over him? Amon had not thought about the differences between men and women before. First, because the customs in southern Xinjiang are quite open, it is common for men and women to be alone together. Second, because she traveled with Shiza for nearly 2 months, often staying overnight outdoors. Now, hearing Madam Chi mention reputation, she finally realized she should adapt to local customs. She nodded and said, Madam, you're right. Men and women should be separate. I will stay with Shiza to guard Brother Chi, which is more appropriate. Anyway, her purpose was just to keep watch over Brother Chi and apologize to him. Madam Chi saw that Amon agreed and smiled, saying, Then it's settled. She then asked Yi Chutang, Tanger, where will you sleep tonight? I'll ask Lord Han later, if he can spare a room. All right. If Yuan doesn't come out, then let his father Zhou and young master son squeeze together. You and I will share a room. Yi Chutang didn't dare sleep with Madam Chi, worried she might be suspected of being pregnant. But she didn't refuse outright. Okay, I'll go ask Lord Han first. After Yi Chutang went to find Han Chong, Madam Chi looked at Amon. Amon girl, do you want me to go to my room for a bath and then guard little A's watch? She wanted to talk to Amon and advise her not to focus all her thoughts on her son. Zhou would only have Tanger as his wife. Amon didn't know Madam Chi's true intentions and nodded in agreement. Alright. Thank you, madam. After Madam Chi took Amon away, Yi Chudang also got a room from Han Chong. The room was in the backyard, next to Chi Chingyu's room. She just needed to change the bedding to clean sheets. As she was about to go upstairs to get her luggage, she's asked, Madam, are you really going to matchmake Amon and the young lady? Yi Chudang looked at Shiza coldly, with a faint smile. Shiza felt nervous under her gaze, his heart pounding. How could the ladies look be more frightening than the young ladies? He forced a stiff smile. Madam, don't look at me like that, it's scary. Yi Chudang withdrew her gaze and answered his question. I am a person who keeps my promises. If I agree to something with Amon, I will do it. Not only do I want to matchmake her, but I also hope she succeeds. Tell Qi Yanzhou that since he doesn't consider me one of his own, I won't consider him one either. And Amon was expelled from her clan for detoxing him. Now she's alone and helpless. He should take better care of her. After speaking, she went upstairs to get her luggage. Shiza knew she was talking about Qi Yanzhou hiding things from her, how Amon had already arrived in Jizhou but refused to detox, using her marriage to threaten him. He felt that once the master woke up, everything would be over. But why does he seem so happy, like he's watching a good show? Haha. Finally, someone can take care of the master. Yi Chudang took her bag and went downstairs. She saw Shize smiling mischievously and looked at him suspiciously. Did something come to mind? You're so happy. Shize cleared his throat lightly to hide his feelings. I'm glad the master survived and was cured of the poison. Yi Chudang knew Shize wasn't telling the truth. But whether this man was happy or not didn't matter to her, so she didn't ask further. When she went to the backyard, Han Chong had already arranged for someone to change her bedding and quilt. There was also ice in the corner of the room to keep it cool. Madam Chi, this room isn't as grand as the heaven-grade room. It's a bit simple. Do you need anything else? Yi Chudang wasn't picky about living conditions. As long as there was water and a bed, she was fine. The room is quite good.
You can rest now.
There's hot water in the kitchen. After reminding her, Han Chong left her room. As soon as he left, Chi Chinyu brought a fruit tray to the door and knocked. Sister-in-law, can I talk to you? Yi Chudang guessed what Chi Chinyu wanted to discuss and invited her in. Chi Chinyu placed the fruit tray on the table. Sister-in-law, these fruits are washed and ready to eat. Thank you, eldest sister. We're family, no need to be polite. Chi Chinyu sat down at the table with Yi Chudang and asked, Sister-in-law, is there a problem between you and Azhou because of that which doctor called a man? Yi Chudang didn't want to pretend everything was fine. She nodded. Yes, I don't want to talk about the details. When Qi Yanzhou wakes up, you can ask him. Seeing that Yi Chudang didn't want to discuss it, Chi Chinyu didn't insist. She stood up. All right, you've worked hard. Rest early. Yi Chudang was tired and sleepy. After a quick shower, she went to bed to rest. At this moment, old Master Chi was teasing his two grandchildren in the main hall on the first floor. A man was taking a bath in old Madam Chi's room. Behind a screen, old Madam Chi asked, Miss Ah Man, what are your plans for the future? Ah Man answered without hesitation, I'll follow Brother Chi. Wherever he goes, I go. He should take care of you for life. These words made Ah Man very happy, almost jumping out of the bathtub. Old Madam, why don't you make the decision? Before she finished, old Madam Chi interrupted quickly. All right, I will decide. From now on, you will be my adopted daughter and sister to Azhou.
Aman.
She wanted to be Brother Chi's wife, not his sister. Old Madam, I. Her words were interrupted again by old Madam Chi. Miss Amon, Zhou'er already has the most suitable person by her side. If you insist in the end, it will only hurt both of you. I know, but I still want to try. Old Lady Chi saw that Amon's mind was set and knew that no matter what she said, it wouldn't change her decision. So she let her go. All right, no matter when you turn back, I will keep the position of Chi's adopted daughter for you. She believes her son and daughter-in-law will get through this crisis and their relationship will grow stronger. The old lady's words moved Amon a little. Thank you, old lady. She wasn't in the mood for a bath, so she quickly got up and changed into another set of clothes from the southern border. On her journey north, to avoid being recognized by the emperor's people, she wore plain, coarse linen clothes. Only after arriving in Jizhou City did she change into her unique southern attire. She wanted to look her best when meeting Brother Qi. Old Lady Qi listened to the clear, melodious sound of a silver bell and said, "Miss Amon, Zhou'er needs to rest quietly. Will your tinkling sound disturb him?" Amon paused her action of wearing a bell on her ankle. She only wanted to look good and forgot that it might bother Brother Qi. "Thank you for reminding me, old lady. I will take it off right away." Amon removed all the jewelry that could make noise, except for the long-life lock hanging in front of her. She gently fingered the silver lock. The tassel silver bell hanging below made a soft sound. Soon, the sound disappeared. The insect inside the long-life lock filled the space of the bell, so no matter how she shook it, it made no sound. Old Lady Qi waited until Amon finished and said, "Miss Amon, can you chat with me?" She wanted to understand this girl and then think of a way to make her give up Zhou'er. Of course, Amon wouldn't refuse Qi Yanzhou's mother.
Certainly.
They talked for a whole hour. It only ended when old Master Qi, feeling sleepy, went back to rest. When Amon entered Qi Yanzhou's room, Shiza had already changed into clean clothes and was sitting by the bed. Shiza saw Amon entering and handed her a soft cushion. "The stool is too hard. This will be more comfortable." Amon casually took the cushion and placed it on a nearby round stool. She approached the bed to check Qi Yanzhou's pulse. His pulse was faint and shallow, almost undetectable, and his skin was very cold. Shiza had already checked his pulse and knew he was so weak he could die at any moment. Seeing Amon frowning slightly, he comforted her. "Master has passed the hardest part. He will be fine." Amon put Qi Yanzhou's arm back under the quilt, her eyes full of guilt. "Yes, Brother Qi will be fine. Amon, you haven't rested well on your journey north. Why not lie down on the Imperial Consort's bed outside? I can watch over the master better." Night watch is just to change the herbal pills in Qi Yanzhou's mouth regularly and help him regain strength. One person is enough. There's no need for both of us to stay here. Amon shook her head and sat on a round stool. "If I hadn't been so selfish and stubborn, Brother Qi wouldn't be in such a serious condition. I want to stay here and wait for him to wake up and apologize." At first, I was told that Qi Yanzhou would be poisoned in 2 days. But when I arrived in Jizhou City and suggested he marry me as a secondary wife, the poisoning was supposed to happen today. I thought he was forcing me to compromise. It wasn't until Yichutang came that I realized I was wrong. Shiza looked at Amon, who was full of guilt, and sighed. "It's not your fault. It's mine. I deliberately didn't tell you that the master's poisoning was earlier than expected." He was worried Amon would be too anxious and that rushing so hard would harm her health, so he didn't mention it. He was sure they could arrive in Jizhou City before the master was poisoned. But after they arrived, Amon suddenly made a request that the master couldn't accept. The master refused to give in, and Amon didn't believe he would be poisoned today, so they argued until Yichutang appeared. Luckily, Yichutang was quick-witted and secretly followed Nanshao to find Amon. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible. Thinking of this, Shiza asked Amon, "Why didn't you tell us about being disowned?" Everyone thought she was just here to save someone, but they didn't realize how high the price was for her leaving the southern border. "I thought marrying Brother Qi would be easy, and as long as I could save him, I was willing to pay any price. But the master and his wife are very close. Do you still want to marry him?" "Yes, I love Brother Qi and want to marry him, even if it's just as a concubine." The word concubine was hard for Amon to say. When she left the southern border, she didn't know Qi Yanzhou was already married. She only felt sorry for his suffering from exile. Later, when she found out he was married, she realized it was a marriage arranged by the emperor, forced upon him. When she arrived in Jizhou City, she finally understood that he agreed to marry because he wanted to marry the person he loved. But she still wanted to try, to leave no regrets. Seeing Amon so determined, Shiza couldn't say anything more. The two of them fell silent, and the room became very quiet, only the sounds of insects outside the window. Shiza checked Qi Yanzhou's pulse every hour and replaced his herbal pills with century-old ginseng. He also fed him a rejuvenation pill to boost his energy. Until dawn, there was no sign that he would wake up. Fortunately, his pulse became much stronger, and his heartbeat was very regular, indicating he has passed the danger. He just needs to rest well. Aman stayed until around the hour of the tiger, and when she was extremely tired, she lay down on the table and fell asleep. The sound of the door opening woke her up suddenly. Her eyes hadn't fully opened yet, and she looked toward the bed. "How is Brother Qi? Is he awake?" After bowing to Madame Qi, Shiza said, "The master hasn't woken up yet, but his body is fine now. Resting quietly for a while will help him recover." Madame Qi placed the breakfast she brought on the table. "You've stayed all night. Thank you. Have some food, and then go rest." Aman ate quite a lot last night and slept for 2 more hours. She wasn't tired or hungry. She rubbed her eyes and said, "Old madam, I've already rested. Now, let me stay with Brother Qi." "Shiza, go rest." Madame Qi didn't dare leave her son and Aman alone together. "All right, we'll stay with Shuar. You two eat something first." Shiza and Aman went downstairs to wash their faces. When they returned to the room for breakfast, they found Qi Yanzhou was already awake. "Mother, where's Adong?" His first words were to ask about Yi Chutang, with worry filling his eyes. Hearing her son's weak voice, Madame Qi's eyes immediately turned red. "Chutang was exhausted from detoxing you yesterday. She's resting in a room in the backyard on the first floor. When she wakes up, she'll come to see you." Hearing this, Shiza touched his nose. It seemed the lady wouldn't come to see her master. "Zhou, are you hungry? Mother will help you up to eat some porridge."
How about that?
Qi Yanzhou was still very weak, wanting to move but unable to. He struggled to shake his head. "No, I won't eat. I'll sleep a little more." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Madame Qi asked Shiza to check Qi Yanzhou's pulse, confirming he was just sleeping, and then she felt relieved. "Old madam, the master is too weak. He needs more sleep to recover quickly." "I know, but I'm worried he won't eat anything and will get hungry." Shiza placed a ginseng pill into Qi Yanzhou's mouth. "Don't worry, old madam. When the master wakes up again, he'll be able to eat. All right, you should eat something quickly and rest. Don't overwork your body." Shiza had little appetite. After drinking some porridge, he went to Nanzhao's room to rest. Nanzhao hadn't left the inn since yesterday. Chong arranged a room for him and Shiza on the second floor. He asked Shiza about Qi Yanzhou's condition. After Shiza finished, he told Nanzhao what Yi Chudang had asked him to pass on last night. "I don't know when I will wake up. If the master wakes first, you must pass along the lady's words to him." Nanzhao saw Shiza with a look of anticipation and playfully tapped his forehead. "The lady won't forgive the master, and neither will he forgive you." Shiza rubbed his reddening forehead and grinned mischievously. "It's my honor to be punished together with the master. I will also pass this message to the master." Hearing this, Shiza became anxious. He jumped from the bed onto Nanzhao's back, who was about to leave, and choked him. "Are we not brothers anymore?" Nanzhao easily shook Shiza off, looking at him with disdain. "Practice your martial arts more. You're too weak." Shiza lay back on the bed, nonchalant. "If we had a life and death contest, I would definitely be the one to die. You don't get close enough to me to be poisoned, but I can kill you without getting close." After speaking, Nanzhao left the room to find Yi Chutang in the backyard. Yi Chutang had gone to bed early last night and woke up at dawn. After breakfast, she returned to her room to rest. Just as she was feeling sleepy, there was a knock on the door. "Madam, it's me, Nanzhao." Yi Chutang, annoyed by the disturbance, spoke sharply. "No matter what you want, wait until lunchtime to talk." Nanzhao was turned away, unable to explain himself to Qi Yanzhou. But he knew that even if Yi Chutang found out that the master was hiding a man's forced marriage because she cared about her, she wouldn't forgive easily. Because even well-meaning lies are still lies. He sighed inwardly and went to Qi Yanzhou's room. Old Madame Qi and a man, afraid of disturbing Qi Yanzhou's rest, didn't speak much, just stared at each other. When Nanshao arrived, the old lady told him to regularly change the medicinal slices in Qi Yanzhou's mouth. Then she gently but firmly took a man away. Qi Yanzhou woke up around noon. His stomach was growling loudly, waking him from sleep. Nanshao, standing by the bed, immediately asked, "Master, what would you like to eat? I'll go buy it right away." Qi Yanzhou spat out the medicinal slices, his voice hoarse. "Help me up." His body still lacked strength, but he was much better than when he first woke. Nanshao helped Qi Yanzhou sit up, letting him lean against the headboard, and placed a cushion behind him. Qi Yanzhou looked around but didn't see Chutang, and a flicker of worry crossed his eyes. He looked at Nanshao and asked, "Who brought a man here? Why did she agree to help me remove the poison?" In fact, he already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear the details. Nanshao recounted in detail the events after being followed by Yi Chutang and finding Amon. He also mentioned what Yi Chutang asked Shiza to pass on. Qi Yanzhou listened, then raised his head and rubbed his pounding temples. Did a Tang really say she wants to match me with Amon? And that she won't treat me as her own anymore? Nanshao nodded confidently. Although I didn't hear the lady say this myself, Shiza wouldn't dare spread false words. Moreover, the lady used the idea of matchmaking to persuade Amon to come and help the master remove the poison. Of course, Yi Chutang mainly used psychological tactics. Qi Yanzhou struggled to lift the blanket.
Help me see a Tang.
Nanshao quickly held his shoulder. "Master, you're too weak now to move. I must see a Tang and explain things to her. Let her vent her anger. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to untie this knot." Hearing this, Nanshao couldn't stop him. "Master, I apologize." After saying that, he carried Qi Yanzhou in his arms and hurried downstairs to the backyard to find Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang had woken up an hour earlier. Bored and restless, she took out a book about poisons from her space to read. When she heard the heavy, hurried footsteps approaching, she immediately put the book back into her space and ate the fruit Qi Qingyu had given her last night. Soon, there was a knock on the door. "Madam, the master is here to see you." Yi Chutang paused her bite of the pear. After a moment of hesitation, she said, not seeing him. She wanted this man to understand how serious the consequences are if he deceives her, or there might be a next time. Qi Yanzhou's weak voice came through. "A Tang, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lied to you. You can hit or scold me, but don't ignore me." Yi Chutang listened to his pitiful words, but didn't respond. Qi Yanzhou was completely panicked. "A Tang, cough. He spoke too quickly and, because of his weak body, inhaled air into his lungs, causing him to cough non-stop. Nanshao saw his face turn pale from coughing and was very worried. "Master, wait until you're feeling better, then come apologize to the lady, okay?" Qi Yanzhou covered his mouth and coughed, shaking his head lightly. Cough. "I can't see a Tang, I can't. Cough. Rest well." Yi Chutang knew Qi Yanzhou was using a tough tactic, but she couldn't just ignore it. She had finally rescued him from the underworld palace, and she wouldn't let him be taken back.
Come in.
When Yi Chutang heard her agree, her heart slightly eased, but her nerves remained tense. She pushed open the tightly shut door and immediately looked at Yi Chutang. She sat by the table, holding a half-eaten pear, watching him with a calm expression. Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou, who was being carried like a princess, almost holding back her surprise. She pretended to be angry. "It's hard enough to save you. Why are you causing trouble? Do you want to die?" Nanshao placed Qi Yanzhou on a round stool and immediately turned to leave. He thoughtfully closed the door to protect his master's dignity. After the door was shut, the room darkened. Qi Yanzhou felt weak all over. After struggling for a few breaths, his body involuntarily slid down. Yi Chutang knew he wasn't pretending. His body really couldn't hold on. She resisted the urge to help him onto the bed and instead told him to leave. "If you have no strength to speak, just go." Qi Yanzhou, exhausted, leaned on the table, looking at Yi Chutang with regret. "A Tang, I fear you being angry more than death, and I fear losing you even more." Yi Chutang remained unmoved and continued eating her pear. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that a man made conditions for me." After speaking, Yanzhou raised his hand and swore, "If I ever hide anything from Tang again, or betray her, may I be struck by lightning and meet a bad end." Though weak, he spoke his vow with conviction. Outside the room, a man, who had come to see Yanzhou, heard his vow and lowered her hand from knocking on the door. She turned away sadly, dragging her heavy steps as she left. Once her footsteps faded, Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow at Yanzhou. "Your timing for swearing was quite good." With his martial skills, he must have sensed a man's arrival long before. This vow was a clever move, killing two birds with one stone. Yanzhou lowered his hand and looked at Yi Chutang with deep affection. "Tang, I didn't choose the timing, but the vow is real." When he raised his hand, he didn't know a man was coming. But later, he definitely heard her footsteps. Yi Chutang believed Yanzhou was telling the truth, and her attitude softened a little. "I'll believe you for now, but until you handle a man's issue properly, you're still a stranger to me." Seeing Yi Chutang relax, Yanzhou quickly nodded in agreement. "Tang, don't worry. I will settle a man well and make sure both of you are satisfied." He didn't know that a man's visit to help him detox would result in him being expelled from the witch doctor clan. If he had known, he would have arranged a substitute to be exiled, while he and Yi Chutang went to the southern border to detox. Too bad, knowing early is hard to buy. Fortunately, it wasn't yet a situation beyond saving. Seeing Yanzhou's good attitude in admitting his mistake, Yi Chutang said, "Come here and extend your hand." Yanzhou knew she was going to take his pulse, so he obediently extended his hand. In just 3 days since the signs of his poisoning appeared, his arm had become much thinner and lacked strength. Yi Chutang placed her fingers on Yanzhou's wrist. "Your pulse is weak and floating. For the next 3 days, you need to rest in bed. I will prepare some medicinal dishes to help restore your strength." When Yi Chutang withdrew her hand, Yanzhou quickly held it back. "Tang, trust me. I won't let you down." As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly. His deep affection was shattered by his embarrassment. Yi Chutang looked at Yanzhou's embarrassed face and withdrew her hand. She called out to the room outside, "Nanshao, take your master back to his room." Yanzhou wanted to stay a little longer with Yi Chutang, but his body simply couldn't hold on. Nanshao entered the room, looked at Yanzhou, and waited for him to speak. "Let's go." Following the command, Nanshao carried Yanzhou away. Yanzhou, feeling weak all over, curled up like a delicate wife in Nanshao's arms. The funny scene made Yi Chutang almost laugh out loud. "Nanshao, prepare some light food for your master. Later, I will give you the medicinal recipes for the dishes and baths. Using both methods would greatly improve the results." "Yes, madam. Watch him carefully. Besides using the toilet and bathing, he's not allowed to get out of bed." "Understood." Seeing Yi Chutang ignore him, Yanzhou asked proactively, "Tang, do you have any instructions for me?" Yi Chutang looked at the man adding drama for herself, nodded slightly. "Yes, in the next 3 days, Miss A Man will take care of you. Be good and behave well." Yanzhou. "All right, I've said I will give you and a man a satisfactory result. Let's go. I'll leave you some energy to eat." She was worried that if Yanzhou said more, he might faint. Nanshao also noticed that Yanzhou's spirit was not good, and his temperature was so low it was chilling. He immediately carried Yanzhou away. After the two left, Yi Chutang took out brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones from the cart in the backyard to write the recipes for medicinal dishes and baths. Just as she ground the ink, a man came, uninvited. "I heard Brother Chi swear to you." Yi Chutang put down her brush, picked up a wolf hair brush, and dipped it in ink. While writing the prescriptions, she said, "You already knew Yanzhou's attitude, didn't you? Yanzhou is someone who would rather risk his life than betray his feelings." Instead of being angry that he deliberately kept things from her, she was more upset that this man didn't take his own life seriously. Foolish and unaware. A man was unable to respond after being choked by Yi Chudang. She bit her lower lip and said after a while, "Does the promise you made still count?" "Of course. For the next 3 days, you will take care of Qi Yanzhou." Yi Chudang created opportunities for a man to get close to Qi Yanzhou to help her see the truth. Qi Yanzhou is not her true love. A man looked at Yi Chudang, who was seriously writing prescriptions, and asked confusedly, "Brother Qi is devoted to you. Why do you push her away?" Yi Chudang smiled confidently and said, "Because no matter how hard I try, I can't push him away." The meaning was clear. No one can push away someone who desperately wants to get close. A man's heart was pierced again. She knew she had no chance but still stubbornly said, "Thank you for helping. I will try my best to pull Brother Qi away." "Then go ahead and try. I won't see you off." After a man left angrily, Yi Chudang smiled and said, "Such a child's heart." Just as she finished speaking, she also completed a prescription for medicinal cuisine. She wrote 6 recipes, alternating to make it less boring. For the medicinal bath, she prepared 2 versions based on Qi Yanzhou's health. One with fewer herbs suitable for someone weak now. One with more herbs suitable for recovery. After finishing the prescriptions, Yi Chudang ground some ink. She took out some rare imperial paper from her space and wrote a few pieces of calligraphy, then handed them to Sunchu. "My calligraphy is quite valuable. Should I promote it?" Talking about making money, Sunchu immediately became interested. "Sure, I have free time. Split 3 ways. 7 for you. 3 for me. That's fair." Yi Chudang finished speaking, lightly tapping the paper with her finger. "This is imperial tribute paper, hard to come by. You can say these calligraphy pieces were obtained with great difficulty from the capital. This way, she could add carriage fees and increase the price." Sun Chu carefully stored the calligraphy. "How much tribute paper do you have left?" "Write more. I can take them to auction houses in various states to sell."
Ye chantank vavet herinde finger.
The rarer, the more valuable. The less circulated, the higher the value. "Okay, I'll wait for good news." As Sun Chu was about to leave, Yi Chudang added, "I once sold a piece of calligraphy to the second prince for 10 gold coins. Though it usually couldn't fetch that price, she could use it as a publicity stunt." Sun Chu clicked his tongue. Shrewd merchant. Yi Chudang didn't see this as a negative word. Being shrewd is good, can get high profits and fool scoundrels at the same time. Sun Chu felt a sense of finding someone who shared his interests. "I also like being a shrewd merchant." When he left with his calligraphy, he accidentally brushed past Nanshao, who was there to pick up medicinal recipes and bath formulas. Nanshao thought that Yi Chudang and Sun Chu seemed to be getting closer. But as a subordinate, he didn't say anything. "Madam, the master has gone to rest. He asked me to tell you that in 3 days, you will see the results you want." "All right, I'll wait." After speaking, Yi Chudang handed the recipe to Nanshao. "The method and dosage are written clearly, just follow it." Nanshao took the recipe, but didn't leave immediately. Yi Chudang saw that he hesitated, knowing he wanted to speak well of Qi Yanzhou. But she didn't want to hear it. "Why are you still standing there? Go buy herbs at the pharmacy." She had already dismissed him, so Nanshao had no choice but to leave in response. Not long after, Qingyu came to call her to the main hall for lunch. When Yi Chudang arrived, she found Sun Chu was not there. He was probably busy selling calligraphy and paintings. Old Madame Qi and a man were also absent. No need to think, both were in Qi Yanzhou's room. A man wanted to take care of Qi Yanzhou, but old Madame Qi was worried she might overstep, so she kept an eye on her. Yi Chudang looked at Aunt Sue, who was handing out chopsticks to everyone. "Auntie, go call the lady down to eat. A man and Qi Yanzhou can handle their own matters." Hearing Yi Chudang's way of addressing Qi Yanzhou, Aunt Sue looked worriedly at old Master Qi. The old master nodded slightly. "Go call her." After Aunt Sue went upstairs, he looked at Yi Chudang. "Tanger, about you and Zhou'er, we won't interfere. Do what you want. Your parents support you." Although he didn't understand why his daughter-in-law wanted to match her son with a man, he believed she had her reasons. Yi Chudang felt lucky to have understanding parents-in-law. She smiled and said, "Thank you, father." Just after she finished speaking, old Madam Qi and Aunt Su came downstairs. The old lady sat beside Yi Chutang, gently holding her hand and patting it. "You're such a kind-hearted girl." Yi Chutang smiled but said nothing. To her, Qi Yanzhou losing her was his loss. But the opposite wasn't true. Old Master Qi cleared his throat and said, "Let's eat." At the dining table, Aunt Su asked old Madam Qi about Qi Yanzhou's health. Old Madam Qi answered in detail, mainly to tell Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang knew her brother's health well, but didn't pay much attention. After the meal, she strolled slowly in the backyard corridor to digest. Shiza was holding the medicinal herbs bought by Nanshao and went to the kitchen to prepare the medicinal bath. Seeing Yi Chutang, he stopped and respectfully bowed. "Madam, you are very skilled in medicine. I wonder if I am lucky enough to learn from you?" Yi Chutang was open to sharing her medical knowledge and nodded. "Yes, you can ask me if you have questions or difficulties, but I may not always be able to help." Her medical skills were good, but she was not omnipotent. "Then I thank you in advance, madam, for your generosity. I will come back after I finish my work." After speaking, Shiza went into the kitchen. When he finished preparing the medicinal bath and came out, he saw Yi Chutang returning to her room. He suddenly realized that she looked more full-figured than when they first met. Without thinking, he blurted out, "Madam, on the difficult journey of exile, you haven't lost weight but gained weight. It shows you are well cared for by your master. There's no need to be upset over a man's one-sided feelings."
Ye Chantang.
She suddenly realized she shouldn't have interacted with Shiza, who knew medicine, or else her pregnancy might be exposed. Moreover, she needed to find an excuse for Qi Yanzhou to send Shiza away. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. "Before you say that, you better find out who is taking care of whom on this exile journey. And I've changed my mind. No more asking about medical skills. Stop pointing fingers." After saying that, she forcefully closed the door. "Shiza." He felt he hadn't said anything too inappropriate, right? Women's minds are like a needle in a haystack. He carried the medicinal soup in one hand and clean water in the other, heading to Qi Yanzhou's room. Qi Yanzhou was still asleep, and a man sat quietly by the bed, her eyes lowered, lost in thought. Seeing her like this, Shiza sighed inwardly. "A man, the master's condition is stable now. You don't need to stay here.
Go rest."
A man snapped out of her thoughts and refused. "No, I have to wait until Brother Qi wakes up." She missed her chance to apologize twice and couldn't miss the third. Shiza's gaze fell on the wooden basin in his hand. "But I need to give the master a medicinal bath now, and it's not convenient for you to be here." A man had to get up and leave the room. After adjusting the water temperature and the concentration of the medicinal soup, Shiza lifted the blanket to hold Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou woke up alert. "Master, it's time for the medicinal bath." Seeing Shiza, he relaxed and closed his eyes, allowing him to do as he pleased. Soon, he was wrapped in the warm, herbal-scented liquid, the bitter smell of herbs filling his nose. Shiza applied acupuncture to Qi Yanzhou according to the acupoints written by Yi Chutang to maximize the effect of the medicinal bath. Qi Yanzhou's body gradually warmed up and became less heavy. He slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Shiza, is Amon staying in the room for a long time?" "Yes, she should be outside watching now," Shiza replied. Then he asked, "Master, how do you plan to handle Amon?" Qi Yanzhou leaned against the hard wooden tub, his eyes lowered, hiding all emotions. "You and Amon have been together for over 2 months. Not only did you save her life, but you also face life and death together. You should know her well. What kind of person do you think she is?" "Amon is honest and kind, brave, and has her own opinions. She doesn't fear pain or exhaustion. She's a very good girl. But she's straightforward. Once she believes in something, even if there's no result and she gets hurt, she will go all out." From Shiza's words, Qi Yanzhou sensed his concern and helplessness. He looked up and asked, "Do you want her to get hurt?" "Of course not, but..." Hearing what he wanted to hear, Qi Yanzhou immediately interrupted Shiza. "If you don't want her to get hurt, then help me make her see the truth and willingly give up." He didn't want to force Amon to give up her obsession through disgust or insults. After all, she risked her life multiple times to save him, and even lost her clan because of it. Shiza clearly understood that Yanzhou would never marry Amon. Letting Amon continue to cling would only hurt both sides. He nodded. All right, if the master needs me to do anything, just tell me. First, find out if Amon still wants to return to the southern border. The southern border was under Yanzhou's control. He could not only send Amon back to the witch doctor clan, but also help her become the most powerful clan leader. If she wanted to stay, he would follow his mother's advice and let her become Qi's adopted daughter. Shiza was very satisfied with Yanzhou's arrangements for Amon. No matter which path she chose, it would be beneficial for her. All right, I will find out as soon as possible. 15 minutes later, Shiza removed the silver needles from Yanzhou and helped him out of the bath, then dressed him in clean clothes. The medicinal bath had shown obvious results. Yanzhou was now able to stand on his own. But his body was still weak, and he barely made it to the bed before exhaustion took over. He leaned against the headboard and told Shiza, who was tidying up the bath, "When you're done, let Amon come in. I want to talk to her." "Yes, sir." At the bottom of the bath in the heavenly room, there was a bamboo pipe leading to the first floor. Shiza drained the medicinal water from the bath and rinsed the tub with clean water he had reserved. He then carried away 2 empty buckets. Amon stood at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor, anxiously watching Yanzhou's room. When Shiza came out, she hurried forward. Before she could speak, Shiza said, "Go in. The master wants to see you." Amon's face lit up with hope, and she quickly ran into the room, approaching the bed. She looked at Yanzhou, whose face was slightly flushed, and sighed. "Yichutong's medical skills are really impressive." After speaking, she bowed deeply to Yanzhou as a sign of apology from the southern border. "Big brother Qi, I'm sorry. I caused you trouble because of my stubbornness. Fortunately, you're okay. If not, I would feel responsible for your suffering. I like you and want to marry you. I've never changed my mind. Please, for saving me, give me a chance to stay by your side." Amon poured out everything she wanted to say, feeling much lighter afterward. Yanzhou looked at Amon, who was nervous, and pointed to a small stool beside the table. "Sit down, let's talk." Amon obediently sat at the table, feeling anxious. Yanzhou thanked her. "Thank you for breaking your principles and coming to help me remove the poison." "Big brother Qi, you don't need to thank me. It was Yi Chutang who suggested conditions that benefited me, so I helped you." After speaking, her eyes dimmed. "Compared to Yi Chutang, I'm very selfish, right?" She didn't like this version of herself either. But she had lost everything and could only be shameless to get what she wanted. Seeing Amon close to tears, Yanzhou gently comforted her. "Amon, you're not obligated to help me detox. Proposing conditions that benefit yourself isn't wrong, so don't blame yourself. You've saved me twice. I'm very grateful. Whatever I can do, just ask. But I've only ever seen you as a friend. I can't return your feelings, and I'm truly sorry. Don't worry. Since Tang agreed to help create opportunities for us to be together, I won't reject your approach. I won't let her become someone unfaithful." This last sentence shattered Amon's forced strength. Tears welled up uncontrollably and flowed freely. She looked at Yanzhou with blurred eyes, her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, yet she didn't feel pain. "Big brother Qi, do you love Yi Chutang that much? For her, you're willing to give up your life. For her, you're even willing to endure hardship and be with me." Yanzhou looked at Amon, who was crying, and gently nodded. "I love Tang very much, and I only love her. If losing her means staying alive, I'd rather die. For her, I'm willing to do anything, even betray myself and abandon morality. This is my attitude towards Tang. I will never change it in this life." After saying that, he added, "Amon, let's get along well for the next 3 days, okay?" Amon was blinded by tears and couldn't see Yanzhou's expression when he said this. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, and her vision suddenly cleared. Looking at Yanzhou's handsome and serious face, she felt confused. He promised Yi Chudang, as long as she gave him a chance to spend time with you, it wouldn't be considered breaking his promise. Big brother Chi has never promised me anything, and he can totally refuse my approach. Why would he choose to spend time with me? Chi Yanzhou's lips curled up, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Because in 3 days, you'll not only understand why I must be with a Tang, but you'll also like her and let go of your stubbornness. Amon didn't believe him. Big brother Chi, let's make a bet. If you don't do what you just said, will you marry me? Chi Yanzhou answered firmly, I won't marry you. Let's change the condition. Although he was confident he could make Amon change her mind, he wouldn't bet on feelings. Because that would be disrespectful to Yi Chudang and also humiliating to Amon. Amon snorted playfully. Big brother Chi, do you think you're not confident, so you're afraid to bet? Amon, when you meet someone you truly like, you'll understand that I don't bet because I'm afraid of losing. Chi Yanzhou knew very well that Amon's feelings for him weren't as deep as she thought. It's not that she must have him. Her feelings were just initial attraction, admiration for the warrior, and frustration after rejection. If she truly liked someone, she wouldn't be willing to pressure her or make her uncomfortable. Seeing that Chi Yanzhou didn't believe her genuine feelings, Amon's eyes showed a hint of accusation. Big brother Chi. She just started to speak, but was interrupted by Chi Yanzhou. Amon, I'm a bit tired and want to rest for a while. You should go back to your room and sleep too. I'll talk to you after I wake up. Amon swallowed her unfinished words. Okay, call me when you wake up. After Chi Yanzhou lay down, she helped tuck him in, then left the room. When she closed the door, Shiza, leaning against the wall, raised an eyebrow. Wanna talk? Amon and Shiza had been traveling together for 2 months and knew each other well. She casually asked, what do you want to talk about? Something that benefits you. Let's go. Amon took Shiza to her room. Sitting down, Shiza poured her a glass of cold tea. He didn't beat around the bush and asked straightforwardly, Amon, have you ever thought about returning to the southern border? No, I have already broken ties with my clan. This isn't a problem. If you want to return to the southern border, the master can help you resolve the issue of losing your clan membership. This made Amon alert. What do you mean? Brother Chi wants to send me back to the southern border? Shiza looked at the upset Amon and quickly comforted her. Don't misunderstand. The master doesn't think that way. I just think you should consider your future. He then handed her a cup of cooling tea. Amon, you know very well that the master won't marry you. When you face reality, how will you choose? Return to the southern border or stay here? Amon hadn't thought about the future, but she was sure of one thing. The moment I gave up my shaman identity and left the southern border, I never thought of going back. Although her clan didn't know why she left, she was determined at the time, ignoring their pleas and threats, and she said she would not regret her decision. If she returned, she would be laughed at by everyone. After learning Amon's answer, Shiza said, Amon, whatever your decision is, the master will arrange everything for you. Besides, we've been through life and death together many times. I won't ignore you. After speaking, he left Amon's room. Amon finished the cooling tea in her hand, her eyes blank. She really should think about her future. But after thinking, she still didn't know what to do. For the next 3 days, Chi and Zhou stayed alone with Amon in her room whenever he was awake. Old Madam Chi was very worried. She kept trying to find excuses to go in and check, but each time, she was stopped by Yi Chudang. Seeing that the Chi family couldn't settle down, Yi Chudang suggested they play a game of leaf cards, saying it was better than worrying. Tonight, let's skip cooking and use these 10+ taels of silver to buy a nice meal. The silver was won by Yi Chudang, so old Madam Chi had no objection. All right, a tang, you can buy whatever you want to eat. While speaking, her eyes looked up several times. Chi Qingyu was tidying up the leaf cards and asked Yi Chudang, sister-in-law, are you really not worried at all? Although she trusted her husband, if he spent every day with other women, she wouldn't be able to stay calm. Yi Chudang handed the silver she won to Aunt Sue. Auntie, you just buy the food for tonight. I don't have any picky tastes. Okay, it's getting dark. I'll go to the restaurant to buy ingredients. Aunt Sue put the silver into her sleeve pocket and stood up to leave. Just as she reached the main gate, the door of the room in the sky tower opened. Amon quickly came out of her room, walked to the staircase, and called down to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang, I give up on Brother Qi. I wish you both a happy life together. Everyone except Yi Chutang was shocked and looked at Man Qi Hian, even suspected she was pretending to retreat to set a trap. He wanted Yi Chutang to relax her guard, so he could strike a final. He quietly leaned in and whispered his guess to her. Second sister-in-law, you must not be careless. Yi Chutang tapped Qi Hian's head. Your martial skills have improved, but your mind hasn't grown at all? Sunchu chuckled and gave Yi Chutang a thumbs up. It's still up to Madame Qi to judge others. Old Madame Qi quickly took a step back to block Sunchu's view of Yi Chutang. She always felt that this young man didn't have good intentions toward her daughter-in-law. Sunchu wasn't angry. He looked up at the third floor again. He asked aloud what everyone was thinking. Miss Man, are you serious about what you just said, or are you joking? No one believed Man would give up Qi Yanzhou. Nor did they believe she would wish happiness for Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang. During these 3 days, she had been constantly clinging to Qi Yanzhou, eager to keep him all to herself. Man didn't answer Sunchu. She walked down the stairs and approached Yi Chutang. Do you believe what I just said?
Ye Chantang nodded confidently.
I believe you, but I'm curious. How did Yanzhou persuade you?
Aman smiled mysteriously.
If you want to know, have dinner with me afterward and take a walk around the street. Okay, tell me what you want to eat or buy. I'll treat.
Deal.
I'll go back to my room for a bit. Call me when it's time to eat. After saying that, Man went upstairs to her room. Old Madame Qi didn't want to think badly of Man, but she felt something was off. She looked at Yi Chutang with suspicion and asked, Tanger, why do you believe Miss Man? Yi Chutang smiled and said, It's not that I believe her, I believe Yanzhou. She no longer called him by his name, which meant she had let go of the fact that Qi Yanzhou had deceived her. Of course, this forgiveness was only once. If Yanzhou deceived her again, she would directly throw him a breakup letter and leave with the child. Old Madame Qi knew her son's ability well and nodded in agreement. Yes, Miss Man's words show that Yanzhou has made her give up unrealistic hopes. She was so happy, she couldn't close her mouth. Tanger, go get some silver for Aunt Sue. Add a few more good dishes tonight. Yi Chutang felt good too. She took out 10 taels of silver and gave it to Aunt Sue. Andy, after you finish ordering the dishes, just ask the restaurant to send them over. Don't carry them yourself, it's heavy. Aunt Sue looked at the caring Yi Chutang and nodded with a smile. Good. The lady is kind-hearted. In the future, you will surely have many blessings and live peacefully and smoothly. After speaking, she called her son to go to the restaurant together. She was a bit nervous because she had too much silver in her hand, worried about dropping it or being robbed. At this moment, she didn't know that her worries would soon come true. After Aunt Sue left, old Lady Qi gently nudged Yi Chutang. Tang, you and Zhou haven't seen each other for several days. Go and visit him. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou came out of his room and went downstairs. He had been resting in bed for 3 days, and with the help of medicinal food and baths, his body had improved a lot. However, his body was still very weak, and he needed more time to recover his strength. Others could go downstairs in just a few breaths, but it took him half a stick of incense. He was panting heavily, and his face was flushed. Old Master Qi hurried to help Qi Yanzhou. Zhou, your body is still very weak. Why are you going downstairs? Since Qi Yanzhou came out of his room, his gaze never left Yi Chutang. I miss Tang, so I came down to talk to her. As soon as he said this, everyone tactfully left the main hall to give the two of them some privacy. Qi Yanzhou sat beside Yi Chutang, staring at her without blinking, as if he couldn't get enough. Tang, I've already made the best arrangements for Amon and completed the task successfully. Hearing Qi Yanzhou's slightly hoarse voice, Yi Chutang was served a glass of iced fruit tea. 3 days, and you kept your promise. Not bad. Have I lied to you about anything? It's in the past now, but there won't be a next time. You know my personality, I keep my promises. Hearing these reassuring words, Yanzhou finally relaxed after 3 days of worry. He smiled and teased, "My wife is mighty. I dare not." Then he took Yi Chutong's hand and pressed it to his chest. "Ah Tang, I miss you very much." Yi Chutang felt a little uncomfortable from his emotional display. She wanted to pull her hand back, but he held it tighter. Under her palm was the steady heartbeat of the man, beating gently on her heart. She glared at Yanzhou and asked, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Yanzhou leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. "I know. I shouldn't have lied to you, and I shouldn't have bet my life." If his life was gone, everything would be lost. Seeing that Yanzhou understood his true mistake, Yi Chuting nodded with satisfaction. "You won't get a second chance to make mistakes. Do you understand?" "Understood. Only when husband and wife are united can they be truly strong." Yanzhou finished speaking, then moved Yi Chutong's hand to his thin face, his deep eyes filled with affection. He turned his neck, and his face gently rubbed against her palm, like a cat craving love. "Ah Tang, is it okay if you rest in your room tonight?" Seeing Yanzhou's sickly yet pitiful look, Yi Chutong's heart softened. "Tomorrow, maybe. Tonight, aw man, and I will go out for a walk. We probably won't be back until late." "All right then, tomorrow it is." After making the plan, Yi Chutang remembered something. She shifted her chair closer to Yanzhou and whispered in his ear, "Shiza and Aman are not on the exile list. It's not suitable for them to come with us. Maybe we should let them go ahead to Tianshan County." As she spoke, she held Yanzhou's hand and quietly placed it on her slightly protruding belly. Yanzhou immediately understood Yi Chutong's concern. "Okay, once I officially recognize Aman as my sister, I will let Shiza take her to Tianshan County, arriving before winter to avoid the cold snow." Yi Chutang thought the same.
That's settled then.
Just as she was about to pull back, Yanzhou embraced her slender waist, his warm breath brushing her ear. "Ah Tang, although I don't want to be apart from you, I also don't want you to suffer or be exhausted. Now that the emperor is no longer targeting the Qi family, you can take the carriage and go to Tianshan County first. Is that okay?" The further north they went, the poorer the land, and the farther the towns and counties. They often had to spend several nights outdoors. When the weather was warm, camping outside wasn't a problem. As long as they had enough food, hunger wouldn't be an issue. But when winter came, with cold and freezing weather, if they couldn't find a good shelter, sleeping outside was like torture. He didn't want Yi Chutang to suffer like that. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chutang refused Yanzhou's suggestion. Although the emperor isn't planning to target the Qi family for now, if there's a chance to fight back, he definitely won't miss it. "If I take the carriage to Tianshan County first, you'll have to send people to me. Having more people makes it easier to be exposed and dangerous. The further north we go, the worse the roads get. Even on official roads, they're bumpy, making travel tiring and slow." Yanzhou had considered these issues. He was confident he could keep Yi Chutang safe. Even if they were exposed, he could protect her well. But the bumps and speed, he really couldn't solve both at the same time. Yi Chutang was pregnant, so she naturally couldn't endure bumpy rides. The only solution was to put thick cushions in the carriage and slow down the horses. But doing so meant there was no need to separate and travel separately. Thinking of this, Yanzhou gently pinched Yi Chutang's nose affectionately. "Then we won't part ways. Let's go to Tianshan County together." Yi Chutang nodded. "Let's take it step by step. If we need to ride a carriage, I'll tell you in advance." Just as she was about to move the stool back to its place, Aunt Sue rushed into the inn. She was out of breath, sweating all over, and her hair was messy. Seeing Yanzhou and Yi Chutang, her tears immediately started to fall. "Second young master, madam, the money for buying food was stolen. Here went after the thief. I'm worried something might happen to him. Can someone go find him?" She spoke quickly and anxiously, accidentally inhaling some air, and started coughing uncontrollably. Yi Chutang immediately shouted loudly, "Master Han." Han Chong, in the backyard, appeared instantly. "Madam Qi, what's wrong?" Yanzhou poured a cup of tea for Aunt Sue, gently patted her back, and helped her calm down. Annie, please explain what happened clearly so Master Han can go look for third brother. Aunt Sue knew worrying was useless, so she tried to stay calm. After drinking the water Yi Chutang handed her, she briefly recounted what had just happened. On the way to Baiwei restaurant, Aunt Sue and Chi Hian discussed what dishes to order. As it grew darker, there were many pedestrians on the street. Suddenly, a drunken man bumped into them. Chi Hian quickly protected Aunt Sue and scolded the drunken man. The man immediately started a fight with Chi Hian. Aunt Sue thought that since the drunkard didn't touch her, she didn't want to waste more time, especially since arguing with drunks was pointless. She advised, "Here, mother is fine. Everyone is waiting for dinner. Let's go." She let the drunkard go, but he continued to cause trouble, stealing my silver and trying to leave. No way. Hearing this, mother and son realized the drunkard was after the 20 or so taels of silver. Chi Hian sneered angrily. Someone stealing silver in broad daylight. What kind of world is this? He shouted angrily, "Do you know who I am? Trying to rob me openly? You're asking for death." Then he reached out to catch the drunkard, intending to hand him over to the authorities. The drunkard was skilled in martial arts and was evenly matched with Chi Hian. The townspeople, unaware of what was happening, gathered around to watch the commotion, and more people came to see. Aunt Sue was worried her son might get hurt, so she quickly asked the crowd for help. She wanted them to report the incident to the local government. Halfway through, her sleeve was cut by a sharp blade. Before her purse fell to the ground, it was snatched away. Seeing his accomplice succeed, the drunkard no longer hesitated and quickly fled. Chi Hian was furious and chased after him. Aunt Sue, anxious, grabbed Han Chong's arm. Lord Han, here chased after the drunken man heading north to the city. Please hurry and send someone to find him. The northern part of the city is chaotic, with all kinds of people. She worries that her son might get into trouble. Han Chong immediately gathered people and left the inn to find Chi Hian. Yi Chudang said, "We don't have enough people, and our search is too slow. We should report to the officials and ask them to help us find him." Madam Sue quickly replied, "I'll go report to the authorities right away." "Madam, you're too slow. I'll send Sunchu to go." Sunchu was standing near the hall and the backyard. When he heard this, he immediately acted. Madam Sue's heart was still anxious, worried about her son, and also about everyone not having dinner. "Madam, I don't know if we can get the silver back. What about dinner?" Yi Chutang patted Madam Sue's shoulder. "Don't worry, as long as we have silver, we can eat. Let's wait for third brother to come back first." After saying that, she looked at Yanzhou, her brows slightly furrowed. Isn't Jizhou City well managed by the three elders? How could someone steal silver in broad daylight? Even if they wanted to steal, they should do it at night when fewer people are around. Madam Sue thought of a possibility, and her face suddenly turned pale. Could those two be after here? Old Master Chi came over and hugged the uneasy Madam Sue. "Don't scare yourself. It's probably just a coincidence." Chi Yanzhou thought so too. If they came for third brother, they wouldn't steal silver in the busy market. This eased Madam Sue's worries a little. "You're right. Their target is the silver, not here. Wait and see. There will probably be an answer soon." Jizhou City is not large. Among the four regions, east, west, south, and north, the northern part is the smallest, although it is the most densely populated. But with the local government involved, it's easy to investigate. Half an hour later, Chi Hian, bruised and swollen, was brought back by Han Chong. Madam Sue saw him and angrily went up to slap him. "Do you not know your own strength? Going after someone without knowing who they are. What if you get hurt? What if it's a trap and they want to use you to control the Chi family?" After questioning him, she angrily slapped Chi Hian again, full of disappointment. The finger marks on his face were clearly visible and stung painfully. He didn't dodge or argue, just quietly endured. "Mother, I was wrong. If you want to hit or scold me, I won't complain. Just don't make yourself sick." After facing danger, he realized he had been reckless. Fortunately, he didn't act recklessly. Han Chong arrived just in time, allowing him to escape danger. Old Master Qi saw that Aunt Su still wanted to hit him and immediately stopped her. He's already apologized and won't be so reckless again. Don't hit him anymore. If you hurt him, you'll be the one who feels the most upset. After saying that, he released Aunt Su's hand and looked at Han Chong. Master Han, have you caught the person who stole the silver? I'm not sure. I thought everyone would be worried about third young Master Qi's safety, so I brought him back first. Everyone's eyes focused on Qi Hian, wanting to know what had happened. Actually, Qi Hian didn't know anything either. He chased after the drunk man to the north of the city. The north side has many houses close together, with narrow, complex alleys. He almost lost him several times. Later, when the drunk man realized he couldn't escape, he teamed up with his companions to attack him. He sensed something was wrong and immediately ran away. After many dangers, Han Chong found him and brought him back. Qi and Zhou didn't hear any useful information and said, "The prefect's office has sent people out. They will find him soon. Let's wait for news." Then he looked at Yi Chudang. Tong, give Master Han 200 taels of silver notes and ask him to reserve some tables for food and drinks. Everyone help find third brother. Thank you for your trouble. He had given all his money to Yi Chudang and was now broke. Yi Chudang took out a stack of silver notes from his sleeve and handed 200 taels to Han Chong. Master Han, after ordering the food, used the remaining silver to buy some good wine. Han Chong took the silver notes. Yes, Madam Qi. After he left, Yi Chudang looked at the miserable Qi Hian. Third brother, come here. I'll check your pulse. Second sister-in-law, no need to be polite. It's just some superficial injuries. They'll heal in a couple of days. Qi Hian's face was swollen badly, and he winced in pain while talking. Aunt Su pushed him gently. The madam's medical skills are excellent. It's your honor that she's willing to check your pulse.
Don't be shy.
She was worried there might be internal injuries, so checking the pulse was safer. Yi Chudang checked Qi Hian's pulse and confirmed they were only superficial injuries. Then she applied medicine to his wounds. This is ointment. Apply it morning and evening. The bruises should fade in about 3 days.
Thank you, second sister-in-law.
I'll go take a shower first and then put on the medicine. Not long after he left, Han Chong returned with the guards from the National Guard. Seeing Han Chong was not there, they reported to Qi and Zhou. Young Master Qi, the person who stole the silver is a hunter who recently turned outlaw. There are about 10 of them. They've been robbing on the streets since yesterday. Now they're under control of the local officials. Qi and Zhou frowned deeply at this news. Do you know why the hunter turned into a bandit? Currently, it's unclear, but Lord Ji might be able to find out through questioning. Thank you for your hard work. You may go rest now. Dinner will be served later. The guard army saluted and left. Yi Chudang gently smoothed the wrinkles between Qi and Zhou's eyebrows. If Lord Ji finds out anything, he will surely send someone to the inn to inform us. Just wait. Qi and Zhou held Yi Chudang's hand and nodded. Now, Ji province is not peaceful. Will you go out with a man later? The Lord Ji's office just took away a group of people. Even if there are remaining followers, no one will dare to show up. Tonight is the safest. That's true. Qi and Zhou advised, be careful in everything, don't be careless. Don't worry. A man's magic insects are not harmless. Just after Yi Chudang finished speaking, a man's voice came from the second floor. She teased with a smile, did my magic insects offend Lady Qi? That's why you're so worried? If I remember correctly, when I first met a man, you wanted to control me with magic insects. That made a man cough a little. She said as she came downstairs, we call it a mutual understanding after a fight. Then she walked up to Yi Chudang and blinked playfully. Sister-in-law, please take care of me in the future. Yi Chudang looked at the familiar man and became more curious about how Qi and Zhou made her change her mind and accept being the adopted daughter of the Qi family. If she's family, I will naturally take care of her more. Hearing this, a man looked at Granny Qi. Mother, please acknowledge me as your daughter now. Granny Qi had already intended to do so and smiled. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Usually, Recognizing a daughter-in-law is a big event with many customs and procedures. But now, on the exile road, everything had to be simple. They skipped the usual steps like matching the birth charts and choosing an auspicious time. Granny Chi quickly prepared what was needed to recognize a daughter-in-law. She and old Master Chi sat in the main seats. A man handed over a paper with her birth details written on it to the two elders. If you want to establish a family bond, parents should know my birth details. For a witch doctor from the southern border, birth details are very important and rarely shared. Sharing her birth details was a sign of her sincerity. Granny Chi took the calendar and smiled. Good daughter, mother accepts you. A man knelt down, bowed 3 times to the Chi couple, and then offered tea. The two elders each gave her a red envelope. Granny Chi also took out a gold hairpin from her sleeve and handed it to a man. A man, this gold hairpin isn't valuable. It's a small token from mother. When you reach Tianshan County, I will give you a proper gift. Thank you, mother. I really like it. Having this gift is enough. I don't need anything else. After saying that, she took out 4 white glow-in-the-dark insects from the long life lock, 2 large and 2 small. Father, mother, these are my bred mother and child insects. After eating the baby insect, they not only restore energy from the mother insect but also help eliminate internal ailments, which can prolong life. They are good for health and harmless. This is my gift to you. These insects are hard to raise. She has only managed to breed fewer than 10 pairs over the years. The elderly couple from the Chi family were a bit afraid of the insects and politely refused. This gift is too precious. Before Madame Chi could finish, a man placed 2 smaller insects on their hands. A slight was felt, and the insects disappeared. A man stood up, smiling, and said, There, I'm sure your parents will live to 100 years. The elderly couple from the Chi family looked a bit uncomfortable, with their mouths twitching. A man is thoughtful. Qi Yanzhou, Yi Chutang, and Qi Qingyu all gave gifts to a man. From then on, the Qi family gained a new daughter from another family. The crisis a man brought to Qi Yanzhou was completely resolved. Right after the family reunion ceremony, Baiwei restaurant sent over food and drinks. Tonight's dinner was especially lively. Every man holding a wine cup drank until they were tipsy. Even the usually cautious and steady Nan Shao was drunk and dazed. Qi Yanzhou, due to health reasons, didn't drink and went back to rest early. A man's drinking capacity surprised everyone. She drank 2 or 3 gin of wine, yet her eyes remained clear as if she was drinking water. When Yi Chuding noticed this, she lowered her voice and joked, You're starting to bully people now. A man winked playfully. It's thanks to my innate insect. Not to mention alcohol, even if she had drunk poison, it wouldn't matter. Yi Chutang took a man's hand and said, Let's go out for a walk. The two left the inn and headed to the busiest main street in Jizhou City. There weren't many people on the street, but it was bustling. It was probably because the local officials had dispatched soldiers to thoroughly investigate the northern part of the city, causing a big commotion. The townspeople, worried about trouble, stayed at home. A man wasn't affected by the quiet street. Like last time, she walked and bought things happily, her smile never fading. Yi Chuding followed behind her, paying for her purchases. A man mainly bought small trinkets and snacks, which weren't expensive. Finally, when she couldn't carry any more, she reluctantly stopped. I wish I had 3 heads and 6 arms, she said. Yi Chutang teased, 3 mouths eating different things. What kind of taste do you think that would be? Amon thought carefully about the scene and burst into laughter. She felt that not knowing Yi Chudang earlier was a big regret in her life. Luckily, it's not too late now. Amon quickly pushed away the funny images in her mind and changed the subject with a smile. 3 heads and 6 arms won't do. It should be the 1,000-armed Guanyin. Yi Chudang reached out and poked Amon's head. Then you're done for. With so many arms, you'd spend 6 hours putting on clothes and 6 hours taking them off. Amon was amused again, tears of laughter coming out. That definitely wouldn't be because I was tired from dressing but because I was starving, no time to eat. After saying this, she opened her arms and hugged Yi Chutang. I really like you.
Ye Chantang.
Confessing to a rival doesn't seem appropriate, right? What did Yanzhou say to Amon? Yi Chutang was too curious and asked directly.
Man, where did you get that idea?
What happened during the 3 days you stayed with Zhou? Amon released Yi Chutang and gestured towards a tea house not far ahead. Let's go inside and sit. I'll tell you everything soon. Compared to the street, the tea house had more customers. As the storyteller's voice rose and fell, applause erupted from the audience. To make chatting easier, Yi Chutang reserved a private room on the second floor. It was called a private room, but it was just separated by screens into small sections, offering little privacy. Fortunately, they weren't discussing anything private, and there was no one in the neighboring room. Amon placed all her things on the table and poured herself a cup of hot tea. When she poured tea for Yi Chutang, she was refused. I don't drink tea at night. It keeps me awake. Hearing this, Amon put down the teapot. She looked at the storyteller below and listened carefully for a short while. Another story about men taking concubines and betraying their wives. So boring.
Ye Chantang deliberately said her.
Who forced Zhou to marry a wife? Who wanted to be a concubine? Amon remembered the ridiculous things she had said earlier and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. I wasn't thinking clearly then. What I said doesn't count. And now, why are you suddenly clear-headed? Thanks to my second brother. Now Amon was considered a daughter-in-law of the Qi family, so she addressed the Qi family members according to their seniority. Yi Chutang was eager to hear more and urged, "Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. During the 3 days I stayed with Brother Qi, I only did one thing."
What was it?
Listen to him talk about you.
What did he say about me?
Amon took a sip of hot tea, which was slightly bitter and had some sediment, not a good tea. She put down her cup and looked seriously at Yi Chutang. Tell me everything he said about you after he met you. Yi Chutang didn't speak, waiting for Amon to continue. Amon's eyes showed admiration, warm and sincere. You are very talented and admired by scholars. You wrote good recipes to prevent and treat plagues, saving Jiangnan and even the whole Beichen country. You are not foolish or overly filial. You avenged your wrongfully dead mother. You are clever and brave, helping the Qi family survive a great disaster. You are fearless of life and death, risking yourself to save many people in the city. Big Brother Qi said a lot. What I just said is only a small part. Every word he said is full of deep love for you. At first, I didn't understand, but after hearing more, I realized you are his top choice. So, I figured it out, gave up, and even started to like you. Amon spoke quickly, every word full of genuine feelings. She stood up and sincerely apologized to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang, I was foolish and ignorant before. I apologize for any offense. Yi Chutang hurriedly helped Amon to her feet. I've never blamed you. Wanting what you desire is not wrong. If she was obsessed with something or someone, she would go to great lengths. Actually, no one was at fault for helping Yanzhou detox. It was just different positions. Amon sat back on the bench, laughing at herself. I used to think that if I had to make sacrifices, I should get what I wanted in return. The first time I saved Big Brother Qi, it was for the recovery of Nanjian, hoping to live peacefully. The second time I saved him, I wanted to marry him, but because of selfish motives, I almost caused his death. After speaking, she looked sincerely at Yi Chutang. I'm not as good as you in every way. Big Brother Qi is still wholeheartedly devoted to you. If I keep clinging, it's just asking for humiliation. So, I let go and chose to be his sister-in-law. Now, I am also your sister-in-law. Can you forgive me for all my foolish actions before? Yi Chutang looked at Amon, hopeful, and nodded.
Of course I can.
I also want to ask you about the bugs. Exactly. I want to learn about traditional medicine too. Let's learn from each other. Good. Let's learn from each other. Amon happily agreed, excited like a child. From now on, I'll call you Sister Chu, and you can call me Amon, okay?
Okay, Amon.
Big Sister Chu. The two listened to the storyteller's melodramatic tales, while pointing out the unreasonable parts, and they had a very happy time chatting. The story ended, and a woman came on stage to play the pipa. Amon was not interested in musical instruments and didn't understand much about them. She stood up and said, Sister Chu, it's getting late. Let's go home. Yi Chutong's gaze fell on a small item on the table. Come shopping with me a bit longer. Since Amon agreed to go with her, she thought she should give her a proper gift. Amon didn't think much and just assumed Yi Chutang wanted to continue shopping.
She nodded and said, okay.
After leaving the tea house, Yi Chutang took Amon to clothing and jewelry shops. She bought her 2 beautiful outfits suitable for traveling and 2 matching headpieces. Amon was straightforward and didn't refuse. Thank you, Sister Chu. I also have a gift for you. After saying this, she summoned the mother-child bug. This is the last pair I raised. I will make it up to Brother Chi later. Yi Chutang knew Amon was kind, but she was pregnant now and didn't dare take risks. Let this mother-child bug be used by Ajo first. His body is very weak. With some help from bugs to restore his energy, he will recover faster. Amon thought this made sense and nodded. All right, I'll give it to Brother Chi when I get back. She hadn't used it on Yanzhou before, because he was too weak. Now, after a few days of nurturing, his body had recovered somewhat, and he could use the child bug to boost his energy. She placed the mother-child bug back into the longevity lock and returned to the inn with Yi Chutang. On the way back, Yi Chutang asked about the effects and disadvantages of the mother-child bug. Amon's type of bug that helps restore energy, if used carefully at the right time, has no disadvantages. As long as the mother bug doesn't die, the child bug can keep helping the host strengthen their body. If the mother bug dies, the child bug will die too, but it won't harm the body. Sister Chu, this mother-child bug that helps restore energy is safe and beneficial, but it's hard to train. The gift I give you might only be ready after many years. Yi Chutang smiled and said, That's okay. They soon reached the inn's door. Just as Yi Chutang was about to go inside, Amon called her back. Sister Chu, actually, I don't love Brother Chi in a romantic way. It's more like admiration, awe, and a bit of regret. If I truly loved him, I wouldn't ignore his safety or force him to do things he didn't want to do. Yi Chutang was surprised that Amon said this. Did Ajo tell you this? Amon shook her head. Brother Chi has never said anything bad about me. He only talks about how good Sister Chu is. It was Shize who noticed I was upset and analyzed it with me. Yi Chutang understood and knew that Yanzhou and Shize had worked together. Amon, you will meet someone who truly cares for you in the future. I think the same. Once I become stronger and better, true love will come naturally. You're right. The higher you stand, the more people will see you. Just after Yi Chutang finished speaking, a gust of wind blew through. Her light clothing was blown tightly against her, revealing a slight bump in her stomach. Although she quickly turned to the side, Amon still saw it. Big Sister Chu, you've gained weight? Yi Chutang, her heart pounding, said nothing. Her thoughts were strange, but worth praise. She cleared her throat and lowered her voice, saying, I've relaxed these days, eating and sleeping a lot, so I gained a little belly. Please don't tell anyone. Amon didn't think about pregnancy because she believed that Yanzhou and Yi Chutang had only been married for 3 months. Even if Yi Chutang was pregnant, her belly would only be 2 or 3 months along, so it wouldn't be obvious. She quickly assured her, Big Sister Chu, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Then she praised, Big Sister Chu is beautiful no matter what. Yi Chutang smiled and gently pinched Amon's nose. You're so sweet-talking. Go rest in your room. Okay. I'll put the love charm on Brother Chi tomorrow. After entering the inn, Yi Chutang went straight to her room. She saw a man who shouldn't be there lying on her bed. Yanzhou was awakened by the door opening and immediately looked alertly toward the door. It was the middle of the month, and the moon outside was bright. There were lanterns hanging in the yard for light. He recognized Yi Chutang at once, relaxed his guard, and sat up. You're back. Are you tired? How was your talk with Amon? Yi Chutang placed the pastries she bought on the table. She didn't answer but asked back, Why are you resting in my room? The back courtyard room was small, and the bed was naturally not big. If 2 people slept there, it would be crowded and hot. Yanzhou said naturally, I miss you. want to see you, and want to sleep with you. Seeing a man who is serious about his love words, Yi Chudang turned and closed the door. She poured herself a glass of cold water, drank it, and then asked about serious matters. When do you plan to let Shiza and Amon leave? Since Amon just got close to the Qi family, it's not suitable to let her go immediately. Maybe in 3 days. After answering, Yanzhou asked, did your talk go well tonight? Yes, it went very well, but she saw my belly. Although she isn't thinking about pregnancy now, if she looks twice, she will definitely realize. Yi Chudang had been insisting on hiding her pregnancy for 2 reasons. First, she didn't want the emperor to know she was pregnant, as it could put the baby in danger. Killing her was difficult, but causing her to lose the pregnancy was easier. Secondly, she didn't want others to know that before marrying Yanzhou, she had already been physically intimate with him. Maintaining her good reputation was important, so there was no need for gossip. She wanted to avoid being labeled as an illicit affair that could affect her child. As for how to hide her pregnancy, Yi Chudang had already thought of a plan. Yanzhou knew that Yi Chudang didn't want her pregnancy to be exposed early. He thought for a moment and said, I'll find a reason to let Shiza and a man leave early tomorrow. It was already late at night, and there was no time to plan carefully. If they randomly found a reason for the two to leave, it might raise suspicion. Yi Chudang thought hiding it for a day was easy, so she agreed. Okay, that's settled. After saying that, she tilted her chin towards the bed. Such a narrow bed. How will 2 of us sleep? Yanzhou moved closer, leaning against the cool wall. Just hold each other to sleep. Yi Chudang looked at him with a complicated expression. Why are you suddenly so? The words greasy spun in her mind, but she changed it to smooth talking. Tang, we haven't seen each other for 3 days. Yanzhou missed her deeply, not just out of longing but also fear of losing her. Being with her made him feel at ease. Yi Chudang looked into his sincere and loving eyes, her lips curling into a smile. After I finish my bath, I'll go upstairs to sleep. Since they could only sleep together, she decided to choose a more comfortable environment. Yanzhou's uneasy feelings disappeared, and a smile appeared on his face. Okay. The room in the backyard was small, with no separate screen or private space. Yi Chudang placed the wall-side bath bucket in the middle of the room, bringing in cold and hot water from the kitchen. After adjusting the water temperature, she closed the door. Then, openly in front of Yanzhou, she took off her clothes and stepped into the bath. Her belly was now clearly rounded, much fuller than when she first crossed over, and was very slim. Seeing Yanzhou shyly turn his face away, she smiled teasingly. What are you hiding for? I've seen it before. Yanzhou choked slightly and blushed, his ears burning. I've seen it, and I want to see it again, but I'm afraid. He promised that after arriving in Tianshan County, he would give Yi Chudang a perfect wedding night and wouldn't break his promise halfway. He knew it was best to endure, as it was good for his health, so he chose not to look. Yi Chudang understood that Yanzhou was very principled. Even if he had feelings, he would hold back, so she stopped teasing him. To prevent him from holding it in too long and having trouble later, she took out shower gel and a bath sponge from the space and started washing herself. Today, Yi Chudang didn't sweat much, so she didn't wash her hair. 15 minutes later, she got out of the bath, put on a pure white silk undergarment, and also wore an outer coat. Let's go to the 3rd floor to sleep. After packing her belongings, she and Yanzhou went upstairs together. As for the bath bucket and dirty clothes, Jingyao would take care of them tomorrow. The ice in the room on the 3rd floor was abundant, and as soon as she entered, she felt a cool breeze, which was very comfortable. Yi Chudang casually placed her bag on the table and lay down on the bed with Yanzhou. He used her arm as a pillow, turned to hold her waist, and made a comment. You've lost some weight, but it's less comfortable. Not a good review. Yanzhou was amused by her words and kissed the top of her head. The soft fragrance in her embrace finally made him feel the real sense of having regained something lost. Tang, don't worry. I will recover my health soon so you can hold me comfortably. Okay, I'll wait. Yanzhou held Yi Chutang a little tighter and gently stroked her slightly protruding belly. Ah Ting, we must take good care of ourselves and grow old with the baby. When he mentioned the baby, Yi Chutang remembered something she had thought about before. She poked Yanzhou's chest. I don't want people to know the baby was ours before we got married, to avoid gossip and judgment. In ancient times, women faced strict rules. Regardless of the reason, losing virginity before marriage was a big taboo. If she could hide it, that would be best. Yanzhou understood that public opinion could both save and destroy a person. He nodded in agreement. You've hidden your pregnancy several times, so I guessed your plan. Ah Tang, you're right to think so, but with twins, the belly grows quickly. Can you really hide it? If it was a single baby, it would be easier to hide the actual month of pregnancy. But with twins. Yi Chutang tilted her head and kissed Yanzhou's chin, which was covered with fine stubble. Don't worry. When I bring up this matter with you, it means I've already thought of all the plans. She was a posterior uterine pregnancy, so her belly didn't show much during pregnancy. Otherwise, after 4 months and with twins, it would be impossible to hide. And as the weather was turning colder, she gradually wore thicker clothes, making it easier to cover her belly. When the baby reached 6 or 7 months and she couldn't hide it anymore, she would admit she was 4 or 5 months pregnant. Since it was twins, a bigger belly was normal. As long as the doctors didn't take her pulse or check the month, her fake pregnancy timeline wouldn't be exposed. Given her small twin pregnancy and the fact that she rarely gives birth at full term, early labor is not suspicious. Yanzhou listened to Yi Chutang's plan and thought it was feasible. He felt a bit sorry and said, Ah Tang, you've been worried about the baby all along.
Sorry about that.
You don't understand this, so there's no need to feel guilty. Just sleep. They embraced and fell asleep, sleeping until late morning. Yi Chutang was awakened by noise and frowned irritably. Yanzhou had already woken up. He turned on his side, propped himself up with his elbow, and gently looked at her. Seeing her annoyed expression, he reached out and gently tickled her nose. Ah Tang, it's time to get up and eat breakfast. Yi Chutang opened her sleepy eyes and lazily sat up. What time is it? Why is it so noisy downstairs? It's just past the hour of chun. Lord Jizhou has come, probably about last night's incident where Miss Su was robbed. Hearing this, Yi Chutang's sleep immediately disappeared. She threw off the blanket and got out of bed.
I'll go see.
Something about last night doesn't seem right. I'll go down with you. Yi Chutang put on her coat and casually pinned her long hair up with a hairpin. There was water in the room for washing. They quickly tidied up and hurried downstairs. Kong Zhizhou had been waiting downstairs for Yanzhou for half an hour. He didn't need to hear it directly from him about last night's events. He had been waiting because he heard Yanzhou was seriously ill and wanted to check on him. When Yanzhou came downstairs, he immediately went to meet him. Kong Zhizhou looked at the thin, weak Yanzhou with slight surprise. He knew Yanzhou wasn't in good shape, but didn't expect him to be so seriously ill. Young Master Qi, I heard you're unwell. Are you feeling better? Yanzhou nodded. Thank you for your concern, Lord Kong. I'm fine now. Just need a few more days to rest and I will leave. Young Master Qi, your health is important. It's not too late to leave after you recover. Yanzhou didn't respond to this, and instead asked about Kong Zhizhou's purpose. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. You came early this morning for last night's matter? Yes, the money has been recovered, and the case is clear. Lord Kong, let's sit down and talk. Kong Zhizhou quickly moved aside. Young Master Qi, your health is fragile. Please have a seat. Yi Chutang asked, Lord Kong, haven't you eaten breakfast yet? If you don't mind, we can eat and talk. Then I shall humbly accept your invitation. He had been questioning suspects most of the night, rested briefly, and then came to the inn, sitting quietly for half an hour. Now he was both tired and hungry. Aunt Sue and Madam Qi had already prepared breakfast. Although it wasn't very fancy, it was enough to eat. Chicken porridge, small dishes, and vegetarian buns were quickly served. Old Master Qi greeted, Master Kong, it's just simple food.
Please bear with it.
Governor Kong smelled the fragrant chicken porridge, and his craving was stirred. Very generous. Thank you for the meal. The porridge had been kept warm in the pot for a while and was just right to eat. After quickly finishing a bowl, his hunger finally disappeared. Feeling energized, he briefly explained the case results. They were similar to the news brought back by the Guardian Army. Recently, some hunters who had turned to banditry were sent into Jizhou City by the bandit leader. They were asked to each produce 10 taels of silver within 5 days as a token of loyalty. Originally, these hunters were legitimate businessmen, but they were forced into banditry out of desperation. They didn't cheat or steal from others. They wandered the city for 3 days. Seeing that the bandit leader's deadline was approaching, they conspired to steal silver. At first, their target was the north part of the city, a chaotic area mostly inhabited by common folk. Many people lived by stepping over others' corpses. As long as they didn't cause a big commotion, the officials wouldn't interfere. But the common folk didn't have much silver, and although they robbed many people, they never collected even 1 tael. So, they turned to drunken men in taverns, who usually carried some silver. When the drunks were drunk, the hunters would attack the easy targets. This method worked very well, and they quickly gathered over 50 taels of silver. When some of the drunks sobered up and found their silver stolen, they immediately reported to the authorities. But since they couldn't remember anything after drinking, the officials couldn't investigate and just considered it bad luck. However, as more reports came in, the authorities started to suspect something. Governor Chong was about to send officials to watch the taverns when the incident of Yanzhou being robbed occurred. With the help of the Guardian Army, the hunters were caught early. The theft of Yanzhou was completely accidental. She and Shuyan had discussed ordering dinner at Baiwei restaurant when the hunters overheard them. Seeing that the mother and son were dressed plainly, the hunters thought they were servants of a wealthy family and planned to steal their silver. Actually, Yanzhou didn't care much about how Yanzhou was robbed. After hearing Governor Kong's story, he confirmed one thing, and also felt relieved. The hunters turned to banditry, not for rebellion. He asked, Master Kong, why did the hunters turn to banditry? After eating 2 cabbage buns, Governor Kong sighed heavily. It's too dry now. Many villages are having trouble getting water. The grass and trees on the mountains are drying up, and there are fewer animals to hunt. Hunters can't survive, so some are turning to banditry. He looked at the street outside the inn, which was bleached by the sun, and his face was full of worry. If the drought continues, crops will fail completely, and there will be no water left. People will be forced to leave their homes and move to other regions, which could cause chaos. Yanzhou didn't expect the drought in Jizhou City to be so serious. Master Kong, you should have a detailed map of the rivers in Jizhou, right? Governor Kong nodded, his face showing more helplessness. Young Master Qi, you know that the higher the land to the north, the fewer the rivers. When the drought first started, Magistrate Liu sent people to check the main river and its branches. Because of the hot weather, the branches dried up quickly. We then cleared the main river to divert water into the branches. At first, we wanted to help the people get water, but they used it to save their crops, which caused the main river's water level to drop rapidly. Seeing that many regions would soon run out of water, we had no choice but to cut off the branches. Tears welled up in Kong's eyes as he spoke. He wanted to save everyone, but he didn't have enough power, so he could only try to protect the majority. Yi Chuteng looked at Kong, who was trying to hold back tears, and asked her question. Although the population in the counties and towns is large, most people get water from wells. Why do they need river water? Kong explained, Madam Qi, you don't know that beneath Jizhou City are huge, hard-to-drill rocks. Most of the well water doesn't come from underground, but is diverted from the rivers. Although Jizhou seems to have no rivers, each street actually has an underground man-made river. They block the river with large stones, cover it with soil, and pave the top with blue stones. The water in each household's well actually seeps from these underground rivers. After hearing the explanation, Yi Chuteng asked Kong, Master Kong, have you considered searching for underground rivers? Even if you cut off the tributaries, the drought will only worsen. The drought will last longer. If they don't develop deep water sources, everyone will face a water shortage. Kong knew this well and had already sent people to find water sources. But Jizhou City didn't have officials who understood water management. The people sent out were like headless flies, running around uselessly. He had also written memorials to the capital, asking the Ministry of Works to send people to solve the water supply problem for the people. The results and the memorial to impeach the useless king are as empty as a stone sinking into the sea. Jizhou City is a place the emperor has completely abandoned. It can only rely on itself. After understanding the situation clearly, Yi Chudang said, "Master Kong, I know a little about water management. Maybe I can help." The merit points earned from saving the common people are not many. But a city has at least over 10,000 people, and the merit points are invaluable. Kong Zizhou looked at Yi Chutang with surprise, excitedly rambling. "Really? Madam Qi, can water management help?" Yi Chutang didn't know what was underground in Jizhou City, so she didn't promise anything. "Master Kong, don't be too happy yet. I might not be able to help. Madam Qi is willing to try. I am very grateful. Just tell me what to do." "First, Master Kong, find the households using underground water and give me their locations." Kong Zizhou quickly nodded. "All right, I'll have someone check now. Come back in an hour." After saying that, he took 2 plain buns and strode away. Yi Chutang called out after him, "Master Kong, I also need a detailed map of the river distribution." "Okay, I will bring it later." After Kong Zizhou left, Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang. "Auntie, finding water sources is not easy, especially in this hot weather. Are you sure your body can handle it?" "Don't worry, I have a plan. I won't overexert myself." Seeing that Yi Chutang was determined and doing something for the people, Qi Yanzhou didn't persuade her further. "I also know a little about water management. I'll go with you." Yi Chutang stuffed a vegetable bun into Qi Yanzhou's mouth. "You're still weak. It's not good to overwork yourself. I'll have Sunchu accompany me." Sunchu. In this hot weather, he really doesn't want to go out. Staying in the ice room at the inn sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Before he could refuse, Yi Chutang shot him a sharp look, forcing him to change his mind. "It's an honor to serve the people." Old Madam Qi didn't want Yi Chutang and Sun Chu to be alone, so she quickly said, "Many hands make light work. Lord Han can also help." Hong Kong heard this, and quickly agreed. "Yes, madam. Whatever Madam Qi needs, we will do our best." Yi Chutang had already noticed that Madam Qi was trying to prevent her and Sun Chu from being close. She straightforwardly said, "Mother, Sun Gongzi and I are just friends. Please don't worry." Because Madam Qi was very kind to her, she wanted to be honest to avoid any misunderstandings. After saying that, she added one more sentence. "My daughter is right. When there are many people, strength increases. I truly need Lord Han's help." This statement immediately eased the awkwardness caused by the previous remark. Sun Chu didn't expect Madam Qi to misunderstand his feelings for Yi Chutang. He quickly explained, "Madam Qi, I only get along well with Lady Yi. There is no romantic interest." If Yi Chutang hadn't married, he would have gone to great lengths to pursue her because of their hometown connection. But now, Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou are happy and well-matched. He has no intention of doing anything wrong by trying to take someone else's wife. Madam Qi saw Sun Chu's calm expression and realized she had overthought. She immediately understood that her behavior showed distrust toward Yi Chutang. "Chutang, your mother is old and loves to nag. Don't take it to heart." Yi Chutang naturally wouldn't blame Madam Qi. She smiled and said, "Mother, I don't mean to blame you. I just wanted to be open. I understand your kindness." After speaking, she changed the subject to important matters. Yi Chutang briefly explained her plan to find a water source. "Ah Zhou, you understand water management. Are there any details I should add?" Qi Yanzhou nodded and looked at Nanshao. "Go get paper and pen." He added some key points about finding water sources and wrote them down to give to Yi Chutang. "Once Lord Kong brings the river map and the underground water location map, we can make a detailed plan." After reading Qi Yanzhou's notes, Yi Chutang nodded. "All right, let's eat first." After the meal, a man placed the subgu, a type of magical insect, on Qi Yanzhou. "Second brother, you should thank Sister Chu. I originally gave her this goo, but she cared about your health and gave it to you. This was a reminder to Qi Yanzhou to remember Yi Chutong's kindness. Qi Yanzhou caught the key words in Ah Man's words. Sister Chu? Why not call her second sister-in-law? Ah Man stepped forward and linked arms with Yi Chutang, saying, Sister Chu is very capable. She keeps her maiden name, which is a sign of her independence. This was what Yi Chutang had told her. The original words were, stand on your own in the world, don't be anyone's subordinate. When others mention me, they call me Yi Chutang, not Qi's second sister-in-law. Of course, Yi Chutang had given a condition before saying this. She must be capable, brave, strategic, aware of the situation, wise in decision-making. If she were a delicate flower, she should simply marry, be a good wife and mother, and manage the household. Qi Yanzhou looked at Ah Man, who was full of admiration, and nodded in agreement. You're right. Auntie Chu doesn't need to keep her maiden name. After saying this, he looked toward Shiza. Pack your things. Tomorrow morning, take Ah Man and leave first for Tianshan County. When Yi Chutang heard this, she looked at Qi Yanzhou in surprise. Didn't they say they should plan carefully? Why did she suddenly speak so plainly? Ah Man didn't wait for Shiza to say anything and immediately refused. I won't go. I want to stay with Sister Chu and exchange medical skills and insect techniques on the way to exile. Yi Chutang smiled and said, Ah Man, first listen to why Ah Zhou made this plan. It's not too late to refuse afterward. Ah Man was now Yi Chutang's little fan and nodded obediently. Okay, second brother, tell me. Why do I and Shiza need to go ahead to Tianshan County? Qi Yanzhou originally wanted to use the cold winter in border areas and the fact that people often get sick to have the two go to Tianshan County for free medical treatment and boost the Qi family's reputation. Now, he had a better idea. Tianshan County is mostly desert and has few rivers, so water shortage is probably worse than in Jizhou City. Even if it snows in winter, drought can cause water shortages, especially in densely populated regions. So, I need you both to learn about water management and go to Tianshan County to solve the water shortage. Hearing this, Ah Man's mouth twitched. Second brother, I only know how to raise insects. I don't understand water management. She also wanted to be as impressive as Sister Chu, but she knew her abilities clearly. She could treat illnesses and save people, but for other things, she could only promise not to cause trouble. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, if you can learn it, that's great. If not, it's okay. Just support Shiza from the side. Ah Man didn't understand and asked, how do I support? If the officials in Tianshan County are uncooperative, use insects to control them, Qi Yanzhou said seriously, looking at Shiza. Water sources concern the lives of many people. Later, you follow a Tang and learn well. Although Shiza was usually carefree, he was serious about important matters. He solemnly accepted the order. Yes, master. He didn't know if he could do it well, but he would try his best. Ah Man felt she got along very well with Yi Chutang and didn't want to leave. She suggested, if the officials don't cooperate, can Shiza use poison? Yi Chutang replied, poison can only threaten officials, but insects can control them and make them give orders through their mouths. This made Ah Man unable to argue and could only agree.
All right.
Seeing Ah Man feeling unhappy, Yi Chutang gently patted her head. Ah Man, when I arrive in Tianshan County, we will have plenty of time to exchange medical skills and insect techniques. The exile journey is too hard, and since you're not on the exile list, there's no need to suffer through it. The Tianshan County is cold, and the people often suffer from illnesses in winter. You can regularly offer free medical clinics to build your reputation. Ah Man saw that Yi Chutang always thought of her, and she was very touched. She solemnly promised, Elder Sister Chu, when you arrive at Tianshan County, my name will be heard everywhere. I believe in you. The plan for Shi Zhe and Ah Man to go to Tianshan County was settled. Soon, Kong Jizhou arrived with a map of the rivers in Jizhou and a layout of the city. His face was red from the sun, and he was soaked in sweat. Mr. Kong smells of sweat. Please forgive me. On the journey of exile, Everyone was used to the smell of sweat every day. Yanzhou poured a cup of iced tea for Kong Zhizhou. Lord Kong, drink some water first to soothe your throat, then we can discuss the main matter. Because the weather was hot, leaving early would be cooler. Kong Zhizhou drank the cold water and sighed comfortably. Good, let's get to the main point. He unfolded both maps and explained the markings in detail. Madam Qi, I hope these 2 maps will be useful to you. Yi Chutang combined her water source search plan with the 2 maps, then asked Han Chong to select some people and assign specific tasks to each. Yanzhou occasionally added a few words to improve the plan. Kong Zhizhou thought that the couple only knew a little about water management, but he was surprised by their expertise. He believed finding the water source to solve the drought was very certain. Madam Qi, I brought 10 subordinates who are very familiar with Zhizhou. They are at your command. Yi Chuting nodded and assigned the 10 officials to Han Chong's team. Did everyone remember the key points I just mentioned about finding the water source? Remembered. The loud, unified answer was inspiring. After finding a suspected water source, do you know what to do next? Yes. Bring some water and dry food, and go early and return early. Yes, Madam Qi. The task force left one after another, and the crowded hall quickly became more spacious. Yi Chutang made 2 plans for herself. One was to investigate the flow of the underground river in Jizhou City, and the other was to go out of the city to Peach Blossom Valley to find a water source. She looked at Shize. Follow me, listen carefully, and observe more. Yes, madam. Amon saw that Yi Chutang didn't mention her, so she hurriedly asked, What about me? Because of the hot weather, you can rest in the inn. No, I want to follow elder sister Chu, and listen carefully. Maybe I can help Shize when we get to Tianshan County. Seeing Amon serious, Yi Chuting nodded in agreement. All right, since we're going far today, bring a few more water bags.
All right.
Aunt Sue packed the remaining steamed buns from the morning and handed them to Yi Chutang. Madam, time is tight, and I don't have time to prepare dry food. These buns may not be enough. Yi Chutang took the buns and casually handed them to Shiza nearby. Auntie, when I go out of town later, I will buy some food from the market. After speaking, she went upstairs to get a water bag and filled it with spiritual spring water. After preparing everything, she took Shiza and Amon to the houses where underground water might flow. If there is underground water beneath the houses, the area will be quite damp. Yi Chutang asked the residents while using earth element abilities to scan the ground. Half an hour later, she clearly understood the underground water routes in the city. She marked the suitable places for digging wells on the city map. Shiza didn't understand how Yi Chutang knew where to dig and asked humbly, Madam, how do you know these places are good for digging wells? Yi Chutang couldn't say that all her findings were from her earth element abilities. She also couldn't lie and mislead Shiza. Fortunately, she had made a cover story earlier. Listening to sounds and locating underground water is a skill I learned from a young age, or I wouldn't be able to do anything. The latter part was false, but the first part was true. However, in ancient times, this was impossible because the sound was ultrasonic. Shiza remembered Yi Chutang tapping the ground now, and suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Yi Chutang folded the city layout map and put it into her pocket. Let's go out of town to Peach Blossom Valley. That's where you need to learn things. On their way out, she bought some food and fruit from the street. Peach Blossom Valley was not far from Jizhou City, about 10 miles away. Riding slowly on horseback, it took about 15 minutes. As the name suggests, Peach Blossom Valley was full of mountain peach trees. Imagine how beautiful it would be when spring flowers bloom. Now, the peach leaves were curled and drooping weakly. A few mountain peaches hung on the branches, slightly yellowed. It wasn't because the peaches were almost ripe, but because the trees lacked water and sacrificed the fruit to survive. Yi Chutang divided Peach Blossom Valley into 3 parts, each person choosing one. If you find a place where the trees and grass are relatively lush and don't seem to lack water, your whistle. I will come as soon as I hear it. Amon and Shiza agreed and entered the mountain peach forest. Yi Chutang went to the nearest tributary from her designated area in Peach Blossom Valley. The tributary had dried up long ago, and small fish could be seen on the dried riverbed. The sun-baked cobblestones radiated heat, distorting the air. Yi Chutang took a water pouch from behind her waist, uncapped it, and took a sip. The sweet, pure spring water filled her with energy, driving away her fatigue. She found a relatively dense tree and sat down. Because the leaves were wilted, they couldn't fully block the sun, and the ground was covered with tiny patches of light. Yi Chutang used her special ability to check the underground situation. Although her power only worked on soil, she could also sense the stones and water hidden inside. There was a rushing underground river far away and deep underground, impossible for humans to access. Fortunately, the underground river had many branches that reached closer to the surface. On these branches, she found several cracks extending upward from the underground river, and 2 springs connected to the underground river. But long droughts had caused the soil to be severely dry, and before the underground water reached the springs, it was completely absorbed.
Sure.
A faint whistle sounded. Yi Chutang ignored it and used her ability to widen some of the cracks. After finishing, she headed toward the sound. It was the area where Shiza was searching, a dried-up spring. Although the spring was dry, there was still water underground. So, the grass around the spring was a bit wilted, but not completely dead. Shiza noticed the unusual plants and blew his whistle. Amon, who was closer to him, arrived first. Shiza, you're amazing. You found the water source so quickly. Shiza looked at the sweaty Amon and said, it's scorching hot. You shouldn't have come.
Aman, snort that softly.
Who do you think you're talking to? I traveled day and night from the southern border. It's much harder than coming here to find water. Yes, Amon is the hardest working girl. Before Shiza finished speaking, Yi Chutang arrived. He quickly straightened up and said, seriously, madam, can we dig for water here in this green area? Yi Chutang asked back instead of answering, have you checked the ground? Yes, I did. It's very dry, with no moisture at all. But I used all my inner strength to insert my sword into the ground and pull it out. The tip was slightly damp.
Good job.
Yi Chutang squatted down and asked a few more questions, which Shiza answered one by one. She corrected the parts where Shiza's answers were inaccurate. Madam, I've learned a lot. Amon listened very carefully, memorizing Yi Chutang's words, her eyes shining with admiration. Big Sister Chu, you're so amazing. You know everything. Yi Chutang remembered her childhood days when elders would press her head to teach her various subjects. It's not that I am so great, but my master is. Not only does she read many books herself, but she also forced me to finish them all. Shiza asked curiously, who is your lady's master? I've never heard of anyone so impressive in Bachin country. She seems to be excellent at everything. He knew that his master had previously sent people to investigate Yi Chutang thoroughly. They checked her childhood home and village inside out, but found nothing. It was as if her skills appeared out of nowhere, and her gentle personality suddenly became strong. It was very strange. A wise person from beyond the world. Yi Chutang replied casually, note down this place. If we dig deeper, water should be found. Yes, madam. Shiza marked the spot for future reference. I also found a place.
Come with me to see.
Yi Chutang chose a nearby underground and took Shiza and a man to explore. It was near a dried-up stream, hidden beneath a pile of rocks. The rocks were very hot, and the weeds inside that had already withered. It didn't look like there was any water underground. Shiza knew Yi Chutang wouldn't be wrong. He tried hard to find evidence of water, but found nothing. A man was even more confused. Yi Chutang pointed to a large tree nearby and said, look at this tree. What's different? The underground was deep, and the roots of weeds and shrubs were shallow, so they couldn't absorb water. Only large, leafy trees could take in some moisture. Thanks to Yi Chutang's reminder, Shiza immediately saw the difference in the big tree. Although its leaves looked a bit wilted and many had fallen, the leaf stalks stood straight. He shared his discovery, and Yi Chutang reminded him again, look at the trunk of this tree compared to others. What's different? At first glance, the trunk didn't seem unusual. But when you got closer and peeled back the bark, the difference was obvious. Shiza was very impressed with Yi Chutang. This tree's trunk is growing normally, but the other one is starting to dry out. After hearing this, Yi Chutang added a few more details. Remember all this? Shiza nodded repeatedly. I remember.
Keep looking.
We'll meet here at noon, have some food, then continue. It took nearly 2 hours for the three of them to search the entire Peach Blossom Valley. Under Yi Chutang's guidance, they checked all possible water sources. A man sighed. I didn't expect to find so many places that might have water. Yi Chutang said as she walked out of the valley, these water sources aren't chosen randomly. Big Sister Chu is really amazing. Shiza wiped the sweat from his forehead and drank the last of the water from his water pouch. If each marking point can produce water and we connect them, we could form a large stream.
Ye Chantang nodded.
Gathering the water into a tributary will help solve many villagers' urgent needs. The three of them left Taohua Valley, their clothes and hair soaked with sweat. Fortunately, Yi Chutang and a man were wearing rough cloth outer garments, or it would have been embarrassing. Shiza said, I'll go lead the horses. The horses weren't at the valley entrance. One reason was to prevent passers-by from stealing them. The other was because there were no trees at the entrance to block the strong sunlight. The horses were tied to trees with more shade, resting comfortably. Soon, Shiza returned, but only with 2 horses behind him. Madam, the horse a man rode has been stolen. Shiza's words made Yi Chutang pause briefly. The horse was stolen? Shiza nodded and took out the broken reins, which had been cut by a sharp stone. The thief couldn't untie the knots I tied, so they cut the reins and stole the horse. Large, sturdy horses are usually owned only by officials or the army. Thieves stealing horses are incredibly bold. Yi Chutang looked at the reins, which varied in length, and said, the thief is probably a nearby villager, either stealing to sell or for food. Anyone who knew horses wouldn't be unable to untie the reins. Shiza glanced at the blazing sun that could melt people and asked, Madam, should we go to the nearby village to look for the horse? No need. Leave the horse search to Governor Chong. We're not far from Jizhou City. Let's squeeze in and head back. It was too hot. Staying longer might cause heatstroke. Riding the horses would be cooler. A man looked at the 2 horses and asked, How do we squeeze? There's only a single saddle per horse. So, if 2 people share one horse, one must sit on the horse's back. Although the journey was only 15 minutes, it would still be uncomfortable. If Yi Chutang weren't pregnant, she wouldn't mind enduring a little discomfort. Now, she had to let Shiza down. Shiza, I'll ride with the man. You go back to Jizhou City, okay? Shiza thought the same and had no objections. Okay. Then he looked at a man. My water is finished. Do you still have water in your pouch? Though the 10-mile journey wasn't far, the sun was very hot, and walking back wouldn't be easy. A man patted her empty water pouch and shook her head. My water is also gone. Why don't you and I share horse? We've ridden together before. Shiza was caught off guard by this and coughed twice. Aman, it was a difficult situation back then and you had no choice but to do it. Please don't mention it again, as it might harm your reputation. We are honest with each other and have no guilt. Others can say what they want. After speaking, she turned her horse and rode away. If you're a man, don't be so hesitant. Hurry up and get on. Yi Chutang looked at Shiza's unnatural expression and understood what he meant. Shiza, it's hot today. Make a quick decision. In the end, Shiza still refused to ride with Aman. He only agreed because he was saving his master and was on a lonely mountain path. Now it's different. If he and Aman rode back to Jizhou City on the same horse, Aman would be criticized. Seeing Shiza's firm attitude, Aman snapped the whip and sped away. Yi Chutang threw her unfinished water bag to Shiza. There's half a bottle of water left. Fill your water bag. Thank you, madam. Shiza filled his water bag and returned the empty one to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang tied the water bag to her waist and rode back to Jizhou City. As soon as she entered the inn, she felt a cool, refreshing breeze. Aman had already returned ahead of her and was drinking chilled plum juice. Madame Su quickly scooped a bowl and handed it to Yi Chutang. Madam, drink a few sips to cool down. The sweet and sour cold drink made her feel very comfortable. Yi Chutang drank 2 bowls in a row. Auntie, is there anything to eat? I'm a bit hungry. Madame Su took the bowl and nodded. Yes, there are lots of meat pies that second young master made and some chicken soup. I'll go get them.
No rush.
I want to take a quick bath and change my clothes first. After saying that, Yi Chutang went upstairs. Qi Yanzhou's body hadn't fully recovered, and the medicinal food also helped him sleep peacefully. He was awakened by the sound of the door opening and opened his eyes. Seeing Yi Chutang had returned, he immediately got up and handed her a towel. Auntie, you've worked hard. How did it go? Yi Chutang didn't take the towel, but packed her belongings. It went well. I'll take a bath first and talk more later. Afterward, she went downstairs to the backyard. Madame Su had already thoughtfully brought in 2 buckets of warm water for her shower. Madam, if the water isn't enough, just let me know. The water is enough. Thank you, madam. 2 buckets of water were just right for washing her hair and bathing. After her bath, the sticky feeling on her body disappeared, and she felt very refreshed. She wrung out her hair and came out of the shower room. Auntie, later you can help me send the dirty clothes to Qi Jingyao for washing. As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou entered the backyard. He naturally took the towel and helped Yi Chutang wring out her hair. Han Chong's people gradually returned, bringing good news. Let's go to the main hall. Some of the people sent out to find water sources have already come back, talking about their discoveries in the main hall. I found 2 water sources near Chu Mountain. One is still bubbling. You're really lucky. I only found one, but the green grass area is large. Guess how many I found? Yi Chutang took the question and asked, how many? The guard army heard Yi Chutang's voice and quickly put away their proud expressions, becoming modest and polite. Respectfully to Lady Qi, we found 4. He then took out a rough map of Yanzhou Mountain he drew and handed it to Yi Chutang. This map is a bit rough, Lady Qi, please bear with it. As soon as she took it, Aunt Su brought over some meat pies and chicken soup. Madam, everyone, please eat something first before talking. Everyone had only eaten dry bread with well water for lunch and had been busy until now. They were very hungry. The smell of meat pies and chicken soup made some people's stomachs growl uncontrollably. A tall, strong man blushed shyly and looked a bit lost. Yi Chutang said, there are plenty of meat pies and chicken soup in the kitchen. Feel free to help yourselves. Qi Yanzhou, worried that the guard army might be too polite, echoed, the meat pies and chicken soup are prepared for everyone. Go ahead. The guard army, receiving his order, didn't hold back and went to the kitchen to get food. 2 baskets of meat pies and 2 large pots of chicken soup were enough to satisfy everyone who went out. Yi Chutang ate slowly and carefully, placing her bowl last. After finishing, she started talking with everyone about the water sources. People kept returning one after another, including Shize, who walked back. By sunset, everyone who had gone out was back. Yi Chutang kept talking with them until night fell, her throat a bit hoarse. She looked at Sunchu and said, go to the prefect's office and invite Mr. Kong over. Sunchu had originally planned to go out with Yi Chutang. Later, Shize and a man took over the task, so he stayed at the inn to rest. He wanted to move around a bit and was happy to run errands. Okay, I'll be back for dinner. After saying that, he left. Yi Chutang's hair was already dry and felt a bit hot hanging behind her. She casually took a chopstick from the table and tied her long hair up. Another strand slipped by her ear and curled around her neck.
It was a bit itchy.
But she was too lazy to redo her hair, so she reached out and flicked that strand behind her. Qi Yanzhou saw this and took the chopstick she used to tie her hair, then helped her redo it. His skilled movements amazed the National Defense Army and Amon. In her impression, Qi Yanzhou was always a brave man who wielded swords and guns. Now, seeing his gentle side, she was surprised but also felt it was natural. Because Yi Chutang was worth Qi Yanzhou's sincere affection. Not long after, Sunchu brought Kong Zhizhou. Kong Zhizhou had already explained the general situation to 10 officers he arranged. He also ordered people to dig underground water inside the city, based on the map Yi Chutang marked. Entering the inn's main hall, he bowed deeply to Yi Chudang. Madam Qi, Kong thanks you for giving the people of Jizhou City a way to survive. Lord Jizhou, no need to be polite. What I did is for the people and also for myself. Kong Jizhou understood Yi Chutang's meaning. He looked at Qi Yanzhou and said, if young Master Qi ever needs my help, just ask. Qi Yanzhou corrected him. This should be said to my wife. Kong Jizhou instinctively thought of women as men's followers. Realizing his mistake after Qi Yanzhou's reminder, he immediately apologized to Yi Chudang. Miss Yi, I was careless. Please forgive me. Yi Chutang waved it off casually. No problem. Kong Jizhou repeated what he had told Qi Yanzhou to Yi Chudang. Miss Yi, if you ever need my help in the future, just ask. Yi Chutang was pleased with the way she was addressed as Miss Yi. I accept Kong's promise. Let's get to the main matter. She was about to summarize today's water source search and plan tomorrow's tasks. Madame Su and Old Lady Qi had prepared dinner. Lord Jizhou, shall we eat first and talk afterward? Kong Jizhou thought Yi Chutang was tired after a long day, so he nodded quickly. All right, I won't trouble you again. Just some extra chopsticks, no need to be polite, Lord Jizhou. Madame Su's cooking was now as good as a restaurant chef's, and Kong Jizhou ate an extra bowl of rice. After eating, she discussed official matters with him. Lord Jizhou, while continuing to send people to find water sources, also have the garrison dig deeper at suspected locations. The National Defense Army and officers lacked special abilities, so they might make mistakes. But that's okay. As long as there's a 50% chance of success, the drought could be eased. Thinking of this, she added, maybe we won't always get good results, but as long as we find one water source, it's not a waste of effort. Certainly, here is the improved and translated version. Master Kong clearly understands this principle. If water sources were easy to find, there wouldn't be so many villagers worried about getting water. Miss Yi, don't worry. I will talk to the soldiers in advance so they don't have false hopes and become discouraged. That's best. Before leaving, Master Kong said, Mrs. Qi, it's hot outside. You don't need to personally look for water sources. His men already knew how to find water, so it wouldn't trouble Yi Chudang. Yi Chutang also didn't want to suffer, so she nodded in agreement. Good. If Lord Kong has any questions, feel free to come to me. Afterward, she told Master Kong about the stolen horses. The thief is probably a villager near Peach Blossom Valley. You must handle this well, or it could happen again. Troubles often start from small issues. Master Kong understood how serious horse theft was. Don't worry, Miss Yi. I will investigate the horse theft thoroughly. Stealing even from the government horses was very bold and reckless. Yi Chudang thought of the bandits who had turned to banditry. Master Kong, mountain bandits are often the source of trouble. If possible, eliminate them. General Zhang is already making arrangements. Where are the bandit nests? Master Kong had learned the exact location from the hunter. Without much thought, he told Yi Chutang. That night, the bandit hideout was raided. Yi Chutang killed the bandits to earn merit and looted the entire mountain stronghold. The next morning before dawn, Shizhe and a man packed their bags and prepared to leave. Old Lady Qi, knowing a man was leaving, got up early to prepare breakfast. She held a man's hand, feeling reluctant. A man, you haven't rested well for 2 days, and now you have to leave.
It's been you.
A man hugged Old Lady Qi and smiled. Big Sister Chutang gave me a chance to make a name for myself. It's all worth it, no matter how hard it is. Don't overexert yourself. Rest properly. Mother-in-law, I will. When I get to Tianshan Prefecture, I'll write to you.
Good.
Eat something first, then set out. Her words sounded unlucky, so Old Lady Qi quickly changed the subject. Come, have breakfast, don't leave with an empty stomach. A man and Shizhe finished eating quickly. They mounted their horses. A man smiled and said, Big Sister Chudang, I'll go ahead. I'll wait for you in Tianshan Prefecture. All right, be careful on the road. I will. See you again. They rode away quickly and disappeared from sight. Qi Yanzhou took Yi Chudang back to their room to rest. In the following days, Qi Yanzhou quietly focused on healing. Yi Chutang occasionally discussed water sources with Kong Jizhou. Water sources were gradually discovered both inside and outside Jizhou City. The common people cheered happily, and every day someone would bring gifts to the inn for Yi Chutang. Knowing she didn't accept valuable items, they mostly brought fruits, snacks, and seasonal vegetables. Life was very comfortable, and everyone almost forgot they were still on exile. Sometimes, students came to ask Yi Chutang for advice on learning. Most of the time, Yanzhou handled these matters himself. Within a few days, everyone realized that the former war hero prince was also a talented scholar. A talented person with a beautiful partner often creates many good stories. Even storytellers began to share stories about Yi Chutang and Yanzhou. Some parts were true, others were false, making the stories quite interesting. 7 days later, Yanzhou's health was much better, and the exile team set out again. Just like before, it was at dawn. Now it was late summer, so it stayed darker longer in the mornings. But Jizhou City was brightly lit at night. The people brought gifts to see off the Qi family members. Every household brought something to show their kindness: food, useful items, and silver. Yi Chutang had prepared supplies for the journey and took a few items to show sincerity. At the city gate, she called out to the people seeing them off. Drought will last a long time. Everyone should store water and not waste it. Kong Jizhou said, "Don't worry, Miss Yi. The people know what's important and won't do anything harmful to themselves." "That's good. Lord Kong, goodbye for now. See you again someday." "See you again." Yanzhou also said farewell to the 3 officials in charge of Jizhou City. Chong shouted, "Let's go." It was now late July. Although the drought kept the temperature high, the northern cold arrived early and mornings and evenings were noticeably cooler. Each day, they traveled about 50 miles, following the law. At each stop, Yi Chutang would meet with the highest-ranking local official and teach him how to find water sources. She didn't know if it was effective, but doing it was always right. Maybe one day, her good deeds would increase greatly because she helped find water sources that saved many people. Half a month after leaving Jizhou City, it still hadn't rained. The number of refugees on the road gradually increased. Most looked pale and thin, with cracked lips. Sometimes, they encountered bullies who robbed others. Yanzhou always intervened. He killed the most vicious and evil ones. A person with a repentant heart would have cut off as a punishment. Yi Chutang leaned against a tree trunk with few leaves, watching the lifeless refugees, feeling a bit uneasy. She thought, maybe it's the influence of pregnancy hormones, making her more sentimental. Her hand rested on her belly, feeling the growing curve, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yanzhou placed a hood on Yi Chutang's head. A gentle breeze brushed her face, and the white veil fluttered lightly. Tang, water supply is becoming more difficult. We might not be able to cook often in the future. Even with Nanshao secretly providing water, the large number of people made it barely enough. Yi Chutang had food in her space and was not worried about starving. She said casually, "It's okay. We can eat some food on the way and make up for it when we pass through towns and counties." Yanzhou wrapped his arms around her from behind, his hand covering hers on her pregnant belly. "You misunderstood me. I won't cook big meals for everyone, just for you alone." Now he could only focus on Yi Chutang and the baby. Yi Chutang didn't want to eat alone and quickly refused. "No need. As the weather gets cooler, stored food can last a few days. We can eat for 2 days without issue. When we reach each town or county, we prepare 2 days' worth of supplies, then rest and move on to the next town." The north is vast and sparsely populated. Not only between states and counties, but even the distance between villages can take 4 or 5 days to walk. If willing to take a detour, villages can often be found. But the villagers are poor, struggling to feed themselves and lacking clean water, making it hard to host the exile team. So, Yi Chutang's plan is the best. But Yanzhou didn't want Yi Chutang to suffer.
Tam.
He started to speak, but was interrupted by her. "Zhou, I shouldn't eat alone, but don't worry. I won't suffer. Don't forget I still have." She turned to face Yanzhou and whispered 2 words in his ear. Ghost thief. This name hadn't appeared in Yanzhou's mind for a long time, almost making him forget there was such a weapon. The ghost thief was capable of anything, going anywhere, doing anything. Stealing some food wouldn't be a big deal.
He relaxed.
Ah Tang, you're now 3 people. If the ghost thief can't get food, you must tell me. Don't be too yourself.
Don't worry.
For someone like the ghost thief, getting water and food is as easy as breathing. But I can't let the ghost thief solve everyone's food and water needs to avoid causing trouble for myself. So whenever the ghost thief brings me food and water, you need to help cover for me. That last sentence is actually Yi Chutong's main reason for mentioning the ghost thief. With someone covering for her, she can feel safe eating and drinking. Yanzhou feels grateful that the ghost thief can take care of Yi Chutong. He naturally wouldn't ask the ghost thief to manage everyone. He leaned through his hood and kissed Yi Chutong's forehead. Ah Tong, don't worry, I won't let anyone find out you're eating secretly. He used a teasing tone for the last 3 words. After Yi Chutong finished eating and drinking, she pulled Yanzhou to sit down. The ground was a bit hot from the sun, so Yanzhou asked Yi Chutong to sit on his lap. As soon as they sat down, they heard a loud shout from far away. Hand over your valuables if you don't want to die. Give up all the food too. Then came the screams of men, loud and overlapping, not just one person. There were pleas and cries from the elderly, women, and children, all mixed together. Yi Chutong's view was blocked by grass and trees, so she couldn't see what was happening in the distance. But her instincts told her something was wrong. She stood up. Zhou, go check it out. Yanzhou was about to agree when Chong said there are quite a few people being robbed this time, and something feels off. I'll take some people to see what's going on. If anything happens, just give me a call. Okay, I'll go first. Chong gathered 10 men and headed to the scene of the incident. Yi Chutong withdrew her gaze and sat back on Yanzhou's lap. Any news from the capital recently? Yanzhou gently lifted Yi Chutong to make her more comfortable. Yes, the emperor's health has recovered about 70 to 80%, and he has started attending court. The prince's disputes have ended, many temples have been torn down, and the money seized has filled the treasury. Grandpa Da is seriously ill from poisoning and hasn't recovered. The emperor took the opportunity to remove some of his people. Yanzhou also secretly placed some people around. The emperor is still obsessed with immortality and has brought Shin Siyuan Jinren into the palace, secretly lodging him in Ziyun Pavilion. Hearing this, Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. There's some news you'll definitely find interesting. Thinking about the palace news Yanzhou mentioned, Yi Chutong immediately thought of one person. Is it about Yi Amling? Yanzhou wasn't surprised that Yi Chutong guessed right, because there aren't many people in the capital connected to her. Yes, she's not only the emperor's woman now, but also entangled with Shin Siyuan Jinren, and she has big ambitions. Is she trying to have a son to compete for the throne?
Probably.
Should we get rid of her? There are many women in the palace, so it's normal for someone to die. Yi Chutong knows very well that Yi Amling cannot cause trouble because the emperor has lost his ability to have children. No need. If Yi Amling really has a child, her time will be up. Even if the emperor feels healthy and strong, killing Yi Amling is a matter for the new emperor to worry about. After saying this, she remembered Song Jingning's boldness and asked, did the emperor do anything to the Song family? Song Jingning traveled north to study. While teaching and helping others understand, he also secretly helped Yanzhou and Yi Chutong gain fame. Yanzhou wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Don't worry. Our Song family has gone through many changes of dynasty and knows how to protect itself. Even if the emperor ignores them and takes action, Beining will still protect them. When talking about the Song family, he mentioned Juner, who is studying at Huading Academy. Juner was very obedient and hardworking, and he had recovered well physically, often praised by his teachers. Although Lore took care of his daily needs, he still did things himself. Ah Tong, your judgment is good. Juner is a good boy. Yi Chutong smiled and said, of course. Aunt Jean and Shaner should be arriving at Tianshan County soon. In about 10 days they will arrive. Just as Yanzhou finished speaking, Han Chong's voice, full of internal strength, came over. "Young Master Qi, bring 50 men here." Han Chong's words made Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutong's faces change. Sending so many people suggests something serious has happened. And it's not a small matter. Yi Chutang immediately stood up from Qi Yanzhou's lap. "Azhou, go and see what's going on." After replying to Han Chong, Qi Yanzhou took the Guardian army and left. Sunchu quickly climbed a tree to get a better view. After seeing what was happening, his face grew serious, and he jumped down from the tree. He looked at Yi Chutang, who was about to ask, and said 2 words: "Soldiers and bandits." Although those soldiers weren't wearing official uniforms, they acted in coordination and with discipline. They definitely weren't ordinary mountain bandits. Yi Chutang knew that in chaotic times, soldiers often disguise themselves as bandits to burn, kill, and loot. Some braver ones even gathered troops and claimed land for themselves. But she didn't expect that the consequences of the drought would cause official soldiers to turn into bandits. Rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. These bandits probably aren't from nearby counties. Sunchu nodded in agreement. The soldiers from counties wouldn't dare do this. These are garrison troops from the prefecture, and they're probably not from Haishi Prefecture, but from Ningzhou. The exile team was currently in Haishi Prefecture, and in 2 days, they would reach Ningzhou's territory. A journey of 130 miles takes about 3 or 4 hours on a regular horse. Traveling back and forth in a day, plus some extra money, leaves plenty of time. Yi Chutang looked toward the troubled area and said, "It seems that Ningzhou City is not doing well." Sun Chu nodded in agreement. The east and west sides of Ningzhou are surrounded by tall, steep mountains that are hard to cross. If we want to go north, we have no choice but to go through Ningzhou. Do you have any businesses in Ningzhou? Yes, I do. I have some holdings in the northern provinces, near the capital, including gambling houses and taverns. Yi Chutang looked away, and then turned to Sun Chu. Go ahead to Ningzhou City and find out what's happening inside. Sun Chu raised an eyebrow. Does this task count for points? Is it really worth a point for such an easy task? Now that Ningzhou is probably under strict control, entering the city means being checked. It's not easy to gather useful information. Yi Chutang didn't reply to this, but instead mentioned her first task for Sun Chu. I've given you the Night Demon mission for over a month. Have you taken control of the Bingzhou garrison? Cough cough, almost there. Sun Chu didn't expect the Bingzhou troops to be so stubborn. After trying both persuasion and threats, the attitude of the garrison commander finally softened. Of course, part of this was because Qi Yanzhou's reputation was growing stronger. Yi Chutang looked at Sun Chu, who looked embarrassed and offered a reward. I don't know much about gambling, but I do know cooking. How about 10 medicinal recipes? Sun Chu's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Of course. Once Qi Yanzhou deals with those bandits, I'll head straight to Ningzhou. Yi Chutang then threw out another tempting offer. I also make medicinal cosmetics. Sun Chu looked at Yi Chutang as if she were a treasure, almost laughing with joy. If we team up, we can control the economy of Beichen Kingdom. No cooperación? I can do it alone too. Since we're fellow townspeople, let me join in. Let's see how you perform. Sun Chu quickly promised, don't worry, I'll do my best. If you say east, I won't go west. Compared to fighting in battles, he preferred making money. At this moment, Qi Yanzhou had already led the Guardian army to support Han Chong. Han Chong called Qi Yanzhou over, not to ask for help, but to intercept and arrest someone. There were over 100 bandits, but he only brought 10 men, so it was too much for him alone. The soldiers were no match for the Guardian army. Before an incense stick burned out, everyone was captured. The wealthy family that was robbed on the road consisted of more than 20 people. The wealthy merchant also hired bodyguards for protection. But 20 bodyguards were no match for hundreds of soldiers. When Han Chong and his men arrived, all the bodyguards had already been attacked. The soldiers not only stole the merchant's money but also tried to harm his young and beautiful family members. Now that the danger was over, the family members struggled to cover themselves with torn clothes, crying uncontrollably. Han Chong approached a man with a thick beard and tore off his disguise. The beard was glued tightly, pulling off the skin on his face and causing blood to flow freely.
Ah!
A scream escaped as a blood-stained sword was pressed against his neck. "Whose soldier are you?" The man, frightened, forgot his pain and hurried to reply. "What soldier? I'm a bandit." As soon as he finished speaking, Yanzhou picked up a knife from the ground and cut off the man's right hand. Blood sprayed from the severed wrist, and the man's screams grew louder. "Try to kill me if you dare." Yanzhou looked at the man, who was still screaming but carefully avoiding the sword at his neck, and sneered. "Wanna die? It's easy. Just turn your neck to the left and push hard." If the man truly had the courage to die, he would have taken his own life before being captured. Yanzhou toyed with the severed hand on the ground, turning it palm up to examine it. He looked at the pale man from blood loss and said, "The calluses on your palms and fingertips show years of daily training in the military. Tell me, whose soldier are you?" The man still refused to speak. Yanzhou lost patience and told all the captured soldiers, "The first one to confess will be spared. The others will be executed on the spot." He set a time limit. "I'll give you 10 seconds to decide." 10, 9. As the countdown went on, everyone grew tense, faces showing struggle. Everyone wanted to be the only one to survive. But no one dared to gamble that Yanzhou would kill the others and spare only himself. If the general found out about the betrayal, it would bring disaster to their families. Yanzhou quickly reached one, but no one spoke. He exchanged a glance with Chong. Chong understood and directly slit the disguised man's throat. After killing him, he said, "Guard the country army, listen carefully, every 3 counts, kill 1 person." "Yes, sir." 3, 2, 1. At the moment the words fell, heads were severed. More and more heads rolled onto the ground, and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. The terrified officials turned pale as paper, trembling more and more. Finally, someone couldn't bear the fear and broke down. "I'll tell you. We are." Before he could finish, someone else interrupted first. "The Ningzhou garrison has rebelled." Everyone hurriedly shared what they knew, hoping to be the only lucky survivor. If only they lived, General Su wouldn't find out about their betrayal. He could live quietly under a different name, then wait for the right moment to reunite with his family. Amid the noisy chaos, Yanzhou caught the key information. He then ordered Chong to kill all the officials. The last officer, furious, glared at Yanzhou. "You betrayed us." Yanzhou sneered, "I never keep my promises to traitors." Before the officer finished, his head was gone. Looking at the bodies on the ground, Yanzhou told Chong, "Drag the bodies into the woods and bury them.
Clean up the scene."
Today, the weather is still very hot, and the piles of bodies exposed to the air could cause disease. Chong immediately arranged for his men to handle the bodies. He asked Yanzhou, "Young Master Qi, what should we do with these killed guards?" Yanzhou looked at a middle-aged man whose clothes had been stripped down to his undergarments. "Where are you from? Where are you headed?" The family head was still in shock and didn't hear what Yanzhou said, only feeling his intimidating presence. Next to him, a woman was slightly calmer and quickly knelt down to reply. "Sir, we come from Taizhou City and are heading to the capital to join relatives." Ningzhou City used to be Ulu County, then Taizhou City. After Taizhou City, they would reach Tianshan County. Yanzhou thought that Haishi County was far from Taizhou City, so he couldn't bring the guards' bodies home to be laid to rest. He ordered Chong to bury the guards separately. After giving the order, his gaze fell on the woman. "Write down the information of these guards. When I pass through Taizhou, I will send a message to the agency." The woman quickly asked her maid to prepare ink, paper, and a brush. After writing the guards' details, she picked up a box containing gold ingots from the ground, wiped the blood off with her sleeve, and handed everything to Yanzhou. "Master, we will never forget your kindness in saving us. Please accept this small token." Yanzhou was not polite and told Chong to accept it. "If you don't want to attract deadly trouble, everything you saw and heard today stays a secret." Not only had the Ningzhou garrison rebelled, but they had also turned into bandits. This matter was too serious to spread. If people found out that Su Qingzong had rebelled, the garrison with similar power and status might also rebel. Again and again, Beichen Kingdom was falling into chaos. A woman, along with her entire family, swore an oath to never reveal a single word, risking her life and her family's honor. After swearing, she took out 2 silver notes worth 500 taels each from her clothing. "Sir, these are funeral expenses for the bodyguards. Please kindly deliver them to the agency." Yanzhou accepted the notes and, curious, asked, "You seem to come from a wealthy family. Why did you leave Taizhou City?" Generally, those who leave their hometown are poor people who can't survive. Wealthy families usually leave because their homes are in chaos and their property and safety are at risk. The woman didn't hide anything and honestly said, "Taizhou City is running out of water and it's near Tianshan County. There might be a war, so our family decided to leave." "Why do you think there will be a war?" Although the woman didn't know Yanzhou well, she guessed from Han Chong's respectful way of addressing him. She pursed her lips and told Yanzhou some uncertain news. "I heard that the neighboring country plans to attack Beichen in winter. This was the real reason for their family's move. Currently, chaos is ongoing inside Beichen. If the neighboring country attacks, they might not destroy Beichen entirely, but could break through the border city. At that time, the most heavily guarded city, Jingcheng, would be the safest place." Yanzhou asked, "Where did you hear this news?" "Common folk don't know. It's just hearsay. Quickly pack up and leave." After speaking, Yanzhou returned to the exile team to rest. He deliberately stood downwind to avoid the smell of blood from affecting Yichutang. However, Yichutang, with a keen nose, wrinkled her brow slightly from the scent. She took a step back and asked, "Are those soldiers from Ningzhou City's garrison?" Seeing her move, Yanzhou also took a step back. "Yes, the Ningzhou garrison has rebelled." Yichutang was not surprised at all. Rebelled means they are taking land and ruling over it? Yanzhou nodded.
Exactly.
He shared the news he had just heard. The Ningzhou garrison rebelled 7 days ago. General Su Qingzong secretly controlled the families and relatives of the prefect and the inspector, forcing them to obey. So, on the surface, Ningzhou City seemed normal. After taking control, Su Qingzong had his men pretend to be bandits, robbing nearby counties and even the people in their own territory. His goal was to gather enough silver to recruit soldiers and prepare for an open rebellion someday. Who wouldn't want that top position of power? Of course, Su Qingzong was not foolish. He specifically instructed his men coming to Haishi Prefecture to avoid the exile route, so they wouldn't encounter Yanzhou. As long as they don't alert the enemy prematurely, he can wait for the exile team to enter Ningzhou City and capture it all at once. However, just now, that troop of soldiers, during a robbery, accidentally overheard the news about the fat sheep. Then, blinded by gold and wealth, they ignored Su Qingzong's orders. As a result, they ran into the exile team and were completely defeated. After hearing the news about Ningzhou City, Yichutang sighed. Fortunately, Shiza and a man left early. Otherwise, even if they managed to leave Ningzhou City, it would still take some effort. Yanzhou looked toward Ningzhou City with a slight frown. Su Qingzong is already on guard against us. Taking Ningzhou City won't be easy. Though it's difficult, we can still take it. Of course, but that will delay our progress to Tianshan Prefecture. Yichutang said casually, "Anyway, we're not in a hurry. It's more important to proceed steadily. The more soldiers they have under control, the easier it will be to start a rebellion in the future." Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Yichutang is right, but relying only on us 100 or so people, we can't defeat Su Qingzong. Are we calling for reinforcements? Yes, reinforcements. After speaking, Yanzhou turned to Han Chong. "We won't set out today. Let's rest here for the night." Han Chong knew Yanzhou had arrangements, so he agreed without question.
All right.
"I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." Yanzhou went to find Nanshao. Nanshao, as before, kept a close but not too close watch on the exile team with his men. He saw the bandits robbing the wealthy merchant earlier. But since the National Guard could handle it, he didn't show himself. Seeing Yanzhou approaching quickly, Nanshao understood there was a task. Master, are those bandits suspicious? Yanzhou spoke briefly, sharing only the most important news with Nanshao. Nanshao was surprised. He didn't expect that Su Qingzong, with only 60,000 troops, would dare to seize land and declare himself king. Master, Su Qingzong will soon find out that you killed his men. Ninga City might not be safe. When the bandits robbed the merchant, other refugees saw everything. They only saw the mountain bandits being taken away by officials escorting exiles, not realizing these bandits were disguised soldiers. They would surely spread the news that the master was saving the people from harm. Yanzhou looked at Nanshao, who was worried, and patted his shoulder to comfort him. If we don't leave today, you should go personally to Haishi Prefecture and tell General Qin that Su Qingzong has turned against him, and see if he is willing to send troops to suppress the rebels. They had passed through Haishi County before, stayed only one night, and didn't interact much with local officials. But he knew that Qin Ke, the leader of the garrison in Haishi County, was like General Zhang in Jizhou City, independent and focused only on his own territory. Therefore, he was unsure if Qin Ke would send troops. Nanshao asked worriedly, Master, if General Qin finds out that Su Qingzong has rebelled, do you think he will also gather troops to support the rebellion? No. Qin Ke is clear that I have already taken Jizhou City, and he has no ambitions, Yanzhou replied. After speaking, he asked Nanshao to prepare ink, paper, and brushes and wrote 2 letters. One was for Qin Ke, and the other for Ma Weiyuan. Ma Weiyuan was a trusted descendant of the Qi family army. Once, the emperor sent Yanzhou to eliminate a gang of bandits who were causing trouble everywhere. Coincidentally, Ma Weiyuan was also chasing those bandits. When he was ambushed and injured, Yanzhou saved his life. Prince Chun, if you ever need me in the future, I will come to serve you at all costs. They rarely contacted each other, only exchanging letters during the new year with simple greetings. Ma Weiyuan had spent nearly 5 years rising from an 8th-rank captain to a 4th-rank deputy general, holding the title of general. Now, he was serving in Wuhai County. Wuhai County is located northeast of Beichen Kingdom, nearly 500 miles from Ningzhou City. Cavalry can arrive in 3 days, infantry in 5 days. Yanzhou handed the letter to Nanshao, saying, Let Haidong Qing deliver this to Ma Weiyuan. Yes, master. Rest here for 3 days, then set out. It takes 2 days from here to Ningzhou City, enough for Ma Weiyuan's vanguard to arrive. Nanshao knew about Yanzhou and Ma Weiyuan's relationship, but was still a bit worried. Master, will General Ma send troops? He believed that if Ma Weiyuan decided to go to Ningzhou City himself, he would do so without hesitation, even risking his life. But secretly leading troops was uncertain. This could be a serious crime, like destroying a family. Yanzhou confidently said, he will come, and the emperor won't blame him. Because rebellion and claiming kingship were more serious offenses than private troop movements. Seeing Yanzhou so sure, Nanshao relaxed. I will go handle it immediately. Yanzhou returned to the exile team and called Wu Qinggang. Is there a suitable place nearby to rest? Wu Qinggang looked at the map carefully and shook his head. Young Master Qi, there are no villages or water sources nearby, so it's not suitable for resting. Within 30 miles?
Yes.
Wu Qinggang pointed at the map and said, There is a village here, with only a few households. The villagers make a living by gathering herbs and are very friendly. Once, when I was escorting prisoners and a sudden storm hit, we took refuge in that village. But this village was not on the exile route. It took a whole day to go there and come back. Yanzhou hesitated little and said, Let's stay here for 2 days. Wu Qinggang didn't understand why Yanzhou wanted to stay, but he immediately ordered the team to set out for the village later. Yanzhou left one of Nanzhao's men to wait for his return. The exile team rested until afternoon, and then prepared to leave. Sunchu packed his belongings and said goodbye to Yi Chutang. See you in Ningzhou City. Yi Chutang gave Sunchu a bottle of poison, saying, Be careful and stay safe. Don't worry, I know how to escape. After speaking, Sunchu turned his horse around and quickly disappeared from sight. The exile team set off toward the village. Thinking that recent times were unstable, Yanzhou asked Han Chong to send someone to check the situation in the village. They rode quickly to the village. After only half an hour, the person sent to gather information returned. His face looked bad. Han Chong asked, "Did something happen?" The village was attacked. No one was spared, not even the old, weak, women or children. How long ago did the villagers die?
Can you tell who did it?
They probably died yesterday. Because of the high temperature, the bodies are already starting to rot. The wounds are clean and smooth, mostly caused by a single strike with a big sword. The houses were also ransacked. Hearing this, Han Chong guessed it was done by Su Qingzong's men. Those who kill, without mercy, must be eliminated. He told Yanzhou what he learned. "Young Master Qi, shall we go there?" Yanzhou clenched his fist tightly, his face dark and cold. He didn't answer, and looked at Yi Chudang. Tong, you decide." Yi Chudang thought there weren't many villagers, and since they had nowhere else to rest, she said, "Send someone to bury the villagers first, then tidy up the village." "Yes, Lady Qi." Han Chong obeyed and sent 50 men to the village. 30 went to handle the bodies, and 20 went to find water. The exile team traveled until sunset before reaching the village entrance. The village, which should have been filled with smoke from cooking fires, now carried a faint smell of blood, making Yi Chudang feel heavy-hearted. She was indifferent to deaths caused by fighting, but deeply despised one-sided slaughter. Han Chong's men had already helped the villagers bury their dead and tidied up each household simply. There were only 8 households in the village. To make it easier to dry medicinal herbs and store them, the houses were built quite large. But each household had few proper belongings, showing they were not living well. Yi Chudang guessed that the bandits came to attack the village for medicinal herbs. Yanzhou saw she was feeling upset and said, "Su Qingzong is definitely going to die." Yi Chudang nodded and said, "Hopefully nothing unexpected happens." The Qi family was assigned the largest farmhouse. When they entered, they could clearly see dark bloodstains absorbed into the soil. The smell of blood was masked by the lingering scent of medicinal herbs. The rack for drying herbs and the large basket were damaged and piled in the corner by the guards. After inspecting the farmhouse, Yanzhou assigned rooms. "I'll go ask Han Chong about the water source." Without water, they couldn't cook and could only eat dried food with pickles. He quickly returned. "There is a spring on the back mountain of the village." The villagers used bamboo pipes to bring water to the end of the village. Although the flow was small, it was enough for daily life. After speaking, Yanzhou took 2 buckets from the kitchen to fetch water. Seeing that Yi Chudang looked unwell, Aunt Su asked, "Madam, what vegetables would you like to eat?" Because water was limited, they rarely cooked during the journey. So, they didn't have many stored vegetables. Yi Chudang looked at the vegetable basket and said, "Auntie, keep it simple. Make a pot of meat soup and cook some noodles." "All right, here, and I will prepare it." Others went to unpack luggage, tidy up the house and yard. Yi Chudang went to the backyard to look around. The neat vegetable garden was ruthlessly trampled, leaving only a few good plants. She picked some of the better ones. "After eating your vegetables, I will avenge you." After saying this in her heart, she returned to the front yard and helped Aunt Su cook. When the meat soup noodles were ready, it was already dark outside. After eating, everyone hurried to the village and to fetch water and take baths. Except for Yi Chudang, who could secretly enter her space to wash, the others had only wiped themselves briefly these past 2 days, feeling sticky all over. Yi Chudang finished her shower and lay on the hard wooden bed to rest. When Yanzhou came in, he saw her tossing and turning and quickly approached to ask, "Tang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Chudang sat up, frowned, and said, "I feel a strange unease in my heart, like something bad is going to happen." Yanzhou knew Yi Chudang's feelings were usually very accurate, so he immediately sat down beside her. "Tang, do you think something major might happen?" Yi Chudang couldn't explain why, but she felt extremely anxious. She was usually confident and rarely panicked. Tonight was truly strange. Seeing that Yi Chutang couldn't explain, Qi Yanzhou gently held her in his arms. With me here, don't worry. If something really happens, we will face it together and handle it as it comes.
Ye Chantang nodded.
Just as she was about to speak, she pushed Qi Yanzhou away and stared in shock.
Aju,
She was so excited she didn't know how to express herself. She quickly grabbed Qi Yanzhou's hand and placed it on her belly. It was the baby's movement. Qi Yanzhou felt the gentle rising and falling under his hand, his eyes widening more than Yi Chutang's. His hand trembled slightly, nervous and afraid to breathe. Yi Chutang is a doctor and knows well what the baby means to the mother. Fortunately, her pregnancy was quite smooth, with little morning sickness. Because of that, she didn't have strong feelings about the word baby before. Until just now, the baby moved inside her. That indescribable surprise made the word mother feel real.
Can you feel it?
They moved. Yi Chutang's trembling voice, full of excitement, brought Qi Yanzhou back to reality. He looked at Yi Chutang with shining eyes, full of the joy of becoming a father. All his words condensed into one. Thank you. The surprise of the baby's movement eased Yi Chutang's sudden anxiety.
西主动抱住齐彦周.
Thank you, too, for bringing them to me. It gave her, who was alone, a bond with family. The two lay on the bed, too excited to sleep for a long time. Qi Yanzhou occasionally touched Yi Chutang's belly, but the baby's movement never appeared again. Yi Chutang said, the baby is only about 5 months old. When they start moving more, it will be more frequent as they grow. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's eyes showed tenderness. I hope they are well-behaved and don't move too often, or you'll be very tired. He wished he could share the burden of pregnancy for Yi Chutang, but it was impossible. I have a feeling they'll be good. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. They can't tell the baby's gender just by feeling the pulse. Only ultrasound can do that. After 4 months of pregnancy, they can check. Yi Chutang thought that since twins are usually smaller, it might be hard to tell at such an early stage, so she hadn't checked yet. Now that she's 5 months along, she can do a 3D ultrasound. She plans to find time tomorrow to do it and also get a detailed checkup. Qi Yanzhou hopes for both a son and a daughter. But no matter the gender, he likes them both. As long as you and the baby are safe, gender doesn't matter. Yi Chutang smiled and said, that's true. Safety is the most important. Qi Yanzhou kissed her on the forehead. Ah Tang, it's late.
Sleep now.
Yi Chutang's excitement had faded. She closed her eyes to rest. She felt she hadn't slept long before being awakened by the sound of birds singing. Midnight. Why are there birds singing? It's Nanshao. I'll go check. Qi Yanzhou got up from bed and left the room. The coolness of the night was already noticeable. Wearing only a thin shirt, he adjusted his collar. Let's go outside to talk. Qi Yanzhou knew Yi Chutang was easily awakened. He took Nanshao, and they walked all the way to the village entrance before stopping. What happened? Nanshao shook his head. General Qin doesn't want to send troops. I suggested that Su Qingzong and his men pretend to be bandits and rob people in Haishi Prefecture. General Qin said he would investigate strictly, and Su Qingzong's men might not come back. Although he said this, he knew clearly that Qin Ke wouldn't take much action. Most of Su Qingzong's men robbed people fleeing southward. Incidents like village burnings rarely happened. Qi Yanzhou wasn't surprised that Qin Ke refused to send troops. When we reach Tianshan Prefecture, I will find the right time to replace the commander of the garrison in Haishi Prefecture. It's okay if they don't listen, just find someone obedient instead. A worried look appeared on Nanzhao's face. Master, we're betting everything on General Ma. Isn't that a bit risky? He didn't distrust Ma Weiyuan, but he was worried about accidents. For example, something happening on the way that delays their arrival in Ningzhou City. Qi Yanzhou patted Nanzhao's shoulder. Don't worry. The worst-case scenario is to catch the king first, and then the soldiers. Master, has your martial arts recovered? After Qi Yanzhou detoxified from fire poison, his body was weakened, and his internal strength was only half of what it used to be. Now, after nearly a month of recovery, his martial arts were even better than before. Yes, I've recovered. Nanshao knew Qi Yanzhou's martial skills were unmatched, so he relaxed completely. If we can't rely on General Ma, then let a substitute enter the city in our place, while you wait in the shadows for the right moment. Qi Yanzhou also thought this way. Yes, that's the plan. Thank you for your hard work. Go rest now. The next day, Yi Chutang woke up to the sound of roosters crowing. She had gone to bed late last night and, awakened by the noise, her eyes couldn't open, and she frowned unhappily. Qi Yanzhou softly said into Yi Chutang's ear, I'll go kill the chicken. Sleep a little longer. Yi Chutang mumbled in response. Then Qi Yanzhou quickly left the room. The chicken was from the neighbor's house. The neighbor was Qi Qingyu's family of 4, along with some members of the National Guard. The roosters crowing woke up quite a few people. But no one knew what to do with this chicken, as it wasn't theirs. When Qi Yanzhou went to the neighbor's house, he carried a knife from the kitchen and a bowl. With a dull knife, he carefully cut the rooster's neck. While bleeding the chicken, he asked, Are there any more chickens? Qi Qingyu, wearing her outer coat, nodded. There are 5 hens laying eggs in the coop. Qi Yanzhou ordered the guards to kill all 5 chickens. Later, boil some water. Pluck the feathers, keep half for me, and the rest can be eaten. Since everyone in the village had died and no one was feeding the chickens, they would starve eventually. Yes, young Master Qi. Worried about the smell, Qi Yanzhou didn't go inside again. He helped Aunt Sue, who was already awake, prepare ingredients for chicken stew. When Yi Chutang woke up, the chicken soup was almost ready, and the whole yard was filled with a delicious smell. She didn't get up but went into the space to do a 3D ultrasound. The gel was cold and slippery. She spread it evenly on her belly with the probe. The screen quickly showed a clear, colorful 3D image. Yi Chutang immediately confirmed the gender of the baby. Just as she hoped, it was a pair of twins, 1 boy and 1 girl. Next, she did a detailed anomaly scan. Both babies were healthy and developing normally, with no issues. Yi Chutang felt relieved. She got up from the mobile bed and wiped off the gel from her belly. She took some blood for a Down syndrome screening. It would take 5 to 10 minutes for the results. With limited time, Yi Chutang left the space, planning to check the results after washing up. When she came out of the room, everyone was already up. Qi Jingyao was washing clothes in the yard. The pile of laundry from 3 days could be described as a small mountain. Seeing Qi Jingyao's hands red from washing, Yi Chutang increased her payment to 1 tael of silver. Thank you. Since her mother-in-law passed away, Qi Jingyao had lost her spoiled attitude and did all the dirty and tiring work. So far, she had earned over 30 taels of silver with her own hands, something she never dared to dream before. Of course, this was also because Yi Chutang paid her a high wage. If paid at normal rates, she would have earned about 10 taels by now. Yi Chutang responded indifferently with an then went to wash up. Now that they had running water, she didn't have to search around, which felt quite good. After washing, she went to the toilet and took the opportunity to check the Down syndrome screening results. It was low risk, meaning the baby was healthy and there was no need to worry. Coming out of the toilet, Yi Chutang asked, Where's Zhou? I didn't see him. Old Madam Qi said, he went out to discuss important matters with Nanshao. He'll be back soon. Do you need to see him, Tang? Mother, I'm fine. I just didn't see him and wanted to ask.
No need to worry about him.
Come, sit quickly. Yi Chutang felt the morning was cool and wanted to go for a walk outside. My daughter, I am going for a walk. I will come back later with Zhou to have breakfast together. All right. Zhou has gone to the village's end. Yi Chutang came out of the house and looked at the village with smoke rising from the chimneys. It gave her the false impression that the villagers were still alive. The village was small, and the houses were built close together. She didn't walk far before reaching the village's end. Zhou Yanqiu, who was talking to Nanshao, saw Yi Chutang approaching and quickly stopped speaking. Keep watching Ningzhou City for any news and tell me immediately if anything happens. Yes, master. Nanshao nodded to Yi Chutang and hurried away. Yi Chutang felt that Nanzhao's expression was strange and asked, Did something happen in Ninghai City? Zhou Yanqiu nodded and pulled Yi Chutang back. After breakfast, I will tell you more details. Yi Chutang had a strong feeling that something was wrong.
She nodded and said, okay.
Breakfast was chicken soup with pancakes. The chicken soup was fresh, and the pancakes were just cooked. The family sat around a clean but old square table, tearing pancakes and chatting. Old Master Zhou said, "Winter is coming soon. We might not make it to Tianshan County before the new year." Although Haishi County was only 2 prefectures away from Tianshan County, the farther north you went, the larger the areas of the prefectures. One Tazhou was as big as 3 Ningzhou. Tianshan County, near the border, was even larger, at least 5 times the size of Ningzhou. There was no autumn in the north. After summer, winter came quickly. Although droughts reduced snowfall, the white hair wind became even fiercer, making travel difficult. Zhou Yanzhou knew that traveling in winter would be very hard. He said, "If we can't reach Tianshan County before winter, we will need to find a good place to stay and wait until spring to go north." The winter temperatures in the north were too cold and could be deadly. Old Master Zhou nodded in agreement. "That's settled then. When you have time, mark the places in Tazhou and Tianshan County suitable for staying long-term, just in case." "Okay, I will study the map later." After speaking, Zhou Yanzhou broke the pancake into pieces and handed them to Yi Chutang. "The chicken soup today is very fresh. Eat more." Yi Chutang nodded, put the pancake pieces into the soup, and stirred. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked Zhou Yanzhou, "How is my older brother now?" Zhou Shuyan, the eldest son of the Zhou family, was once a remarkable talent in the capital. At 17, he passed the imperial exam and voluntarily went to serve as a local official in Qinga County, the most northwest and poorest area. It has been 6 years now. The Zhou family requested exile, and Zhou Shuyan was implicated. The emperor issued an order to have the local troops him to Tianshan County. However, before the decree reached Qinga County, he received news from Qi Yanzhou that he had gone missing. This thwarted the emperor's plan to threaten the Qi family by kidnapping Qi Shuyan. Qi Yanzhou does not know what happened to Qi Shuyan. His older brother appears gentle and kind but is actually very clever and has his own ideas. Since being exiled, he has received 2 letters from home, each only containing 2 words, "Don't worry." But he knows Qi Shuyan is somewhere in the northwest, secretly planning something. When we arrive in Tianshan County, our eldest brother will appear. Yi Chutang nodded and continued eating chicken soup with pancakes. Old Madam Qi looked at Qi Yanzhou. "Zhouer, do you have any news from your second uncle or grandmother?" Old Master Qi's branch is the main family. When he arranged the marriage, he separated from the second branch. The second branch went northeast, protected by former members of the Qi army, doing small business and gaining a good reputation. The Qi family requested exile, and the second branch was not involved. But the ancestor followed the second branch, and the emperor might take her hostage. Qi Yanzhou understood what the old madam was worried about. He reassured her, "Mother, I have already spoken with the old members of the Qi army to ensure the safety of my second uncle's family. Grandmother will be fine, so please rest assured. Hopefully in this lifetime, our family can be reunited. It will happen for sure." The family ate and talked, and the pot of soup was soon emptied. Yi Chutang ate 2 bowls of chicken soup with pancakes and felt a bit full. "Ah Zhou, shall we go for a walk?" Now it was August, the late summer and early autumn days. Mornings and evenings were cool, but midday was hot. The rising sun dispelled the chill, making it perfect for a walk. Qi Yanzhou had something important to tell Yi Chutang, so he nodded. "Let's go. The view from the back mountain is pretty good." The 2 left the house and headed to the back mountain. The farther north they went, the fewer trees there were, mainly grasses and shrubs. If the environment was suitable, the mountain would grow medicinal herbs like goji berries, ephedra, and Sichuan fritillary bulbs. Some places even had caterpillar fungus and snow lotus. The villagers made a living by digging these herbs, probably because there was a mountain spring on the back mountain, with more moisture. The grass there hadn't withered, but looked a bit dull. As Yi Chutang walked, she looked at the ground, searching for herbs. What happened in Ningzhou City? The only thing she could think of was that Su Qingzong discovered that the soldiers and bandits he sent out had been killed by Qi Yanzhou, so he sealed off Ninga City and didn't let the exile team pass. Since he had already rebelled, he wasn't afraid of the emperor blaming him. Qi Yanzhou heard her question and stopped, looking at her. Song Jingning was captured by Su Qingzong. Yi Chutang saw a plant called Sichuan fritillary and was about to squat down to dig it up. When she heard Qi Yanzhou's words, she immediately straightened up and turned to look at him. My brother was still in Yushu Prefecture a few days ago. Why did he suddenly come to Ningzhou City? Song Jingning was traveling to study, staying one day in each county under his jurisdiction, teaching and solving doubts. Based on the timeline, he would have arrived in Ningzhou City at least half a month later. Qi Yanzhou didn't know why Song Jingning suddenly came to Ningzhou City. He guessed it's almost Mid-Autumn Festival. This was the first Mid-Autumn Festival after Song Jingning and Yi Chudang recognized each other, and he definitely wanted to spend it with close family. Since the two were not far apart, this was possible. Yi Chutang's heart was touched. She quickly calmed down and analyzed, with my brother's status and fame, Su Qingzong wouldn't do anything to him or keep him under house arrest. He's probably trying to force the Song family to help him. Although the Song family was not involved in official government affairs, its members were spread throughout Beichen Kingdom. Among students, they could be called highly influential. More importantly, the Huading Academy run by the Song family taught both civil and martial skills. As a result, about 1/3 of the officials in Beichen Kingdom had some connection to the Song family. Qi Yanzhou also thought so. Tang, don't worry. Your brother is very clever and will take care of himself. I've already asked Nan Xiao to send people to Ningzhou City to see if they can find a chance to rescue your brother. Su Qingzong probably asked Song Jingning to write a letter to the head of the Song family, using his life to pressure the family into compromise. Ningzhou City is far from the capital, and it takes at least a month for letters to go back and forth. During this time, as long as Song Jingning behaves himself, he will be safe. Yi Chutang grabbed Qi Yanzhou's arm and said, Sunchu's gambling house and tavern are easier to gather information. Have someone send him a message and tell him to keep an eye on my brother's movements. I already told Nan Xiao. My people will go find Sunchu. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou took Yi Chutang's hand and continued walking up the mountain. I have an idea. Listen to it. Yi Chutang wasn't paying attention to whether there were herbs on the ground. She looked at the distant mountaintop and followed Qi Yanzhou closely. Go ahead. Let us stand and stay with the exile team. I will disguise myself and enter Ningzhou City first. Yi Chutang thought this was a good plan. She also wanted to go with him. Can you find a stand-in for me too? I want to go into Ningzhou City with you. When Qi Yanzhou decided to request exile, he already arranged a stand-in for Yi Chutang. Her stand-in had been following Nan Xiao. Earlier, when we were in Jizhou City, he suggested that Yi Chutang take a carriage to Tianshan Prefecture and have a stand-in stay behind with the exile team. But he didn't want Yi Chutang to risk going to Ningzhou City. Tang, we need one of us to stay hidden. If both of us use stand-ins, it's easy for Sun family and Yi family members to see through us. Yi Chutang knew what Qi Yanzhou was thinking. She raised an eyebrow and asked, if the stand-in can't even hide from ordinary people, can it still be called a stand-in? Seeing that his careful plan was understood, Qi Yanzhou smiled helplessly. Tang, your body is heavy, and you shouldn't travel too much. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue your brother. Yi Chutang looked down at her belly, hidden under loose clothes, and nodded. All right, I really can't ride a horse now. When we reach Ningzhou City, I'll let the stand-in take my place. Thinking about it, Qi Yanzhou believed that after arriving in Ningzhou City, Su Qingzong would definitely target the exile team. He said, before we reach Ningzhou City, let the stand-in go in your place. This way, Yi Chutang would be safer. Yi Chutang agreed, okay. Afterward, she became interested in the stand-in Qi Yanzhou prepared for her. Can I meet this stand-in? Yes, Nan Xiao and the others are staying near the spring. I'll take you there. After speaking, Qi Yanzhou turned in the direction of their destination. The two headed to the southern valley behind the mountain. Because of the spring's nourishment, the grass was lush and full of life. Among a group of men, A woman dressed as a man stood out. She didn't look much like Yi Chutang, but her height and build were similar. Yi Chutang's eyes immediately locked onto her, because she was strikingly fair. Yanzhou looked at the woman. Yuan Wei, the lady is looking for you. The woman named Yuan Wei stood up, approached Yi Chutang, and bowed politely. Her kneeling gesture was perfect, like a noble lady. Greetings, madam. Her voice was very similar to Yi Chutang's. If she used disguise magic to change her face, she would be another Yi Chutang for sure. Get up. Do you know how to change your appearance?
Lan Yu nodded confidently, mimicking Ye Chantang's movements.
Yi Chutang was very impressed with her imitation skills. How long have you been secretly observing me, and how long did it take you to learn? How close is your imitation now? Yes, madam. I observed you for half a month and studied for a month. Now I can imitate you quite well. It's not an exaggeration to say I can do it convincingly. But I don't know your past or understand your thoughts, so I can only imitate your appearance. Yi Chutang smiled and said, as long as you can avoid being recognized within 2 days, that's enough. As long as you don't frequently contact those who know you well, hiding for a couple of days is easy. Can you practice medicine? Lan Yu nodded slightly. I have some basic knowledge. Show me your disguise skills. Yes, madam. Lan Yu has professional disguise tools. She is very quick at disguising herself. In just 15 minutes, she becomes Yi Chutang. Looking at her nearly identical face, Yi Chutang said, it could look even more like her. Can I use your tools? She had studied ancient disguise techniques before, so she knew a little. A look of surprise appeared in Lan Yu's eyes. Please, madam. Your imitation of surprise isn't quite right. It's too superficial. After speaking, Yi Chutang demonstrated herself. Lan Yu immediately learned very well. Good, come here and fix your makeup. Yi Chutang used Lan Yu's disguise tools to make some adjustments. Lan Yu listened to Yi Chutang's improvements and remembered them. When the makeup brush was put down, she immediately took the mirror to see her slightly refined face. Most people might not notice the difference, but she quickly saw that Yi Chutang's disguise was even better. She put down the mirror and sincerely bowed to Yi Chutang. Madam is skilled. I have learned a lot. Helping you is also helping myself. No need to thank me. After speaking, Yi Chutang looked at Yanzhou. Which one is your stand-in? Just as she finished speaking, a man from afar came over. The man looked somewhat like Yanzhou, with a slight disguise. He could be a stand-in. Yanzhou said, he is the stand-in trained by the Qi family since childhood. He can look and act just like me. After speaking, he had the stand-in demonstrate. Yi Chutang and Yanzhou are very close, so they can naturally tell that the stand-in isn't the real person. But they could only do so because they knew in advance. If they didn't know beforehand and the stand-in wasn't close to her, she would at least suspect after half a day. Not bad. With my help in covering, even my parents wouldn't be able to tell. Yanzhou thought the same. Tang, should we argue and live apart? He really didn't want to see another man and his beloved sharing a room.
Ye Chantang.
Our relationship has always been good. If we suddenly argue and sleep separately, are you worried others might suspect the stand-in? Or do you not trust him, or maybe not trust me? Yi Chutang patted Yanzhou's shoulder and raised an eyebrow at him. Great people don't fuss over small details. Just disguise yourself. After swapping clothes with his double, Lan Yu helped them with disguises. 20 minutes later, the double became Yanzhou. Yanzhou turned into a plain-looking middle-aged man with a pale face and a hint of illness. He asked Nanshao to pack a bag for him, then mounted his horse. Tong, see you in Ningzhou City. Yi Chutang looked up and reminded him, be careful. People need saving, but don't force it. Got it, I understand, Yanzhou replied. He snapped the whip and rode off quickly. After he left, Yi Chutang and his double discussed the details. What's your name? When they were alone, she couldn't just call him double. The man respectfully said, Madam, I am Zhouing. A pun on Zhouing, which sounds like Ying's shadow. Yi Chutang noted the name and immediately stepped into her role. We've been out for a while. We need a reason to stay outside longer. Zhou pointed at the wild vegetables on the ground and said, "Madam, how about digging some wild vegetables?" The vegetables, nourished by spring water, grew fat and tender. Yi Chudeng nodded, "Yes, let's dig some." As soon as she spoke, Nan Shao ordered his men to start digging. In no time, they dug up a lot. Just as Yi Chudeng reached out to take some, Zhou said, "Tong, let me do it." Hearing this, Yi Chudeng raised her eyebrows approvingly. "Good, very much like Zhou." Zhou used grass to make a thin rope and tied the vegetables together. When he was about to return to the village with Yi Chudeng, Hai Dongqing, who was flying back to deliver a message to Ma Weiyuan, arrived. Yi Chudeng saw a live spear hawk for the first time. She had only seen it on TV before. Since this animal is a second-class protected species in modern times, private ownership is not allowed. Yi Chudeng watched Hai Dongqing land steadily on Nanzhou's arm and let out a sharp cry. She asked if we can use Hai Dongqing. The message probably came from Wuhai County, right? Nanzhou nodded, took the secret letter from Hai Dongqing's foot, and handed it to Yi Chudeng. "Madam, please review." The master said to treat the lady as he would himself. Yi Chudeng didn't hesitate. She took the rolled-up letter, unwrapped it, and read it. Ma Weiyuan's reply was simple. He would bring troops to Ningzhou City to help Yanzhou suppress the rebellious Ningzhou garrison. But he wanted to take enough people, so he needed a proper reason and some time. This meant Ma Weiyuan probably couldn't arrive in Ningzhou City within 5 days. Yi Chudeng returned the letter to Nanzhou. Let Hai Dongqing pass the message to Yanzhou, so he can decide whether to change the time of sending the exile team into Ningzhou City. After reading the letter, Nanzhou rolled it up and placed it back on Hai Dongqing's lap. He fed Hai Dongqing some water and food. "Go find your master. He just left and is heading north. You'll see him riding quickly." Hai Dongqing is a very smart bird and can understand human speech. After a loud call, it spread its wings and flew north quickly. Not long after Yanzhou left the mountain, Hai Dongqing caught up with him. After reading Massachusetts Weiyuan's reply, he wrote 4 words with a charcoal pencil, "Plan unchanged." The later they entered Ningzhou City, the better it was for Su Qingzong's plans, which was actually bad for him. He put the letter back into the bamboo tube and patted Hai Dongqing's head. "Fly back now, you've worked hard." Yi Chudeng waited about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, and Hai Dongqing returned. Seeing Yanzhou's decision, she was not surprised at all. "I and Zhou will go back first." After saying that, the two of them headed back to the village one after the other. When she saw them return, she asked with concern, "Why were you out so long? Are you too hot?" Since discovering the soldiers' rebellion and bandits, and after the village was slaughtered, she's been uneasy, worried that those going out might encounter the ruthless robbers and get into trouble. Yi Chudeng quickly pulled Zhou behind her. "Mother, I and Zhou went to the back mountain. We saw some fresh wild vegetables, so we dug some to eat cold at noon." "All right, come in quickly, it's hot outside." Madame Su hurriedly took the wild vegetables from Zhou Ying's hand. "Second young master, from now on, just let me handle these rough jobs." Zhou Ying knew how Yanzhou felt about everyone in the Qi family. He said indifferently, "It's a trivial matter, no need for Auntie to make another trip." Madame Su smiled and said, "I'll go again next time." Hearing this, Yi Chudeng teased, "Annie, even if these wild vegetables are tasty, you can't eat them every day. I found some cured meat in the granary and want to chop it up to make wild vegetable dumplings." "That works. When the sun sets, I'll take you there." "Okay." The family sat together picking wild vegetables, and no one noticed Zhou Ying was not Yanzhou. For lunch, they made rice, stir-fried a few dishes, and added the last bit of deer jerky. Zhou Ying, who had been living outdoors for a long time, hadn't eaten such good food in a while. He wanted to eat another bowl but held back. Seeing this, Yi Chudeng said, "Zhou, you worked hard digging wild vegetables. Eat more." Old Madame Qi didn't wait for Zhou Ying to refuse and served him all the rice in the pot. "Eat. Don't waste food," Zhou Ying said helplessly as she looked at the full bowl of rice. "Mother, you're so kind to me. Hurry up and eat. Stop talking so much." After finishing the meal, Yi Chutang and Zhouing took a walk around the house to digest their food. Then they returned to their rooms. The villagers' rooms are simple, with basic furniture. There is a wooden bed, a wooden table, a wardrobe, and 2 large wooden chests for bedding. In summer, the chests are placed on the heated brick bed. In winter, the chests are on the wooden bed. Zhouing stacked the chests and tidied up the heated brick bed. Madam, no one is likely to break into the room. I sleep on the heated brick bed and don't snore, so I won't disturb your rest. Yi Chutang nodded. All right, sleep now. After saying that, she got into bed without minding the strange man in the room. Zhouing had never been alone with a woman before. His calmness was all an act. He was tense, afraid of making a mistake that could damage the years of training from the Qi family. He glanced at Yi Chutang, who was turned away from him, and quietly relaxed. He then got onto the heated brick bed. Yanzhou arrived in Ningzhou City 2 hours later. He didn't ride his horse directly into the city, but handed it over to his men outside the city and walked in on foot. Ningzhou City was under strict control. Everyone needed to show their identity and travel permit to enter or leave. Before exile, Yanzhou had prepared a travel permit for everyone, just in case. His permit was from Liangzhou. His identity was that of a small trader selling barley wine. The city gate was crowded and noisy.
What?
The entry fee is 50 coins? Are they trying to make life hard for us? My daughter is inside the city. I came to visit her. Why won't they let me in? I want to return to Wuhai County. What should I do if Ningzhou City won't let me in? People from Bingzhou, why can they get in but not me? Is it fair? Anyone coming from the capital, run quickly. If you're caught, you'll go to jail. Yanzhou listened from outside the crowd and noticed a pattern. Those who paid silver could get into the city. It was mostly locals or wealthy-looking people. This meant that, for money, not only were they robbing others, but they also targeted passing officials and rich merchants. Fortunately, Yanzhou's travel permit matched the type of person allowed in. He pushed his way to the front. When he handed his permit to the city guards, he also slipped 5 taels of silver into their hands. Ahem. Sir official, I have caught a cold on the road and urgently need medicine. Please kindly help. Ahem, ahem. The city guards looked at the sickly man's travel pass as if he were a lamb about to be slaughtered. Liangzhou City is far from Ningzhou City. Why are you alone selling barley wine? Replying to Sir Official, I usually hire bodyguards to transport the wine safely. It is common for merchants to goods with bodyguards. The city guards didn't press further and allowed Yanzhou to enter the city. Inside, patrol soldiers could be seen everywhere. The pedestrians hurried along, and even the vendors stopped calling out their wares. Yanzhou knew someone was watching him. He went to a pharmacy and bought several sets of cold medicine. Then, he checked into the inn closest to the Gold Fortune gambling house. Once the guards knew where he was staying, they left. Standing by the window, Yanzhou saw this and climbed out through the window to the gambling house. He was skilled in lightness skills, so the thugs at the gambling house didn't notice anything unusual. But when he silently landed in the backyard and entered the gambling house, his unfamiliar face drew attention. Yanzhou didn't waste time looking for someone. He headed straight for the kitchen. Before reaching the door, he was stopped by a guard. Young master, the kitchen involves confidential recipes. Only kitchen staff are allowed. Yanzhou looked at the stern man and said, I'm looking for Sunchu. Tell him my surname is Qi. After saying that, he turned and stood under the large apricot tree in the courtyard. Seeing that Yanzhou was not there to cause trouble, the guard immediately went to the 4th floor side room to find Sunchu. Hearing the words surname Qi, Sunchu guessed it was Yanzhou. He quickly went downstairs to the backyard. Seeing the completely unfamiliar man, he thought he might have been played. When Sunchu saw the anger in Yanzhou's eyes, he uttered the character Yi. Sunchu looked at the transformed Yanzhou with disbelief and clicked his tongue twice. It's only been a short while, and you've changed so much. Not as handsome as young Master Sun, who's more charming than ever. Sunchu draped his arm over Yanzhou's shoulder, smiling warmly. Since you're so good at talking, you can gamble freely at the casino. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, It's on you.
How about that?
Yanzhou knew Sunchu wasn't really offering to gamble, just pretending to be familiar in front of others. No interest. It's almost noon. Let's eat first. Sunchu nodded and said to the kitchen, prepare a table of your best dishes and send them to my room. Then he took Yanzhou to the front of the paper-drunk gold and silver. Because Ninga City was under strict security, today's gambling house business was not as lively as usual, but it still attracted many people. Every gambler's face flushes with excitement, and they shout wildly. A few people seek heaven in their thoughts, while most fall into. Yanzhou watches various gambling methods and asks Sunchu curiously. Besides studying military tactics, does the Extreme Unity sect also study gambling skills? Sunchu casually replies, military tactics are also about deception. Gambling skills are similar. Why do you say that? High-level players engage in psychological battles, while low-level players are just prey. It's like using soldiers. When strong meets strong, it's about strategy and courage. When strong meets weak, it's one-sided defeat. Although this makes some sense, Yanzhou feels Sunchu isn't telling the whole truth. He doesn't press further and asks, not everyone can open a gambling house. What conditions did you reach with the local officials? 30% of the profits. As they speak, they arrive at a private room on the 4th floor. The room is luxurious and ornate, comparable to a palace. Sunchu pours a cup of tea for Yanzhou. Top-grade cloud mist tea. Try some. He sits at the table, staring at Yanzhou's face, and asks, your disguise technique is quite impressive, very natural. Did you do it yourself? Yanzhou looks at the clear, light green tea and takes a small sip. I have a subordinate who can change his appearance. Sunchu eagerly looks at him. If possible, introduce me. I want to learn. With this skill, even if he becomes a wanted criminal, he could escape openly. Yanzhou puts down his teacup. Help me rescue Song Jingning, and I'll agree. Alright, I'll try. Su Qingzong is watching Song Jingning closely. It's unlikely I'll succeed. Let's try first. If we can't save him, at least we'll see him. Sunchu pours himself a cup of tea and drinks it in one gulp. Song Jingning is under house arrest at the Huading Academy. It's not hard to see him. Huading Academy has branches in every prefecture. Although smaller than the one in the capital and lacking some knowledge, it still has many students. Su Qingzong accused the academy of spreading anti-royal sentiments and surrounded it. He also imprisoned some influential students, including the 2 siblings from the Yanzhou Chui family. Chui Yunshen and Chui Shuwei were sent by their family to study with Song Jingning. Over these 3 months, they've improved a lot, their writing skills are getting better, and they've gained some fame. Su Qingzong imprisoned these people to threaten Song Jingning and force him to obey. In other words, even if they could rescue Song Jingning, he probably wouldn't leave. The Huading Academy is still holding classes, but they are very strict about student admission. Sunchu gave Su Qingzong 10,000 taels of silver. Out of respect, he brought a young servant to seek guidance from the young Lord Haoyue. It was not a difficult task. Yanzhou listened to Sunchu and raised an eyebrow. Is the reason you gave silver to Su Qingzong just because you know the ghost thief will rob him blind? Sunchu nodded proudly. That's right, but it's just temporarily stored with him.
He's very happy about it.
Then he shifted to serious matters. In the next couple of days, I will try to find out how Su Qingzong plans to deal with the exile team passing through Ninga City. If he can't ask directly, then he'll get him drunk and ask. Yanzhou shook his head to refuse Sunchu's idea. Su Qingzong is now very tense. His words are hard to get out. Don't take risks. All right, I'll see how it goes when the time comes. Just after Sunchu finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Young master, the food has arrived.
Come in.
After the meal was served, Sunchu pointed to his face. Ninga City keeps a close watch on outsiders. You've already shown your face. It's not suitable for you to follow me to meet Song Jingning. Yanzhou picked up his bowl and took a piece of braised beef. Don't worry, young Master Qi. I use a special medicated paste to soften and change my appearance. Impressive. I must learn this disguise technique.
Done.
As long as I can meet Song Jingning, I will ask Yuan Wei to teach you. It's a deal. The gambling house's food was quite good. Yanzhou ate 2 bowls. He put down his chopsticks and said, I stay on the 3rd floor of Yulian, near the corner room by the Tianjin gambling house. If you set a time to meet Song Jingning, just throw a stone through the window.
All right.
I'll bring some good wine and food later to find Su Qingzong. Once I get his handwritten note, I'll come to find you. After confirming the plan, Yanzhou returned to the inn. To make the act convincing, he even paid the waiter to prepare medicine. He waited until after the Shen hour, late evening. Only then did a small stone fly through the window and roll a few times on the floor. Yanzhou, lying on the bed, immediately got up and looked out the window. Sunchu outside the inn pointed toward the gambling house. Yanzhou went to meet him there, then set off. Once Yanzhou saw the signal, he left quickly to avoid suspicion from patrol officers. He immediately applied medicated solution to his face to change his appearance. Once the disguise paste was moldable, he made a face he had just seen in the mirror. By the time he reached the back courtyard of the gambling house, the guards were startled.
You.
Sunchu was waiting for Yanzhou in the back courtyard. Seeing his appearance, he immediately covered the guard's mouth. Don't shout, stay in the room. Don't go anywhere until I return. Yes, young Master Sunday. The guard was still confused even after entering the room. Sunchu gave Yanzhou a thumbs up again. Excellent. Truly impressive. If he disguised himself as a stranger, he would be closely watched by Su Qingzong's soldiers. A familiar face as a substitute was the best choice. Sunchu had some afternoon tea prepared by the kitchen and took it to Huading Academy. He carried a handwritten note from Su Qingzong, and the soldiers at the gate let him in after seeing it. Song Jingning was giving a lecture to students who had come to visit. A servant informed him that Su Qingzong had sent someone to visit. He dared not offend Su Qingzong and said, Please wait a moment. I will be right there. Yes, 5th young master. Song Jingning was the 5th child in the Song family, and the academy people always called him that. After waiting about an incense stick's time, Song Jingning hurried over. Seeing the unfamiliar pair, he felt puzzled and bowed politely. May I ask what brings you 2 distinguished guests to the academy? Neither of them looked like Su Qingzong's spies. Sunchu smiled warmly and said, I am Sunchu, the shopkeeper of the 1,000 gold gambling house. I have some talent and come to ask young master how you for advice. Then he turned to look at Yanzhou beside him. This is the guard from the gambling house. His wife is very fond of Mr. Wenma and wants a poem or calligraphy written personally by the master. Sun Chu handed over Su Qingzong's handwritten note to Song Jingning. This is General Su's intention. Please do not refuse. He said this loud enough for the soldiers outside the door to hear. Song Jingning couldn't understand the deeper meaning in Sun Chu's words. He ignored Su Qingzong's note and continued speaking. May I ask which poem the lady wishes for? Sun Chu chose a poem written by Yi Chutang for De Gonggong, subtly insulting him. This poem was not widely known, and most people hadn't heard of it. Your Song family members must know it. After hearing the poem, Song Jingning immediately understood that these 2 were sent by Yi Chutang to see him. He studied his emotions and looked at Yanzhou. This poem is very good. Madam has great talent. This indicated he already knew the poem's origin and also recognized Yanzhou's identity. He looked at the young servant nearby. Go prepare brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Yes, 5th young master. Sun Chu suggested, shall we go inside? The small table here is too cramped for writing poetry. Song Jingning replied, please come inside, both of you. The soldiers outside, who were simple-minded and physically strong, were not interested in literary matters and did not follow them inside. There are no outsiders inside, so Song Jingning immediately looked at Yanzhou. Dark currents are flowing in Ningzhou City. Young Master Qi should not come here. Yanzhou couldn't reveal the relationship between Yi Chutang and Song Jingning in front of Sun Chu. Young Master Song is in trouble. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Su Qingzong only has 60,000 soldiers. It can't cause much trouble. You don't need to worry about me. young Master Qi. The scholars in the world are more than 60,000. Suchenzong only dares to threaten him but doesn't dare to act against him. Moreover, Suchenzong is detaining scholars under the emperor's banner. This shows he's just testing whether he can manipulate the Song and Qi families to help him change the dynasty. If he finds the situation unfavorable, he will withdraw quietly. What Song Jingning considers, Qi Yanzhou also thinks about. Although Suchenzong has left himself some room, he might suddenly go crazy. After all, Ningzhou City is under his control. If he labels you as a rebel trying to overthrow the throne, he could execute you on the spot. No matter how many scholars there are, they can only seek revenge afterward. What's the use? Song Jingning is Yi Chutong's only close kin and must not let him take any risks. Qi Yanzhou's words made Song Jingning unable to argue. When people are irrational, they often do things that hurt others more than themselves. Young Master Qi, are you here with a plan to capture Suchenzong? I've moved troops. They should arrive in 6 or 7 days. Song Jingning was a bit surprised. He leaned closer to Qi Yanzhou and asked in a low voice, "Are you planning to rebel?" This was something the Song family could see coming. But now is not the right time. It's too early. The cost of overthrowing the throne is enormous. Qi Yanzhou was about to shake his head when the servant brought in ink, paper, and brushes. He saw that the three had something to discuss and quickly said, "Fifth young master, I will go make tea for our guest." After saying that, he left. Qi Yanzhou dropped tea into the Yanzhou tower, then picked up the ink stick to grind ink. "Young Master Song, don't worry too much. The soldiers to save Ningzhou City have nothing to do with me. Right now, Beichen Kingdom can't afford chaos. In other words, someone else will take credit for it." Song Jingning thought the same. The world is eager for change, but not now. Young Master Qi, your careful planning is a blessing for the common people. Before the soldiers reach the city, what do I need to do? Qi Yanzhou took a sip of the juice Sunchu brought. Follow Suchenzong's lead and make those scholars who are detained admit their mistakes and write remorseful letters. Song Jingning sighed, "I've tried, but Suchenzong won't release them. If it weren't for protecting those in the prison, he would have escaped long ago to meet Yi Chutang." Qi Yanzhou's eyes suddenly became sharp and full of killing intent. Then expose his betrayal to the public. Suchenzong wanted to attack or retreat, but it was just a dream. Song Jingning also considered revealing Suchenzong's thoughts before, but worried that without a way out, he might become too aggressive, so he held back. Now, with Qi Yanzhou's help and reinforcements arriving soon, they could really push Suchenzong hard. Once the news spread, Suchenzong would definitely panic and try to deny it. At that moment, he would stand up and use releasing students as a condition to help clear Suchenzong's name. When the army was at the city gates, he could change his mind again. That was Song Jingning's plan, and what he said. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "Thinking the same way. So let's do it." Sunchu listened and gave a thumbs up, feeling very impressed. "Luckily, I didn't stand against you, or I'd be happy to help you count money after being sold." He never thought he was stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't understand those military strategies. But when it comes to schemes and tricks, he was no match for the local masters of power. Qi Yanzhou pressed down Sunchu's hand and said, "Good to know. Since you've accepted my wife as your mistress, don't have any second thoughts." This was a way of showing Sunchu and Yi Chutong's relationship. Although Sunchu was a bit uncomfortable with the word mistress, he didn't argue. Because before completing the 10 tasks Yi Chutang assigned, he was indeed under her control. Song Jingning happily picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. Soft, sweet, and delicious, it lifted his heavy mood after a long day. After finishing, he said, "I hope we can resolve the crisis in Ningzhou City before the Mid-Autumn Festival so the people can have a peaceful reunion." Qi Yanzhou confidently replied, "It will definitely happen. There are 10 days left before Mid-Autumn, enough to break the deadlock in Ningzhou City." This made Song Jingning feel completely at ease. He pressed a paperweight onto a fine piece of rice paper, picked up a wolf hair brush, and began writing poetry. Sun Chu watched Song Jingning's calligraphy, which was almost like art, and asked, How much is young Master Hao's calligraphy worth? Song Jingning. He cleared his throat. Just for display, not for sale. Next time, think differently. Learn from Lady Qi, who balances fame and money. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Song Jingning's face. Lady Qi is a wonderful person, beyond others' reach. That's true. Forget it. I'd better sell her artworks exclusively in the future. Qi Yanzhou looked at Song Jingning, who was focused on writing poetry, and advised, "Young Master Song, no matter what happens, you must protect yourself first. Your family is waiting for you." Song Jingning thought of He Chutang and nodded heavily. "I will. After all, people are selfish. When his safety is not threatened, he will do his best to protect everyone. If he cannot protect himself, he will only look after himself. After all, pointless sacrifice is the most foolish." Qi Yanzhou felt relieved after getting Song Jingning's promise. Once he received the finished poem and casually chatted with Sunchu about literary talent, he stood up to leave. As they left the main hall of the academy, the servant just brought back the brewed tea. "Are you two noble guests leaving so soon?" "This tea." Sunchu pointed at the ink treasure in Qi Yanzhou's hand and said with a smile, "The main thing we wanted is already taken. Do you want to stay for a meal? You can drink this tea yourself. It's definitely not as good as my daughter's gambling house." The soldiers outside the door heard this and tried to take the paper from Qi Yanzhou. After confirming it was just a bitter poem, they returned it to him and mocked, "Big rough guy, talking about poetry, is just like a little wife waving a big knife. Laughable." Qi Yanzhou stored the poem away and smiled, saying, "Don't let General Su's daughter hear what you just said." This made the soldiers change their expressions. They hurriedly explained, "Don't talk nonsense. Miss Su is a heroine, not some little wife." "Yes, sir. I understand." Sun Chu urged, "You've got the ink treasure you wanted. Why are you hesitating? Hurry up and go." "Yes, shopkeeper." Since Sun Chu was carrying a handwritten letter from Su Qingzong, they left without being checked. Back at the gambling house, Qi Yanzhou didn't leave immediately, but pulled Sun Chu into his room. "How much do you know about the station troops in Ningzhou? Are there any weaknesses?" Sun Chu, who was knowledgeable about business, also knew the officials in Dingzhou well. He was both a partner and a rival with the officials. If he didn't have some leverage, he could be completely exploited. "If you're asking about the officials' weaknesses, I can tell you a few. As for the station troops, I'm powerless." He was in business and had no direct dealings with the troops, so he didn't know much. Qi Yanzhou knew it was hard to find out about the troops, so he didn't expect Sun Chu to say much. "Then tell me about the officials." "The governor of Dingzhou is a bit greedy, but knows when to stop. Overall, he's a good official. The official has a fierce mother tiger who loves men, and her son is the same. Su Qingzong is strict in military discipline, but is also quite lecherous, favoring concubines over wives." Hearing this, Sun Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. "I've thought of a way to deal with Su Qingzong." Qi Yanzhou looked at Sun Chu's sly face and thought his plan probably wasn't very good. "Tell me." Sun Chu raised an eyebrow and said 3 words. "A handsome man scheme." "What? Do you want me to his favored concubine and work together secretly to take him down?" "The plan is good, but we need someone else." Qi Yanzhou immediately thought of his men who could pull off the handsome man scheme. His trusted followers were all good-looking, but none were nearby. And the helpers inside and outside Ningzhou City were not conspicuous and all strangers. Anyone who appeared near the concubine would be noticed by Su Qingzong, making the plan impossible. Thinking of this, his gaze fell on Sun Chu's face. Sun Chu felt uncomfortable under the look and continued from where he left off. "The target of the beauty scheme isn't the concubine but her daughter. It's said that Su Qingzong has a woman he loves but cannot have. The concubine and that woman are somewhat alike, and her daughter looks even more like her, so she's very favored." Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "Perfect about your age." Hearing this, Sun Chu's mouth twitched. "Don't target me. I'm allergic to women." Although he wasn't exactly a noble hero, he wouldn't deceive an innocent girl with false feelings. After all, he wasn't trying to take Ningzhou City. He definitely wasn't a love con artist. Qi Yanzhou coaxed, "If you succeed, I'll have Tang count you as one." Before he finished, Sunchu crossed his arms and firmly refused. "No matter what benefits you offer, I won't do it." Then he explained, "That girl often does good deeds, so it's better not to do anything bad to her." Qi Yanzhou looked at Sunchu with a helpless expression. "You said it's a handsome man scheme, and no matter her personality, she and Su Jingzong are both doomed. One way or another, they'll face disaster." Su Jingzong committed a huge crime of family destruction, and many innocent people in his family were affected. At least, this girl still enjoyed the wealth and honor brought by Su Jingzong. Sun Chu slightly curled his lips and cleared his throat. "I was just joking with you. Why are you taking it seriously? If I send a handsome man, Yi Chudang might kill me." After saying that, he thought for a moment and came up with a compromise. No need for the handsome man scheme. Since the concubine's daughter can't escape death, just capture her. Using it casually is fine, but deceiving feelings is too much. Although Su Qingzong probably won't compromise for his daughter, having more bargaining chips is always good. Qi Yanzhou saw Sun Chu's firm attitude and didn't insist further. "All right, tell me about the appearance of the favored illegitimate daughter and how I can catch her." If he rushed to the military camp to seize her, he wouldn't have the skill. Sun Chu. He hadn't seen the girl before, so he didn't know what she looked like. "I heard that her name matches her appearance. Su Shuyan looks like a lotus flower, the most beautiful girl in Ningzhou City. But she was born with health issues from me and has to take medicine often. Sometimes she stays at Wanfuzi to give to the poor or to try her luck." Qi Yanzhou asked, "Where does Su Shuyan stay when she's not at Wanfuzi?" Su Qingzong loves Su Shuyan very much and often takes her with him, so she stays at their residence for a long time. The rest of her time is spent at the Su family house in the city and at Wanfuzi. I need to check her exact location. All right, if there's news, send me a message with a stone." After saying that, Qi Yanzhou returned to the inn. He softened the disguise ointment with medicine and reshaped his face to look like before. His disguise skills were average, so he only restored his appearance to about 80%. But enough to fool anyone who only knew him briefly. He looked at the darkening sky and went out, heading to the Barley Wine Brewery. Barley wine is a specialty of Ningzhou City, with a street full of breweries. The rich aroma of alcohol could be smelled from afar. At night, many people came to drink. Qi Yanzhou mingled among them and chose the busiest tavern to sit in. He sipped wine while listening to people chatting. He then gathered useful information for himself. Because Ningzhou City was under strict control, the people knew something was about to happen and were trying to find out news and make guesses. "I feel like a war is coming. I've never seen so many soldiers in the city. It seems General Su is going to rebel and declare himself king, which is why they sealed off the academy and forced the Song family to help. Yes, I also heard that General Su wants to marry his legitimate daughter to the son of General Qin from Haishi. Not only that, but his legitimate son is also engaged to the daughter of the inspector of Wuhai County. If the three major provinces and counties form an alliance through marriage, General Su will have nearly 200,000 troops. Conquering the world could happen soon. I don't think much of General Su. He's just a lustful brute. If he becomes emperor, he might not be better than the current emperor." Many people agreed with this statement. When Su Qingzong was just a deputy military officer, he committed many acts of corruption and abuse of power. After becoming the commander of the troops, his actions became even worse. That favored concubine was taken by him as his wife. Of course, calling her his wife is a bit of an exaggeration. She was only engaged, not yet married. But she and her fiancé had been childhood friends and shared a close bond. After Su Qingzong claimed her as his own, she felt like she was dead inside. Her fiancé then asked her to jump into the river and die together. In the end, only her fiancé died. She was saved by Su Qingzong. Maybe having died once, she accepted her fate and became Su Qingzong's most loved concubine. People drinking discussed this, sighing deeply. They lamented that lovers often cannot be together. Some, drunk, slumped over the table and mumbled, Maybe the child of that concubine is Su General's, but we're not sure yet. His voice was quiet, drowned out by the noisy chatter. Yanzhou, sitting nearby and with keen hearing, heard everything clearly. A faint light flickered in his deep eyes. He joined the discussion, pouring the best barley wine into a cup for the man sitting opposite him. I heard that the lady from that household only considered ending her life after she found out she was pregnant. The man drank his wine in one gulp. This green wine is indeed the signature of Li's winery. Good stuff. After finishing, he set down his cup and replied, "You're right. That lady from that household gave birth to Miss Su 7 months after falling into the water." Hearing that Yanzhou bought the best wine, many people moved closer to sit. He didn't hold back and ordered another bottle, pouring a glass for each person. This way, he learned what he wanted to know. The favored concubine, Fang Yinyang, of Su Qingzong, had a child named Su Shuyan, who might be her fiancé's child. Whether or not it was true, Yanzhou planned to find out the facts. He had already used several bottles of wine to gather information about Fang Yinyang's whereabouts. Fang Yinyang loved watching plays. She would go to the Chuanfang Garden to see performances on certain days each month. The next visit was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Yanzhou paid for the wine, left Li's winery, and casually visited a few other shops. Then, using the gold ingots given by a wealthy merchant, he ordered 100 barrels of strong barley wine from Li's winery. Li's winery didn't have that much stock, so they needed to coordinate with other suppliers. 5 days from now, I'll come to pick up the wine. Once confirmed, I'll pay the remaining balance. Does that work? Of course. Here's the receipt. Young master, please keep it safe. Yanzhou planned to give the wine to Ma Wei Yuan. The northern winter was harsh, and drinking wine could help ward off the cold. When he returned to the inn, he found soldiers nearby, lingering around. It was clear that the soldiers knew he had ordered wine at the tavern and wanted to steal his money before he paid. Yanzhou pretended not to notice anything. He asked the waiter to bring 2 dishes and a soup to his room and handed over the medicinal package. Just like at noon, 1 dose of medicine with 3 bowls of water, boiled into 1 bowl. The waiter happily nodded, holding the medicine package and tip. "Yes, young master. When I bring the medicine later, I will also clear the dishes. Please bring some hot water when you deliver the medicine. I want to take a hot bath and sweat a bit." Yanzhou deliberately coughed twice to show he was still sick. "Understood, young master." Not long after, the dishes were brought to the room. After testing the poison with a silver needle, Yanzhou took a small sip from each dish. Seeing that he was not poisoned, he ate. Soon after finishing, the waiter brought the prepared medicine. "Young master, here's some preserved fruits for you." Yanzhou stood by the window, looking at the bright city lights, and nodded slightly. "Leave it. I'll drink it when it cools down. Go prepare some hot water." The waiter slowly tidied up the dishes and replied, "Young master, this medicine needs to be drunk hot, or it won't work well." This made Yanzhou suspicious. He glanced at the steaming medicine with a calm expression.
Got it.
Seeing that Yanzhou didn't take his words seriously and didn't continue persuading, the waiter was worried about suspicion and left quietly with the leftover food. Yanzhou quickly went to the table, picked up the bowl, and sniffed it. The bitter medicine mixed with the scent of the sleeping drug. The dose was strong. 1 sip would make him fall asleep. Holding the bowl, Yanzhou listened to the waiter carrying water down the stairs, a mocking smile on his lips. When the door was pushed open, he pretended to be startled and dropped the bowl on the ground. "That scared me. Why didn't you knock?" The waiter immediately apologized, assuming he was at fault. "Sorry, young master. I was careless. I'll make another bowl later." "No need. The medicine spilled, so I guess I shouldn't drink it." His words made the waiter feel uneasy. "Why, yes, young master. Taking a hot bath and sweating under the covers is also good." After saying this, he and the 2 other water carriers poured the prepared hot water into the bathtub. Then he tidied up the broken bowls and medicine stains on the floor and left. After taking a bath, Yanzhou stood by the window and threw the small stone Sunchu had given him earlier. He then placed a bell on the door latch and another by the window. If anyone entered, he would be the first to notice. Exhausted from the day, he went straight to bed and fell asleep. Near midnight, Yanzhou smelled the scent of a sleeping potion. As the heir of the prince of Chen's residence, he had been trained to resist various drugs since childhood. Normal medicines no longer worked on him. He immediately got out of bed, packed his bag, and hid behind the door. Soon, a bell fell to the ground.
Clang.
The two soldiers trying to pry open the door were startled and almost ran away. But then they remembered someone inside the room had been drugged and continued to force the door open. With a soft squeak, the door opened. A lantern hung at the top of the stairs, casting a faint light into the room. Two soldiers disguised as thieves tiptoed toward the bed. After they were 2 steps away from the door, Yanzhou quickly left the room and shut the door. He shouted, "Help! There's a thief! This is a black shop. Everyone check if anything's been stolen and report to the authorities quickly." His loud voice woke the sleeping people, and the inn became lively. The soldiers inside the door were frantic, pulling hard to open it. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't open the door. They could only choose to escape through the window. The 3rd floor wasn't too high for soldiers skilled in martial arts. They immediately gave up trying to open the door, ran to the window, and pushed it open before jumping down. As the first person jumped, Yanzhou pushed the door open. "Help! The thief is trying to escape through the window." Before he finished speaking, the soldier jumping down stepped on a stone and screamed in pain.
Ah!
The painful cries suddenly stopped, because he was hit by another soldier jumping down behind him and fainted. At this moment, all the rooms in the inn lit up. The faster ones had already left the inn and stopped the masked soldiers trying to escape. But the small size of the soldiers made it impossible to fight the guards, and they were pushed to the ground. "Help! Someone! There's a robbery!" And, in their screams, they clung tightly to the legs of the fainted soldiers. Seeing more and more people coming out of the inn, the soldiers had no choice but to abandon their companions and run away. When Yanzhou came down from upstairs, he was clutching his bag tightly, with a furious look on his face. "Where's the innkeeper?"
Come out now.
The innkeeper quickly came from the backyard. "This young master, I've heard about the thieves. I've already sent someone to report to the authorities. Rest assured, this inn is not a black shop. Due to our oversight, the thieves entered. I will waive 3 days' room fees for you." The innkeeper forced himself to speak, then addressed the other guests. "Sorry for the disturbance. I will waive 1 day's room fee for everyone." As soon as the words were spoken, the guest who had been pushed to the ground dragged the dazed thief into the inn's main hall. "Manager, I was injured bravely catching the bad guy. How will you compensate me?" The innkeeper's face darkened as he looked at the officer with the cloth removed from his face. "This is crazy. It's one thing that General Su's men were caught stealing, but now they've been captured too." He took a deep breath, pulled out a silver coin from his sleeve, and handed it to the injured guest. "Thank you, young sir. I'll have someone this thief to the authorities right away." Only when the suspect was in his hands could he prevent him from escaping. Yanzhou knew that the innkeeper was just paying to settle things for Su Qingzong. Suddenly, he said, "This man's face looks so familiar." After speaking, he quickly approached the officer and examined him carefully. His right hand is calloused, especially at the thumb joint, left from holding a knife for years. "This person probably is an A." Before he finished, someone responded quickly. "It's an officer. I saw him before." The innkeeper's heart skipped a beat in fear. "Everyone, don't spread false rumors or slander the officer. The consequences of such accusations are more than we can bear as common folk." His words successfully stopped the discussion. Yanzhou's goal was achieved. He continued, "This person might also be a mountain bandit who robs homes regularly." Yes, a bandit. People look similar, and officers aren't seen often by us. Mistaken identity is understandable. Although the guest was sure he hadn't mistaken anyone, he didn't dare argue with the innkeeper. He couldn't afford to offend the officers. Seeing that he had stabilized the situation, the innkeeper immediately ordered the clerk to have the officers leave. Qi Yanzhou extended his hand to the innkeeper. Please refund my room fee. I can't stay in this inn any longer. After the innkeeper repeatedly promised, and seeing Qi Yanzhou's firm attitude, he had no choice but to return his money. Young sir, it's already curfew. Please stay one more night, and I promise to strengthen security so no bandits can enter. No need. I'll stay at the neighboring Tianjin gambling house. It costs more, but it's safer. Although it was curfew, the gambling house was still lively. As long as the players didn't wander around late at night, the officers wouldn't interfere. The innkeeper had no reason to persuade further and watched Qi Yanzhou leave. He naturally moved into the gambling house. The fourth floor of the gambling house had various themed rooms, costing 5 taels of silver for one night. He chose a room close to Sunchu's and settled in. Upon entering, he looked at the room decorated like a bridal chamber, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. The room was large, divided into an inner and outer room. The room was filled with a strong scent of powder, making Qi Yanzhou frown. After opening the window to let out the smell, he went inside to rest. On the small table by the bed, there was a tray filled with strange items. There was a soft whip about the length of a palm and a strange-looking dog leash. Qi Yanzhou shook his head and lay down to rest. Just as he was about to sleep, Sunchu arrived. Hee, I didn't expect young Master Qi to have such refined hobbies, living alone in a special wedding room. He picked up a small leather whip and tapped his palms. Qi Yanzhou looked at Sunchu's mischievous eyes and got up. I don't have refined hobbies like you, Sunday. I want a different room. After saying that, he took his bag and coat and went to Sunchu's room. Sunchu didn't expect Qi Yanzhou to be so easily teased, so he quickly caught up and blocked his way. If you don't mind sleeping with a man, I don't mind sharing a bed with you. His bed could only be slept in alone. A phrase from Sunchu popped into Qi Yanzhou's mind. I am allergic to women. He immediately stopped and turned back to the wedding room. Have someone clear away all the messy things in the room. Seeing the anger in Qi Yanzhou's voice, Sunchu quickly agreed. All right, I'll have someone clean it up. The young servant at the gambling house was quick and soon removed the small romantic items from the couple's room and also took away the incense. After the servant left, Sunchu asked what happened at the neighboring inn. He was a bit far away, so he only heard loud noises but didn't catch what was said. Qi Yanzhou briefly explained what had happened. Sunchu clicked his tongue. Su Qingzong is really crazy, using robbery to make money. He wants more than just money, he wants lives. If only silver was stolen, the victims would report it to the authorities. But if too many people reported, it would cause panic and make it easier to uncover the truth. So, disappearing with both people and silver could avoid many troubles. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's explanation, Sunchu said with a serious face, now that you've exposed the theft to the officials, Su Qingzong should calm down a bit. Qi Yanzhou nodded. It also gives Song Jingning a chance to spread the message that Su Qingzong plans to rebel. How did your brain get so good? It's incredibly useful. If you were born into the cautious Qi family, your mind wouldn't be any worse. Sun Chu waved his hand repeatedly. No thanks, playing with schemes isn't for me. Qi Yanzhou chuckled self-deprecatingly. Being a wise ruler and a virtuous minister is what the Qi family seeks, but unfortunately, except for the great ancestor emperor, no other emperor has achieved this. In fact, the great ancestor emperor had already become wary of the Qi family in his later years. However, at that time, he still needed the Qi family to stabilize the borders and drive out northern barbarians, so he tolerated the phrase Great Gong that might threaten his authority. Sun Chu sighed. The throne is often won through blood and hardship. The emperor tends to be suspicious because he cannot afford to let others sleep peacefully beside him. After speaking, he yawned. Su Shuerong is well protected by Su Qingzong. I'm still gathering information about her movements, and I expect the results by noon tomorrow. You should go to bed early. Qi Yanzhou quickly grabbed Sun Chu as he was about to leave. I went to Li's tavern tonight and heard some news. You should verify it. Okay, tell me. Su Shuerong might not be Su Qingzong's daughter. If that's true, her mother, Aunt Fong, could be useful to me. This rumor, Sunchu had heard while investigating the Su family. After learning someone suspected Su Xuerong's background, Su Qingzong immediately arranged a blood test to confirm their relationship. The test was set up by him, so it couldn't go wrong. He concluded that he and Su Xuerong were father and daughter. That was nonsense. When Sun Chu heard this conclusion, he almost wanted to slap the biology textbook from middle school in Su Qingzong's face. As long as their blood types matched, their blood would merge, right? And if blood is left in water for a long time, the cell walls can rupture under pressure, so even with different blood types, they would eventually merge. Of course, this merging is only visible to the eye. Under a microscope, they wouldn't merge. So, after hearing this absurd blood test method, Sun Chu immediately became a scholarly expert and explained it to those around him.
But
he was proven wrong, because the blood test was real. He had verified it with many people, trying to disprove the ridiculous conclusion. But it only made him doubt everything. The scientific knowledge he learned was actually opposite to the rules of this fictional world. It was as if he was living inside a made-up book where the author had made the blood test for kinship real, so it truly existed. Sun Chu thought a lot, but only a moment passed. He told Yanzhou, Su Qingzong and Su Xuerong have been tested by blood, and they are father and daughter. Yanzhou denied Sun Chu's statement. Blood tests can only prove they are relatives, not necessarily father and daughter. Sun Chu looked surprised. Are you saying that Aunt Fang's fiancé is a close relative of Su Qingzong? It is either yes or no. Just check and you'll know. If the two are father and daughter, he only loses a little time. If they are not, he is confident he can make Aunt Fang betray. Yanzhou believes that a woman willing to die with her fiancé would never survive for her enemy's child. Sun Chu yawns repeatedly. All right, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After saying that, he went back to his room and shut the door loudly, as if afraid Yanzhou might share his bed. Yanzhou closed the door and slept peacefully through the night. The next morning, the sun was already high. After washing up, he went downstairs for breakfast and heard people talking about last night's theft at the inn. What's wrong with the magistrate lately? His investigations are getting more and more unreasonable.
exactly.
Even though the thief got away and nothing was stolen, it's not like nothing happened, right? Rumors must be true. The thief is probably one of General Su's men, and General Su is planning to rebel.
Shh. Don't spread that talk.
We could get in trouble. Seeing that the rumors against Su Qingzong had already spread, Yanzhou felt reassured and ate his breakfast. After finishing, he went to find Sun Chu, but found he was not there. The steward said Sun Chu had been taken away early in the morning by the officials. Apparently, his stay at the Tianjin gambling house upset Su Qingzong, who called him over to discipline him. Yanzhou went to the magistrate's office as a witness to try to see Wu Changfeng, the magistrate. But he didn't even get past the gate. The guards outside said, "You haven't lost anything, so why are you here? The magistrate is already investigating the theft. Go back and wait for news. I know what the thief looks like. I can draw his portrait to help catch him," Yanzhou replied. "The magistrate's artist has already made a sketch. You don't need to worry. Just leave quickly." Yanzhou looked at the large gate, like a beast's mouth, and turned to leave. He sensed someone following him, but paid no attention. Su Qingzong, having been hurt by a small traitor, wouldn't let it go easily and might try to take revenge. So, he decided not to cause trouble for himself and returned to the Tianjin gambling house. Meanwhile, Sun Chu was visiting at Su's residence. Su Qingzong held a teacup in one hand and used the lid to stir the tea with the other. The lid clanged against the cup, making a clear sound that created an invisible pressure. Sun Chu seemed unaffected, drinking his tea slowly and occasionally making comments. "General Su, I just received some top-quality cloud mist tea. It tastes good. I'll send some over later," implying that the tea at the Su residence was not very good. Su Qingzong was already in a bad mood. When he heard this, his face darkened immediately. "Young Master Su, the situation in the world is becoming chaotic. Your 3/10 profit won't keep you safe. I still need 2/10." Sunchu pretended to be frightened, accidentally dropping the cup from his hand. A fine white jade cup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Tea splashed everywhere, and the aroma dispersed. General Su, I can't afford a 50% profit margin. I would be losing money. Su Qingzong looked at the broken porcelain on the ground, feeling heartbroken. This was his favorite teacup. But if he could get 10 or even 100 times more from Sunchu, his mood instantly improved. Young master son, you're joking. The gambling house is a very profitable business. Even if I want 60%, you wouldn't lose money. Sunchu awkwardly twitched his mouth. General Su, you're joking. I support over 100 people and I spend a lot on materials. It adds up to a big sum of silver. Also, I spent nearly 50,000 taels of silver building the gambling house. After expenses and sharing with the officials, it will take 10 years to break even. If you ask for 2 more tenths of profit, I really can't afford it. If you don't believe me, you can check the accounts. Because the gambling house had to share profits with the local officials and military leaders, each of the 3 had someone assigned to manage the accounts to prevent fraud. But they didn't know that money could make ghosts push mills. Sun Chu had already bribed all 3 accountants. From start to finish, the account books shown to the government were fake. It looked like he was giving away 30%, but in reality, he wasn't giving away any at all. Playing tricks with businessmen was laughable. Su Qingzong didn't realize there was a problem with the accounts. So, in his view, asking Sun Chu for 50% profit was a bit much. But what did it matter to him? He didn't know how long his ambitions could be hidden, so he needed to get more silver quickly. Therefore, he pretended to back down. I also understand the difficulties young master son faces. How about this? I will ask for 1 more tenth, but you must give it all at once for a year. Sun Chu was stunned by Su Qingzong's clever scheme and rolled his eyes inwardly. He picked up an overturned cup on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. General Su, you know very well how much money my gambling house makes in a year. If I give you an extra tenth of profit, I won't even earn enough for my own hard work. What's the point? Seeing that Sun Chu was still hesitating, Su Qingzong angrily slammed his cup onto the table. Young master son, I am not discussing this with you. Sun Chu didn't expect Su Qingzong to be so firm. He sipped his tea slowly and asked, what if I refuse? Su Qingzong smiled and said, every day in this world, people are dying. Sun Chu's face darkened. Are you planning to take the Qianjin gambling house for yourself? Young master son, you misunderstand. I am only warning you that the world is not peaceful, so be careful when you go out. So the people who stole from the inn last night were under your command? Su Qingzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Young master son, be careful with your words. After threatening, he returned to the main topic. Do you give or not give a 10% profit margin, young master son? Sun Chu put down his teacup and looked at Su Qingzong, who was cold and serious. General Su, let's make a deal. What kind of deal? You want so much silver, right? To recruit soldiers and buy horses? Hearing this, Su Qingzong's face changed instantly. He drew a dagger from his boot and held it against Sun Chu's neck. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The sharp blade cut through his skin, and blood stained his light-colored clothes. Sun Chu ignored the pain and smiled. Don't panic, General. Wait until I finish talking, then decide whether to kill me or not. Su Qingzong slightly loosened his grip. If I'm not satisfied with what you say, don't even think about leaving the Su residence today. General Su, you should know I have gambling houses and taverns in the northern counties of the capital. The silver I give you is only a small part. Even if you seize my gambling houses, you won't get all the silver you want. This hits Su Qingzong's heart. Raising soldiers costs a lot of money. That's why he resorted to theft and robbery. Go on. Sun Chu wiped the blood off his dagger and covered the wound on his neck with his hand. General Su, let's cooperate.
How?
I want Wanning sect to become a royal merchant, earning all the silver in the world. If you help me achieve this, I will give you 10% of the net profit from Wanning sect. It was just a big dream, but he spoke confidently. Su Qingzong was very excited by Sun Chu's words. He knew how rich Sun Chu was. Even just half of the profit would be enough to buy mountains of gold and silver. But he didn't let greed blind him, fearing he might be tricked by Sunchu. After all, businessmen are often cunning. No matter how good Sunchu's promises, it was useless. Once he left Ninzhou City, he wouldn't be able to control him anymore. Young master son, I can cooperate with you, but you must show sincerity first. Of course, I am willing. Sunchu was about to suggest giving a deposit as a sign of sincerity, but was interrupted by Su Qingzong. Young master son, marry my daughter. With this family connection, our cooperation will be more stable. Sunchu. Last night, I just mentioned using a charming tactic, and today it came true? He quickly made up a story. General Su, to be honest, I have a fondness for handsome men. Su Qingzong was stunned for a moment, and then said, I also have many illegitimate children. Young master son, feel free to choose one or two. Sunchu. This Su Qingzong is completely crazy.
General Shu.
Hearing Sun Chu's attempt to refuse, Su Qingzong once again held a dagger against the other side of his neck.
How?
Young master son, do you think my son is not good enough for you? He has nearly 20 concubines and many illegitimate children, using some to manipulate, which is nothing to him. Seeing Su Qingzong get angry, Sun Chu quickly said, General Su, you misunderstand. I'm just worried that the young master might be upset. Not upset. I happen to have a son who is also a bit effeminate. Sun Chu. Today, there's no way to chat. Thank you for your kindness, General. I will visit again when the time is right, to meet the young master. No need to wait. Today is fine. Su Qingzong really has a son who is quite effeminate, delicate, and with a feminine appearance. He almost beat his son when he found out. Later, he remembered that many officials had effeminate sons, so he endured his disgust and kept his son. Now, he just needs to use him.
Chong, Shu Chengthon Chiligitemechon, Shu Rui, Eraid.
He had a very feminine look. Sun Chu felt extremely uncomfortable seeing him. He wished he could slap himself twice. You have a sharp tongue. Under Su Qingzong's pressure, Sun Chu could only agree to marry Su Rui, and they agreed that in 5 days, he would officially give the betrothal gift. Su Rui was very pleased with the handsome and tall Sun Chu, and kept sticking close to him. Sun Chu was so disgusted he got goosebumps all over. To avoid gossip, Su Rui would marry Sun Chu as his bride. Su Qingzong also arranged for a young woman from a minor family to give birth to a son for Sun Chu to inherit his estate. Sun Chu's worldview was shattered. He tried to avoid the clingy Su Rui while secretly cursing and insulting the ancestors of a Su family. General Su, it's getting late. I must take my leave. Still calling me General Su? Sun Chu clenched his teeth and reluctantly said 2 words, father-in-law. Su Qingzong nodded with satisfaction. Go back now. Don't think about escaping. I will have someone watch you. Rest assured, father-in-law, as a businessman, I keep my promises and never break my word. After saying this, Sun Chu prepared to leave, but was stopped by Su Qingzong. A Chu, that trader in Chinka wine from Yanzhou, the one who resells it, please help me get rid of him. Father-in-law cannot be involved. If this person dies in the gambling house and I quickly marry Lord Ming, everyone will think it was your doing. The rumors we tried to suppress will spread even more fiercely. Su Qingzong slapped the table angrily. Should I just swallow this anger? Of course not. He's just an ignorant merchant. Naturally, he can be killed, but we need to choose the right time. This matter is yours. Handle it before the wedding. Sun Chu bowed deeply. Yes, father-in-law. Your son-in-law takes his leave. After speaking, he hurriedly left the Su residence like a thief. Feeling unlucky, he decided to visit Wanfu Temple to burn incense and pray. He also wanted to find out about Su Xuerong's background. Wanfu Temple is located in the southeast corner of Ninzhou City. It covers a large area and is built like a royal garden. There are small bridges over streams, pavilions, towers, winding corridors, gardens, and lakes. Everything one could wish for. All of this was built over several years by Su Qingzong for his daughter, Su Xuerong, to rest and recover. Just as Sunchu was about to enter the alley where Wanfu Temple is, he saw a carriage lose control and rush toward him at high speed. The alley is quite wide, enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side. But the frightened horses ran wildly, knocking over several pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time. A woman's panicked screams came from inside the carriage. "Help! Save my young lady!" Seeing the carriage coming closer and closer, Sun Chu immediately rushed forward. He caught a child almost knocked over and handed him to a frightened woman nearby. Then he reached out to grab the reins, trying to stop the carriage. But controlling a fast-moving horse isn't easy. After several failed attempts, he decided to kill the horse. People's lives are more important than the horses. Sun Chu took a thin, soft silk thread from his waist and looped it around the horse's neck. The thread was sharp like a blade and easily cut through the horse's neck under its great force. The horse's head fell to the ground, but its body still moved forward a few steps due to inertia. When the horse collapsed, the carriage's yoke slammed onto the stone pavement. The carriage came to a sudden stop, and the people inside were thrown out. If they hit the ground, they might seriously hurt themselves. Thinking of this, Sun Chu immediately rushed to help. But just as he reached the carriage door, he was bumped by a woman who flew out from inside, causing him to fall to the ground. In the next moment, the woman crashed onto him, nearly knocking the breath out of him. His recently healed neck wound tore open again. Then another woman rolled out of the carriage, causing him to suffer a second injury. Sun Chu rolled his eyes in pain and said irritably to the woman lying on him, "What are you just lying there for? Get up quickly." But the woman pressed against him didn't move at all. Could she be pretending to be hurt? The onlookers didn't understand what pretending to be hurt meant. Seeing that Sun Chu's face looked bad and there was blood on his neck, they hurriedly asked the woman to help and lifted the 2 women up. Wow. It seems like this girl has no breath left. Her face is so pale. She looks like she's dead. Her body is warm, so she probably just died recently. Could she have been killed by the falling object? These words frightened Sun Chu, and he immediately sat up and reached out to feel the woman's neck for a pulse. His hand just touched her warm, delicate skin when she pushed him away forcefully.
Pervert.
"Don't touch my young lady." Sun Chu. Some things are just impossible to tolerate. It was you shouting loudly in the carriage, asking me to save her. I did, and I got hurt in the process. Now you turn your back on me and deny everything. That's so shameless. The maid ignored Sun Chu's anger and immediately poured the broken medicine bottle onto her silk skirt. She picked up a black pill, wiped off the glass shards on it, and quickly put it into the young lady's mouth. But the young lady had already fainted and couldn't swallow on her own. Seeing this, the maid was so worried that tears welled up in her eyes. She shouted to the crowd, "Hurry and find a doctor to save my young lady." The villagers thought the pale girl was already dead. But the maid refused to accept this fact. "Miss, stay strong." The maid was so angry she shouted loudly, "Hurry and call a doctor. If my general finds out you didn't save the young lady, he will punish you all." She knew the young lady was kind-hearted and hated injustice. But in an emergency, saving her was the priority. When the villagers heard it was General Su's daughter, they quickly went to find a doctor. But there was no medical clinic nearby, and it took some time to go back and forth. Sun Chu looked at the fragile woman being held in the maid's arms and guessed her identity. Shuyan. He didn't expect that the person he had been searching for so hard would appear in front of him in such a near-death state so quickly. It's like falling asleep and someone giving you a pillow. He rubbed his aching chest and said to the maid, "I know medicine. I can help your young lady swallow the medicine." The maid looked at Sun Chu cautiously, suspicious that he was in cahoots with the person who hurt the young lady. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Sun Chu reminded, "The doctor can't come soon, so give your young lady her medicine early. That way, she will be less at risk. I know your family's general, and I won't harm her." The maid knew that once the young lady got sick, she had to take her medicine immediately, or her life would be in danger. She stared fiercely at Sun Chu and threatened, "If you're lying, our general will definitely tear you to pieces." Sun Chu looked at the confused maid and felt very speechless. To ask for help, You need to be polite. If I refuse to help and your young lady dies, it's your fault. After saying this, Sunchu stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and headed toward Wanfuzi Temple. The maid thought Sunchu was just pretending, but he kept walking further away. She suddenly panicked. Young master, please don't go. I was wrong.
Please don't ignore me.
My young lady has been sick since she was little, but she is kind-hearted and a good person. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda. Please help my young lady. Sunchu stopped and turned to look at the maid, his eyes teasing. Is that all? He wasn't a kind-hearted fool. Being insulted and threatened, yet still rushing to save someone, he didn't work that way. If someone wanted him to help, they had to show real sincerity. He wasn't someone to be taken advantage of. The maid gently laid Su Shuerong on the ground and kept kowtowing to Sunchu. I was wrong, young master. Please help my young lady. She kowtowed loudly after each plea. When Sunchu reached her, her forehead was swollen and bleeding. He was satisfied and squatted down, helping Su Shuerong up. He lifted her chin, placed his thumb on her chest, and slid downward. Again and again. To others, it looked like Sunchu was deliberately taking advantage of Su Shuerong. The maid thought the same, believing Sunchu was trying to exploit her young lady. She widened her eyes, stopped kowtowing, and wanted to stop Sunchu's inappropriate actions, but she was afraid of delaying the rescue. She was so anxious she broke out in sweat. The sweat mixed with her wound, making her eyes red and her body tremble. Why you? Why haven't you swallowed the pill in your mouth yet? In other words, are you deliberately bullying my young lady? Seeing Su Shuerong start to swallow, Sunchu immediately stopped. He held her jaw and forced her to open her mouth. Look carefully, is the pill still there? After confirming that Su Shuerong had swallowed the life-saving pill, the maid's worry eased. She sincerely bowed to Sunchu. Thank you for saving my lady. When she wakes up, I will give a generous gift to thank you. May I know your name and where you live? Before she finished speaking, the accompanying guard hurried over, kneeling and apologizing. Sunchu took the opportunity to cover his neck and leave, heading to Wanfu Temple. If he revealed his name and address, he would be considered low status. Anyway, given Su Shuerong's favored position, it would be easy for her to find him through Su Qingzong. The maid scolded the guard and then realized Sunchu had already disappeared. She knew she had misunderstood Sunchu as being part of the bad guys earlier and felt very guilty. So she quickly asked the common people, "Does anyone know the young master who just saved my lady?" She then took out all the small silver coins from her sleeve pocket. "Please take these and tell what you know." A woman hesitated for a moment and said, "That young master seems to be the owner of the Tianjin gambling house. Her husband was a gambler. Yesterday, when she went to the gambling house to find someone, she heard him say that the owner was gambling with others and wanted him to watch. But there were too many spectators, and her husband couldn't get in, so she only saw from afar." The maid handed a small silver coin to the woman. "Whether or not that young master is the owner of the Tianjin gambling house, I am very grateful for your information." Just then, a doctor, sweating profusely, hurried over. He immediately checked Su Shuerong's pulse. "Miss has a serious heart condition. Luckily, the medicine was timely, or it might have been beyond help." Hearing this, the maid felt a wave of fear. After the doctor finished, he took out 3 silver needles and inserted them into the Renzhong, Bai Hui, and Shanzhong acupoints. Soon, Su Shuerong slowly woke up. The maid burst into tears of joy. "Miss, you are finally awake. That's wonderful." Su Shuerong recalled what happened before she fainted. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of anger appeared on her pale face. She wanted to ask where the man who stopped the horse carriage had gone, but the doctor had already removed the needles. "Miss is fine now. Just rest and recover. I need to treat other injured people," he said. He stood up with his medical box, ready to treat the people hit by the carriage, but was stopped by the guard. "Until the lady speaks, you cannot go anywhere." Hearing the sounds of people wailing around her, Su Shuerong's face was almost transparent with pallor. She hurriedly said, "Tower, pay the doctor, and let him go save the others. The maid handed all the silver coins to the doctor. Doctor, please do your best to treat them. If the fee isn't enough, I will send more silver later. Today, the young lady only went out to burn incense and donated money for the incense oil, leaving some broken silver for emergencies. The doctor nodded, took the broken silver, and left. Spring Peach helped Su Shuerong to stand up. The guard leader said, "Please wait here, young lady. I will rent a carriage nearby immediately." Su Shuerong shook her head. "I won't return to the mansion today. Please inform my father that I will stay at Wanfu Temple for a few days to pray for his safety." "Yes, young lady. The wicked people today must be caught."
Understood, ma'am.
The maid reminded the guard leader, "Young lady's medicine was broken. Please take 55 taels of silver from the storeroom. Use 50 taels to buy medicine for her heart condition from Dr. Wan, and give the remaining 5 taels to the doctor who treats common people." "Yes, Miss Chun Tao." The guard leader arranged for a guard to go back to the Su residence and report the recent dangerous incident. 2 guards stayed behind to handle the dead horse and broken carriage. The remaining guards escorted Su Shuerong to Wanfu Temple. Su Shuerong looked at the villagers injured because of her, feeling very guilty. "Chun Tao, count the people and later, based on their injuries, give some silver for my private treasury." "Yes, young lady. Did you fall and hurt your forehead from the carriage?" Hearing this, Chun Tao remembered the intimate moment between Su Shuerong and Sunchu in public. She immediately stopped and said to the guard leader, "Remind everyone present today not to gossip or say anything that might damage the young lady's reputation." "I will do so immediately." After the guard leader left, Su Shuerong grabbed Chun Tao's arm and asked, "What happened after I fainted?" Chun Tao hesitated. "Young lady, when we arrive at Wanfu Temple, I will tell you everything in detail." Su Shuerong guessed that Chun Tao's words might not be good news. Her face, which had just regained some color, turned pale again. They walked from the alley entrance to the end, about the time it takes half an incense stick to burn. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Wanfu Temple. Monks inside were leaving. Some went into the alley to rescue people. Others went to find those trying to capture Su Shuerong. Su Shuerong almost had an accident at the temple gate. They had to take some remedial actions. The cost of offending General Su was too high for Wanfu Temple to bear. Seeing Su Shuerong returning, the monks hurried to apologize. "Sorry for frightening Miss Su. It's our fault at Wanfu Temple. We will strengthen security in the future." Su Shuerong shook her head slightly. "It's not your fault. I want to stay at the temple for a few days. Miss Su, please. The side room at Huxing Pavilion has always been kept clean for you."
Thank you.
After speaking, she entered Wanfuzi Temple. Because Ninga City was under strict guard, few people came to burn incense at the temple recently. The ancient tree in the courtyard was covered with blessing ribbons fluttering in the wind. The monks in the temple all recognized Su Shuerong and bowed respectfully. Normally, Su Shuerong would return the bow to each of them, but today she was uneasy and ignored everyone. Beyond the main hall was the place where monks performed morning prayers. Further back were the guest rooms for visitors. Spring Peach watched Sunchu come out of a guest room, her eyes wide with surprise. "Why are you here?" It was such a coincidence that she began to suspect Sunchu had bad intentions again. Sunchu saw through Spring Peach's thoughts and said, "I don't know you're returning to Wanfuzi." After saying this, he quickly walked away. Spring Peach hurriedly called after him, "Young master, please wait." She quickly approached Sunchu and said, "It's my mistake to doubt you. Please forgive me, and thank you for saving my young lady." When Su Shuerong heard this, her gaze fell on Sunchu. Sunchu's clothes were stained with blood, his injured neck was wrapped in white cloth, and his clothes were dusty, looking a bit disheveled. "Is your injury caused by saving me?" Su Shuerong knew a little martial arts. She had already thought it through. With so many people on the street, the horse would be forced to stop. If someone could control the horse, that would be good. If not, the horse might be killed or the carriage would stop suddenly. She used her strength to push out, then caught Spring Peach. This way, neither of them would get hurt. But the plan was disrupted. Sunchu appeared too quickly, causing them to bump into each other unexpectedly. Su Shuerong already had a weak heart. After being shaken in the carriage and then hit, she immediately fainted from her illness, nearly losing her life. She knew she couldn't blame Sunchu, but she felt uncomfortable inside. Looking into Su Shuerong's clear and caring eyes, Sunchu shook his head and nodded. Maybe. My neck was injured before I saved the girl, but just now it worsened. He had a feeling that this girl, as pure as a lotus flower, was actually quite cunning. Su Shuerong had a slender figure, snow-white skin, delicate and beautiful features, more gentle and charming than southern women. She clasped her hands at her waist and slightly bowed in greeting. Thank you for saving me, young master. I am very grateful. Once I recover, I will visit to thank you properly. Miss Su, there's no need for formalities. I have a good relationship with your father, so saving you is my duty. Before making a move, Sunchu didn't know the person in the carriage was Su Shuerong, because the carriage was very ordinary and had no sign of the Su family. Su Shuerong stood up. A look of surprise appeared on her lotus face. Young master, do you know this young lady? Sun Chu looked at Chun Tao. Your maid said so. When Chun Tao was mentioned, she quickly asked, Are you the owner of the 1,000 gold gambling house? Yes, I am Sun Chu. Su Shuerong knew Sun Chu well, as the Su family had received a large income from him over the past 3 years. Su Qingzong often used Sun Chu to criticize his sons. Look at Sun Chu, then look at yourselves. You are about the same age, but how is it that he can earn a fortune, while you are just a bunch of spendthrift drunks? When she heard this, she wanted to reply. Born without proper upbringing, growing into a bunch of drunks, wasn't that expected? But she was a kind and obedient girl, so she couldn't say that. Thinking of this, Su Shuerong said, I often hear my father speak highly of young Master Sunday. Today, I am lucky to meet you. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. I am just a businessman with a lot of money. I don't deserve Miss Su's praise. People chase after profit. Only merchants display their wealth openly. This comment surprised Sun Chu a little. Could it be another time traveler? Royal Court Jade Liquor. Suddenly changing the subject, Su Shuerong looked confused, her clear eyes showing doubt. I am simple-minded. Please, young Master Sun, kindly explain. Sun Chu thought to himself. Just say it. Where are all these time travelers coming from? He casually lied. Royal Court Jade Liquor isn't something everyone can drink. I hope, someday as a merchant, I can thank General Su and enter the palace to enjoy a drink. He spoke politely, but Su Shuerong understood his meaning. She remained calm on the outside, but analyzed what Sun Chu was implying. It is said that merchants are sharp and perceptive, with keen eyes. It seems Sun Chu has already discovered Su Qingzong's plans for power. But why did he use this to test her? What does he want to gain from her? A sudden flash of insight struck Su Shuerong. 2 words. Marriage alliance. That's why there was a life-saving grace. He wanted her to marry him. Su Shuerong thought this, and began to suspect that today's events were arranged by Su Qingzong. After all, her father was selfish and willing to sacrifice anything. For his ridiculous imperial dream, he schemed against her, marrying her to Sun Chu, hoping to get money for recruiting soldiers, something he could do. Young Master Su has a talent for business. If he becomes a royal merchant, he can enjoy tribute wine in the palace. No matter what Su Qingzong's plans were, she would not sacrifice herself. She decided to plan her escape early. In the days ahead, she would live for herself. Sun Chu deliberately avoided mentioning Su Qingzong when talking to Su Shuerong, so she knew he was aware of Su Qingzong's plan to rebel. With Miss Su's good words, I will surely become a successful merchant, standing high in business, so that others won't look down on me. Seeing the bright light in Sun Chu's eyes, Su Shuerong understood why he supported Su Qingzong. Ambition can make smart people blind and turn them into gamblers. She sneered inwardly, but spoke gently. I wish young Master Sun all the best in his endeavors. After saying this, she subtly glanced at Chun Tao. Chun Tao understood and quickly said, Young Master Sun, Our young lady isn't feeling well, so she needs to rest. We will visit another day to thank you. Sunchu noticed Su Shuerong's cold attitude and guessed she might have misunderstood his words. Miss Su, there's no need to be so polite. We are about to become family. Before he could say, I want to marry your sixth brother, Su Shuerong excitedly interrupted. Young master son, I am not well and don't have many days left. There's no need to repay your kindness with my body, to avoid bringing bad luck or illness to you. Sunchu looked at Su Shuerong, who was clearly avoiding him, and confirmed she and Su Qingzong were not aligned. Otherwise, she would have used all means to win him over. He smiled and said, Miss Su, you've misunderstood. I do plan to marry into the Su family, but not you. Su Shuerong didn't relax her guard after hearing Sun Chu's words. She asked who then. Sun Chu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at the blinding sun. It's almost time for lunch. If Miss Su doesn't mind, we can chat while we eat later in the dining hall. Thinking that Wanfuzi was her territory, Su Shuerong agreed. There are many people in the dining hall, so it's not convenient to talk. When the monks have their meal, you can wait for me in the pavilion in the back garden. All right, see you later. After saying this, Sun Chu went to the main hall to donate incense money. As long as he paid enough silver, it was easier to get along. Once Sun Chu's figure disappeared, Su Shuerong turned and headed toward the lake island. Chun Tao immediately followed. Guards stood at the entrance to the lake island. The island had a small palace surrounded by a garden with a beautiful view. After entering her room, Su Shuerong took off her dirty clothes while asking Chun Tao, what exactly happened after I fainted? Chun Tao quickly knelt and explained everything. How she fell onto Sun Chu and how Sun Chu helped her take medicine. Miss, it's my fault. I was too weak and I let you be taken advantage of by young Master Sunday. Although acting quickly is sometimes necessary, damaging one's reputation is still a problem. Su Shuerong doesn't care much about her reputation. Su Qingzong is addicted to and many people talk behind his back, but he still does whatever he wants. Life is short, so enjoy it while you can. Get up. You did nothing wrong. It's better to live badly than to die. Chun Tao helped Su Shuerong put on new clothes. Miss, what happened just now will surely spread quietly. Your future marriage will be difficult. Why not go along with it and marry young Master Sun? Su Shuerong spread her arms, letting Chun Tao serve her. Do you think Sun Chu's family is very wealthy and can give me the best medicine to help me live a few more years?
Bah.
Miss, don't say such things. You will live a long life. Chun Tao said firmly, but inside, she felt very sad. The doctor said Miss will not live past 20. Su Shuerong doesn't want to die, but she has long been indifferent to life and death. Since she can remember, she has almost died many times. Chun Tao, Ninga City might be about to have a war. Pack up quickly. I will find a good chance to leave. When she heard this, Chun Tao's breathing stopped, and her heart pounded. Miss, can we really escape? Su Shuerong, dressed, pushed open the window, and looked at the shimmering lake, a smile on her face. If I don't take a chance, I would have lived in vain. She was tired of living like a caged bird. The lake connects to the river outside. It takes about 15 minutes to swim out and escape this trap. For this day, she had been practicing martial arts and strengthening her body every day, enduring the danger of illness attacks and holding her breath during training. Finally, she was about to see the sunlight and gain freedom. Chun Tao knew how hard her young lady had been these years. She smiled and said, whether in life or death, I will stay with Mississippi. Although she had no martial arts skills, she was good at swimming. Su Shuerong tidied her appearance in the mirror. Chun Tao, when we go to dine with Sun Chu later, I will ask him some questions. You cooperate with me. Yes, I obey. After we leave Ninga City, you will no longer be my servant. Let's go. When they reached the garden pavilion, Sun Chu hadn't arrived yet.
Ding.
The bell signaling meal was rung. Chun Tao asked, Miss, should we serve the food now or wait for young Master Sun? Serve the food. Sun Chu should be here very soon. Yes, I will go to the kitchen now. Chun Tao left, And not long after, Sunchu arrived at the pavilion with a monk leading him. The monk confirmed that Su Shuerong would dine with Sunchu before leaving, then left. Sunchu sat opposite Su Shuerong. He spent 10,000 taels of silver notes and, as the son-in-law of Su Qingzong, extracted some information from the abbot. Although Su Shuerong had been very cautious and the abbot didn't know much, he managed to gather two key pieces of information. First, Su Shuerong, who suffers from a serious heart condition, had been practicing breath-holding for a long time. She claimed it was to strengthen her heart. At first glance, this seemed harmless. But holding her breath for a long time would put a lot of strain on her heart, which was very dangerous. Second, Su Shuerong lit a long-lasting lamp, and the birth date on the lamp's base was her mother's. While it's common to light such lamps for the living, Aunt Fong and her fiancé, who share the same birthday, were involved. These 2 points don't prove that Su Shuerong isn't Su Qingzong's daughter, but they show she and Su Qingzong are not close. She has a problem. Su Shuerong saw Sunchu staring at her as if he wanted to see through her. She felt uncomfortable and adjusted her hair, asking, "Why does young master Sun keep staring at me?" Sunchu didn't beat around the bush, but got straight to the point. "Until when do you plan to pretend, Miss Su?" Su Shuerong frowned slightly, and a hint of anger appeared on her delicate, fair face. For some reason, she felt nervous, as if she'd been exposed. "If young Master Sun is here to cause trouble, there's no need for us to eat together," she said, and stood up to leave. Sun Chu quickly said, "If Miss Su leaves, General Su will immediately find out that his beloved daughter has been trying to escape from him. The breath-holding isn't for strengthening her heart, but to swim out of that lake." This made Su Shuerong's heart pound, and she felt a warning sign of illness coming on. She was glad her guards weren't close by. If this news reached Su Qingzong, even if he didn't believe it, he would stop her from escaping. She knew Sun Chu wasn't sure if she truly wanted to die and escape, but was testing her. She should pretend she hadn't heard and even mock him. "If you don't tell my father, you're a coward." She wanted to dismiss his suspicion with indifference or firmness. But she was afraid to take the risk, yet also wanted to gamble on a bigger one. Sun Chu looked at Su Shuerong, who had stopped walking, and said, "Miss Su, I mean no harm. Sit down and talk." His tone softened, no longer aggressive. After calming her racing heart, Su Shuerong sat back in her seat. She dropped her innocent, gentle disguise and stared coldly at Sun Chu. "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Sun Chu was about to answer when Chun Tao carried a pot of tea and led the monk bringing the food and drinks into the room. After placing the food and tea down and the monk left, he asked Su Shuerong, "Can you trust this maid?" implying whether their conversation could be overheard by Chun Tao. Su Shuerong nodded, "Yes, I trust her." Then she looked at Chun Tao. "Chun Tao, stay outside the pavilion. If you see anyone approaching, immediately warn me." Chun Tao sensed Su Shuerong's nervousness and showed concern on her face. "Miss, is something wrong? You'll find out soon. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound, and don't let anyone see that you're upset." Chun Tao became even more nervous, her heart pounding. But she had practiced controlling her expressions just like Su Shuerong. She smiled gently and relaxed. "Yes, Mississippi." After saying this, she left the pavilion. Su Shuerong tilted her chin to Sun Chu, signaling him to continue what he had not finished saying. Instead of answering her previous question, Sun Chu asked, "Miss Su, what do you think about General Su's plan to rebel?" This made Chun Tao outside the pavilion almost lose her composure. Su Shuerong sneered coldly and sarcastically said, "My father spends all his time among women, has no ability, no money, no brains, and yet he dreams of ruling the world. It's laughable." Chun Tao nearly burst into tears. "Miss, can you say such things to outsiders?" Sun Chu agreed with Su Shuerong's comment. "Why don't you advise him?" Su Shuerong didn't know Sun Chu's true purpose and naturally didn't reveal her thoughts. "Young Master Sun, I've answered your question. Now it's your turn." Sun Chu picked up his chopsticks to serve himself some homemade tofu. "Miss Su, don't be so tense. Let's eat and chat." Su Shuerong was very anxious and couldn't calm down, so she couldn't eat. She poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Sunchu. If young master's son isn't sincere, there's no need for us to talk. As long as she wanted to escape, even if Su Qingzong blocked her way, she could find another way out. Sunchu scooped a piece of tofu and put it into Su Shuerong's bowl. I am Sunchu, owner of the Lucky Bet Tavern, and soon-to-be Miss Su's brother-in-law. Meeting Miss Su and saving you was purely accidental. I came to Wanfuzi to investigate you, to see if I could win you over and extinguish the brewing flames of war in Ningzhou. If there's a war, my tavern and restaurant will be the first to suffer and be looted. After speaking, he shared some shocking news with Su Shuerong. Su Qingzong forced him to marry into the Su family and gave him Su Rui, telling him to go to the Su house in 5 days to formally propose. This news made Chun Tao choke on her saliva, causing her to cough repeatedly, which drew the attention of nearby guards. Su Shuerong also widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked at Sun Chu. Are you a man who prefers men? No matter how you look at it, this man doesn't seem to be interested in men. And Su Qingzong, is he crazy? He actually plans to give his son and daughter to Sun Chu as playthings just for money. Sun Chu avoided Su Shuerong's question and repeated his earlier inquiry. Miss Su, knowing that General Su is heading down a dead-end road, why don't you advise him? After realizing that Sun Chu was also a victim of Su Qingzong, Su Shuerong's tense mood eased, and her thoughts became clearer. Before I answer your question, I have one for you. Please ask Miss Su. If the only way to stop the war is to kill my father, what would you do? Then I would kill him. I dislike being forced to do things I don't want to, and I also dislike people meddling in my family affairs. As soon as she finished speaking, Sun Chu casually threw his chopsticks. They stabbed into the pillar of the pavilion, going deep into the wood. Su Shuerong didn't expect Sun Chu to be so skilled in martial arts. She was shocked but answered his question honestly. I won't advise him, because I want him to die. Since she had already spoken openly, there was nothing to hide. Chun Tao listened to her rebellious words and wished she could rush into the pavilion and cover Su Shuerong's mouth. Miss, be careful with your words. She couldn't understand why, having just met Sun Chu today, the young lady would be so frank with him. Su Shuerong ignored Chun Tao and looked at Sun Chu with confusion. With your martial skills, killing my father would be easy. Why would you rather be forced to compromise than take action? If this scoundrel died, she wouldn't have to risk escaping anymore. Sun Chu was a bit hungry. After eating a few bites, he looked at Su Shuerong. Her face was very calm, but her eyes were filled with intense hatred. He put down his chopsticks and explained, Su Qingzong hasn't yet revealed his plan to declare himself emperor. He's not a rebel now, he's the commander of the Ningzhou city garrison. If I kill him, I would not only be executed by the emperor and have my family exterminated, but I would also be hunted down by Su Qingzong's men and die in Ningzhou. Killing someone is easy, but dealing with the aftermath is hard. And killing only Su Qingzong isn't enough. I need to eliminate all his people. Otherwise, after Su Qingzong dies, those who want his position will fight each other, causing chaos in Ningzhou. Su Shuerong understood the hidden meaning behind Sun Chu's words. I also understand why he chose her to cooperate, to solve the chaos caused by Su Qingzong. She often goes in and out of the base, not only knowing who is loyal to Su Qingzong but also able to obtain the defense map to catch all the traitors. Su Shuerong remembered that she had previously guessed Sun Chu was working with Su Qingzong to scheme against her, wanting to marry her, and she wanted to laugh. She was wrong about him too. Young master son, what do you plan to do? Do you need me to do anything? What benefits can I get? Sun Chu looked at the calm but determined Su Shuerong and asked, Aren't you the biological daughter of Su Qingzong? This question hit her like a thunderclap in her mind. She instinctively denied, You're just guessing wildly. Outside the pavilion, Spring Peach could no longer stand steadily. Countless methods of silencing people flashed through her mind, but she ultimately held back. Because Sun Chu's martial skills were too high, she couldn't defeat him. Sunchu watched as Su Xiaorong tried to hide her emotions but could no longer keep her face calm, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I mean you no harm. I hope you can be sincere, so we can have a good talk about cooperation. You should know that if I hadn't helped you take the medicine to treat your heart condition, you would already be dead. Su Xiaorong also disliked being threatened and snorted coldly in a bad mood. If you hadn't rushed to the carriage, I wouldn't have bumped into you, nor would I have fainted from the illness. Sunchu recalled the scene of saving Su Xiaorong. Her posture when coming out of the carriage was indeed not caused by inertia. But what does that have to do with him? He doesn't have the ability to predict the future. Is saving someone wrong? Why don't you say I shouldn't have let the carriage stop, and it should have hit more civilians? Su Xiaorong also knew that Sunchu was not wrong, nor did he say anything wrong. She just got emotional earlier and argued back. Her mind was a bit confused. Rubbing her temples, she asked Sunchu, "What exactly do you want to do?" Sunchu continued to pick up his chopsticks and eat, saying as he ate, "When I came to Ningzhou City, I passed through Haishi Prefecture and met a wealthy merchant whose family was migrating south, escorted by 20 bodyguards. They were robbed by officials disguised as mountain bandits, and the bodyguards were slaughtered. The young women were all humiliated." Su Xiaorong hated to hear about women being humiliated. She asked angrily, "Were those soldiers my father's people?" "Yes." "How do you know?" "What happened to the merchant's family? And those women?"
What happened to them?
"The merchant's family encountered officials escorting the Qi family. The officials quickly killed the bandits, saving the women from humiliation. The official also learned from bandits that Su Qingzong controls the local governor and the inspector, and has rebelled. Many soldiers disguised as mountain bandits are robbing people daily, causing great suffering. Even worse, Su Qingzong has chosen merchants carrying silver notes to enter the city, killing and looting." The more Su Xiaorong listened, the colder she felt inside. After learning that Su Qingzong planned to rebel, she focused on hiding deeply. She never expected he would be even more ruthless than she thought. You knew the city of Ningzhou was in trouble, but still walked into the trap.
Why?
Sunchu looked into Su Xiaorong's sharp eyes and spoke with half-truths. Merchants hate chaos the most. If Su Qingzong succeeds in becoming king, others will follow, and the whole country will fall into disorder. We must stop his ambitions early. I risked going into the city to help Qi Yanzhou kill Su Qingzong, stabilize the country, and keep my business going. Plus, I want him to owe me a favor. He naturally wouldn't reveal his true relationship with Qi Yanzhou to avoid the emperor's suspicion and losing the business empire he built over 3 years. Su Xiaorong found Sun Chu's words reasonable and believed him. After all, Qi Yanzhou might become the next ruler. His favor is more precious than gold, worth taking risks for. She asked, "Why do you think I am not Su Qingzong's biological daughter?" Not calling him father anymore meant she accepted Sun Chu's guess. 15 years had passed. Her mother and she had kept the secret for so long, even fooling Su Qingzong, but not fooling an outsider. Sun Chu shared all the clues he found with Su Xiaorong. "These don't prove much, but they show you're not an obedient girl. You've been pretending in front of Su Qingzong, so I used some tricks to test you." Su Xiaorong suddenly realized that Sun Chu's step-by-step probing had exposed her true self. "No wonder you're called a business genius. When it comes to calculating people's minds, I'm no match for you." Sun Chu smiled and said, "I'm just getting started. I haven't reached the level of royalty, officials, or noble families." To ease the mood, he joked, "Honestly, Miss Su, I've thought about using a handsome man to win you over, or even capturing you to force a surrender. But before I could do anything, fate brought us a better way." Su Xiaorong raised her eyebrows slightly. "Young master son, you really think highly of me." "Miss Su, it's only right that you're valued, being the most important person to Su Qingzong. He only cares about himself. To get back on track, how do you plan to deal with Su Qingzong? Do you need me to do anything? What benefits will I get?" "Actually, I am just following orders." Qi Yanzhou sent his men to Ningzhou City. "Miss Su, why not thank me by bringing a gift to the 1,000 gold gambling house to meet that person?"
Shushuerong nodded.
All right, at the appointed time, I will visit with a gift.
Good, eat now.
The dishes are getting cold. Sunchu didn't expect the vegetarian meal at Wanfuzi to be quite tasty. When he put down his chopsticks, all 3 dishes and the soup were finished. As he was leaving, Su Shuarong suddenly asked, "Young master son, you promised to go to the Su residence in 5 days for the engagement. Is there a special meaning behind this timing?" That's a question for Miss Su to ask Zhongzhou. He is one of Qi Yanzhou's men. After speaking, Sun Chu left the pavilion and walked away. Chun Tao immediately entered the pavilion, wide-eyed, staring at Su Shuarong. "Miss, why did you tell young master son everything?" Su Shuarong thought about her only impulsive act in her life and smiled. "Just taking a gamble. It's not a loss. If she won the gamble, they wouldn't have to risk escaping secretly." She wasn't entirely confident she could swim out of the lake with Chun Tao and her mother, but she believed she wouldn't lose. But now, there was a big problem that needed solving. "Chun Tao, sit down. Don't worry, your lady knows what she's doing." Chun Tao thought about what had already happened and couldn't change it, so she sat beside Su Shuarong. "Miss, what should we do next?" "Wait until I meet Qi Yanzhou's men. Then I will go back to the residence now, fetch some good gifts from the storeroom to thank young master son." Su Shuarong grabbed Chun Tao's arm and shook her head. "No need to rush. There are 2 hours until the appointed time. Go to the dining hall and eat something. I'll tell you something later." "I'm not hungry, Mississippi. Just tell me now if you have something to say. Don't be stubborn. Just go." Chun Tao obediently stood up, tidied the bowls and plates on the stone table, and took them to the dining hall. Su Shuarong looked at the lake beside the pavilion, her mind filled with the urgent problem she needed to solve. From Sun Chu's words, it seemed Su Qingzong would be finished within 5 days. Rebellion was a crime punishable by death for the entire family, and everyone in the Su family would be implicated. She had to find a way to detach herself from the Su family before Su Qingzong's downfall. Breaking ties was impossible. First, Su Qingzong wouldn't agree. Second, it would alert the enemy and make Su Qingzong suspicious. What method could she use to naturally leave the Su family without suspicion? Getting married. After thinking of the answer, Su Shuarong's pale lips curled into a slight smile. Now there was a suitable candidate. Sun Chu. She had been worried that Sun Chu and Su Qingzong were plotting together, deliberately setting up today's scheme to use rumors to force her into marriage. Unexpectedly, in less than an hour, it turned out she was the one trying to use today's events to pressure Sun Chu into marriage. Of course, this marriage was just for show. Marrying in 3 days. I wonder if it's enough time? After muttering this, she heard a distant voice from her guard. "Miss Ninth, your medicine has been brought back. Bring it here." The guard, who had come to report from the Su residence, carried the medicine for treating heart issues to the pavilion and handed it to Su Shuarong. She took the medicine, her eyelids drooping slightly to hide her dislike. "What did my father say about me staying a few days at Wanfuzi?" "The general said that there will be a wedding soon at the house. He told Miss to stay for a day or 2 and then return. He also sent people to catch anyone trying to kidnap Miss, and there will be news soon. Just take care of yourself and don't worry about it."
I understand.
"What's the good news at the house?" The guard replied. The general didn't say specifically. "I found out that the 4th young master and the 6th miss, who are well matched, are going to marry the owner of the gold lottery house." When he said this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Marrying children to a man who is openly gay, it's unheard of. Su Shuarong slightly furrowed her brows, pretending to be troubled as she said, "The person who saved me before was the owner of the gold lottery house. Could it be that my father wants all 3 of us siblings to marry him?" The guard hesitated, unsure how to respond. Because the general's original words were, "The scoundrel who ruined Miss Ninth's reputation, kill him." When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel that the man was unlucky. He risked his life to save someone. "Miss Ninth, the general doesn't know that the person who saved you is the owner of the gold lottery house. He has ordered his death. Should I go back and report this?" "No need. With my father's ability, he'll soon find out who the target is." After saying this, Su Shuarong asked, "What about the common folk injured in the accident with the horse?" "The doctor has treated them. 2 are more seriously hurt, but there's no life danger." "Is the medical fee enough?" "The doctor said it's enough, but future medication will cost more silver." Su Shuarong took off her hairpin and handed it to the guard. "Go follow up on this. I'll cover the medical expenses and give them some extra compensation." "Understood." The guard left shortly after, and Chun Tao returned to the pavilion. Su Shuarong told him she wanted to marry Sunchu, change her family name, and leave the Su family. Chun Tao thought this plan was not good. Pretending to marry is still marriage. The future son-in-law will definitely hold some resentment. "Foolish girl, I just want to live happily in my lifetime. I won't marry." Su Shuarong knew very well how bad her health was. Not to mention having children, even sharing a bed was difficult. No man would marry her as a wife. Chun Tao understood why Su Shuarong didn't want to marry. Feeling sorry for her, she changed the subject. "Miss, if you marry young master son, I can serve as a dowry maid." "What about Lady Fong? They couldn't just have a dowry girl, right?" "This question I will ask when I see Qi Yanzhou's men." Since she needed help, she couldn't expect any benefits for nothing. After Sun Chu left Wanfuzi Temple, he returned to the Qianjin gambling house. Qi Yanzhou saw he was injured and asked coldly, "Did Su Qingzong do this?"
Yes.
"When you catch him and cut off his head, have the executioner dull the blade a bit and cut him several times to avenge me." "No problem. Have you found out anything about Su Shuarong?" Sun Chu nodded. "Let me have some tea and change clothes first, then I'll tell you everything." After saying that, he went to his room, took out the wooden plug from the copper pipe in the corner, and shook the bronze bell nearby. The bell's sound traveled through the iron pipe to the secret room in the backyard. The iron pipe in the secret room was used for listening in. But Sun Chu's pipe had a different purpose. It was for the kitchen staff to deliver him bath water. Soon, a servant brought water upstairs and adjusted the temperature. Although his neck wound wasn't deep, water would affect healing, so he only washed briefly. After bathing, Sun Chu changed into clean clothes and went to Qi Yanzhou's room. He spoke briefly, telling him everything that happened today. Qi Yanzhou looked at Sun Chu from head to toe with a teasing smile and raised eyes. "Are you a broken sleeve?" Sun Chu rolled his eyes in frustration. "I didn't know Su Qingzong was so crazy. He won't let go of the broken sleeve and even wants me to marry 2 people at once, secretly scheming while pretending to be innocent. His son being toyed with, his daughter giving birth. How could this old fool think of such things?" Qi Yanzhou patted Sun Chu's shoulder with a smile. "It's a delaying tactic. Don't bother with him." Sun Chu pushed away Qi Yanzhou's hand, giving a fake smile and staring at him coldly. "Since I sacrificed so much, is there any benefit for me? Tang used a recipe to exchange for you to gather information in Ningzhou City. You did your duty, so what benefits do you want?" "Cheap, stingy iron rooster." Sun Chu casually said this, not really expecting any benefit. "Su Shuarong will arrive soon. Have you thought about how to talk to her? I think healing her heart condition is a good bargaining chip. With Yi Chutong's medical skills, even if she can't completely cure her, she can reduce the chances of her falling ill and help her live a few more years. For someone about to die, this is an irresistible temptation." Qi Yanzhou and Sun Chu have different ideas. Tang hasn't checked Su Shuarong's pulse. "Until we know if she can be cured, I won't promise anything to her. What I can give Su Shuarong is the freedom she secretly planned for all these years, her true background, and the chance to avenge her father." Sun Chu thinks this makes sense and nods in agreement. "Then, let's follow your plan. If we use this well, we can take Ningzhou City without bloodshed. Don't worry, the opportunity is already in my hands. I won't let it slip away." Time quickly passes, and soon it is the hour of Shin. Su Shuarong arrives on time with a gift of thanks at the Qianjin gambling house. Because she is in poor health, she looks delicate and sickly, out of place among the smoky, chaotic gambling hall. The manager, having been told by Sun Chu, immediately takes Su Shuarong and her maid to a private room on the 2nd floor. He asks a servant to brew a pot of fruit tea, her favorite. Miss Su, please wait a moment. The master will arrive soon. When the fruit tea and snacks are served, Sunchu and Yanzhou, disguised, arrive. After dismissing the servants, Sunchu introduces, Miss Su, this is Yanzhou, the name I told you about. This was the name Yanzhou used when he disguised himself as a merchant from Yanzhou. Shuyan looks at the plain-looking Yanzhou and asks, Young Master Zhang, can you be the master for young Master Qi? I am his trusted confidant. I can make decisions on small matters on his behalf. After speaking, Yanzhou and Sunchu sit opposite Shuyan. Is killing Su Qingzong a small matter? For the master, yes, it's a small matter. Since it's a small matter, why do you want my help? Can't you handle it yourselves? Shuyan's probing does not anger Yanzhou. He explains, killing Su Qingzong is easy, but it's hard to keep the people of Ningzhou City unaffected. The master cares for the people and wants to quietly eliminate Su Qingzong and capture his people all at once. The officials escorting only 100 men, it's impossible to take down Su Qingzong and his close followers in one go. This is Shuyan's biggest concern. If they can't wipe out all of Su Qingzong's people at once, it's better not to act at all. Because once you anger Su Qingzong, no one will come out well. In the end, the common people will suffer the most. Yanzhou did not hide the fact that he was mobilizing troops from Shuyan. Miss Su, rest assured, at least 10,000 people will be available. Is that enough? This number surprised Shuyan slightly. She nodded and said, That's enough. The 6,000 soldiers stationed in Ningzhou City do not all want to rebel with Su Qingzong. They know very well that Su Qingzong lacks leadership skills and does not have the aura of an emperor. The chance of rebellion failing is 100%. But they are forced by the situation and have no choice but to follow Su Qingzong in his plans to destroy the family and wipe out his clan. If they had a choice, they would definitely betray him and turn against Su Qingzong. Thinking of this, Shuyan said, There are about 20,000 soldiers and officers who are completely loyal to Su Qingzong. If I can get the city defense map, just 10,000 people could take down his 20,000 soldiers. After hearing what she wanted to hear, Yanzhou asked, Miss Su, tell me your conditions. Before coming to the Tianjin gambling house, Shuyan had already thought of her conditions. But she didn't mention them immediately. Instead, she asked, Can I first know how young Master Zhang plans to deal with Su Qingzong? If you are confident, I will cooperate. Yanzhou poured fruit tea for Shuyan and Chun Tao. As long as Miss Su gives me the city defense map and tells me who supports Su Qingzong, my master can quietly take control of Ningzhou City and resolve the crisis. He didn't want to reveal how exactly they would deal with Su Qingzong, nor when they would act, because he had to be cautious of Shuyan, just in case. Seeing that Yanzhou didn't specify the plan, Shuyan knew he was guarding against her. She asked again, Young Master Zhang plans to take the list of supporters of Su Qingzong and deal with them one by one? Yanzhou remained silent. Shuyan continued, I have a good plan to quickly and accurately take down Su Qingzong's people. This piqued Sunchu's curiosity, as it involved military strategy. He asked, What is Miss Su's plan? Shuyan's gaze fell on Sunchu, and she smiled, saying, In 3 days, we will get married. Sunchu's surprised expression froze. He widened his eyes and looked at Shuyan, thinking he must be hearing things. What did you just say? Shuyan was amused by Sunchu's reaction and playfully raised her eyebrows. Young Master Sun and I have had a physical relationship. Now that my reputation is ruined, only marrying young Master Sun can clear the rumors. After hearing this, Sunchu exploded. I was just trying to save you. What do you mean by a physical relationship? Don't talk nonsense. I also saved a young girl who was almost hit by a horse. Does that mean I should marry her? In the future, if an old woman falls, should I not help her? Old-fashioned customs. Arranged marriages. Shuyan looked at Sunchu, who was furious and avoiding her like a snake, and chuckled softly. Young Master Sun, don't get so excited. I'm not really going to marry you. I just want to leave the Su family before Su Qingzong is convicted. That way, I won't be affected by the punishment of the 9 familial exterminations. Plus, there's another benefit to us getting married. She deliberately paused, waiting for the 2 men to ask her about it. Sunchu's mind was a mess. He couldn't think clearly. He was about to ask what good marriage would bring, but Yanzhou spoke first. The benefit is that through the wedding, we can gather everyone from Su Qingzong's side and take action at once. Su Shuyan nodded. Yes, I am Su Qingzong's most loved daughter, and I know the military officers. So, if I get married, even if they don't come to celebrate at the Su residence, they will gather at the military base to celebrate with me. That's indeed a good
plan.
Sunchu stood up excitedly. I don't agree. Then he looked at Su Shuyan. You're not even Su Qingzong's real daughter. Once Master Qi captures him, he will help you reveal your true identity and leave the Su family. You don't need to marry me, and you won't be a divorced woman. Su Shuyan's face tightened, and she shook her head firmly.
No. Why not?
My mother, after becoming Su Qingzong's concubine, secretly had an affair with my father and became pregnant. If my true background is exposed, my mother will be looked down on for the rest of her life. She's already suffered enough for me. I don't want her to carry any shame or live with a stigma forever. People are often harsh to women. Even if Su Qingzong took another wife first, and it was wrong, no one could accept that Madame Fong had an affair after marriage and bore a child out of wedlock. Even if that man was her fiancé, she loved deeply. Sunchu looked at Su Shuyan, who had red eyes but stubbornly refused to cry, and his tone softened a bit.
Miss Su, I'm sorry.
I didn't think this through. Since revealing your background publicly isn't suitable, why don't you adopt a new identity? You don't want to spend your life as Su Qingzong's daughter, do you? Of course, the wedding is in 3 days. Miss Su will secretly leave the wedding house, and my master will prepare 3 new identities for you. When she said this, Su Shuyan and Sun Chu looked at Yanzhou at the same time. They both asked, "What do you mean by that?" He explained, "It means that only by using your wedding as a cover can we minimize casualties and take down Su Qingzong and his followers." He was right, and Su Shuyan was willing to cooperate. As long as young Master Sun agrees, I have no objections. She was in poor health, had faced death many times, and was full of respect for life. If her help could save some lives, she was happy to do it. Sun Chu. Great. All the pressure is on him now. If he refused, the soldiers in a high county would suffer casualties because of him. He looked at Yanzhou and laughed bitterly. You're so clever, so clever. Yanzhou knew Sun Chu was very angry, but he had to use his soft heart to force him to agree. Has young Master Sun agreed to marry Miss Su? Sun Chu clenched his teeth and corrected him carefully. It's a fake marriage. Oh well. Ever since he died once, he became the god of soft-heartedness. It's just a fake marriage, so he should go along with it. But being forced to do something he didn't want to do made him very unhappy. So he looked at Yanzhou and said, if you want me to agree to the fake marriage, you have to give me a good deal. Yanzhou agreed, without hesitation. Sure, what do you want? 1 chance. Sorry, I can't decide that for my master. Don't you like the palace recipes? I'll give you all the secret court recipes. When he heard this, Sun Chu's eyes lit up. I want not only the recipes but also some tribute wine.
Deal.
After the marriage was settled, Su Shuyan said, Su Qingzong definitely won't want to marry me off. I need to use rumors to push him. She looked at Sun Chu with a teasing gaze. He wants to kill me under the pretense of saving me and then take advantage of my man. Sun Chu. Saving someone was really hard. If he didn't kill Su Qingzong, it would be unforgivable. He curiously asked, where did Su Qingzong get the courage to suddenly plan a rebellion? Su Shuyan actually knew the answer to this. Su Qingzong heard that the neighboring country would attack Beichun heavily in winter. He thought the country was doomed, and with his subordinates' encouragement, he planned to prepare early, make money, and recruit soldiers. With enough troops, he could protect himself and also try to seize power. Yanzhou remembered the wealthy merchant from Tashing who was robbed by bandits. He also chose to move his family to the capital because of this. In other words, someone was deliberately spreading this news to cause chaos in Beichen country. Unverified rumors can make Su Qingzong risk rebellion? Su Shuyan sneered with a smile. Maybe it's also because the Qi family has the means and plans for rebellion. He probably wants to use this chance to improve his own future. Su Qingzong, who has no ability to compete for the throne, still wants to be emperor. It's ridiculous. Even more so, he dreams of controlling the Song family, who are everywhere, and the Qi family, who have soldiers. It's like his head was kicked by a donkey. Yanzhou chuckled sarcastically. Relying on burning, killing, and looting to improve your future is unheard of. Then he asked Su Shuyan, if spreading rumors forces Su Qingzong to agree to your marriage with Sunchu, it will hurt your reputation. Are you okay with that? It's fine, as long as I can kill him and free myself and my mother. That's all that matters. Since they are both doomed to die, ruining their reputation doesn't matter. All right, the spreading of rumors will be handled by young Master Sunday Sunchu, who was eating snacks, said, letting me smear mud on myself. What a clever idea from Lord Zhou. The gambling houses and taverns are the fastest places to spread news. We should make full use of them. Fine, you're right. After speaking, Sun Chu curiously asked Su Shuyan, Su Qingzong has cherished you as his precious for so many years. Can you really do this? Honestly, he doubted Su Shuyan was just gathering information. After all, Su Qingzong's love for Su Shuyan was real, and so was his upbringing. Spring Peach, hearing Sun Chu's words, snorted unhappily. All of you only see the general's love for Miss, but you don't see what he's done to turn her into his beloved. The young lady doesn't like dancing and is afraid of cold, yet the general made her dance on ice. Because that was the only skill Sun Yangzi could show off. The young lady has a heart condition and shouldn't drink strong tea, but the general made her taste it all. Because Sun Yangzi said strong tea is invigorating, bitter at first, but with a sweet aftertaste. The young lady loves reading and writing poetry, but the general wants her to focus more on martial arts. Because Sun Yangzi only knows how to wield a spear at Wudong and doesn't understand literature. There are many more such things. Sun Chu listened and looked at Su Shuyan with sympathy. I didn't expect that behind your glamorous appearance, there's so much suffering and endurance. Su Shuyan smiled and said, don't pity me. Every gain has its loss. It's all fair. Although she has not had an easy life over the years, she has gained many things. For example, life-saving medicine, self-defense skills, and endless money. Sun Chu asked again, Su Qingzong loves Mistress Su so much. Why didn't he marry her? Because Mistress Su was already engaged and had a good relationship with her fiancé. He was afraid she would hate him or be angry with the Su family, so he didn't dare to steal her away. Only daring to look down on common people as cowards. What's the relationship between Su Qingzong and your father? How did you avoid the blood test? Sun Chu had someone carefully investigate, but couldn't find any connection between the two. Su Shuer looked at her index finger and smiled. It's just a little trick to fool people. Back then, the head lady of the Su family suspected her background and spread rumors. Her mother found out and planned to get a wounded legitimate son, then obtain some blood. She then had someone cover her finger with a fake skin and wrapped a small amount of fresh blood inside. Su Qingzong was very cautious, and the entire blood test process was under his control. But he never expected that the blood used in the test was his son's. To avoid revealing the truth, she later cut her finger and staged a self-inflicted injury. This way, she and her mother gained many benefits. After hearing this, Sun Chu looked at Qi Yanzhou. We were wrong. Qi Yanzhou nodded and said to Su Shuyan, Miss Su's mother is clever and brave. After getting rid of Su Qingzong, she will surely have a smooth life. Su Shuyan smiled sincerely. Thank you. After saying that, she took a sip of fruit tea, and her eyes immediately lit up. This tea is very good. Chun Tao, you should try some. Next, Qi Yanzhou and Su Shuyan discussed the specific plan to take down Su Qingzong. They set the wedding date for 3 days later and the marriage for 5 days later. 3 days was only enough for Ma Wei Yuan's vanguard to arrive. Qi Yanzhou was worried that acting with insufficient manpower might backfire, so he postponed the wedding by 2 days. Su Shuerong needed to do 2 things. First, get Su Qingzong to agree to her marriage with Sunchu and ensure the wedding proceeds as scheduled. Second, obtain the city defense map of Ningzhou, marking the defense arrangements for the wedding day. Miss Su, besides the 3 new identities and travel documents, do you have any other requests?
Su Shuerong nodded confidently.
Yes, I want 2 guards who can protect us 3, and a favor from Lord Qi. Qi Yanzhou disliked owing favors the most. After hesitating, he said, guards are no problem. Their monthly salary will be paid to Miss Su in a lump sum for 50 years, and you can give it to them gradually. No, I have saved a lot of silver over the years. I will support myself with my monthly allowance. How much silver is that each month? My master gives 5 taels, and if there is a dangerous mission, there will be extra. Su Shuerong thinks this monthly allowance and bonus are reasonable. All right, I will continue to follow your master's rules for the guard's salary. As for favors, Miss Su, a gentleman keeps his promises. My master won't give favors easily. After all, we are in a partnership. You've already gained the freedom and new identity you wanted from us, but I can give you a chance. Su Shuerong doesn't respond to Qi Yanzhou. She turns to Sunchu. Since it's also a partnership, why can Sunchu ask Qi Yanzhou for a favor? Because Sunchu isn't a beneficiary and values the master much more than Miss Su does. This makes Su Shuerong unable to argue. All right, what is this opportunity you mentioned earlier? Miss Su should know that my wife is a skilled healer. I can't guarantee she can cure your heart condition, but I can ask her to take a look. Of course, Su Shuerong knows Yi Chutong's medical skills are comparable to Hua Tuo's. Although she has no hope for her own health anymore, she still holds some hope. That's a good opportunity. I'll take it. After the deal was made, Su Shuerong left the gambling house with Chun Tao and the snack Sun Chu had given her. She went straight back to Anfuzi. She plans to wait until the rumors spread before returning to the Su residence to talk about marrying Sun Chu. Sun Chu stands by the window, watching the 2 girls leave in the carriage, then sits back at the table. He looks a bit worried and asks, will the reinforcements arrive in 5 days? Qi Yanzhou hesitates for a moment and says, the wedding usually happens at dusk. I've given Ma Weiyuan an extra day, so it should be enough. Should be? One mistake, and everything is lost. You need to be completely sure. Otherwise, with Su Qingzong's temper, he'll go crazy and fight back at any cost. Don't worry, he can't fight back because I will catch the king first. Sun Chu drinks the fruit tea in front of him in 1 gulp. Not enough, I need to find allies. The prefect and the governor, I've already checked their situations. I'll go investigate tonight. It's too dangerous for you to run to both places alone. We should split up, 1 to each place. Qi Yanzhou looks at Sun Chu with confusion. Aren't you usually not interested in politics? Why are you helping me? Sun Chu's right hand rests on the table, his index and middle fingers tapping lightly. If something happens to you, I won't be able to explain to Yi Chudeng. I'll go to the prefect's office and find out about the situation inside. Actually, he didn't tell the truth. Helping Qi Yanzhou wasn't for Yi Chudeng. During the journey north, he saw and heard too much, and his thoughts gradually changed. If chaos breaks out in the world, no one can stay safe alone. Although the Sun family of the Wuji sect was born from the chaos of changing dynasties, no one wanted to see innocent lives destroyed. So, Sun Chu understood that when he could do something for the people, he should try his best. He didn't want to have regrets, and this extra life was worth it. Qi Yanzhou looked at Sun Chu, who suddenly became serious and felt a bit unfamiliar. He explained the situation at the governor's office and the Sishi's office. The guards at the governor's office are stricter. I will go there, and you go to the Sishi's office. Sun Chu knew he wasn't as capable as Qi Yanzhou and didn't try to pretend. All right, I will first arrange for people to spread rumors about me and Su Shuerong. After Sun Chu left, Qi Yanzhou quickly wrote a letter summarizing what had happened in Ningzhou and his plan for 5 days later. He handed it to his subordinate to deliver to Nanshao. Night fell. Rumors about Sun Chu and Su Shuerong were flying everywhere. have you heard? Miss Su from the Su family went to Wanfuzi today and was attacked by a villain, but was saved by the owner of the Gold Daughters gambling house. They were very close. Are they really close? I heard they were just touching. I heard that Miss Su's chest was touched.
Who told you that?
Miss Su is pure and innocent. How could anyone tarnish her reputation? Someone saw her with that owner at Wanfuzi for over half an hour. That long? They could have done a lot in that time. Engaging in such things in a Buddhist place, really daring. Sunchu stood by the window on the 4th floor, listening to the villagers' gossip, his face dark as a pot. The rumors he spread were far from this exaggerated. These gossiping villagers were really good at adding oil to the fire. By nightfall, the rumors would probably claim Su Shuyan was secretly pregnant. He was so angry, he lost his appetite when the steward came to report. Master, General Su has left the Su residence and went to Wanfuzi. All right, I see. After calming his mind, Sun Chu told Qi Yanzhou the news. Qi Yanzhou looked at the dark sky, which was like a heavy black veil, and said, "It's almost time to act." He applied a disguise ointment and changed his appearance. Sun Chu disguised himself as a woman. Even if he couldn't meet the governor or the Sishi, he wouldn't reveal his identity. After packing up, the two of them went to the governor's office and the Sishi's office separately. The governor's office was very close to the gambling house. Before night fully fell, Qi Yanzhou had already sneaked inside. The residence was heavily guarded, making it very difficult to move. It took nearly half an hour to get close to the study where Governor Wu Changfeng was held. The area around the study was brightly lit, with many soldiers present. Realizing he couldn't get closer, Qi Yanzhou turned and went to the kitchen. Wu Changfeng liked to have a late-night snack. At midnight, officials would come to the kitchen to pick up the cook's prepared late-night meal for Wu Changfeng. It was now past midnight, and the cook was busy working. Qi Yanzhou hid on the beam of the ceiling, slowing his breathing, waiting for the officials to arrive. Meanwhile, Sun Chu had already met with Inspector Li Shun. In Ninga City, the inspector's power was not greater than that of the governor, and he was not closely watched. Sun Chu spent about half an hour to meet him. Li Shun looked at the strong woman who jumped in through the window, stunned and unable to react immediately. Knowing his own image was not good, Sun Chu cleared his throat lightly. "Lord Li, I am Qi Yanzhou's person."
Can we talk?
Li Shun, hearing the deliberately lowered male voice, quickly regained his composure and nodded excitedly. "Yes, can Mr. Qi come to Ninga City? Is he safe?" Mr. Qi is still in Haishi Prefecture. When he learned about the trouble in Ninga City, the rebellion of General Su, and that Lord Wu and Lord Li were controlled, he sent me here to seek an alliance and work together from inside and outside. Hearing this, Li Shun's voice became excited. Su Qingzong is just causing trouble. His plan to use only 60,000 troops to fight for the throne is ridiculous. He will definitely fail, but it will harm the people of Ningzhou and disturb the situation in Beiqin Kingdom. Does Mr. Qi have a way to deal with Su Qingzong? Do you need me to do anything? Sun Chu pressed his index finger to his lips and made a shushing sound. Li Shun immediately covered his mouth and nodded vigorously. Sun Chu did not answer Li Shun's question directly but asked instead, "What can Lord Li do for Mr. Qi?" Li Shun lowered his hand and gave a helpless, bitter smile. "I am currently imprisoned and can't do anything. It's not that you can't do anything, but whether you are willing to do it. If there's anything I need to do, just tell me directly, young master. As long as I can do it, I will." Li Shun didn't want Ningzhou City to become a rebellious city under siege. So, as long as he could help, he would do so without hesitation. Seeing Li Shun's eager eyes, Sun Chu said, "Mr. Qi has a plan to deal with Su Qingzong, but he doesn't have many usable people. Are you willing to lend soldiers, Lord Li?" Li Shun, as the inspector overseeing officials across Ningzhou, had some personal soldiers. But the number was small, only about 1,000. "If Lord Qi finds my soldiers useful, I am willing to lend them," he said. Then he took out a jade pendant from the resting room's jade pillow and handed it to Sun Chu. "My official seal has been taken, but this jade pendant can represent my identity." 1,000 personal soldiers will follow the orders of this pendant. Sunchu took the pendant and replied, "This number of soldiers is too small. Not enough." Li Shun frowned and looked troubled. "But I only have this many personal soldiers." Just as he finished speaking, he remembered Governor Wu Chongfeng. "Governor Wu has about 2,000 personal soldiers, more than I do. You can ask him to lend you soldiers." Sun Chu, wary of Li Shun, said, "The governor's office is surrounded tightly. Even if Wu can lend soldiers, I can't get in." "That's true. Wu has great power and is supported by the people. Su Qingzong will surely keep a close watch on him to prevent any mischief. So I still need you to think of other ways. Your 1,000 men can't compare to the 6,000 station troops." Hearing the word station troops, Li Shun immediately thought of someone he could persuade. "Young master, take my jade pendant to the deputy commander of the station troops. He should help you." Sun Chu wanted to hear this. He asked, "How many soldiers can Deputy Commander Fong command?" "Under normal orders, he can take 5,000 soldiers. If he is willing to risk his life for him, there should be about 1,000. Though not many, they are trained as personal guards, at least twice as effective. Are there others we can use?" Li Shun shook his head. "My duty is to supervise officials, so I can't get too close to them. Deputy Commander Fong is my brother-in-law." After discussing the city defense map, Sun Chu took the jade pendant representing Li Shun's identity and left the governor's office. As he just left, Yanzhou knocked out the guards in the kitchen who were fetching the late-night snack. Before the cook's scream could be heard, he had already pressed acupoints on her. She couldn't move or speak. Yanzhou said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help Wu. If he stays locked up, Ningzhou City will fall into disaster." He knew the cook was Wu Chongfeng's person, so he said these words. "If you're willing to help me, blink once. If not, blink twice." The cook was a widow saved by Wu Chongfeng. After losing her husband, she was nearly assaulted by her younger brother-in-law. She finally escaped and went to her mother-in-law for help, but was accused of seduction. Naturally, her mother-in-law sided with her son, saying she was unfaithful and should be drowned. Coincidentally, Wu Chongfeng passed by and uncovered the truth, restoring justice for her. He also helped her leave her husband's family and become a cook at the prefectural office, giving her a place to stay. Now, when there was a chance to repay Wu Chongfeng, she was naturally willing and blinked quickly. Yanzhou had already guessed this outcome and released the knots on the cook's wrists. After alerting himself to his surroundings, the cook asked, "Young master, what do you need me to do?" Yanzhou looked at the soldiers lying on the ground and said, "Make them disappear quietly."
Can you do that?
"Yes." "Show me how." "I'll kill them, cook them, and feed them to the wild dogs." The cook's family originally came from Linzhou, where they made a living by slaughtering cattle and sheep. Once, when a neighboring country invaded and broke the city, many people were killed, and her family died too. She hid in the kitchen to escape. Later, she fled to Ningzhou City and made a living by slaughtering pigs before getting married. She had seen bloody slaughter and knew how to use a knife. Killing corrupt soldiers was not difficult for her. After hearing her explanation, Yanzhou nodded. "I'll leave him to you. I will go see Lord Wu and help him get out of trouble." He then took off the soldier's clothes and used medicine to cover his face with a disguise paste. While the cook was tidying up the soldiers, he transformed into a soldier himself. He carried a food box with late-night snacks and left for the study. The way was smooth and unobstructed. At the door of the study, a soldier on duty stopped him. The soldier checked the food box and asked, "Why did you take so long today?" Hearing the soldier mumble, Yanzhou imitated his voice and said, "Went to the bathroom." His voice was quite similar, so it didn't raise suspicion. "Lazy donkey. Always making a mess." The soldier joked, then closed the food box lid.
Go in.
"You've wasted time, and the person inside will probably be angry again." Yanzhou didn't reply. He pushed the door open and went inside. He knew that Wu Chongfeng, being under surveillance, couldn't close the door while eating late at night. But the soldiers delivering the late-night snack had to wait inside until he finished eating before they could pack up and leave. This gave him a perfect chance to contact Wu Chongfeng. As soon as Qi Yanzhou placed the food box on the desk, Wu Qingfeng scolded him. Did your legs get eaten by a dog? Why are you so late today? Usually, the soldiers ignored his scolding. Qi Yanzhou did the same. However, when he was placing the late-night snacks, he dipped his finger in tea and wrote a name. Qi Yanzhou. Once he was sure Wu Qingfeng saw it, he accidentally knocked over the teacup, covering the strong, clear words. Wu Qingfeng angrily shouted, "Are you a pig? You can knock over a cup just by placing a bowl. You're so stupid. Hurry up and stand behind me. Give me a shoulder massage and back rub." He was secretly crying inside. "Young Master Qi, please don't blame me. I didn't want to curse so harshly, but the more I scold, the more the guards find me annoying and ignore me. Only when I'm not being watched can I pass messages to you." Qi Yanzhou understood Wu Qingfeng's purpose for scolding and crouched behind him, giving him a shoulder massage. "Lord Wu, I am a subordinate of Qi Yanzhou. My master sent me to see you. Let's keep it short and focus on the main points." Wu Qingfeng snorted, "Work hard, or you'll regret it." Although he was a bit greedy, he only coveted respect from officials. To common people, he wasn't a perfect official, but he was considered a good one. He just wanted to guard his small territory and live a peaceful life. He didn't want Ningzhou City to be destroyed by that foolish Su Qingzong. Wu Qingfeng was clever. When Qi Yanzhou asked questions, he responded with sarcastic remarks. When he needed to speak directly, he used a voice only the two of them could hear. 15 minutes later, Qi Yanzhou received useful information and learned about Wu Qingfeng's 2,000 personal soldiers. Wu Qingfeng finally sent the message and troops out, almost overwhelmed with gratitude. "If possible, please secretly capture Su Qingzong and his men, and try to minimize suffering for the people. Wu Qingfeng thanks you in advance." He spoke softly, replacing wine with tea, and drank it in one gulp. Qi Yanzhou promised, "My master cares for the people and loves them. Please rest assured, Lord Wu. Rest assured, I trust you." After saying that, he cursed again. "Just because I said a few words to you, you want to crush me to death?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the unfinished pig bone soup onto Qi Yanzhou's clothes. "Useless thing, clean it up quickly. Get lost, get lost, get lost." Qi Yanzhou wasn't hurt. Only his clothes got wet from the soup, and the bowl broke. While cleaning up the broken bowl, Wu Qingfeng continued to curse in frustration. "Annoying thing, the more I look at you, the more irritated I get. Don't let me see you again these days." Qi Yanzhou finished tidying the broken bowl, picked up his lunchbox, and left. When he reached the door, the guards were all smiling at him. The person who checked his lunchbox earlier said, "You shouldn't come these days. I can't bear the consequences if Wu De Run gets angry." He also disdainfully covered his nose with his hand. It looked as if Qi Yanzhou was splattered not with soup, but with filth. Qi Yanzhou's purpose in letting Wu Qingfeng act out this scene was just for this effect. Even if the person who disguised himself disappears, no one will notice. Your subordinate knows. After speaking, he carried the food box back to the kitchen. The cook had already dealt with the soldiers and was simmering a bone soup. Seeing Qi Yanzhou, she hurriedly asked, "Is Lord Wu doing well?" "Lord Wu is fine except for not having freedom. He won't be in trouble, right?" "No, just wait patiently. The crisis will be over soon." "All right, thank you, young master." The cook knelt and bowed her head respectfully to Qi Yanzhou. "Get up. Be careful with your work. Don't let anyone suspect. I'm leaving now. Safe travels, young master." Qi Yanzhou, with his official demeanor, left the prefect's office smoothly and without trouble. When asked what he was doing out so late, he said Lord Wu didn't want to see him, so he was taking a temporary break to avoid upsetting him and affecting the general's plans. No one doubted him because no one cared whether it was true or not. Once the general's plan succeeded, missing one person to take credit was actually a good thing. Not long after Qi Yanzhou left the prefect's office, the cook carried 2 buckets of bone soup out through the back door and fed it to the stray dogs. Wan Fuzi Temple, Central Hall on Lake Island. Su Qingzong sat in the main seat, and Su Shuyan recounted everything that happened between her and Sunchu in detail. Although he knew Sunchu was right to save someone, he felt angry as if all his belongings had been touched. Why did it have to be Sunchu? He could have killed anyone else easily. Su Shuerong told Su Qingzong the facts honestly, without exaggeration, only hiding her plan to kill him. She had long known how harsh the rumors on the streets could be. So she pinched her thigh, her eyes filling with tears, looking very pitiful. Father, I don't want rumors to affect your big plans. I am willing to marry Sunchu. After speaking, she knelt on the ground, bowing her head to the floor. Please, Father, grant my wish. Su Shuerong was a toy that Su Qingzong had raised since childhood, and he never thought of marrying her off. Her body was weak and wouldn't live long, so it was just right to keep her at home to entertain him. Ronger, don't mind those rumors. Father will solve this soon. Su Shuerong guessed this outcome. She straightened up and, ignoring the cold floor, slumped down on it, her large eyes rolling downward. Father, I have ears and I have a heart. I can't help but listen, think, or feel upset. Her choked voice made Su Qingzong feel heartache.
Ronger, stop crying.
Your eyes will swell if you cry too much. Hearing this, Su Shuerong felt disgusted. Su Qingzong was not truly concerned about her. After she cried until her eyes were swollen, she no longer resembled Lady Su. She took out a handkerchief, wiped away her tears, and forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. Father, the rumors are now everywhere and cannot be suppressed. If you don't want your daughter to be pointed at every time she goes out, then let young master's son marry me. I know he is not a good man and that he likes handsome men, but father needs him to provide money for your big plans. He's not honest, and I am willing to watch over him for father. Everyone knows I am father's precious jewel. Now, in this situation, I am more suitable than my half-sister to marry young master's son, and it will also show how much father values him. Su Shuerong spoke logically and convincingly, but Su Qingzong didn't listen to a word. He snorted coldly, his eyes full of disdain. He's just a lowly merchant. For him to become my son-in-law is a blessing his ancestors would burn incense for. Marrying any daughter to him is his good fortune. Su Shuerong rolled her eyes inwardly. Father, you're wrong. In times of chaos, money is the most important. You don't care about young master son, but many others are willing to pay attention to him. This was like a heavy, making the proud Su Qingzong realize his mistake. He had indeed underestimated Sunchu. Even if he had to abandon him later, he would wait until he had a child with the Su family bloodline. He helped Su Shuerong up from the ground. Ronger, you have a heart condition and can't have children with Sunchu. Your half-sister is more suitable to marry him. Then I will marry with my half-sister, she said with a question mark, but her eyes were very firm. Her expression made Su Qingzong feel confused, as if he saw Lady Su, who loved but could not have him. He instinctively replied, "All right, I'll listen to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized what he had just said.
Ronger.
Su Shuerong immediately grabbed his arm, shook it playfully, and stopped him from taking back his words. Father, I don't want to leave you either, so I came up with a good idea. What idea? Father, with our family's reputation, we can find a good husband for me. That way, not only will young master's son be under your watch, but I can also continue to serve you well. Hearing this, Su Qingzong's eyes immediately lit up. Ronger, that's a wonderful idea. A smile appeared on Su Shuerong's face. It's an honor for me to help ease your worries, Father. After speaking, she reminded him, Father, choosing young master's son as a son-in-law should be done early, not delayed. It would be best to decide within 3 to 5 days.
Su Qingzong frowned. So urgent?
Right now, rumors are spreading widely. Getting married soon is timely and can prevent more trouble later. But 3 to 5 days is too short. There's no time to prepare for the wedding. How can you marry off my daughter so casually? Father, now Ninga City is under your control, making things easier. Even with a short notice, it's still possible. Plus, you can use this marriage to eliminate rivals. Su Shuerong's words touched Su Qingzong's heart again.
Let me think about it.
I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After saying that, he stood up. It's late. Rest early and go home tomorrow morning. Yes, father. I obey. Farewell, father. After leaving Wanfuzi, Su Qingzong didn't actually think about it as he said. Instead, he went straight to the Tianjin gambling house. Before curfew, there were still many customers. Everyone was startled when they saw Su Qingzong with soldiers entering. Even the dancers on stage stopped dancing, looking frightened. Now, rumors about Sunchu and Su Shuyan were everywhere. Su Qingzong bringing soldiers directly suggested he was here to seek justice for his daughter. The manager hurried to greet him, smiling flatteringly. General Su, please come in. The host will be here soon. Would you like to play inside or sit in a private room? In a private room. Very well, please follow me. Su Qingzong ordered his guards to stay outside and took 2 close confidants upstairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, he coincidentally met Sun Chu coming down from the 4th floor. Father-in-law, coming so late to see your son-in-law, is there an urgent matter? Let's talk in the private room. All right, father-in-law, please. The manager didn't follow. Master, I'll go make some tea. Sun Chu responded, make the best tea and prepare some snacks. Yes, sir. At the door of the private room, Su Qingzong ordered his confidant to wait outside. Then he kicked Sun Chu to the ground. Who gave you the guts to be so bold with my daughter? Sun Chu dodged as Su Qingzong's foot came down and was not hurt. He got up calmly and looked at Su Qingzong without fear. Son-in-law knows that father-in-law treasures Miss Su as a jewel. He thought you would care more about her safety, so after much hesitation, he saved her, risking his life. But it turns out that father-in-law cares more about Miss Su's reputation. It was my mistake. I sincerely apologize and ask for your forgiveness. The son-in-law cannot stand by and do nothing when someone is in danger. If my father-in-law thinks I did something wrong, I will admit my mistake. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Su Qingzong. From now on, if Miss Su falls ill again, I will not help her. Please rest assured, father-in-law. Shu Qingthun. This is not what I expected. Shouldn't Sun Chu have offered compensation and married Ronga? He feels a bit embarrassed and clears his throat to ease the awkwardness. Sun Chu, I didn't say you did wrong by saving Ronger, but you should pay attention to the situation. Ronger's life is more important than reputation. Sun Chu straightened up. So I misunderstood, father-in-law. I will pay more attention in the future. Then he asked, are you here about the rumors about me and Miss Su? Shu Qingthun nodded. Sit down and talk. After Sun Chu sat opposite him, he took the initiative to say, father-in-law, I already heard about the rumors this afternoon. I didn't go to the Su residence because I believe I did nothing wrong. Please forgive me. You haven't done anything wrong, it's fine. Just as Su Qingzong finished speaking, the door of the private room was knocked. General Su, young master, I brought some tea and snacks.
Come in.
The steward poured tea for both of them and politely left the room. Su Qingzong continued the unfinished topic. Sun Chu, Ronger, is being talked about badly now. As a man, you need to take responsibility. Father-in-law, please tell me what I should do. Now, only if you marry Ronger quickly can we minimize the impact on her. Sun Chu didn't expect Su Shuyan to persuade Su Qingzong so quickly. After hesitating for a while, citing the reason of being a sworn brother, he refused, but under Su Qingzong's insistence, he agreed to marry Su Shuyan as his main wife. As for the previously discussed concubine and daughter, he would also bring them into the household. It's just acting, he didn't mind. But what Su Qingzong said next almost made him spit out the tea he just drank. What? Make me a live-in son-in-law? Although the marriage was fake, he refused to become a live-in son-in-law. And being in the Su residence would make it hard to get out. Su Qingzong slapped the table, causing some tea in the cup to splash out.
How?
Making you a live-in son-in-law of the general's house, and I still treat you badly? General Su, this isn't about being treated badly. It's about a man's dignity. I won't accept becoming a live-in son-in-law. Su Qingzong drew his sword from his waist and held it against Sun Chu's neck, which was wrapped in bandages. If you refuse, then you must die. Cut off my head, let my blood flow, but I won't lose face. General Su, go ahead and do it. Sunchu had already realized that the idea of becoming a live-in son-in-law probably came from Su Xuerong. The goal was to get Su Qingzong to agree to the marriage. As long as Su Qingzong agreed and was approached about it, even if he refused to become a son-in-law, the marriage could still happen. Su Qingzong looked at Sun Chu, who was willing to risk everything, and his hand holding the knife trembled with anger. But he couldn't kill Sun Chu, so he put the knife down. All right, you can hold the wedding at the Su residence. After the ceremony, you can leave. Romer isn't in good health, so after marriage, she will stay at the Su house longer. This implied that the marriage was mainly for show, to calm rumors among the people. Okay, I'll listen to my father-in-law. The engagement will be in 3 days, and the wedding in 5. You should prepare a big house and decorate it. Save on unnecessary formalities. I will handle what can't be skipped. You just provide the money and follow my instructions. Sun Chu agreed happily, all right. They discussed some wedding details, and Sun Chu cooperated fully. He even took out a silver note worth 10,000 taels to buy wedding supplies. When Su Qingzong left, he felt happy. Yi Chutang saw the letter from Qi Yanzhou early the next morning. Sun Chu is making quite a sacrifice. If he succeeds in convincing Su Qingzong, I'll give him some credit. I've agreed to treat Su Xuerong's illness. I'll tell Zhou. Nan Xiao respectfully responded, yes, madam. The letter says the wedding is in 5 days. It's already 1 day past, so that leaves 4 days. We'll leave tomorrow and aim to arrive in Ningzhou City the day after tomorrow. When will General Ma's troops arrive? Replying to madam, General Ma hasn't sent a letter yet. We expect news by tonight at the latest. All right, send a reply to Zhou first. After breakfast, Yi Chutang took everyone up the mountain to gather herbs. It was autumn now, and as long as they didn't go out at noon, it wouldn't be too hot. It was good to do something meaningful during free time. After Nan Xiao finished the letter, he didn't send it immediately, waiting for news from Ma Weiyuan to send together. But he waited until nightfall and still received no letter. He couldn't help feeling anxious, so he approached Yi Chutang and discussed with her. Madam, General Ma's army probably won't arrive in time for young Master Sun's wedding. What should we do?
Ye Chantang Shuruk.
I don't have an army, so asking me won't help. Then she patted Nan Zhao's shoulder. If you trust your master, even without Ma Weiyuan, it's just a bit more trouble to deal with Su Qingzong, but it's not impossible. Nan Xiao naturally trusted Qi Yanzhou, but he hoped things would go more smoothly. Seeing Nan Zhao's furrowed brow, Yi Chutang comforted him. There is a ghost thief. Zhou won't be in trouble. This statement was like a reassuring charm, immediately calming Nan Zhao's heart. I will go now to reply to my master. After speaking, he left the village. Soon after, he returned happily, holding a letter he had just received. It was sent urgently by Ma Weiyuan. Madam, General Ma will lead 3,000 scouts first. The remaining 10,000 troops, due to their large number and need for secrecy, will move slowly, arriving by midnight on the wedding day. With Zhou's ability, it's not hard to hold off Su Qingzong with a few thousand elite soldiers until reinforcements arrive. Nan Xiao thought the same and said, I will go now to reply to my master. Ningzhou City is under strict security and night patrols. When Qi Yanzhou received Nan Zhao's message, it was already after breakfast the next day. After reading the letter, he felt completely at ease and refined the wedding plans based on the available soldiers and horses. Since Sun Chu confirmed the wedding date and the dowry, he had been very busy. When he learned that Yi Chutang had added a point for him, he weakly sighed. This wedding was worth it. Since it's worth it, then hurry up and prepare the 3 letters and 6 wedding gifts. Okay, I'll prepare the dowry. Sun Chu prepared the highest standard of 64 carriage loads of wedding gifts. On the day he went to the Su residence to deliver the dowry, Su Qingzong was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Although he needed to prepare 128 carriage loads of bride price as a return gift, he thought this dowry was just a formality and would soon be back in his hands. That night, after dark, Ma Weiyuan hurriedly arrived outside Ningzhou City with 3,000 elite soldiers. When Qi Yanzhou received the news, He immediately went to meet him. They didn't exchange pleasantries, but quickly discussed the details of capturing Su Qingzong and his followers. After the discussion, Qi Yanzhou bowed deeply to Ma Weiyuan. General Ma, thank you for rushing here day and night to help. I sincerely thank you, General. Ma Weiyuan helped Qi Yanzhou up and patted his shoulder firmly. My life was saved by you, so there's no need for thanks. After success, just give my brothers a little reward for their hard work. Regarding the money, Qi Yanzhou had mentioned it when asking Ma Weiyuan for help. Don't worry, the reward money will satisfy the soldiers. Ma Weiyuan smiled and said, I trust young Master Qi. Tonight, shall we celebrate until dawn? Ma Weiyuan arrived in Ningzhou 2 hours earlier than Qi Yanzhou expected. Because he was in such a hurry to leave the city, he hadn't prepared wine or food. Brother Ma, I sincerely apologize. It's a bit late to prepare food and drinks now. Would it be okay for the brothers to make do for one night? We've already eaten, but I haven't seen Brother Qi in a long time, so I want to catch up. Qi Yanzhou looked at the blue under his eyes and said, You all rest well tonight. I'll come back tomorrow night to drink with you until we're both drunk. All right, I'll wait for good wine and food. Because we can't reveal our plans, Ma Weiyuan has been traveling on this journey drinking water and eating flatbread, with no taste in his mouth. Don't worry, I've already arranged for my men to deliver food on time at each meal. Good. When do we expect to enter the city? Qi Yanzhou looked toward Ningzhou City. The day after tomorrow, the day Su Qingzong is holding his celebration, around noon, I will arrange for someone to bring you into the city. He has successfully turned the tide by convincing Li Shun's brother-in-law, who is a deputy general in the army. Now, the city's defenses, which were as solid as a steel barrel, have been breached. It's not difficult to send 3,000 people into the city. Seeing that Qi Yanzhou had everything arranged, Ma Weiyuan yawned tiredly. Following Brother Qi's arrangements is easier. Brother Ma, rest early. I'll head back to the city now. Brother Qi, travel safely. When Qi Yanzhou returned to the 1,000 gold gambling house, he found that all the guests had left. The manager was leading everyone to set up the gambling hall. Everywhere he looked, it was bright red, looking very festive. He went to Sunchu's room. The room was decorated like a wedding chamber. Sunchu, exhausted, was lying in a big, red double happiness quilt, pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. Hearing familiar footsteps, he asked, Has the advance team arrived? Nothing went wrong on the way, right? After all this trouble, he didn't want any accidents that could cause the plan to fail. Don't worry, everything is smooth, Qi Yanzhou replied. Then he teased the groom-to-be, getting married the day after tomorrow. How do you feel? Too tiring. I feel like I've lost all hope, Sunchu said, then suddenly sat up with a splash. He looked at Qi Yanzhou and said, pitifully, young Master Qi, could you pour me a cup of tea? Having traveled for several days, his feet almost didn't feel like his own anymore. Talking all day long, his throat was hoarse. Qi Yanzhou nodded, holding a teapot in one hand and a teacup in the other. Sunchu took the cup and drank 5 cups in a row before his throat felt a bit better. After returning the cup to Qi Yanzhou, he asked, The exile team is entering the city tomorrow. What do you think Su Qingzong will do? Will he block them outside the city or lure them in and trap them? Qi Yanzhou placed the teapot and cups on the table and sat down nearby. It should be called inviting the wolf into the house. There are only about 100 exiles. Even with strong martial skills, they can't compare to an army of tens of thousands. Moreover, Su Qingzong will definitely try to control all the exiles. Sun Chu also thinks this way. Should we let Su Shuyan find out about Su Qingzong's plans? So we can prepare accordingly. Qi Yanzhou immediately refused. No, that's too risky. It could expose her and cause more trouble. Sun Chu stood up, limped over to the table, and took a bite of a peach blossom pastry. I still think it's too risky to let the exiles enter the city. Maybe they should wait outside until things settle down. No, letting the exiles come into the city can distract Su Qingzong and help our plan. That's true. Han Chong and his group are not easy to deal with. Protecting the Qi family should be fine. As for the Sun and Yi families, Su Qingzong doesn't care about their lives at all. After speaking, Sunchu leaned on the table, looking exhausted. I never want to marry again in my life. I'm almost out of energy. Yanzhou looked at him speechlessly. Why not just marry Su Shuyan? No need to look for a wife anymore. Anyway, if you don't even want a wedding, no woman will want to marry you. Do you believe I can find a woman in the future who, even without a wedding, is willing to stay with me through life and death? Then I wish you success soon. Sunchu ignored Yanzhou's teasing and asked, when will the students who are detained be released? Now, news of Su Qingzong's rebellion had been spreading for several days. Song Jingning hadn't acted because the news of the rebellion was overshadowed by Sunchu and Su Shuerong's marriage, lacking the right moment. They needed to find a good opportunity to act, or Su Qingzong would notice something was wrong. Yanzhou had been in contact with Song Jingning and was responsible for arranging this opportunity. The detention of the exiles was the best chance. Therefore, the exiles must enter the city. After hearing the explanation, Sunchu nodded. That's all we can do. Hope everything goes smoothly tomorrow. It will. Yanzhou finished speaking and went back to his room to rest. Sunchu looked at the pile of gift lists on the table, rubbing his temples in frustration. I'll never hold a wedding in my life. I might as well stay single forever. The next day, around noon, Yi Chutang and Nan Xiao, with the support of Officer Fong, led the exiles into Ningzhou City one step ahead. She didn't disguise herself, but dressed up as a middle-aged woman. Sun Chu had already arranged the base, and the group went directly there. Yanzhou was waiting inside the house. When the noisy footsteps approached, he immediately went to meet them. It had been several days since he last saw Yi Chutang, and he missed her very much. Ah Tong, was your journey smooth? Yi Chutang nodded, very smooth.
How about you?
Was your planning successful? Yes, everything went well. As long as nothing unexpected happens, tomorrow's wedding will mark Su Qingzong's end. Hearing this, Yi Chutang's lips curved into a smile. Is Sun Chu busy and complaining at the same time? She could imagine his hopeless, resentful expression. Yanzhou pulled Yi Chutang to sit in the main room and poured her a cup of tea. Yes, he keeps saying he wants to find a wife who doesn't hold a wedding. Yi Chutang understood Sun Chu's thoughts very well. In modern times, a wedding is just a marriage certificate and a banquet. In ancient times, there were too many formalities. If there was enough time to prepare, doing things step by step was fine. But trying to hold a wedding in just 3 or 5 days is very difficult, even for royalty. Yi Chutang joked, if we just have a fake marriage with Su Shuerong, we won't need a wedding at all. Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Husband and wife united. I've already said that. Is the pulse diagnosis for Su Shuerong before or after the wedding? That's up to you. Su Shuerong will cooperate with your schedule. It's better before the wedding. Giving her a sweet treat will motivate her more. Yanzhou nodded in agreement. All right, I'll ask Sun Chu to arrange it. He's been going to the Su residence these days. They chatted for a while about recent news, and lunch was ready. It was made by the chef from the Gold Daughter Gambling House, with excellent color, aroma, and taste. Yi Chutang ate quite a bit, and then felt sleepy. Yanzhou stayed with her on the bed for a while. After she fell asleep, he returned to the gambling house. The gambling house had been closed for the past 2 days, and the first floor was tidied up. It was now used to entertain regular guests. Sun Chu was not at the gambling house. He went to the embroidery workshop to choose a wedding dress. Yanzhou waited about half an hour before returning, looking exhausted. When Sun Chu saw him, he said sadly, I regret it. I shouldn't have agreed to this marriage. Why don't you go now and ask Su Qingzong to cancel the engagement? His words were too painful, so Sun Chu refused to answer. Seeing how pitiful he looked, Yanzhou poured him a cup of tea and pushed a piece of pastry into his hand. Eat something. Don't let yourself starve. Sun Chu was a bit surprised. He took a bite of osmanthus cake and said, it feels warm like a corpse. Yanzhou, unable to respond, simply ignored this comment. A Tang asked you to make arrangements. She wants to meet with Su Shuerong today. Sun Chu finished his tea and said, Su Shuarong plans to go to Jinxiufang in the afternoon around the Shen hour to buy a phoenix crown and wedding dress. They can meet there. Alright, you go and contact Su Shuarong. I'll handle the rest. I'll rest for a bit and then go. Time quickly passed, and it was soon the Shen hour. Yi Chutang had already arrived at Jinxiufang, disguised as an embroidery girl. Thanks to the original owner, she was a skilled embroiderer. Blending in with the other embroidery girls was not noticeable. Not long after, Su Shuarong arrived at the embroidery shop, surrounded by maids and guards. She didn't look closely at the wedding dress and chose the most expensive one based on the price. The shop owner raised her hand to signal Yi Chutang. Lady Yi, come help Miss Su try on the wedding dress. Note any parts that don't fit. Yi Chutang stood up. Yes, shop owner. The embroidery shop had a special fitting room for customers. Yi Chutang took the wedding dress and led the way. Su Shuarong and Chun Tao followed closely behind. Guards stood outside the room. When the door closed, Su Shuarong bowed to Yi Chutang. I have seen Lady Qi. Yi Chutang hung the bright red wedding dress on a rack. We are partners, Miss Su. No need to be so polite. Extend your hand, and I will check your pulse. Su Shuarong knew Yi Chutang was casual, so she rolled up her wide sleeves, revealing her slender, fair wrist. The warm fingertips pressed lightly on her cool wrist, making her heart race with nervousness. Don't be nervous. Relax. Su Shuarong took a few deep breaths to calm her heartbeat. Yi Chutang finished checking her pulse and then pressed her hand to her chest to listen to her heartbeat. After a moment, she straightened up and said, Miss Su, you have a heart condition called atrial septal defect. It can be cured, but the risk is high. You can choose to have conservative treatment to live a few more years, or take a risk and try to live until old age. The decision is yours. Su Shuarong frowned slightly. What does atrial septal defect mean? Yi Chutang explained the medical term simply. So, Lady Qi means that if I want to cure my heart condition, I need open my chest and repair the missing part of the septum? Yi Chutang nodded confidently. Yes, to fully cure your heart condition, that's what it takes. She knew that ancient people found surgery difficult to accept, but she had to be clear. As for how Su Shuarong would choose, she didn't care. Su Shuarong imagined the frightening scene of her chest being opened, and her face turned pale. Has Lady Qi treated anyone else with this illness? Were they cured? She just wanted to live a long life. If there is a good chance to cure her heart disease, she wants to try. Spring Peach thinks it's too risky and immediately grabs Su Shuarong's arm, shaking her head. Miss, no one can survive after being cut open. Don't do something foolish. Su Shuarong also thinks the previous question was a bit crazy. But she once took a crazy gamble when Sunchu asked her to cooperate and she won. Now, she just wants to take another big risk. After all, Yi Chutang is not an ordinary healer. She can prevent and treat epidemics. Madam Qi, please tell the truth. Yi Chutang thinks about the ancient hygiene conditions and says, I can guarantee to fix your heart problem, but whether you can survive depends on many factors. I'd say about a 60 to 70% chance. Su Shuarong thought there was no chance at all. When she heard Yi Chutang say 60 to 70%, she immediately made a decision. I want to live until the end of my days. Miss Su, I must remind you, a 60 to 70% survival rate is not high. If you're unlucky, even with only a 10% chance of death, you might survive. I understand. Everything has risks, just like tomorrow's plan. Even if everything is arranged, no one can guarantee no accidents. The reasoning is similar, but the situation is different. Even if there are accidents in tomorrow's plan, they are within control. Yi Chutang paused and looked at Su Shuarong's chest. But you're different. If an accident happens, it means death. Are you sure you want to take the gamble? Su Shuarong hesitated, her clear eyes full of struggle. There is only one chance. She fears that if she refuses, she will regret it in the future. Madam Qi, can you give me some time to think? Of course. Given your current health, you might last about 3 more years. I will give you a prescription to nurture your heart, and you can stay safe for 3 more years. But if you want to gamble, come find me in Tianshan County within 3 years. Su Shuarong looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. Madam Qi, You truly are a divine doctor. You can cure illnesses that other doctors can't. Yi Chutang smiled and said, Miss Su, don't praise me so highly. Many illnesses I also can't cure. I can only say you're lucky to have encountered someone who can treat you. Madam Qi, see you in Tianshan County in 3 years. Su Shuarong feels that she originally only had 3 years to live, but now she has an extra chance to live until the end of her days. Even if she dies, she won't regret it.
That's settled then.
Miss Su, I need to carefully consider the dosage of the herbs. After the wedding banquet tomorrow, just go ask young Master Sun for them. Yi Chutang was not foolish. She wouldn't give away all her cards before gaining any benefit. Su Shuarong also knew that Yi Chutang wasn't unable to come up with a prescription but was using it to control her. She understood this very well. After all, she had done the same with Sunchu and Qi Yanzhou's subordinates. Good. I hope tomorrow's plan goes smoothly. After discussing official matters, Yi Chutang and Chuntao helped Su Shuarong put on her wedding dress. She noted down any parts that didn't fit properly. The wedding dress only needs a few adjustments. 2 embroidery women can finish it tonight. Su Shuarong sincerely praised, Madam Qi is good at everything and knows everything. I truly admire her. Women who know nothing are the happiest, Yi Chutang said, then took the wedding dress and the paper with the measurements to the embroidery workshop's front hall. After handing the items to the workshop owner, she excused herself to use the restroom and left through the backyard. When she returned to the base arranged by Sunchu, the exile team had already reached the city gate of Ningzhou. Wu Qingying took out the exile documents and handed them to the city guards. The guards checked the names of the team members one by one. After confirming everything was correct, they handed the documents to the general. The city guard's gaze fell coldly on Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang's stand-ins. He said to Wu Qingying, there are serious bandit problems near Ningzhou. To ensure the safety of the people, the city is under strict watch. Please stay at the inn and do not wander around. Rest peacefully for a day and leave tomorrow. This was meant for the townspeople at the gate, showing that Su Qingzong was not mistreating the exile team. If they accidentally caused trouble and got caught, it wouldn't be unfair. Wu Qingying nodded and smiled. Rest assured, sir. We've been exiled from the capital, but we understand the rules. Then he looked at Han Chong. Take everyone to the inn to rest and keep an eye on them. Don't cause trouble. I'll go to the prefect's office to get the documents stamped. Yes, sir. The city guard arranged for 2 soldiers to lead the way, 1 to the inn and 1 to the prefect's office. The inn was not far from the city gate, and they arrived in less than the time of a tea break. After the exile team entered the inn, Su Qingzong sent 100 soldiers to guard outside. Only sending so few was to make it easier for the team to cause trouble. Han Chong just stepped into the inn and smelled a faint fragrance. He pretended not to notice and went inside. Ningzhou's inn was small, including the stables. It could barely hold over 100 people. As Han Chong just finished assigning the rest area, Wu Qingying returned with official documents. There were officials and guards at the relay station, so he couldn't say much. Everyone, hurry up and go take a bath one after another. As usual, go to bed early tonight and leave at dawn. Although the weather was getting colder in the mornings and evenings, walking didn't feel cold. Therefore, the exile team kept the same departure time every day. When the quiet relay station became busy, Qi Yanzhou took wine and food and went out of the city to find Ma Weiyuan. They drank and talked until it was dark. Qi Yanzhou looked toward Ningzhou City and said, "It's about time something happens." Ma Weiyuan was eating a chicken leg, his mouth greasy. "Don't you need to stay in the city and watch?" "No need. I'll stay with you a little longer, then I have to check on Su Qingzong's camp." Qi Yanzhou wanted to find Colonel Fong and talk to the generals who didn't want to rebel. Not to persuade them to join the rebellion, but to convince them not to help the villains. Ma Weiyuan took the wine from Qi Yanzhou. "Brother Qi, you have important work later. Don't drink anymore. Eat something." "Okay. You all rest early tonight. We'll enter the city at noon tomorrow, and I'll signal for action in the evening." "Understood, Brother Qi." When Qi Yanzhou headed to the camp, a fire broke out at the relay station inside Ningzhou City. The soldiers outside the station saw the blazing flames and shouted, "Someone's here." The prisoners set fire and are trying to escape. Su Jingzong arranged for many people to patrol nearby. Hearing this, the soldiers rushed toward the relay station. In less than an incense stick's time, nearly 3,000 soldiers and horses gathered outside. The villagers heard the news and gathered around, discussing loudly. Thick smoke billowing out, it looks like the fire is quite big. Water is scarce everywhere now, and the water level in the wells has dropped a lot. They might have run out of water and can't put out the fire. I didn't see any flames. It doesn't look like water was used. It seems more like wet wood was set on fire. You're right, it does look like that. And if the prisoners wanted to escape, wouldn't it be easier outside the city? Exactly. Outside, only guards are escorting, but inside, there are many soldiers. It's hard to move. If the prisoners really set the fire and escaped, they should have come out through the front or back gates by now. No one has come out, no sign of movement. The smoke seems to have lessened a bit. These words made Su Qingzong's trusted aide feel uneasy. Besides the initial huge flames, he only saw thick smoke. He immediately stretched his neck to look into the relay station. But the gate was tightly closed, and even on horseback, his view was blocked. Quickly, someone break down the door and see what's happening. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the relay station opened from inside. The person opening the door was Chong. He was dressed as a courier, soaking wet and covered in dirt. His handsome face was also blackened by smoke. He was about to speak when he suddenly fainted. This gave an opportunity for Su Qingzong's trusted aide. He immediately dismounted, ran to the courier, and gently helped him up, acting as if he was concerned. What? Yanzhou set fire and ran away in chaos? Is he going to kill the general?
Why?
Don't worry, I will send someone to the general's house to catch Yanzhou alive. The trusted aide dared to say these things because the entire relay station had been drugged. Anyone who entered, unless they took an antidote, would be affected. They would become weak and helpless, easy to control. No matter how skilled Yi Chutong's medical skills were, without medicine, she couldn't do much. She was also being guarded, so she couldn't even save herself. Thinking of this, the trusted aide turned to the soldiers.
You.
He was about to follow the plan, accuse Yanzhou, and arrest him. But a cold male voice sounded behind him. Who just said someone was escaping? And who wants to kill General Su? Zhouing, the stand-in, pushed aside the soldiers and helped Chong to his feet. Sir, you've mistaken someone. This isn't a courier, but an officer escorting exiles. He was just overwhelmed by smoke and fainted. Splashing some water will wake him up. As he finished speaking, he bit off the cork of the water bag and poured water on Chong's face. Chong slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he immediately said to the somewhat confused trusted aide of Su Qingzong, "Sir, I don't know who set the fire in the wood storage." Luckily, we responded quickly and managed to put out the fire. Their words directly exposed the trusted aide's scheme. The onlookers, though afraid to speak loudly, whispered among themselves. General Su has already confined Prince Haoyue, and now he wants to frame Prince Qi. Is he really planning to rebel? Your guess is spot on. The arts rely on Prince Haoyue and the martial strength on Prince Qi. How can they not take over the world? But why would these two listen to General Su? Isn't he afraid of offending officials and generals? If they fall into General Su's hands, they'll have to obey if they want to stay alive. The soldiers couldn't stand it anymore and immediately drove the crowd away. Yanzhou coldly stared into the trusted aide of Su Qingzong's eyes, grabbing him and pulling him up. He asked coldly, "Are the rumors among the people true?" Su Qingzong's trusted aide listened to Yanzhou's questioning and immediately retorted, "Young Master Qi is smart. How can he believe the wild guesses of common people?" After the rebuttal, he questioned the villagers. Who just said those words? Stepped forward. Afraid of attracting trouble, the villagers not only refused to admit it but also claimed they hadn't heard anything. Yanzhou naturally wouldn't trouble the villagers. He loosened Su Qingzong's aide and gently smoothed his rumpled clothes. Though it was a very gentle gesture, it made the aide feel a chill down his neck and sweat break out on his back. Yanzhou, sorry, I might have been overwhelmed by the smoke earlier and misheard. My ears are not in good shape. This was an excuse to protect the villagers and prevent the soldiers from bothering them. Seeing Yanzhou soften his attitude, Su Qingzong's aide immediately became aggressive. Young Master Qi, you can't just make such slanderous remarks in the future. Our general has a temper. As soon as he finished speaking, Yanzhou punched him, sending him flying. He knocked over a group of soldiers.
Clang.
A long sword was drawn and pointed at Yanzhou. Su Qingzong's aide was stunned and couldn't react after being helped up. His subordinate asked Commander Deng, "What should we do? Should we arrest Yanzhou?" Commander Deng snapped out of his shock, glaring angrily at Yanzhou, and shouted, "Beat up the official and arrest him." Han rushed forward, took out the emperor's token, and said, "When you see the token, you see the emperor. Everyone kneel." The golden token shone brightly under the torchlight. Seeing this, the villagers immediately knelt down. Although they had never seen the emperor, they knew that when they saw the emperor's token, they should shout, "Long live the emperor." A few dozen villagers shouted in unison, sounding quite determined. The soldiers looked at each other, then turned to Commander Deng. Han shot a cold glance and asked, "What's going on? Are you planning to rebel?" Although this was true, without orders from Su Qingzong, the soldiers didn't dare admit it. Finally, under Commander Deng's lead, the soldiers reluctantly knelt. "Long live the emperor! Long live! Long live forever!" Han didn't let everyone rise. He kicked down the station's door and asked, "Commander Deng, I want to know, what has been done to this station?" This question made Commander Deng feel uneasy. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I only heard that someone shouted the station was flooding, so I came to check." In other words, even if the station's issues were exposed, it was the station master and guards who would take the blame. Chong took back the token and quickly walked up to General Deng, looking down at him from above. "Since General Deng knows nothing, how did you manage to speak those 3 words while I was unconscious?" This made Deng realize that Yanzhou had known about the station's problems for a long time and had uncovered Su Qingzong's plan. Then, he pretended to be involved, waiting for Qi to make a mistake. After understanding this, Deng didn't know how to explain himself for a moment. Seeing that he remained silent, Qi asked, "You accused me of being a fugitive and said I wanted to kill General Su. What are you really trying to do?" Chong continued to ask, "Or was it someone else who told you what to say just now?" Deng knew very well that if he didn't take the blame for attacking Qi, the people would think it was Su Qingzong's fault. His military plans were still in the early stages, and he couldn't let them be exposed. He made up his mind and looked at Qi. "Yanzhou, you're just a disgraced exile, daring to challenge the emperor. You really don't know your place. If I can help the emperor get rid of you, I could be promoted and gain more power. I was careless and didn't expect you to be so clever to see through my plan. But I don't regret it. You traitor. Everyone should punish you." Deng dared to speak so harshly because he believed Su Qingzong was protecting him. Even if he was thrown into prison, he would only stay there comfortably for a few days. Once the general captured Yanzhou, he could leave prison and get promoted or rich. But he underestimated the power of the token Chong held. Chong sneered, "Young Master Qi is loved by the people and has been praised by the emperor many times. Why does it sound like he's a traitor in Deng's words? Do you know that if it weren't for young Master Qi and Lady Qi, the plague in Jiangnan would have spread across the country long ago? Can you still speak and stay alive?" That's still uncertain. The common people, knowing Chong represented the emperor and had more power than Deng, no longer feared him and started defending Yanzhou. Young Master Qi and Lady Qi have helped many regions with droughts during their exile. Also, during the last outbreak in Daong town, if they hadn't risked their lives, thousands of people would have been burned alive. We common folks don't care about court disputes. We only know that those who work for the good of the country and people are good people. The crowd's voices grew more angry. Deng wished he could order his men to kill these confused civilians. "Shut up!" he shouted at the crowd, then saw a flash of cold light. His neck hurt a little and he felt a chill. He instinctively lowered his head, trying to understand what had happened. As a result, his head fell off. Commander Deng's eyes widened, unwilling to close in death. His bloody head rolled to Han Chong's feet, blood gushing from his broken neck. Some frightened villagers screamed loudly. The soldiers near Deng's body were splashed with blood and gagged repeatedly. Han Chong said to the villagers, "Thank you for speaking up for young Master Qi. Everyone get up and go home." Just after he finished speaking, Deng's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Han Chong looked at the helpless soldiers and said, "Commander Deng was deservedly punished. Do what you need to do." The soldiers dared not confront Han Chong directly and left to report to Su Qingzong. The villagers also started to leave. Han Chong turned his head and looked into the inn. "Innkeeper, come out." The innkeeper was thrown into the thick smoke and smoked for a while, his body blackened and barely breathing. He crawled out of the inn and said, "Sir, what are your orders?" His voice was hoarse from the smoke, sounding muffled and unclear. "Take Commander Deng's body to the prefect's office and report. He was plotting to harm young Master Qi. The whole city needs to know the consequences." "Yes, sir." The innkeeper called 2 messengers, and they carried Deng's dismembered body to the prefect's office, staggering along the way. Han Chong turned around and looked at Zhou, his eyes sharp and revealing he saw through everything. How should we deal with Granny Yi, who tried to escape? With just one look, Zhou understood that Han Chong had uncovered his identity. "Go inside and talk." The inn was on fire in the backyard, but it had been extinguished now. However, smoke was still billowing, and it couldn't clear quickly. The inn was filled with smoke, making it impossible to rest there. Zhou said, "Everyone, bear with it, and stay on the street outside the inn for the night." Wu Qingming nodded and replied, "Don't worry, sir. I'll make arrangements." The wilderness and forests had fallen asleep, so sleeping on the street was no problem. Because of the fire, everyone was covered in soot and needed to take another bath. "Where is Granny Yi?" "All the Yi family members are in the backyard." The smoke in the backyard was thick, making it impossible to stay there. But the Yi family tried to run away, and they should be punished. First, let them stay in the backyard. After Zhou finished speaking, he went to the room assigned to him and Lan Yu. Han Chong followed. The room also had a strong smell of smoke, but didn't affect their conversation. Zhou revealed his identity. "I am the stand-in for the master. The master has long arrived in Ningzhou City." "And Lady Qi?" Zhou naturally wouldn't let anyone know he was sharing a room with Yi Chutang, even if the person was trustworthy. "Madam is also a stand-in, just like me." "You are truly impressive." "I didn't notice at all," Zhou thought to himself. "It must be the lady protecting us well." Han Chong saw Zhou silent and didn't bring up the matter of the stand-in anymore. He asked, "Does young Master Qi have any instructions?" "Rest well. There might be a fierce fight tomorrow."
All right.
"Since both of them are not here, how should we handle the Yi family members?" Zhou also didn't know. He thought for a moment and said, "First, lock them up. We can decide what to do after things settle tomorrow. People can't die from a day or 2 of hunger. Even if they do, they deserve it. Escaping prisoners can be killed on the spot." Han Chong agreed, "Okay, let's do that." Just as he finished speaking, a scream came from the backyard. It was Lady Ye's voice. They exchanged a look but didn't pay attention. Zhou packed his things inside the house, and Han Chong went to pack his own. But Wu Qinggang took some people to check the backyard. Lady Yi was dead, having hanged herself. But that scream suggested her death might have been caused by someone else.
Who did this?
No one answered. Yi Xin sat far from the firewood shed, closing her eyes to rest. Zhang Yang had already been silenced by Yi Chutang's poison and couldn't speak. Yi Jingchuan sat against the wall, his eyes cold and dead, showing no emotion over his mother's death. He was tired of his mother being a burden. Now that she was gone, it was good. He didn't care how she died. Wu Qinggang saw the 3 pretending not to hear him and shouted angrily, "If you don't explain, you're all murderers." Hearing this, Yi Xin lifted her eyelids. The old lady committed suicide. If the officials don't believe it, they can investigate. She committed suicide. Why call it tragic? Maybe she was trying to boost her courage. After all, the older you get, the more afraid of death, right? Lady Yu was suffocated by smoke, then pulled by Yi Xin and Jiang Nyang, who tried to hang her on the beam. But the old lady was pulled awake and screamed in fright. Then Yi Xin covered her mouth to silence her and hung her up. The dragging marks on the ground were quickly cleaned. By now, Lady Yu was completely dead. The backyard, damaged from the fire, looked messy. Wu Qinggang knew he couldn't find out anything. After warning, "Don't cause trouble," he left the backyard. Yi Xin looked up at Lady Yi hanging on the beam, smiling. "Child, Mother finally avenged you." Since the old lady had caused her child's death, she had been waiting for this day. Jiang Nyang tenderly held Yi Xin in her arms, babbling something she couldn't understand. Yi Xin probably guessed what she was saying. She should behave herself and stop thinking about escaping. If she is caught, she will be punished on the spot. Yes, Madame Yi wanted to escape during the chaos, and she was the one who encouraged it. First, she wanted the old lady to die. Second, she wanted to see if she could escape. But she overestimated her ability to manipulate Qi Yanzhou. Using some medicine to make someone lose their mind and become agitated, then trick them into making mistakes, it's just a foolish dream. With Qi Yanzhou's skills, unless it was a deadly poison, how could they drug him? Thinking of this, Yi Xin was glad she secretly befriended the doctor among the guards. Otherwise, if she had been caught, she might have made mistakes, been punished, or even killed. Madame Ye's death caused no fuss. Her name was simply crossed off the list by Wu Qinggang. Then, the courier threw her body onto the mass grave. Hearing the news at the base, Yi Chutang sighed. Yi Xin has tolerated until now before taking action. That exceeds my expectations. Nan Shao said, Madam Yi was thrown onto the mass grave.
Do you want to?
Yi Chutang looked at Nan Shao, her eyes suddenly turning cold.
What?
Do you think that once someone is dead, their debts are gone? Should my granddaughter let her rest in peace? Nan Shao knew he had overstepped and quickly knelt on one knee. I dare not. I am willing to follow Madame's orders. My order is this. The Yi family's dead have nothing to do with me. They killed my mother, causing me great suffering, and then wanted to marry me to even poisoning me to make me dependent on the emperor, aiming to destroy the Qi family entirely. So, I cannot repay evil with kindness. I only want to see them destroy each other. Yi Chutang's eyes grew sharper as she spoke. If you feel sorry for her, go to the mass grave, kowtow 3 times, and bury her properly. Thank her for her incompetence, which prevented her from destroying the entire Qi family. Nan Zhao's face turned pale. He immediately lowered his other knee, kneeling with both knees on the ground. I was wrong. Please punish me, madam. He hadn't thought much about it. He just felt that although Yi Chutang had cut ties with the Yi family, if they didn't bury Madame Yi, they would be talked about. That's why he spoke up. Yi Chutang knew Nan Shao had no malicious intent, and she softened her fierce gaze. Get up. Don't speak such foolish words again. The original owner had died so tragically. She could never be soft-hearted toward the Yi family. Yes, madam.
Go rest now.
Tomorrow, there will be a tough battle. After Nan Shao left, Yi Chutang went to bed. As the child grew, it pressed on her organs, causing her to sleep poorly and feel very tired every day. Thinking about having to get up frequently during the winter nights, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. After a short period of wandering thoughts, she fell asleep. She didn't know how long she had slept, but Yi Chutang felt her quilt being pulled away. Startled, she shivered and instinctively reacted without opening her eyes. Ah, Tang, it's me. The familiar voice made Yi Chutang lower her guard. She pouted unhappily and muttered, I sleep lightly. If you come back late, just sleep alone and don't wake me. Qi Yanzhou looked at the delicate Yi Chutang, his heart softening completely. Okay, I won't do that anymore. After promising, he gently kissed her forehead. Sleep well. Tomorrow morning, you'll see your brother. Yi Chutang wanted to reply but was too sleepy and fell asleep directly. Seeing her like this, Yanzhou felt a deep ache in his heart. He carefully lay down and placed his hand on her belly. In the few days apart, her belly had clearly grown a bit more. Yanzhou thought, this baby bump might soon be impossible to hide. At this moment, he didn't know that this thought would soon come true. Perhaps because Yanzhou was nearby, Yi Chutang slept especially well that night. When she woke up, she felt refreshed. As soon as she sat up, she noticed the obvious movement of her baby. These two little ones were becoming more lively. When Yanzhou brought in water for washing up, he saw Yi Chutang touching her rounded belly, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Ting, did the baby move again? Last night, he felt the baby's movements several times. Every time he was awakened, he felt surprised and touched. Yi Chutang looked down, smiling softly, her face glowing with tenderness. Yes, although I've gotten used to it, I still find it amazing every time I feel it. Yes, it's like the baby is greeting us. Yanzhou finished speaking and placed a wooden basin on the table. Breakfast was ready. After washing up and eating, he said, then I'll take you to see Song Jingning. Yi Chutang remembered what Yanzhou had told her last night. While dressing, she asked, have the students who were imprisoned been released? Yes, they have. Last night, Deng Sonjing's false accusation that Yanzhou was a fugitive had spread. Soon after, it was rumored that Su Qingzong was the mastermind, trying to use Song Jingning and Yanzhou to seize power. Now, the news was spreading widely, known throughout the city. If the city hadn't closed its gates at night, and the gates weren't open today, this news would have already spread outside the city. Su Qingzong didn't expect his plan to trap Yanzhou to fail. Instead, he ended up losing more. He was so panicked he didn't sleep all night. Since the weather wasn't settled yet, he didn't want to reveal his ambitions publicly. Otherwise, he would have no way to retreat. But the soldiers behind Yanzhou, Su Qingzong was very jealous and didn't want to miss the chance to grow stronger. Should he quickly send the exile team away and hide his rebellious ambitions? Or should he use force to keep Yanzhou, revealing his own ambitions? While considering these two options, he received a letter from Song Jingning. The letter was simple. As long as Su Qingzong was willing to let the students go home, he would clear away any rumors of rebellion for him, proving they were false. Su Qingzong knew how much weight Song Jingning's words carried. He immediately agreed to release the students. However, the two siblings from the Cui family were still kept in prison to keep Song Jingning in check. Song Jingning had already guessed this outcome and said nothing. Rescuing one person is hard. Rescuing two is much easier. To make Su Qingzong less suspicious, he arranged a poetry gathering at Huading Academy with the released students. They showcased their talents and also helped clear the rumors of rebellion. To prove Song Jingning's words were true, Su Qingzong withdrew all the guards from the academy. Of course, this was only on the surface. Secretly, some people still watched the academy. He also kept the exile team he was supposed to send away this morning, under the pretense of inviting them to a wedding banquet. He planned to strike again at Yanzhou during the wedding feast. With many people and distractions at the banquet, even if the plan failed again, it would be easy to find someone to blame. After learning the news, Yanzhou took out the invitation card sent by Su Qingzong from his pocket. Tang, I want Lanyu to attend the wedding tomorrow evening. Although everything was under control, he didn't want Yi Chutang to take any risks. Yi Chutang looked at the bright red invitation and nodded. Okay, I'm feeling heavy and not suitable for crowded places. It's easy to be exposed. Mainly, she also had to go and clear out the Su residence. Though attending the wedding could help her understand the layout better, she needed to find a way to escape, which was troublesome. Yanzhou waited until Yi Chutang finished brushing her teeth with a willow branch and handed her a dry towel. Sunchu asked me to tell you. He has a surprise for you tonight. After wiping her face, Yi Chutang asked curiously, what surprise can he give me? I don't know. He only said it will satisfy you. All right. Where are we meeting my brother later? Yanzhou said, your brother is being watched closely. You two will meet at Huading Academy. Many people are going to the poetry gathering today, so it won't attract attention. Then do I need to change into men's clothes? No need. The academy is open to everyone today, and many women are going too. Just change your face. Alright, you can carry the water basin outside first. I will come out soon. After dismissing Yanzhou, Yi Chutang applied a neutral makeup look that made her look about 3 or 4 parts similar to Song Jingning. After breakfast, she and Yanzhou, who had been disguised, went to Huading Academy. The poetry gathering had already been going on for a while, and the entire academy was crowded. The largest area was in the front yard. Song Jingning was at the main hall entrance, judging the poems written by students. The moment he saw Yi Chutang, he recognized her immediately. A smile appeared on his thin lips, and his eyes sparkled with joy from seeing her again after a long time. Afraid of being noticed, he quickly looked away and continued judging the poems. To avoid attracting attention, Yi Chutang stood quietly to the side, listening carefully. This was her first direct experience of Song Jingning's literary talent. It was no exaggeration to say he was like a talented star descending from the heavens. After composing a poem about the current state of the world, Song Jingning said, "Everyone, please enjoy this. I will rest for a while and come back later." Then he gave Yi Chutang a meaningful look. After Song Jingning left, Yi Chutang followed him under the excuse of needing to use the restroom. The servant was given instructions and, instead of stopping her, led her to the dean's study. "Young Master Wu, should I close the door?" Song Jingning nodded. "Yes, close it. Give the order that no one is allowed to disturb us." Although the servant found it strange, he didn't ask further. "Yes, young Master Wu." As soon as the door was shut, Song Jingning suddenly embraced Yi Chutang. "Little sister, you've worked hard all this way." Something was wrong. He didn't hold her very tightly, just leaning close. But he clearly felt her belly pressing against his thigh. Even if she ate a lot this morning, her belly shouldn't be that big, right? Song Jingning immediately released Yi Chutang and looked at her stomach. Her clothes covered her belly, so it wasn't obvious. "Little sister, you." He didn't know how to ask, afraid of being too abrupt and upsetting her. Yi Chutang was caught off guard by the hug. When she felt her belly being pressed, she realized that Song Jingning might discover her pregnancy. She could have explained it as gas, but she didn't see the need to lie. She held Song Jingning's hand and placed it on her pregnant belly. "Brother, congratulations. You're going to be an uncle." As soon as she finished speaking, the baby kicked his palm. He flinched in fright and stammered, "Just now." "It's the baby moving," Yi Chutang said, then pulled Song Jingning to sit at the table and poured him a glass of cold tea to calm him down. After Song Jingning finished his tea, his chaotic thoughts became clear. His eyes were red, and a mist of tears filled his gaze. "I'm not a good brother. I know nothing about you and haven't been able to do anything for you."
I'm sorry.
His sister fought alone to avenge their mother, was forced into political struggles by the emperor, and was pregnant. She endured exile and danger step by step. Meanwhile, he knew nothing and could do nothing. For the first time, he felt his own helplessness. And for the first time, he desired power and influence. Yi Chutang looked at Song Jingning, tears in his eyes, and covered his eyes with her hand. "Brother, men shouldn't cry easily. You must hold back and not let your nephew laugh at you." She knew Song Jingning was feeling sorry for her, but she didn't need his pity. The pain was for the original owner, not her. Also, Song Jingning hadn't done anything wrong. He simply didn't know he had a sister. Song Jingning closed his eyes, holding back his tears. He removed Yi Chutang's hand and gently patted her head with care. "If there's a stand-in, why not go to Tianshan County to rest and prepare for the baby? Because only Yanzhou knows I am pregnant. The farther north we go, the worse the road conditions. The carriage will jolt a lot, which isn't good for the pregnant woman. Walking is safer." At that time, they thought it would only take 3 or 4 months to reach Tianshan County from the capital, enough to arrive before winter. But many things happened along the way. More than 3 months had passed, and they had only traveled halfway. The Song family was large, and Song Jingning knew some precautions for pregnant women. He disapproved and said, "As the pregnancy gets bigger, walking becomes unsafe. What do you plan to do? Yi Chudang, who had earth elemental powers, found walking not tiring at all. But she couldn't tell Song Jingning that.
Brother, don't worry.
Qi Yanzhou won't let anything happen to me or the baby. This made Song Jingning truly at ease. He could see Qi Yanzhou's deep affection and care for his sister. Since you're pregnant, why not tell the Qi family so they can take better care of you? Yi Chutang leaned on the table with her elbows, supporting her chin with her hand, speaking lazily. The more people know, the easier it is to leak information, which could put the baby in danger. Song Jingning understood her reasoning, especially considering the emperor's relentless pursuit of the Qi family. How many months along are you? Yi Chutang lied about her pregnancy duration. Almost 4 months. It's twins, so I look quite pregnant. Although it's rare for a pregnant woman to feel fetal movement at 4 months, it does happen sometimes. Song Jingning knew little about pregnant women feeling fetal movement and did not ask further about it. Carrying twins must be hard, right? Are the children doing well? Pregnancy is always tough, but don't worry, both I and the babies are fine. After speaking, Yi Chudang asked, Brother, you suddenly came to Ningzhou City. Are you here to wait for me and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together? Song Jingning nodded. Yes, I didn't expect anything to happen right after I arrived. Sorry to worry you. I know my brother is smart and won't get into trouble, so I wasn't worried. The 2 siblings from the Cui family, how do you plan to rescue them? Tomorrow night, the Su residence will be in chaos. I will take the chance to go to the prefect's office to save people. Song Jingning left with the 2 Cui siblings, both families secretly protecting them. Plus, Qi Yanzhou also arranged for people to protect him. Gathering these people, rescuing others during the chaos is not difficult. Brother, leave it to me. I will rescue the Cui family members. Little sister, you're pregnant now, rest well. I will handle the rescue myself. Seeing Song Jingning's firm attitude, Yi Chutang didn't insist further. All right, once the crisis in Ningzhou City is over, we will celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival together. The siblings couldn't talk for long, afraid of arousing suspicion. After asking about each other's recent situation, they parted and returned to the front yard. Qi Yanzhou approached Yi Chutang and held her hand, which was covered by her wide sleeve. How did your talk with your brother go? Yi Chutang moved a step closer to Qi Yanzhou, almost pressing against him. It went well. I saw ambition in his eyes. Deep within her tearful eyes, there was an undeniable ambition. Qi Yanzhou looked at the highly favored Song Jingning and said, as long as he wants, he can have enough power. To become emperor? No, one below the emperor, above 10,000 others. A ruler needs both the courage to bring peace and the talent to unify the country. As someone traveling the world, Song Jingning only possesses the latter. He would make a good chancellor or even a teacher to the emperor, but he wouldn't become emperor. Yi Chutang believed Qi Yanzhou's judgment was accurate. I guess my brother doesn't have the mind to become emperor either. I wonder who will lead the change of dynasties? Just after saying this, she remembered Qin Muyun and the imperial astronomer. She asked Qi Yanzhou about them. Did the master and disciple go to find the emperor's star? Qin Muyun had no convenient way to communicate, and he had been on the road for a long time, so they hadn't contacted each other for a while. She hadn't heard any news about them either. To improve in metaphysics, besides talent, luck is also important. Huai Xian probably went traveling. Of course, finding the emperor's star was also one of the purposes of his journey. Yi Chutang was feeling a bit tired and leaned on Qi Yanzhou's shoulder. The 2 focused on listening to Song Jingning recite poetry and share knowledge, gaining a lot from it. Around noon, the poetry gathering ended. The academy prepared food for everyone. Everyone who had the chance to dine with Song Jingning and attend the poetry event was very happy to stay. Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang also finished eating before leaving. They left early to avoid drawing attention from officials outside the academy. The 2 returned to their base. Yi Chutang had stood for a long time in the morning, and her legs were slightly swollen. After returning to her room, she lay on the bed, and Qi Yanzhou massaged her legs to help her relax. She told him that Song Jingning knew she was pregnant. Qi Yanzhou believed Song Jingning wouldn't spread the news. It's okay if he knows. Your brother definitely won't do anything harmful to you. After saying this, he looked at Yi Chutong's clearly bulging belly with concern in his eyes. Ah Tang, I think your pregnancy won't be hidden for much longer. This year's drought was severe, and the cold would come a bit later. Without winter clothes to cover her belly, it would be easy to see as her stomach grew larger. Yi Chutang wasn't worried at all. Let's see how things go step by step. Now they were far from the capital, and even with an urgent message, it would take 5 or 6 days to arrive. The further north they went, the less control the emperor had over the provinces. He couldn't use the local officials to harm her. The only threat was if the emperor sent people from the capital. If they came to attack her, they might freeze to death in the cold snow before finding her. Yanzhou knew worrying was useless, so he said nothing more. Even if something did happen, he would do everything he could to keep Yi Chutang and her child safe. Yi Chutang felt very comfortable after the massage and soon fell asleep. When she woke up, the sun was beginning to set. The streets of Ningzhou city fluttered with red ribbons in the wind, looking very festive. The common people were talking about Sunchu and Su Shuarong's hurried marriage. Once the rumors against Su Shuarong were not spread deliberately, the people only felt regret and gave blessings. As for Sunchu, everyone said he was lucky. He unexpectedly saved Su Shuarong and married her, a beautiful, kind, and well-born woman, rising high like a phoenix. An ordinary merchant actually married General Su's daughter and even took concubines. His ancestors must be proud. I told you, no matter how hard you try, luck is what matters most. Miss Su Jiao can't have children due to illness, so General Su gave her a concubine. The owner of the gambling house just married and is enjoying happiness. People really envy that. When Miss Su had her trouble, I was already there, but unfortunately I have no martial arts skills and can't heal. Otherwise, I could have entered the Su residence easily. Someone like you has no money, no looks, and no power. Miss Su would rather lose her reputation than marry someone like you. Do you think the rumors insulting Miss Su were spread by Sunchu to force her into marriage? It's possible. Sunchu arrived at this hideout amid these unpleasant rumors. His face was pale green, his eyes bloodshot, and he looked weak and tired. Yi Chutang watched the ghost like Sunchu and poured him a cup of spiritual spring water. Just a marriage, why make it so tragic? Spend more silver and hire someone to handle it, right? Sunchu's throat was almost hoarse from speaking. After drinking the water, he felt a bit more alive. I've already spent double the silver on things I could pay for, but Su Qingzong is so stubborn. He makes me handle even small matters to show how much he values and is satisfied with this marriage. It's really crazy. He finished angrily and pushed the empty cup in front of Yi Chutang. Another cup. Yi Chutang picked up the water jug and said, "There's not much water left in the jug. Sit for a bit, I'll go fill another." Actually, the jug was full. She was just saying that to replace ordinary water with spiritual spring water. If she didn't give Sun Chu some energy, he would collapse. Sun Chu waved weakly. "Hurry back. I still have things to tell you and need to go back to work." Yi Chutang left with the water jug and soon returned. "What surprise is so special that you took time to come before the wedding?" Sun Chu picked up the water jug and drank it all. His eyes finally looked less dead, and his voice was no longer so hoarse. He took something out of his pocket while speaking. "This water is pretty good. I feel energized after drinking it. I'll take some back later." After that, he handed a piece of paper to Yi Chutang. A surprise. Curious, Yi Chutang took the paper and opened it. It was a map of the Su residence with marked hiding spots for treasure. Her eyes widened slightly. "Did Miss Su give this to you?" "Yes, she did. I asked for it and she gave it. That ghost thief loves money, right? Let him take everything. Leave nothing behind." "Okay, I'll hold on to it for him. Please thank Miss Su for me." "I already did." Sun Chu finished and pointed at the teapot with his finger. "Hurry and fill the water. I have to leave now. I still have many things to do." Thinking he might have to stay up all night tonight, he feels miserable. Yi Chutang shrugged and casually spoke. I only have one calming pill for alertness and I already used it in water earlier, so it's gone. It's not that she's stingy, but the pot she just had was enough for Sunchu to restore his energy. If she gave him another pot and let him go home to enjoy it slowly, he might cause her trouble. After all, he's also a traveler from another world and is sensitive about special abilities. Sunchu's mind is now a mess. Whatever Yi Chudang says, he believes. I just said this water tastes different from what I usually drink. After speaking, he stood up. Let's go. Hope everything goes well tomorrow. He doesn't want to pretend and then really get married. Don't worry, everything will go smoothly. The next day, Qi and Zhou finished lunch with Yi Chutang and then left for the relay station. The relay station was already cleaned up. Wu Chongfeng, under Su Qingzong's orders, imprisoned the relay officials and guards, planning to execute them after the autumn. This was a way to give Qi Yanzhou an explanation. But Qi and Zhou knew this was just a show, a delaying tactic. The main event was the wedding banquet today. Su Qingzong wanted to eliminate his rivals, so he would use rivals to destroy him. The wedding was scheduled during the Yu hour. In the northern region, wedding customs differ from those in the capital. In the capital, people usually dine at the bride's house for a whole day, with a simpler lunch and a grand banquet at night. In the north, they only hold one wedding feast, which may not be as luxurious as in the capital, but offers more variety. Around the Shun hour, guests began arriving at the Su residence. Qi and Zhou and Lan Yu arrived later. Most guests had already come. He brought a gift he bought casually from a street stall, an extremely poor-quality pair of jade bangles. Young Master Qi, a pair of jade bangles. The person receiving the gift was the steward of the Su residence, who spoke with disdain. Qi and Zhou ignored him and entered the Su residence with Lan Yu. The Su residence was large but not overly luxurious, yet it was grand and festive. Su Qingzong's eldest son was greeting guests at the door, entertaining visitors in the front yard. When he saw Qi and Zhou and Lan Yu, he hurried forward. Young Master Qi and Madam Qi, your arrival brings glory to our Su residence. Qi and Zhou smiled and said, General Su invited us. Of course, we must come to share in the joy. Young Master Qi, you should drink more later and enjoy yourself. All right, I wish General Su continuous good fortune. Thanks for your kind words. Su Qingzong had many guests to entertain and was also planning to eliminate rivals. After exchanging a few words with Qi and Zhou, he went busy with his arrangements. Qi and Zhou and Lan Yu appeared to be casually strolling, but in fact, they were exchanging lances with those they were trying to win over as rivals. Just 2/4 of an hour before the hour of Yu, lively music and joyful sounds spread through the air. It was Sunchu coming to marry. The main gate of the Su residence was closed, and Su Qingzong's eldest son and second son blocked the way, setting a difficult challenge for Sunchu. Basically, they wanted money. Sunchu had expected this and brought plenty of banknotes. He knew he couldn't get the wolf without risking the child, so he planned to take everything back once the Su family fell. As soon as he entered, he spent nearly 5,000 taels of silver. The legitimate and illegitimate children were delighted by the money, calling out to their brothers-in-law and brothers, showing great closeness. Sunchu's brothers-in-law responded warmly. He was dressed in bright red wedding clothes, handsome features, tall stature, and walked with a commanding presence. Qi Yanzhou raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. Sunchu felt a bit uncomfortable being watched and deliberately avoided Qi Yanzhou's gaze. He passed through the busy front yard and entered the main hall, bowing to the seated couple, Su Qingzong and his wife. Son-in-law greets father-in-law and mother-in-law. Su Qingzong looked at Sunchu with satisfaction. Good son-in-law, I am entrusting Ronga and Huaner to you. You must treat them well. Su Rui was just a plaything for Sunchu and couldn't be shown openly. Now she had been thoroughly cleaned and sent to the courtyard Sunchu had newly arranged. Sunchu smiled gratefully. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will cherish Ronger and Huaner in my heart.
Good, good, good.
I can't wait to hold my grandchild. Son-in-law will not disappoint you. As soon as he finished speaking, the wedding lady led Su Shuyan, wearing a veil, into the hall. Her phoenix crown seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and her layered bridal robes made it very difficult for her to walk. From the bridal chamber to the front hall was not far, but she sweated heavily and her makeup was smudged. Sunchu looked at the bride in her bright red wedding dress, feeling momentarily dazed. The wedding lady handed Sunchu the red silk ribbon. Marriage is a destiny. Love between husband and wife is unwavering. Sunchu took the red silk and handed the wedding lady a red envelope. The wedding lady knew Sunchu was wealthy and generous, and she was overjoyed. She glanced at the hourglass in the corner and looked outside at the sky. It's the auspicious time. Please the bride and groom to bow to the heavens. This was the first time seeing a bridegroom who was not a groom, but married by the bride. But since Su Shuerong married Sunchu with a low status, and the Su family's threshold was very high, it was understandable. Many guests thought that merchants had little face to lose anyway. Marrying Su Qingzong's precious daughter, even if it was an in-law marriage, was a good deal for Sunchu. The wedding ceremony went smoothly. With a loud send the bride into the bridal chamber, Sunchu and Su Shuerong bid farewell to Su Qingzong and left the Su residence. As for the concubine Su Nianhuan, she was carried out through the side door in a small sedan chair. Blessings poured in one after another. Congratulations to young Master Zhu and Miss Su for a long-lasting union and early childbirth. May your love be as strong as gold, and may your affection last until old age. May your happiness last 1,000 years, and your hearts remain true for 100 years. Note: from Tang Li Fuyuan's continuation of the mysterious records, The Wedding Shop. Su Qingzong listened to the blessings and watched Su Shuerong's departing figure, feeling very annoyed. It was as if a treasured possession he had kept for a long time was stolen away. But when he thought that Su Shuerong would return to the mansion after marriage, his gloomy mood quickly disappeared. After all, he had important matters to attend to. Thinking of this, Su Qingzong left his seat and went to the main hall door. Today, everyone has taken time to come and celebrate. I am very grateful. I have prepared some light wine. Please enjoy yourselves and drink until you are satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, the maids and servants of the Su residence hurried to lead the guests to their seats. The front yard and main hall couldn't hold all the guests, so several tables were set up in the garden. Qi Yanzhou and Lani were taken to the garden. He was a key target of Su Qingzong, so he and his trusted aides were seated together. Those who needed to be eliminated, the dissenters, were arranged at 2 tables in the main hall. Everything was ready, and Su Qingzong ordered, "Serve the dishes." Delicious food was brought out, filling the air with the aroma of the meals, making everyone hungry. Soon, the rich scent of wine wafted over, tempting and intoxicating. Su Qingzong raised a glass. "Everyone, don't be formal. Eat well and drink happily. I'll toast first." The guests raised their cups and drank with Su Qingzong. He knew that the dissenters he wanted to eliminate suspected something was wrong with the wine. They used their sleeves to hide, pouring the wine onto their clothes. The aroma of the wine spread. But since everyone had already drunk, with their mouths full of wine, they didn't notice the overly strong smell. After 3 rounds of drinks, Su Qingzong signaled to his trusted aide, who was mingling with the guests in the main hall. The aide saw the signal and took the opportunity to make the dissenters drop their wine cups. "Zuyong, I've tolerated you for a long time. What do you mean? Are you trying to cause trouble on the day of the general's wedding?" The man called Zuyong knew Su Qingzong was about to attack him. He looked at his colleague, who was deliberately picking a fight, with a slight smile. "Don't scare the guests or embarrass the general. Our conflicts should be settled behind closed doors." After saying that, he stood up and closed the door, locking it. Su Qingzong watched this unexpected scene and felt something was wrong. Soon, sounds of dishes and bowls falling to the ground and screams echoed through the main hall. Guests at the front yard immediately looked toward the main hall. "General Su, what is happening inside the main hall?" "Today is Miss Su's happy day. Seeing blood is not good luck. Quickly open the door and check. It sounds intense. Don't let anyone get hurt." Su Qingzong quickly signaled to the guard. The guard tried to push the door, but found it was blocked by a latch. "General, should we break the door?" Breaking the door might hurt someone. Su Qingzong felt something was out of control and a wave of panic arose. He shouted loudly, "Zuyong, Shen Qinghai, open the door." No one responded, and the screams grew louder and more frantic, unclear who was crying out. Su Qingzong hurriedly ordered, "Break the door." The guard kicked the door with all his strength. Each kick was harder than the last. Just as the door was about to break, the guard delivered a final powerful kick. Suddenly, the door swung open. The guard missed and fell to the ground, doing a split and tearing his thigh.
Ah!
A scream of pain echoed, and Zuyong appeared at the door, covered in blood. He held a bamboo tube and looked at Su Qingzong with a smile. Su Qingzong sensed something was wrong and quickly tried to stop him. "Stop! Hold him back." Of course, Zuyong didn't listen. He quickly pulled out a fuse. As soon as Su Qingzong finished speaking, a signal flare exploded in the sky.
Bang!
This was his signal to his men, and a warning to Yanzhou. Looking at the hall filled with bodies and smelling the strong scent of blood, Su Qingzong lost his temper. "Everyone, catch these traitors and execute them on the spot." Hearing this, the guests were stunned. Some clever ones immediately stood up and left. But after passing the shadow wall, they found the main door was closed. "Why is the door shut? Open it quickly." As he shouted, chaos broke out among the guests. Fearful women cried and ran behind their men for safety. Su Qingzong knew his plan had been exposed. "It's either you die or I do." He lost all hesitation and said to Zuyong, "Send the order, attack now." This command meant not only eliminating the dissenters among the guests, but also wiping out their families entirely. The soldiers stationed there would also be suppressed.
Bang!
Su Qingzong's signal flare exploded in the darkening night. All the guards mobilized to fight Zuyong and his 10 men. In the backyard, Yanzhou, forced to drink, saw Su Qingzong move and smiled. He crushed his wine glass and used the sharp shards to cut the neck of the man forcing him to drink. "Lan Yu, send the signal." "Yes, master." The conversation between the two left Su Qingzong's trusted followers feeling confused. What is Lan Yu? What is the master? While they were stunned, Lan Yu also sent a signal flare into the sky. A pale purple light briefly lit up the gradually darkening sky. A bloody crackdown was about to begin. Yanzhou also started to attack Su Qingzong's followers. His martial skills were high, and killing people was as easy as picking something up. Did you not get poisoned? In the back garden, several plants that could cause conflicts were planted. Their combined scent would turn into a deadly toxin. If one did not take the antidote, smelling it would cause poisoning. Yanzhou sneered disdainfully. "If these tricks could take me down, I would have died hundreds of times already." With Su Shuyan as an inside informant, Yanzhou learned most of Su Qingzong's plans, especially the layout for the wedding banquet at the Su residence. Therefore, Yi Chutang had long given him and Lan Yu the antidote. Using the same trick twice, has Su Qingzong gone crazy? After speaking, Yanzhou killed another of Su Qingzong's followers. Su Qingzong's followers were no match for Yanzhou and immediately shouted, "Everyone come out and capture Yanzhou." But no archers appeared from their hiding spots in the high part of the back garden.
How?
How can this be? Yanzhou sneered and shouted, "Come out and capture these traitors." Just as he finished speaking, instead of the archers, Chong and others appeared from their hiding spots. They had been planted there by Fong Yinyang, Su Shuyan's mother. Fong Yinyang had been in the Su residence for 16 years. She seemed gentle and quiet, not fighting or grabbing, but in fact, she and her daughter had long been preparing to escape. Many people in the residence had been bought by her. Yanzhou told Chong, "Leave 3 people here. The rest of you come with me to the front yard. We will catch Su Qingzong alive." "Yes, young Master Qi." Su Qingzong's followers were skilled, but no match for the Guardian army. Chong only left 2 behind and went with Yanzhou to the front yard. It was already dark outside. Fortunately, the Su residence had lit lanterns early, so visibility was decent. The entire estate was filled with a strong smell of blood. Once everything was over, it would surely be a river of blood. The back garden was not far from the front yard. For those quick on their feet, a few breaths were enough. Su Qingzong was protected by his followers, dodging arrows and hidden attacks, but he was already at a disadvantage. He was anxious because his reinforcements had not arrived yet. Seeing Yanzhou, his eyes turned red with anger. Yanzhou, Sunchu is your man, isn't he? When today's plan completely fell apart and was out of control, he finally understood the key to failure. Sunchu, the young lady who suddenly appeared in Ninga City, the owner of the gambling house. But he had been guarding against Sunchu. How did she know about the overall plan today? Su Qingzong couldn't figure it out and felt a terrible headache. His eyes flashed with intense killing intent, wishing he could tear Yanzhou apart. Do you think trapping me will let you escape Ninga City?
Dream on.
If I get hurt, all of you will pay with your lives. Yanzhou tiptoed off the ground and leapt, landing not far from Su Qingzong. He was so scared that his steps became unsteady, tripped himself, and sat down on the ground. Su Qingzong, you overestimate yourself. After speaking, he used his toes to pick up the blood-stained sword on the ground and aimed it at Su Qingzong. With Han Chong's help, he captured Su Qingzong in less than 10 moves. If you don't want your neck to be cut immediately, let them stop. Su Qingzong was about to resist, but his neck was cut. Warm blood spurted out, making his face turn pale with fear. He immediately swallowed his words. Stop, everyone, stop. He swallowed hard and negotiated with Yanzhou. As long as you let me go, I will ensure the safety of the convoy, leaving Ninga City. Killing me won't do you any good. Can we work together? No, it's not cooperation, it's submission. I am willing to lead 60,000 troops to submit to you. In Su Qingzong's view, he offered Yanzhou an irresistible condition. Yanzhou sliced through Su Qingzong's clothes with his sword. Su Qingzong saw a flash of cold light and thought Yanzhou was going to kill him. Frightened, he begged loudly. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. After begging, he realized he felt no pain, only the blood still flowing from his neck. Yanzhou tapped Su Qingzong's face with a bloodied tip of his sword. Bandage yourself. You can't die now. This life must be kept for public execution. This made Su Qingzong feel like he had fallen into an icy pit. But he quickly calmed down, took the torn clothes, and bandaged his neck wound. As long as he was alive, he still had a chance to turn things around. Even if Yanzhou had foreseen his plan and allied with those he wanted to fight, he only had a few thousand soldiers. And the soldiers who were loyal to him wholeheartedly numbered around 20 to 30,000. There were about 10 to 20,000 soldiers willing to follow orders and listen to commands. Even if Yanzhou fought like a god of war, he couldn't win against his 40,000 troops with just a few thousand soldiers. Yanzhou looked at Su Qingzong, whose eyes were darting around, and guess what he was thinking? Let's wait and see the result. 1 hour later, Ninga City was under the control of Ma Wei Yuan's elite soldiers. When the news reached Yanzhou, he ordered Han Chong to open the gates of the Su residence. He looked at the guests hiding at the base of the wall, trembling with fear. Su Qingzong has his own troops and plans to seize land and become a king, committing treason. Those involved in this matter stay. Innocent people leave. If anyone tries to cause trouble, their whole family will be dealt with, and they should stay at home and wait. Everyone knew Yanzhou was a man of his word, so no one dared to deceive him. After all, to leave the Su residence, one had to give their name and address. So, those who left were people unaware of Su Qingzong's rebellion or not involved. Soon, fewer than 10 families remained as guests. Time passed slowly, and the temperature gradually dropped. The lanterns in the front yard began to go out. By the middle of the night, a distant red signal flare lit up the sky briefly before disappearing. Yanzhou, sitting at the banquet table, stood up. He looked at the pale, trembling Su Qingzong and said, "The base has been taken over. Your last chance to turn things around is gone." Ma Weiyuan's 10,000 soldiers had already advanced toward the base during the wedding at the Su residence, arriving an hour earlier than expected. Su Qingzong instinctively argued, impossible. How could a few thousand soldiers defeat tens of thousands? If you don't believe it, go see for yourself, Qi Yanzhou said. He wasn't interested in personally taking Su Qingzong to the base. Instead, he turned to Han Chong and said, hand him over to Wu Zhizhou. Let him handle the rest. Keep someone watching. Although Wu Chongfeng had been cooperative, people's hearts are unpredictable, so it's better to be cautious. As for why go to such lengths, it was because Su Shuyan had made a condition. After the success of the secret escape plan, she wanted to see Su Qingzong to settle things. The base was Su Qingzong's greatest power. She wanted to make him fall from his proudest position into disgrace. After Han Chong took Su Qingzong away, Qi Yanzhou ordered the Guardian Army to guard the Su residence, taking turns on duty. Tomorrow morning, they would properly deal with Su Qingzong's rebellion. Once everything was arranged, he left the Su residence. As he stepped out of the gate, he saw Ma Weiyuan riding a horse. Brother Ma, are you leaving? Yes, I brought my troops out secretly this time. It's better to go back early. The crisis in Ningga City was over, and he saw no use in staying. Qi Yanzhou knew Ma Weiyuan was right, and didn't try to persuade him to stay. He took out an already prepared silver note from his pocket and handed it to Ma Weiyuan. This is what we agreed on long ago. Ma Weiyuan was not polite. He took the item and tucked it into his. Until we meet again. I've ordered some barley wine. In a few days, the guild will deliver it to you. Until we meet again. All right, my soldiers all love to drink. I won't be polite either. After saying that, Ma Weiyuan forcefully pulled the whip and rode off quickly. Brother Qi, take care. Take care. When Qi Yanzhou returned to the base, Yi Chutang was already asleep. Thinking of her light sleep, he didn't disturb her and found an empty room to rest. The next day, Yi Chutang woke early, which was rare for her. At dawn, cold air seeped in through the window cracks, feeling slightly chilly. She didn't get up immediately and looked into her space. Last night, her visit to the Su residence didn't yield much. Su Qingzong had spent all his silver on entertaining women and raising children, leaving only a few miscellaneous items. However, he had many hidden weapons, almost 50,000 in the underground vault of the Su residence. This showed his desire to establish his own rule had long been there. Fortunately, yesterday was Su Shuyan's wedding, and many guests brought valuable gifts. It wasn't a wasted trip. After brushing her teeth and washing her face in her space, Yi Chutang ate some fruits irrigated with spiritual spring water. I wish I could stay longer in the space. As soon as she finished speaking, a panel appeared in the air. It displayed a message. The space has been upgraded to advanced level. You can now stay for up to half an hour. This opportunity is only once. Do you want to activate it? Below the message, there were two options. Spend 30,000 merit points to activate. Do not activate. Yi Chutang didn't expect her words to trigger a hidden feature of the space. Half an hour was enough time to save her life in critical moments. Without hesitation, she immediately spent 30,000 merit points to extend her stay in the space. Her accumulated merit points, which she had saved for a long time, were almost gone. But she didn't mind. Earning merit points was for her own benefit. Exchanging merit points for a permanent advantage was very worthwhile. Happily, Yi Chutang left the space and took out a lot of food. If someone asked, she would say these were gifts from the ghost thief. Just as she finished dressing, Qi Yanzhou pushed the door open. He looked at the steaming braised pig's trotter on the table and asked, "Is this from the ghost thief?" Yi Chutang nodded and smiled. "I traded the paper Su Shuyan gave me for a lot of food. These are just a small part." Afterward, she inquired about Song Jingning. "Have my brother's two cousins been rescued? Is no one hurt?" Qi Yanzhou sat down with Yi Chutang at the table. "Eat your food first and I'll tell you everything." Yi Chutang ate a few fruits but wasn't hungry at all. "Go ahead, I just woke up and don't feel like eating much now. I'll eat later." Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's hand and said, "The two siblings from the Chui family have been rescued. Wu Zizhou personally arranged it and no one was hurt. Wu Changfeng is quite wise. Has Su Qingzong died yet? No, but he's barely hanging on. Aunt Fong stabbed him in the chest. Su Shuyan cut out his tongue, and they also cut off his limbs. If Aunt Fong hadn't been so weak, Su Qingzong might have been killed. As for Su Shuyan turning Su Qingzong into a human puppet, it was just to keep their secret safe. Qi Yanzhou's words surprised Yi Chutang. I didn't expect Su Shuyan, who looks so gentle and weak, to be so ruthless. I like her personality. Qi Yanzhou chuckled and lightly pinched Yi Chutang's nose. Fortunately, she's a woman, or I might get jealous. Yi Chutang poked Qi Yanzhou's chest and then stuffed a crab roe bun into his mouth. Men aren't allowed to be jealous either. Just eat your bun. Who can appreciate a few different people? Qi Yanzhou tasted the bun and realized it was made by the Imperial Kitchen. Before leaving the capital, the kitchen was robbed so many times that not a grain of rice was left. Was the ghost thief just a coincidence, or was it part of a long-term plan? After finishing the crab roe bun, he asked, "Did ghost thief take it from the Imperial Kitchen?" Yi Chutang, smelling the bun, felt her appetite stir. Since crab roe is cold, it's not suitable for pregnant women, so she took a braised pig's hoof and took a bite. The pig's hoof was flavorful, braised until very tender, melting in her mouth, making her squint with pleasure. It should be. The dishes from the Imperial Kitchen are really good. After saying that, Yi Chutang asked, "What's the situation in Ningzhou now?" Qi Yanzhou briefly explained to her. "It's all settled now. Today is the cleanup, and tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival." Yi Chutang's eyes lit up. I wonder if the people will have enough time to decorate Ningzhou. Without a festive atmosphere, there will be less fun. It will be fine, Qi Yanzhou said just as Nan Shao knocked on the door. "Master, madam, young master's son has come with a young lady to see you." Yi Chutang knew it was Su Shuyan. "Let them in." The door was pushed open, and the room brightened considerably. Sunchu looked at the large table of dishes and immediately sat down. "Why are you eating so well so early in the morning?" Yi Chutang smiled and said, "If you want to eat what you like, do you still need to choose the right time?" Sunchu pulled a chicken leg and handed it to Su Shuyan. He broke off another piece and took a big bite. "Of course not. In the future, when you have extra meals, just remember me. This roasted chicken is so delicious. When I leave, I want to buy a few more." Qi Yanzhou helped Yi Chutang cover for him, saying, "I made it." Sunchu immediately looked at Qi Yanzhou with suspicion. "Just after dawn, and you've already prepared such a big meal?" "It's not just me. Nan Shao and others helped." Yi Chutang didn't want Sunchu to keep asking, so she looked at Su Shuyan and changed the subject. "Miss Su, are you here for the prescription?" "Just wait." After saying that, she stood up and picked up 2 already written prescriptions from the small table at the head of the bed. She handed the prescriptions to Su Shuyan. Su Shuyan quickly put down her chicken leg and used a silk scarf to wipe her oily hands. She took the prescription and looked at it carefully. Having had a heart condition since childhood, she became a healer after long illness. She could understand any prescription related to heart disease and could treat those with milder symptoms. After reading it, she found one prescription strange because several herbs seemed incompatible. Seeing Su Shuyan's furrowed brow, Yi Chutang knew she had noticed something wrong with the prescription. Since it involved a person's life, she carefully explained. Su Shuyan naturally trusted Yi Chutang's medical skills. After hearing the explanation, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Madam Qi, I didn't doubt you. I was just a little confused." After the explanation, she immediately understood. She also realized how different ordinary doctors were from Yi Chutang. Previously, she had heard people say Yi Chutang was a divine doctor or a living bodhisattva, but she thought they were exaggerating. A woman her age, how skilled could her medical skills be? Now she understood how silly her thoughts were. Seeing Su Shuyan look guilty, Yi Chutang smiled and said, "You don't need to explain. I understand. After all, only good medicine can help the illness. The prescription is fine, so you can take it with peace of mind." Then she explained the 2 prescriptions. The one I just mentioned should be taken for a year to treat the heart condition, then replaced with the other prescription for 2 years to strengthen the body. Okay, I understand. Su Shuyan carefully kept the prescriptions and bowed deeply to Yi Chudang. Thank you, Madam Qi, for saving my life. Although this prescription could only give her 3 more years, it was still a life-saving measure for her. Miss Su, our relationship is just a transaction. You don't need to be so polite. Come, get up. If you don't mind, let's have breakfast together. Su Shuyan didn't refuse. Alright, I haven't gotten up early in a while, so I'm quite hungry. As soon as she sat down, Yanzhou stood up and said, You all eat first. I need to step out for a moment. Soon after, he returned. A big table of food was prepared, and Sunchu ate the most. After finishing, he started feeling sleepy, his eyes almost closing. Yi Chudang knew he hadn't slept well for many days, so she let him rest. When Su Shuyan was about to leave, Yanzhou stopped her. Miss Su, wait a moment. The 3 new identities and the travel documents you requested will be delivered soon. Just as he finished speaking, Nanshao hurried back. He took out a stack of papers from his pocket and handed them to Yanzhou. Master, these are the 3 new identities and travel documents made by the magistrate according to your request. Yanzhou took them and handed them to Su Shuyan. Miss Su, please check carefully to see if there are any problems. Okay. Since this was important for her future stability and travel, Su Shuyan examined the documents carefully. After confirming they were fine, she stored the 6 sheets of paper. Thank you, young Master Qi. I will take my leave. She turned to leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and turned back. Madam Qi, see you in Tianshan County in 3 years. Alright, until we meet again. Su Shuyan's new identity used her biological father's surname. After visiting her father's grave with Aunt Fong, she left Ningzhou City with Chun Tao, escorted by Yanzhou and his 2 guards. When Yi Chudang heard the news, she was at Huading Academy, preparing mooncakes for the Mid-Autumn Festival with Song Jingning. No one found it strange that the 2 made mooncakes together, as Yi Chudang was talented in writing and both of them had come to the capital. Knowing each other and being close was quite normal. However, the Chui siblings didn't think so. They always felt something was off but couldn't quite put their finger on it. They said they were friends, which was a bit too close, especially since they were different genders. If there was something going on between them, they were honest and didn't cross any serious boundaries. It was almost like they were siblings. When the word siblings appeared in the minds of the Chui brother and sister, they exchanged glances and both thought they were going crazy. Song Jingning noticed their little actions and said, If you 2 don't help, don't expect to eat mooncakes or celebrate mid-autumn with me. Chui Yunchen and Chui Shue quickly pushed aside their unrealistic thoughts and helped make mooncakes. In ancient times, mooncakes were mostly flaky pastry. Yi Chudang taught 3 people how to make the traditional sticky rice mooncakes and snow skin mooncakes she used to enjoy. The fillings in the mooncakes included not only the traditional 5 nuts, lotus seed paste, and red bean paste, but also jam and fresh flowers. She also made a simple oven with Song Jingning and baked some egg yolk pastries. Although baking with charcoal takes time and effort, and the heat is uneven, resulting in less attractive appearance, the taste was good and similar to that baked in an oven. After finishing, it was already dark. Yi Chudang looked at the large table full of mooncakes and felt very accomplished. She stood up and stretched lazily. I should go back now. I'll come again tomorrow. Finish eating first. Qing has already arranged everything, someone said. Alright, I've been sitting all day.
I'll go for a walk, she replied.
Song Jingning accompanied Yi Chudang to walk around the academy. Today, the students decorated the academy, and all the lanterns they saw were made by themselves. There were many different kinds, prepared for the Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival tomorrow night. This is a tradition at Ningzhou branch, where the student with the best lantern can get 3 months of free tuition. So, everyone was very enthusiastic and some students even made several lanterns. After all, the tuition at Huading Academy is quite expensive for a month. The siblings admired the lanterns for a while, then Zigue came to call them for dinner. Zigui was a good cook and made dishes from Beijing, so Yi Chudang ate quite a bit. After eating, Song Jingning took her back to the inn. Now, Ningzhou City's order had returned to normal. The people and merchants spent the day creating a festive atmosphere for the Mid-Autumn Festival. The streets were full of stalls selling rabbit lanterns and mooncakes. The Fairy of the Moon Palace's new clothes at the clothing shop were especially popular. Seeing this, Song Jingning asked Yi Chudang's sister, "Shall I buy you one?" Yi Chudang knew that Song Jingning was trying her best to be kind and wanted to make up for the hardships the original owner suffered as a child. She didn't refuse and said, okay. They went to the largest clothing shop in Ningzhou City. This shop cooperated with several embroidery workshops, offering many styles and innovative designs. Of course, the prices were not low. Wealthy families who liked shopping here were not short of money. Yi Chudang and Song Jingning were now famous in Ningzhou City. The shopkeeper immediately greeted them warmly upon seeing them. "Madam Qi, young Master Haoyue, welcome. Your visit brings great honor to my small shop. Is there anything you would like?" Worried that others might misunderstand their relationship and spread rumors, Song Jingning quickly explained, "Madam Qi is my newly acknowledged younger sister. I want to buy a fairy of the immortal dress as a gift for our family reunion." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Our shop has many styles of the immortal keeper dress. Lady Qi will surely find one she likes." After speaking, she reached out to measure Yi Chudang's size. Measuring the size meant she wouldn't waste time trying on clothes that didn't fit. Yi Chudang, who was pregnant, didn't let the shopkeeper touch her to avoid revealing her pregnancy. "I'll do it myself," she said. Then she measured herself with her hand and called out her measurements. She chose 2 dresses that suited her, one strapless and one high-waisted, both good at covering her belly. The shopkeeper thought Yi Chudang's choices were a bit strange. Usually, only fuller-figured women would pick these styles to hide their bodies. Slim women usually prefer waist-cinching dresses to show off their figures. But everyone has their own taste, so she didn't say anything. Song Jingning wanted to buy both, but Yi Chudang thought she wouldn't wear them often, so she just bought one suitable for the occasion. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Lady Qi can try them all, and keep the ones you like." Just as Yi Chudang was about to pick one casually, Song Jingning said, "Try them on and buy the one you like best." "Okay, I'll try them." Today, many people came to buy the immortal keeper dress. The fitting rooms in the backyard were full, and people had to wait in line for a long time. The shopkeeper set up a few temporary fitting spaces in a corner of the men's clothing area, separated by thick cloth. She also had a woman guard there to prevent any unwelcome men from approaching. But hardly anyone tried on clothes. Although northern customs are a bit more open, most people wouldn't feel comfortable trying on clothes in front of others. Yi Chudang was fine with it and took a dress to try on. After she went in first, some women also went to try on dresses in the corner. Yi Chudang first tried on a high-waisted immortal keeper dress. It looked nice, but the fabric was too soft and clingy, making her pregnant belly very obvious. She didn't even show it to Song Jingning and took it off. When she was about to try another high-waisted dress, the thick cloth separating the fitting space was suddenly pulled down.
Despicable person, Godi.
A woman changing clothes next to her, with hatred on her face, lunged at her. Yi Chudang kicked away the woman, who was wearing a camisole and reeking of makeup and perfume. The woman immediately fainted. Yi Chudang, dressed in her inner clothes with a clearly visible pregnant belly, was exposed in front of everyone. Song Jingning casually picked up a coat, intending to help Yi Chudang put it on. But as he took a step forward, he heard a woman's frightened scream. It was the same woman, also in her inner clothes and preparing to change, who had shouted. She quickly wrapped the fallen thick cloth around herself and curled up in the corner in fear. The man in the shop finally turned around slowly. The shopkeeper's face turned pale with fright. She hurried forward and called the waiting maid, pulling up the black cloth. "Madam Qi, I'm sorry. I didn't know Miss Yunyan would be against you." After speaking, the shopkeeper's gaze fell on Yi Chudang's protruding belly, and her face paled even more. Now she understood why Yi Chudang chose to wear a strapless, high-waisted fairy dress, to hide her pregnancy. Because of her carelessness, The pregnancy was exposed by Yunyan, the courtesan of the 100 Flowers Tower. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper's legs went weak with fear, worried that Yi Chutang would blame her. She quickly offered a favor. "Madam Qi, you must be startled. I will pack these 2 outfits for you as a small apology from the shop. Please take a look and see if you like them." Yi Chutang looked at the cautious shopkeeper and calmly put on her clothes. After dressing, she asked, "Who is Yunyan?" The shopkeeper hurriedly explained Yunyan's identity. Yunyan was a newly chosen courtesan at the 100 Flowers Tower, recently selected as the top courtesan, and was taken in by General Deng. Deng planned to buy her freedom and had negotiated the price with the madam. For women in brothels, becoming a concubine or a secondary wife was considered the best outcome. But when the station's plan failed, Deng took the blame for Su Qingzong and was killed by Qi Yanzhou. Yunyan was left unprotected and quickly became a public figure, available to anyone. For her, that was a fall from heaven too. Most women would just accept it, as many courtesans had been deceived in love and body. "Madam Qi, I was careless and didn't notice Yunyan's unusual behavior," the shopkeeper admitted. She truly didn't expect Yunyan's hatred to be so strong that she dared to attack Yi Chutang in public. It was madness. Yi Chutang listened and let out a light laugh. "Where did Yunyan think I was a soft target? Yunyan's eyes are poor. No, she's very smart. She knew she couldn't kill me, so she tried to ruin my reputation." The shopkeeper couldn't argue back. Yunyan was just a lowly woman, and no one would care if she died. But Yi Chutang was a stunning doctor and future empress, destined to rule the world. Now that she had been seen in her undergarments by a man outside, she might never become empress. Plus, Yi Chutang's belly was quite large, clearly 6 or 7 months pregnant. But at that time, she wasn't married to Qi Yanzhou yet. The shopkeeper felt she might have uncovered a big secret she shouldn't know. She was terribly nervous, afraid Yi Chutang would kill her to keep quiet. But she thought about how many people had seen, and Yi Chutang couldn't possibly kill everyone. She relaxed her worried heart. She wanted to ask Yi Chutang how to handle Yunyan, but the gossip outside the partition reached her ears. Madam Qi is actually pregnant. With a dress covering her, it's hard to tell. Her belly is quite big, at least 6 months along. Don't spread false rumors. Madam Qi and Sir Qi have been married for just over 4 months. Really? Then who is the father of her baby? Song Jingming was furious when he heard this. He wanted to explain that Yi Chutang was expecting twins, but Qi Yanzhou's voice came from outside the shop. "The baby is mine." It's a twin pregnancy at over 4 months, so the belly looks bigger than usual. As he spoke, he entered the clothing shop, closed the door, and looked coldly at everyone. "The reason we kept the pregnancy a secret is to protect the baby from enemies. If the news gets out and something happens to Yi Chutang and the baby, everyone here will face severe consequences. No one will be spared." His words were like a sharp knife at everyone's neck. Everyone was so scared they quickly swore. They wouldn't say a word they shouldn't, or they'd be struck down by lightning and their families destroyed. They all believed Qi Yanzhou's words. After all, no man would claim another man's child, especially someone who might someday rule the world. Qi Yanzhou knew that threats and oaths couldn't silence everyone. But for now, this was the best way to handle it. He looked away, took off his outer coat, and ordered everyone look here. Everyone's eyes turned to Qi Yanzhou, dressed in a pure white robe, including Yi Chutang, who had just come out of the partition. She immediately understood why Qi Yanzhou took off his coat. Now, he had also been seen by the outsider woman. They were equally exposed. No one could look down on the other anymore. If anyone used her being seen by another man to insult her, they would be insulting Qi Yanzhou. Yi Chutang felt touched inside. She walked over to Qi Yanzhou. "Put it on. You look so good. Don't let anyone with bad intentions see you." Qi Yanzhou's serious face cracked slightly, and a faint smile appeared. He quickly dressed, then looked at the anxious shopkeeper behind Yi Chutang. "Register everyone and their families. I will check the list before leaving Ningzhou. Anyone caught lying will face serious consequences." "Yes, young Master Qi." The shopkeeper immediately prepared ink and paper to record the names. No one dared to cheat or hide. Everyone honestly reported their family members. After all, Su Qingzong, with 60,000 troops stationed, has fallen into prison, so they dare not confront Qi Yanzhou directly. In the northwest corner of the clothing shop, there are 2 tables, covered with tea snacks. Customers can rest here. Qi Yanzhou pulls Yi Chutang to sit at the table. His gaze falls on Yun Yan, who is lying on the ground unconscious. The shopkeeper thinks Yun Yan, wearing only a belly band, is unsightly, so he covers her with clothes. Therefore, Qi Yanzhou does not see any inappropriate scenes. He asks Yi Chutang, "Tang, what do you plan to do with Yun Yan?" Yi Chutang picks up a piece of cloud-shaped cake from a plate, takes a bite, feels bored, and puts it down. She casually says, "Cut out her tongue, break her hands and feet, and send her to the lowest brothel." Since Yun Yan doesn't want to serve high-paying clients, she might as well serve the lowest ones. This way, she can truly understand what it means to wish for death rather than life. Song Jingning doesn't want others to think Yi Chutang is too cruel, so he speaks for her. Retaliation is fair. It's a good move. Qi Yanzhou's tone is slightly cold. "Tang, you are too kind. If it were me, I would throw her to the beggars." After saying this, he looks at the person orderly writing the list. "I've changed my mind. Killing is just a matter of a head. If you dare reveal that Tang is pregnant, male slaves, female courtesans, this is a family tradition passed down through generations until there are no descendants." This statement prompts another round of sworn oaths from everyone. After 2/4 of an hour, the shopkeeper hands the completed list to Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou casually glances over, sees that his family is listed, and happily accepts it. "Shopkeeper, you can open for business now." Then he asks, "How much silver does the dress my wife likes cost?" The shopkeeper quickly packs up 2 sets of clothes and hands them to Yi Chutang. "Making Madame Qi nervous is my fault. This dress is an apology. People are soft-spoken when they eat and short-sighted when they take. I only want that pink one. How much silver?" The shopkeeper dares not force it on him and offers the cost price. 3 taels of silver. Qi Yanzhou puts down 5 taels of silver, takes the dress Yi Chutang chose, and leaves with her. As for Yun Yan, who is unconscious, his subordinates will handle her. Song Jingning gets up and follows the 2. After leaving the clothing shop, he tells Qi Yanzhou, "Since you came, I won't see you off. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Song Jingning returns to the academy, while Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang go back to the inn. Nan Xiao, secretly protecting them, goes to deal with Yun Yan. Because the clothing shop was closed for a while, many people wanted to find out what happened but couldn't learn anything. I only know that those people who were kept in the shop looked unhappy when they came out. But this incident didn't affect the lively atmosphere in Ningzhou City. Although tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival, tonight already feels very festive. Yi Chutang's good mood wasn't affected. She spent the way back tasting mooncakes. If she found them delicious, she planned to buy some to send to Chong and the others tomorrow. Back at the inn, they took a bath and lay on the bed. Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang in his arms and said, "Your pregnancy can't be kept secret for long. At most, a month, and the emperor will hear about it." Although the people in the clothing shop wouldn't speak out, someone eager for good news might listen in. Once the exile team leaves Ningzhou City, the people threatened might relax and accidentally reveal the truth over a drink. Yi Chutang always believed that she should hide what she could and be careful if she couldn't. "If that unkind emperor dares to harm my child, I will make sure he has no descendants. No matter what fate or destiny says, no one can stop her." Qi Yanzhou's hand rested gently on Yi Chutang's belly, stroking softly. Tang, don't worry. I won't let anyone hurt you, or the baby." Yi Chutang turned to face Qi Yanzhou. "Has everything been settled in Ningzhou City? Major matters are done. Wu Changfeng and Li Shun will handle the minor details. Of course, his men would also be involved, to prevent those 2 from taking control of the troops. Who is in charge of the 60,000 soldiers now? On the surface, it's a few generals who keep each other in check, but behind the scenes, it's controlled by the old members of the Qi family army. When Qi Yanzhou mentioned the Qi family army, Yi Chudang asked curiously, if you plan to rebel, how many of the Qi family army would listen to you? At its peak, the Qi family army had 500,000 soldiers. Later, the emperor was wary of them and took away 200,000 troops, leaving 300,000 to guard the borders. After stabilizing the borders, the emperor took another 100,000 soldiers, reducing the army to 200,000. When the emperor no longer needed the Qi family to threaten the borders, he recalled them to the capital and forced them to hand over all their military power. Since then, the Qi family army was disbanded, especially the elite soldiers who only obeyed the Qi family. Half of them were forced to retire, and the other half were suppressed and wasted their time. Of course, many old members still had ties to the Qi family. If Qi Yanzhou called the Qi family army under the pretext of rebellion, he could gather about 50,000 soldiers. 50,000 might not seem like much, but these soldiers would fight desperately for the Qi family. Most importantly, they could inspire more people to join the Qi family. With his current reputation, if he raises the banner of rebellion, the Qi army could have at least 120,000 soldiers. Yi Chudang was a bit surprised after hearing Qi Yanzhou's analysis. 120,000 is quite a lot. Plus, with your troops in the southern border, it's enough to overthrow the emperor. Qi Yanzhou kissed Yi Chudang on the forehead. Overthrowing the emperor is easy. Protecting the country and its people is hard. So, he chose not to confront the emperor directly, instead gradually retreating. Otherwise, civil war would cause suffering for the people. Let's take it slow. I hope the star of the emperor that Qin Muyun is searching for is a kind ruler who cares for the people. On this journey of exile, she saw too much suffering. Her thoughts changed a bit. Before, she only wanted to live her own good life. Now, she not only wants to live well but also hopes for peace and prosperity for the country. Qi Yanzhou gently nudged Yi Chudang's head with his chin and confidently said, "It will happen." Founding emperors are always highly respected. Yi Chudang was a little sleepy, responded vaguely, then closed her eyes. In the next moment, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Why was the village where we rested previously slaughtered? Qi Yanzhou found out the reason but didn't tell Yi Chudang because he thought it was too difficult to explain. Now that Yi Chudang asked, he had to speak. The villagers found a Tian Shan snow lotus on a steep cliff and worked together to dig it out. The snow lotus was of excellent quality, and if sold to a pharmacy, it could earn 1,000 silver coins. The snow lotus was very effective in treating Su Xuerong's heart condition. When Su Qingzong learned about it, he slaughtered the village to seize the snow lotus. Hearing this, Yi Chudang immediately opened her eyes. Did Su Xuerong eat it? Yes, she did. Her heart condition was frequent before, but after eating the snow lotus, her health improved a lot. Does she know? Qi Yanzhou sighed. No, she doesn't. Although Su Xuerong benefited from this, it wasn't her fault. The real culprit was the greedy Su Qingzong. Yi Chudang also sighed. Fate and destiny. When will the Su family be beheaded? After the Mid-Autumn Festival, Qi Yanzhou finished and kissed Yi Chudang's eyes.
Don't think about it.
The dead are gone.
Sleep now.
Yi Chudang nodded, closed her eyes, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yi Chudang changed into the high-waisted fairy dress she bought yesterday and styled a beautiful hairdo. Qi Yanzhou hadn't seen her dressed up in a long time, and his eyes couldn't look away. When we arrive at Tianshan County, I'll buy you all kinds of beautiful clothes. Wear whatever you like. Yi Chudang wasn't someone who liked to show off, so she quickly refused. No, just wear whatever is comfortable. Dressing up takes too much time. With your maid present, there's no need for you to act yourself. That's true. According to the schedule, Danner and Aunt Jean should have arrived at Tianshan County. Qi Yanzhou inserted a white jade hairpin with a crabapple flower into Yi Chudang's black hair. They should receive their letters in the next few days. Jinji writes a letter to Yi Chudang every 10 or 15 days to report her safety. Yi Chudang looked at the hairpin in the bronze mirror and gently touched it. She liked the crabapple flower style very much. She stood up, kissed Qi Yanzhou's handsome face, and said, "Let's go make dumplings." In the north, it is traditional to eat dumplings during festivals, symbolizing wealth and family reunion. When they arrived at the main hall, everyone stood up and sat around a table, making dumplings together. A large plate of dumplings shaped like gold ingots was laid out on half the table. Yi Chudang and Shi Yanzhou sat down and joined everyone in making dumplings. Aunt Sue washed some copper coins and made many lucky longevity dumplings. When the sun rose, the dumplings were ready. Yi Chudang was lucky. Out of 10 dumplings, she found 3 with copper coins inside. She joked, "Annie, thanks to you, my teeth are almost being knocked out." Aunt Sue smiled and said, "Madam is so lucky. You'll surely enjoy good health, happiness, wealth, and good fortune." "I love to hear that. No cooking at noon. Let's go to a restaurant for a big meal." Sunchu nodded in agreement. "Let's go to my restaurant. I'll treat us." Yi Chutang didn't refuse him. "It's not just us. We should invite the guard army too." "All right, everyone's invited." Sunchu's restaurant is very large, able to hold at least 300 people. Although many mid-autumn festival banquets had already been booked, there was still enough space to host the guard army. After breakfast, Yi Chutang played leaf cards with Aunt Sue, Old Lady Chi, and Chi Qingyu. The men were either practicing martial arts or playing chess. Time quickly passed until noon. Everyone set out together to the restaurant. The street was lively and full of joy today. The blood from the night before had been completely washed away. The peace and bustle of Ninga city were thanks to Qi Yanzhou, who had brought safety to the city, and along the way, he was given many mooncakes. But he didn't keep them all. He handed some to children he met along the way. When they arrived at the restaurant, the delivery was just finished. Sunchu had already arranged with the shopkeeper and kitchen staff. He set up 13 tables, each with 18 dishes, just enough to fill the space. Yi Chutang looked at the wooden turntable, feeling very familiar. Seeing her eyes light up, Sunchu smiled and said, "Am I very impressive?" Yi Chutang happily gave him a thumbs up. "Very impressive." Sunchu reached out to Yi Chutang and said, "The medicinal recipe we agreed on earlier. You should give it to me now." Yi Chutang waved his hand and replied, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll write it for you after dinner." "Okay, I'll wait." Soon, the delicious dishes were served. After Sun Chu showed everyone how to use the turntable, he said, "Eat up. These are some of the best dishes from the restaurant, with various flavors. If you like any, eat more. If it's not enough, I can add more." Everyone was very familiar with him, no formal manners, and everyone enjoyed the meal together. They drank quite a bit of wine. Old Master Qi and Qi Hian got drunk, reminiscing about the hardships they had faced on their journey. Old Lady Qi couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Why talk about these things on a good day? Let's go home and sleep." She was straightforward and lively, but also thoughtful. The old master always listened to her, so he immediately shut his mouth. "Yes, let's go home and sleep." Qi Yanzhou said, "Mother, I will ask Han Chong to send someone to take Dad back to the inn to rest. Since you rarely go out, you and elder sister can take a walk around the street." Old Lady Qi was about to refuse but was stopped by Qi Qingyu, who held her arm. "All right, it's settled then." She looked at her 2 grandchildren and gently poked her daughter's forehead. "Your children are too young. The street is crowded, so it's better to go back." Sun Xiaoping quickly said, "Mother-in-law, I will take care of the kids. You you can go for a walk. If you like anything, you can buy it for you." His leg had almost healed, and he was fully capable of holding and leading the children. Old Lady Qi hadn't gone shopping in a long time, so she nodded. "Okay, if you can't manage, just ask your father-in-law to help watch the kids." "Understood, son-in-law." Qi Yanzhou stood up and said, "Ah Tang, and I will go to the academy later. We won't be back for dinner, so don't prepare for us." Old Lady Qi knew the couple had their own plans and didn't object. "All right, remember to eat mooncakes." Before leaving the restaurant, Yi Chutang followed their agreement and wrote 10 medicinal recipes for Sun Chu. "When I have time, I will research more recipes and open a health food restaurant for you." Sun Chu treasured the recipes and put them into his pocket. "Deal, I'll give you 50% of the profits." "Young Master Sun, you're generous."
It's settled then.
After they finished their talks, everyone got up and left the restaurant, going their separate ways. Yi Chutang and Shi Yanzhou headed to Huading Academy. On the way past Li Ji wine shop, he paid the remaining bill and asked the owner to send the wine to Wuhai County. The journey was long, and he paid quite a bit for transportation. They also went to a courier service and hired 20 bodyguards to them. Yi Chutang thought that the world was too chaotic now and said, "Maybe we should ask Wu Chongfeng for 20 guards to us." The wine was a gift from Ma Wei Yuan. If anything happened on the way, it would be bad. Shi Yanzhou also planned the same. "Tomorrow when we leave, I will tell Wu Chongfeng. Bandits fear soldiers, so wearing official uniforms can reduce the chances of trouble." After finishing their work, the two quickly arrived at the academy. Today, the academy was open to the public. But like the poetry pavilion, it required couplets related to the Mid-Autumn Festival or a poem about it. As long as they weren't too bad, they could enter the academy. Yi Chutang matched a couplet, and Shi Yanzhou wrote a poem. Just as they entered the academy gate, Song Jingning came to greet them. "Everyone is competing in poetry. Do you want to watch? There are some good prizes." Yi Chutang became interested. "What kind of prizes?" "A whole set of the best writing supplies, a brush, ink, paper from Qingxin Hall, and an inkstone. Let's go and join the fun." Yi Chutang was really going to join the excitement. She didn't try to impress with famous poems. She didn't lack brushes, ink, paper, or inkstones, and wanted to save those for people who needed them more. Song Jingning knew Yi Chutang was hiding her talent and said with a smile, "Lady Qi's talent isn't just that. Don't let these students look down on you. You don't need the prizes, but your talent must not be less." Yi Chutang thought that her reputation was hard-earned and would be a pity to lose it. "So, I won't be polite." She wrote a Tang poem and a song lyric, and with her calligraphy bonus, she won first place. The prize was given to the student who was second best. After the poetry contest, Yi Chutang and Song Jingning, along with the academy's young servants and teachers, handed out mooncakes. Shi Yanzhou didn't disturb the two siblings and sat in the main hall drinking tea. After handing out the mooncakes, the sun set. The academy prepared a mid-autumn feast. In the front yard, a square dining table was arranged into a closed rectangular shape. The table was full of different foods. Everyone had a bowl and a pair of chopsticks. They moved slowly along the table, picking what they wanted to eat. It was very interesting. After the meal, it got dark. Next was the students' favorite lantern contest. They competed not only in the shape of the lanterns but also in couplets or riddles under the lanterns. Yi Chutang didn't join in. Song Jingning took her and Shi Yanzhou to his temporary residence to enjoy the moon and eat mooncakes. "Older brother, we will leave tomorrow. What about you?" "Same here. I came to Ningzhou City just to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with you." After speaking, Song Jingning looked at Shi Yanzhou and asked, "Can you arrive at Tianshan County before the New Year?" Shi Yanzhou also wanted to reach Tianshan County before the New Year. This way, Yi Chutang could give birth in the best environment. But this wasn't entirely up to him. No one knew what might happen on the way or if the journey north would be delayed. "If everything goes smoothly, we can reach Tianshan County in 3 months, but the roads in the north are difficult in winter, so I can't guarantee." Song Jingning had once studied in the northwest during winter. He knew that heavy snow could block roads, making travel impossible, sometimes for months. Fortunately, that year he was stranded in Ulu County, but he had enough food and wasn't cold. He couldn't imagine the consequences if he hadn't. Thinking of this, he said, "Safety is more important than rushing. Always watch the weather and don't take risks." Then his gaze fell on Yi Chutang. "Little sister, you're pregnant now. Your safety and your child's come first. During the New Year, send me a letter to tell me where you'll be celebrating. If it's convenient, I will come find you. If not, I will wait for you in Tianshan County."
Ye Chantang nodded.
"Big brother, you can rest assured. I will take good care of myself and the baby. Next year, I'll give you a big, chubby nephew or niece." Song Jingning's eyes lit up with a smile. "All right, I'll prepare a gift for our reunion. Then I'll thank Uncle on behalf of the children first. Little sister, tell me about your past life." Today was a rare chance to chat openly, and he wanted to learn more about her, so he could make up for lost time. Yi Chuding thought it was nice that someone cared about her original self. She decided to blend her and the original owner's experiences and told her story carefully. She wasn't just telling Song Jingning but also sharing with Qi Yanzhou. The Liu family, who knew the original owner best, was already gone. Even if her story sounded strange, there was no way to verify it, so they could only believe her words. The two men listened as if reading a myth or story, hearing about her experiences over the years. Honestly, they didn't believe it. No one could live through such extremes of time. But Yi Chutang was the person they cared about most, so they had to believe her. Song Jingning curiously asked, "How did the ghost thief come about? What does he want? Is he listening to you? Could he do something harmful to you?" That last question was his main concern. Yi Chutang casually replied, "My master passed down the skills to me. I use them for my own good, and they won't hurt me." Hearing this, Song Jingning felt relieved and his worries eased. He didn't care how strange Yi Chutang's experiences were. He only hoped his sister was well. "Time is getting late. After lighting the lanterns, you should head back." Although reluctant, parting is for a better reunion. Huading Academy has a lotus pond where many students write wishes and release lanterns. The lotus lanterns float across the dark pond, creating a shining river of stars. Yi Chuding wrote, "May the children be healthy and the country peaceful." The wishes of Song Jingning and Qi Yanzhou were related to Yi Chuding. The three watched the lanterns sway on the pond and said their goodbyes. Song Jingning wanted to hug Yi Chuding, but there were too many people around, so he held back. Seeing his intention, Yi Chutang Dudong hugged him. "Brother, take good care. See you again soon." After saying that, she released Song Jingning and glanced at Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou understood, and also kept Song Jingning close. "Brother Song, take care." Looking at the well-matched couple, Song Jingning smiled and said, "Take care. Looking forward to seeing you again." When Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou left, they received many mooncakes from students. This time, they didn't give them away but planned to eat them on the road. The weather had turned cooler and a few more days wouldn't spoil the food. The next day, because the weather cooled and sunrise was later, the exile team's departure was delayed by half an hour. They got up at dawn, ate a simple breakfast, and left at dawn. The streets were still full of people, even though they had celebrated the moon and family reunion until late last night. Wu Changfeng and Li Shun personally came to see them off. Qi Yanzhou mentioned that 20 officials would be sent to deliver wine to Wuhai County for Ma Wei Yuan. Wu Changfeng immediately agreed. "General Ma has resolved the crisis in Ningzhou City. I will send people to deliver wine and some winter clothes." Although the emperor gives soldiers winter clothes every 2 years, it's usually not enough. Fortunately, there haven't been wars recently, so one winter coat can last several years. Now, there are rumors that a neighboring country plans to attack Beichin in winter, but no one knows if it will happen. It's wise to prepare more supplies for war. Wu Changfeng, though greedy, always keeps a clear head on important matters. Qi Yanzhou accepted Wu Changfeng's kindness on behalf of Ma Wei Yuan. "Then, I thank Wu Zizhou on behalf of General Ma. I'll take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Changfeng's men brought out food, winter clothes, and cold-proof tents. The weather in the north gets cold quickly, and winter may arrive in less than a month. When it's cold and freezing, staying outdoors will be tough. These things are just a little help, but please accept them, young Master Qi. In his view, Qi Yanzhou is the next emperor. Giving some practical items as a gift is always a good idea. Qi Yanzhou looked at the 2 horses pulling 2 carts full of goods and refused. Wu Zizhou has considered everything carefully, but winter begins in a month. "We can buy what we need in Ulu County then. Carrying so many unnecessary things, now, is not very convenient." Although the carts are pulled by horses and require little effort from people, the horses need to eat grass. Currently, the drought is severe, and most of the grass has withered. They can only carry hay on the journey. Hay isn't heavy but takes up space. The carts used by the exile team have already been simplified to carry only essential supplies, or they won't have enough grass for feeding. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's explanation, Wu Changfeng nodded in understanding. It's my fault for not considering everything. These food items are light. Please, young Master Qi, accept them. Qi Yanzhou was reluctant, but accepted the gifts. Wu Qinggang saw that the two had finished talking and loudly announced, "Let's go." Wu Changfeng watched the exile team leave and suddenly remembered something. Young Master Qi, at noon today, all those involved in the conspiracy will be executed. He had planned to behead those people at the half-hour of the horse to send young Master Qi off. But he was worried about the heavy evil energy in the morning and decided against it. Qi Yanzhou raised his right hand and waved. "Thank you, Wu Zhizhou." The conspirators, led by Su Qingzong, numbered 7, and their families were also implicated, totaling nearly 100 people. The marketplace would turn into a river of blood, and the smell of death would linger for a long time. The exile team, watched by the townspeople, left through the northern gate of Ningzhou City. As soon as they exited the city gate, Yi Chutang saw Song Jingning leaning against a carriage. "Brother, where are you planning to go?" Now, she was recognized as Song Jingning's sworn sister, so calling him brother was perfectly fine. "Going to Chang'e County," Song Jingning replied, handing Yi Chutang a bundle. The bundle was soft, containing clothes. They had planned to buy a fairy dress for Yi Chutang, but an accident happened, and Qi Yanzhou paid for it. Last night, he bought 2 sets of regular autumn clothes from a tailor. Yi Chutang smiled and took the bundle. "Thank you, brother. Safe travels. You too. Have a smooth journey." After saying that, Song Jingning got into the carriage and left. The exile team set out again. When Yi Jingchuan passed by the carriage, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. He had seen Song Jingning before, but never felt such closeness before, especially when Yi Chutang called him brother. Suddenly, he thought of his eldest son, who had died young. Could it be that the child didn't really die? When the absurd idea appeared in Yi Jingchuan's mind, he immediately pushed it away.
Impossible.
That year, he had seen his eldest son, covered in bruises, take his last breath, his body cold. Then, cruelly, he had someone throw him into the river. In the cold winter, how could he survive? Thinking of this, tears welled up in Yi Jingchuan's eyes, blurring his vision. Every day now, he regrets everything. Especially after seeing Yi Chutang enjoy life and be spoiled by the Qi family, his regret grew even more. Snap! The whip struck heavily on Yi Jingchuan, who was lost in thought. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go." The sharp pain pulled Yi Jingchuan back from his distant thoughts, and he immediately joined the exile team. Yi Xin saw Yi Jingchuan's dazed expression and his regret. She looked towards Song Jingning's departure, recalling how similar his features were to Yi Chutang's, and a bold guess formed in her mind. She decided to find a chance to confirm it. In the following half-month, everything went smoothly except for some inconvenience with water. They didn't encounter any reckless bandits, and the emperor made no move. But more refugees appeared on the road, and the drought in the northern land worsened. Although the emperor had issued an edict to control grain prices and prevent inflation, places far from the imperial city still saw officials and merchants colluding to raise prices. Qi Yanzhou did his best, but it had little effect. The grain merchants lowered prices without argument and obeyed orders, but grain supplies became tight, and within half a day, they were sold out. Common people couldn't buy cheap grain and had to pay high prices for leftovers from others, which were supplied by officials and merchants working together. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's furrowed brow, Yi Chutang reached out to smooth it. Even a ruler who cares for the people can't control everything. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Rising grain prices were an inevitable effect of the disaster. No one could change that. Qi Yanzhou held Yi Chutang's cool hand gently. "I know, I will do my best." After speaking, he looked at the darkening sky. "It's been gloomy these days. I wonder if it will rain." Yi Chutang confidently said it won't. Having lived through the apocalypse for many years, she knew that observing the weather was a basic skill. The clouds overhead were not thick enough, and there was no humidity in the air, so it wouldn't rain. Qi Yanzhou gently rubbed Yi Chutang's head. "How is my wife so knowledgeable about everything?" Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. Don't you see? Yanzhou has fought in wars for many years, and predicting the weather is one of his basic skills. He knows the chance of rain is low, but hopes the heavens will show mercy. I hope I am wrong. After speaking, he looks toward Uru County with a worried expression. In 3 days, we will reach Uru County. This area is mostly desert, with few people except along the main roads. The compass might stop working without the sun, making it hard to find the right direction. Yi Chutang summarizes in 3 words, no man's land. It's okay, as long as we have a map, we won't get lost. With her there, they won't go the wrong way. The autumn wind blows, bringing a cool feeling. Yanzhou changes direction to shield Yi Chutang from the wind. The further north we go, the colder it gets. We need to reach Uru County soon to prepare for winter. In the past few days, without the sun and with strong north winds, walking in light autumn clothes all day doesn't make them sweat. From here to Uru County, it will take at least 12 days. By then, winter will have started. Yi Chutang adjusts her collar and says, the weather has been okay these days. We should walk more and reach Uru County early. Yanzhou nods. Just as he is about to tell Chong to set out, Yi Jingchuan walks over. Can I talk to you? For the past half-month, he has been dreaming every night, dreaming that his eldest son is alive and has become Song Jingning. Song Jingning calls him dad, helps expand the Yi family, and even seeks titles and honors for them. Dreams are so wonderful, but waking up makes reality harsh. He is almost driven crazy by the torment, so he comes to Yi Chutang, hoping to find out something. Yi Chutang hasn't spoken to Yi Jingchuan for a long time. She looks at him, who is in poor condition, and asks, what do you want to talk about? Yi Jingchuan glances at Yanzhou and says, this is family matter. I want to talk to you alone. The Yi family's affairs are not my concern. I won't talk. It's very important and involves your mother. Then I won't talk about it either. Yi Chutang knows very well that Yi Jingchuan only comes to her when he has something to hide. There's no good reason for him to find her. Yi Jingchuan wants to say more, but Yanzhou gives him a cold look. He is so frightened that he immediately turns and leaves, returning to where the Yi family members are. Yanzhou asks Yi Chutang, Tang, do you know what Yi Jingchuan wants to talk to you about? Since leaving Ningzhou City, he has noticed Yi Jingchuan always sneaking looks at Yi Chutang. He has people watching Yi Jingchuan, trying to see what he's up to, but they haven't caught him doing anything suspicious. When Yi Chutang mentions her mother, she already guessed what he wanted to discuss. He probably suspects that Song Jingning is my long-lost older brother who died young. She and Song Jingning are growing closer, sharing similar features, so Yi Jingchuan can't doubt it. Yanzhou knows that Yi Chutang doesn't want the Yi family to know her brother is still alive. Otherwise, with their greed, they would cling to Song Jingning and ruin him. Should we cut off all future troubles? Yi Chutang shakes her head casually. No need. Without proof, suspicion is useless. It only causes internal conflict. Honestly, she somewhat hopes Yi Jingchuan finds out that Song Jingning is a son, which would bring glory to the Song family. Maybe it will make that bad man so angry he can't stand it. Let's go. It's time to leave. Yi Chutang's body is getting heavier, and standing up is becoming difficult. Yanzhou supports her and shouts to Chong, let's go. When the weather turns cold, he cancels the noon break. They only have 2 hours to eat, rest a little, and then depart. They aim to walk at least 60 miles each day. No one complains. Everyone wants to reach the exile place early and avoid freezing to death on the winter road. After the exile team starts moving, Yi Xin walks over to Yi Jingchuan. Dad, you went to see your eldest sister just now. Is there something you wanted to talk about? Yi Jingchuan has been feeling restless these days. When Yi Xin asks, he tells the truth. Xin, do you think Song Jingning's features look a lot like Chuer, as if they were made from the same mold? He speaks softly, but the accompanying guard from the National Army hears him clearly. Yi Xin has long suspected this. Otherwise, it's strange that Yi Chutang and Song Jingning are so close. Wedding celebrations, seeing her off on exile, meeting in Liangzhou, and her helping him out in Ningzhou. They even suddenly became sworn siblings. It all seems suspicious. But she doesn't voice her doubts. Instead, she asks Yi Jingchuan a question. Do their features really look alike? Dad, why are you asking? Ina, do you think it's possible that Shuer's twin brother didn't die back then, that he saw him Jingning? Yi Xin pretends to be surprised. Dad, what are you talking about? Song Jingning is the most outstanding son of the Song family. How could he be the older brother who died young? After denying it, she asks, Dad, why are you suddenly thinking this? Did you find something? If Yi Jingchuan had proof, he would confront Yi Chudang directly. He shakes his head. No, I just think that although many people have similar features, very few look exactly alike. I was just overthinking. After saying that, he presses his index finger to his lips and hushes. Young one, just pretend you didn't hear what I said earlier. Don't go around talking nonsense. If we upset Shuer, we might not die, but we'll suffer a lot. Yi Xin certainly wouldn't be as foolish as Yi Jingchuan and reveal her thoughts openly. The guards escorting them are all skilled fighters, and their conversation earlier was definitely overheard by them. She smiled and said, Of course, my daughter wouldn't speak nonsense. Father, you shouldn't overthink. As she said this, her gaze fell on Yi Chudang. She is determined to find the evidence. If Song Jingning and Yi Chudang are siblings, she will have a bargaining chip. 3 days later, the exile team reached the border between Ningzhou and Wulu County. The two regions are very different. One side has rolling red rock formations, and the other is endless desert. There are no shelters on the desert, and the north wind blows dust and yellow earth everywhere. Most importantly, water sources are very hard to find. The distance between towns is also very far, sometimes taking 10 days or half a month to travel. Of course, the route chosen for exile was quite reasonable. The distance between towns is no more than 5 days. Otherwise, with insufficient supplies and no water, everyone could die on the way. Yi Chudang prepared scarves and cloths in advance to cover her mouth and nose. Otherwise, she would swallow sand with every bite. The Chun family and Yi family members didn't buy proper cloth masks, only using their usual face wash cloths. They were a bit short, but they could be tied around the face with a rope. Wu Qinggang, who was walking on the windward side, told everyone, Wulu County is the hardest to pass. When I exiles to the northwest, most of the deaths happen here. I once almost died here myself. If a sandstorm occurs, it's easy to lose your way and get separated from the group. Plus, if there's no water, you won't last more than 2 days. He was lucky that time, rescued by a merchant caravan avoiding the sandstorm, saving his life. Out of the more than 10 prisoners he was escorting, only 3 survived. Only 2 of the officers survived. Wu Qinggang explained some precautions after entering the desert. The desert is sparsely populated, but bandits are everywhere. Never walk alone. There are 2 oases along the route. Once you reach them, don't take water without permission. The wind and sand in Wulu County are especially strong in autumn and winter, making it easy to lose your way. Always stay close to the group. If you find a water source, try to carry as much water as possible. It's a lifesaver. Although the desert looks like just sand and stones, there are many poisonous insects. Be sure to regularly apply insect repellent on your clothes. He said a lot, and his mouth was full of sand. His spit was yellow-brown. After finishing, Wu Qinggang asked Han Chong, Should we leave now, or find a sheltered place so everyone can get used to it first?
Han Chong looked at Yeshutang.
In the past, he followed Qi Yanzhou's opinion. Then he realized Qi Yanzhou mostly listened to Yi Chudang.
So, he skipped a step.
Yi Chudang was not unfamiliar with the Gobi Desert. When she was modern, she spent half a year catching scorpions there. At first, she found it hard to adapt. She had nosebleeds from the dry air, red eyes from the sandstorms, and diarrhea from the food. She tried many ways to ease these problems, but nothing worked. Then she understood. To adapt, there was only one word: endure. If she could endure, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Yi Chudang said, Let's go. Enter the Gobi early, so we can get used to it sooner. When they just entered the next area, the biggest challenge was not the people but the cart. The wheels jostled on the rocky ground, feeling like they could break at any moment. Chong had to slow down. The most miserable were Qingyu's two children. One was under 3 years old, the other just 1. The cart was too bumpy for sitting, and the children were too small to walk far, so they were carried. Sun Xiaoping held the older son, and Qingyu held the younger. The couple couldn't free their hands to cover the children with scarves. Sand and wind hit their delicate faces, making them cry loudly. When they opened their mouths, they also swallowed dust, which made them cry even harder. The two children made the couple frantic. Yi Chudang helped fix the scarves on the children's faces with needle and thread. Just untie this knot when you eat. Qingyu nodded gratefully. Thank you, sister-in-law. It's nothing. No need to thank me. The group walked for nearly 2 hours before Wu Qinggang found a sheltered spot for everyone to rest. The wind was too strong, making every step require double the effort, and they were exhausted. The entire exile team was very hungry. Their stomachs kept growling, one after another. They stayed in the last county town of Ninzhou the night before last. They had enough food and water for 5 days, enough to reach the town in Wulu County. Yanzhou sat to Yi Chutong's right, shielding her from the wind. He noticed her face looked pale and asked with concern, "Are you very tired? Should we rest here tonight?" It was just past noon, still early before nightfall. If they kept going, they could walk about 20 more miles. Yi Chutong shook her head. Let's rest a bit, eat something, then continue. The wind in the Gobi was very strong, and her body was heavy. Although her supernatural ability made walking easier, she still felt a little tired. Fortunately, this level of tiredness was bearable, and she believed she could get used to it in a couple of days. Her only concern now was that her pregnancy might be exposed. Because the wind was so strong, her clothes were blown tightly against her body, revealing her pregnant belly. No one noticed during those 2 hours because everyone was blinded by the sandstorm and too busy to pay attention. Once someone adapted to the environment, they would immediately realize she was pregnant. So, Yi Chutong made a decision. She decided to reveal the truth herself. "Father, mother, I am pregnant. Twins, and I am already 5 months along." Yi Chutong's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that grew into huge waves. Everyone in the Qi family, including Qin Xiaoping and Sunchu, stared wide-eyed at Yi Chutong. Then their gazes slowly shifted downward to her belly. After noticing everyone's eyes, Yi Chutong pushed her loose clothing down to cover her belly more tightly. Her obvious pregnancy was now visible. Sunchu was so shocked he slapped his thigh and exclaimed loudly,
Wow.
"You've been so quiet, but your belly is already this big." Qi Hian, sitting beside him, was splashed with saliva and wiped his face in disgust. "Why are you so excited, Mr. Sun? The child isn't yours." Hearing this, Aunt Sue quickly covered Qi Hian's mouth in fear. "Fool, if you can't speak properly, just shut up." After scolding her son, she immediately apologized to Yi Chutong. "Madam, Hian doesn't know better. Don't mind him. He has no bad intentions." Qi Hian realized he had spoken out of turn. He took Aunt Sue's hand and sheepishly explained to Yi Chutong, "Second sister-in-law, don't be angry. I didn't doubt you. It was Mr. Sun who splashed saliva on my face. I just said that without thinking." After speaking, a happy smile appeared on his face. "Already 5 months? That means in 5 more months, I'll have a little nephew." This statement shocked the stunned Qi family members back to their senses. Old Madam Qi anxiously said, "Tanga, why didn't you tell us earlier?"
It must have been hard for you.
She felt guilty. The first 3 months of pregnancy were the hardest, and she had borne it all alone. She hadn't been able to help at all. Thinking of this, she angrily looked at Qi Yanzhou. "Zhouer, you probably already knew that Tanga was pregnant, right?" Qi Yanzhou met old Madam Qi's fiery gaze and quickly said, "Mother, I've known all along. I didn't tell you because I didn't want this to get out and reach the emperor, who might take action against the baby. Now that Tanger's belly is big and can't be hidden anymore, I had to say something." He didn't expect Yi Chutang to suddenly confess, and he was completely unprepared. He was stunned by her words just moments ago. Qi Yanzhou's words made the old lady feel a bit better. Luckily, Tanger wasn't bearing everything alone. She held Yi Chutang's hand with a look of concern on her face. "Child, you've suffered." Old Master Qi's emotions were still intense, and his throat was tight as he spoke dryly. "Tanger, you've worked hard. Tell me what you want to eat, and tell your mother. Whatever you want, just say it." Thinking that he would soon have 2 grandsons, a proud smile spread across his face. Old Lady Qi thought the old master wasn't speaking sincerely and retorted unhappily. "In this remote countryside, can you really eat whatever you want?" Old Master Qi. "If you can't get it, Zhou'er will find a way. He supports so many people, he's not just for show." Qi Yanzhou. Just as he was about to say something, Nanshao brought hot food and water. Nanshao immediately noticed Yi Chutang's pregnant belly and nearly dropped the 2 food boxes in surprise.
No.
Yi Chutang smiled and said, "In a few months, you'll have a little master." Sunchu took the food box from Nanshao and teased, "See, it's not just me who's surprised. Everyone is surprised." Even though they saw each other every day, no one had noticed the pregnant woman. He truly was neglectful and had fed his intuition to the dogs. Nanshao happily scratched his head. "Madam is really good at keeping secrets." Old Lady Qi shot Yi Chutang a reproachful look. "That's right. Even us who have had children before couldn't see through it." Yi Chutang, dressed in loose clothes and walking lightly without showing her feet outwardly, held Old Lady Qi's arm and smiled. If even everyone else couldn't tell, how could the dog emperor? "That's true. The baby in the belly is the most fragile and can't withstand any disturbance. Let's eat first and chat while we eat." The food and water Nanshao brought looked like he had worked hard to get them, but in fact, Yi Chutang had given him the idea under the guise of ghost theft. After leaving Ningzhou City, she and Qi Yanzhou discussed and decided to do this. The baby was getting bigger, and they needed balanced nutrition. During the meal, it turned into a lively finding fault scene. Everyone was recalling Yi Chutang's past. They found many subtle details that seemed off but hadn't been noticed before. So, sister-in-law's sleepiness was because she was pregnant. I thought she was just too tired. Over these 2 months, Tanger always dressed very loosely. I thought she just liked that style. Every time they ate fish, Zhuo always placed the fish as far away from Tanger as possible. Was your younger sister-in-law feeling unwell earlier because of fetal movement? Yi Chutang ate while smiling and responding to everyone's observations. "You are so skilled, you could work in an official office." After the meal, Old Lady Qi said to Qi Yanzhou, "Tanger is now heavy and shouldn't walk too far. Please plan the route again, reducing your daily distance by 10 miles. How does that sound?" Before Qi Yanzhou could speak, Yi Chutang immediately refused. "Mother, I am in good health. Just follow the original plan. But your legs are swollen and overexertion isn't good for you or the baby. Walking across the Gobi Desert suddenly is a bit uncomfortable, but it will get better in a few days. Mother, I am a healer and know my body well. I won't do anything harmful to myself." Seeing Yi Chutang's firm attitude, Old Lady Qi didn't know how to persuade her and looked at Qi Yanzhou. But Qi Yanzhou had always listened to Yi Chutang. "Mother, Tang knows her own body. Let her decide for herself." "All right, Tanger, I only have one request. If you feel unwell, don't hold back."
Ye Chantang nodded confidently.
"Mother, I promise you." After saying that, she supported Qi Yanzhou's shoulder and stood up. "Let's pack up and go. We should try to reach our planned overnight stop before dark. We were too slow earlier and need to catch up." Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang worriedly. "Tang, I'll carry you. Now that the pregnancy has been openly discussed, there's no need to hide it. Just go with the flow." Yi Chutang's weight now is over 20 jin more than before, but that's only about 110 jin. To Qi Yanzhou, it's just the weight of a bag of rice. Carrying her for an hour isn't a problem. Yi Chutang shook her head to refuse. "Not for now. When I really can't walk, I'll ask you. Actually, She was tired earlier partly because of the strong wind and partly because she was trying to control her walking posture. She wanted to avoid walking with a pigeon-toed gait, which might reveal her pregnancy. Now that she didn't need to hide it, she could walk as she pleased, and she felt less tired. Yanzhou nodded and said to Chong, "Let's go." As soon as he spoke, the Qin family and Yi family members, who had been suffering from the wind and desert, reluctantly stood up, looking like wilted eggplants. They were far from the Qi family and didn't know about Yi Chutong's pregnancy. But once the exile team started moving, Yi Xin, who kept her eyes on Yi Chutang, immediately noticed. Supporting her waist and walking with a wide stance, she is pregnant, and the due date is not far off. She immediately remembered her unborn child who didn't survive, her eyes shining with intense hatred. If it weren't for Yi Chutang, the unkind person who saw her in danger and did nothing, her child wouldn't have died. Why did her child die while Yi Chutong's child lives? Yi Xin's anger couldn't be hidden. Her eyes turned red with fury and hatred. When Yi Chutang noticed the unfriendly look, she turned around and met her gaze. She didn't care about Yi Xin's hatred and just smiled slightly. Seeing Yi Chutong's challenging smile, Yi Xin was so angry she almost fainted. "You mean person? Just wait. I will definitely avenge my child." She took a deep breath, slowed her steps, and gradually walked with Lu Feng. Lu Feng was the doctor among the officers. He looked at Yi Xin, whose mood seemed off, and slowly approached her. On the lonely journey of exile, having a woman to keep him company made him happy, so he naturally didn't refuse. This was a hidden benefit of being an officer, and since it was mutual consent, no one would interfere. Soon, they fell behind the rest of the exile team. Lu Feng held Yi Xin's hand and gently stroked it. "Xin, what's wrong? Your face looks bad. Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Xin endured her nausea and gave Lu Feng a flirtatious look. "The stones on this desert are too many, rough on my feet. Can you give me some medicine tonight to apply?" She then scratched Lu Feng's palm suggestively, inviting him flirtatiously. She wanted to get pregnant by Lu Feng, then get an abortion medicine to give to Yi Chutang. At this moment, her mind was clouded by hatred, forgetting that Yi Chutang was a skilled healer and wouldn't be fooled by an abortive remedy. Lu Feng, tempted by Yi Xin, mischievously pinched her softness. "Little devil, wait, I'll find you tonight." "Okay, I'm leaving now. See you tonight." Before catching up with the team, Yi Xin blew a kiss into Lu Feng's ear. After she left, an officer who was friendly with Lu Feng said, "This woman is not simple. Be careful, don't cause trouble for yourself." Lu Feng nonchalantly replied, "It's not my first time playing this game. When have I ever fallen for it?" He wasn't stupid. He could benefit from food and drink, take care of her if she got sick, and otherwise stay out of trouble. The officer patted his shoulder and said, "Be careful." The exile team hurried along and finally reached the designated overnight spot chosen by Wu Qinggang before dark. After night fell, the temperature on the desert suddenly dropped, and coldness crept in. In the low area connecting two parts of the Gobi Desert, the wind is quite weak. There is also a large rock standing at the wind's entrance, making it feel warmer. Many dried branches have been blown here by the strong wind and are now resting at the bottom of the valley, perfect for keeping warm. The Qi family cleared their resting spot. The dried branches piled together look like a small hill, enough to burn all night. Qi Yanzhou lit 2 fires so everyone could feel the warmth. He took some fruit and shared it with everyone. For Yi Chutang, he wiped the fruit clean with his clothes. Sunchu looked around, but it was very dark. He couldn't see anything, only hear the howling wind. He asked, could there be wolves in this broken place? Deserts and Gobi areas can have wolves. Usually, they stay deep inside the Gobi, and sightings near the edges are rare. Right now, the main concern is poisonous insects. Yi Chutang took out some insect repellent from her bag and threw it to Sunchu. Don't jinx us. Sprinkle the powder around our resting area, then cover it with sand so the wind doesn't it away. If not, the powder will be blown away quickly. Sunchu knew wolves are social animals and usually come in large groups when they appear. He didn't want to meet them. After receiving the bottle, he quickly spat several times and then got up to spread the powder. Chi Hian went to help. One person spread the powder, the other buried it, and they finished quickly. Aunt Sue took some sweet potatoes and potatoes from the basket and roasted them near the fire. Soon after, Nan Xiao came carrying a basket. Tonight, Yi Chutang not only prepared food for her family, but also brought a lot of braised beef for the National Guard. Although she had plenty of food in her space, she couldn't take out too much at once. Occasionally sharing some could be seen as Yanzhou trying to add extra meals for everyone. Regular feasts might cause suspicion and unnecessary trouble. Nan Xiao put down the basket and took out a bundle, handing it to Yi Chutang. Madam, I hurried to the nearest town and bought some fruits and snacks suitable for pregnant women.
Please accept them.
Yi Chutang didn't bother with formalities and happily accepted. You're thoughtful. When the baby is born, if he likes martial arts, you can teach him. Nan Xiao immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly promised, I will teach the young master well. Get up. Go share the braised beef with the National Guard, and come eat with us later. Nan Xiao stood up and declined. No, they're waiting for me to return for dinner. All right, where are you staying tonight? Is it cold? We're also staying in this valley, about a mile from here. After speaking, Nan Xiao took out 8 dishes and placed them on an old inverted wooden basin. He also brought out a large jar of soup. Then he gave the remaining braised beef from the basket to Chong and left. In the evening, there was Buddha jumps over the wall and braised beef stew, which Yi Chutang enjoyed with 2 bowls of rice. Chi Hian used the broth from Buddha jumps over the wall to mix with rice, eating happily with a fragrant mouth. Did Nan Xiao and his team bring a royal chef? The food is so delicious, just like the palace kitchen. Although he had never eaten palace cuisine in the palace, the emperor often rewarded Prince Chun with fine wines and delicacies, so he had tasted quite a few. Hearing this, Sunchu became interested and looked at Yanzhou. When will you give me the royal meal recipes you promised before? Almost a month had passed. Yanzhou had asked Bei Ning to gather the recipes, but it wasn't so easy to get all of them quickly. Before we reach Tianshan County, I will give them to you. Sun Chu wasn't in a hurry. He nodded and said, all right. Just after he finished speaking, Yi Chutang said, I have a copy. I'll give it to you later. When she cleared out the palace kitchen earlier, she not only took all the ingredients but also took the recipes and tribute wine formulas. Sun Chu, munching on chicken wings, mumbled vaguely, no rush. I'll wait until Urumqi County. Then he added, we should also think more about the medicinal recipes. Those are more profitable. Whether in ancient or modern times, no one wants to die. Health products are a very profitable business. Yi Chutang put down her bowl and wiped her mouth with a silk scarf. Don't worry, making money is important. I'm more eager than you. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something important. Have you handled the garrison in Bingzhou? Don't make me doubt your ability. Sun Chu confidently replied, in the next couple of days, there will be good news. Good, I'll wait. After the Qi family finished eating, Qi Jingyao still cleared the dishes. She was usually very quiet, only appearing when working. If there were leftover dishes, she wouldn't mind and would eat them all. After all, even cold leftovers, no matter how bad, are better than black-faced porridge. At these times, old Master Qi would feel sorry for Qi Jingyao and feel a bit tender-hearted. After all, she was once his beloved child. Several times, he wanted to let Qi Jingyao eat with them, but he held back. Now it was his son and daughter-in-law in charge. Since they didn't speak, he didn't say much either. Yi Chutang noticed old Master Qi's expression, nudged Qi Yanzhou's arm. She nodded toward the somber old Master Qi and Qi Jingyao, who was eating leftovers. Qi Yanzhou understood Yi Chutang's meaning. He is now quite satisfied with Qi Jingyao's attitude and actions. But this satisfaction is only because she owes money. Based on Qi Jingyao's current behavior, it is not enough for him to treat her as family. So, Qi Yanzhou whispered to Yi Chutang, don't worry about Dad. The time hasn't come yet. Yi Chutang understood that this meant Qi Jingyao had not yet passed her assessment. Her obedience was forced by circumstances, not from her true heart. All right, your family, you handle it yourself. After saying that, she yawned. Yanzhou quickly got up to fetch bedding and mats, laying them on the valley they were in was too narrow to sleep side by side. They could only sleep on the Tang, if you're tired, go to sleep first. I'll help you massage your legs. Yi Chutong's legs were a bit swollen, and she needed to massage them every night to ease the pain. She looked at the dark Gobi Desert. I want to go to the bathroom first. Okay, wait a moment. I'll bring a simple toilet. Whenever Yi Chutang went to the bathroom at night, it was to change her underwear in the space. If she had enough time, she would also take a shower. She could accept her clothes being dirty, and she could go several days without bathing as long as she didn't sweat, but she couldn't accept not changing her underwear. In her space, there was a special washing machine and dryer for underwear, which were her current saviors. Today, there wasn't enough time, so she simply washed a bit, changed her underwear, and left the space. Yi Chutang left the simple toilet where it was, because someone else would need to use it soon. When she returned to the campfire, Yanzhou handed her a letter. Nan Xiao just brought this. It's a letter from Jinji to you after arriving in Tianshan County. Yi Chutang immediately took it and read Jinji's letter by the firelight. It wasn't about anything important, just casual chat. Talking about the local customs and scenery of Tianshan County, their resting spots, and what they plan to do. It was very ordinary and warm. A smile appeared on Yi Chutang's face. I'm looking forward to life in Tianshan County. Afterward, she threw the letter into the fire and burned it. Once Yi Chutang lay down on the thick bedding, Yanzhou helped her massage her swollen legs. Tang, if you like Tianshan County, we can settle there and turn it into a prosperous place. Yi Chutang closed her eyes, feeling sleepy. When we get to Tianshan County, we'll see how things go. If it was similar to Xinjiang, she would be very happy to stay. Okay, rest now. Because Yi Chutang needed to rest, everyone stopped talking and watched the flickering fire, waiting for the sweet potatoes and potatoes to cook. On the other side, Yi Xin was eating a steamed bun given by Lu Feng and drinking water, her eyes colder than the night. Aunt Jiang saw this and tried to comfort her softly. Losing a child can happen again. Don't oppose Yi Chutang, or you'll have a bad ending. Yi Xin understood her words and snorted coldly, ignoring her. Even if she did nothing, Yi Chutang wouldn't let her live a good life. So she deliberately didn't save her child's life, forcing the Song family to abandon her. If that's the case, why should she endure it? She had to fight for a way out. Yi Jingchuan was fed up with Aunt Zhang's soft words. He looked at the lively Qi family members and shouted, "Shut up, let me have some peace." The Yi family was no longer successful, but the Qi family was thriving. It's so unfair. If Song Jingning were his son, that would be perfect. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back and walked toward Yi Chutang, who was already lying down. He wanted to trick this rebellious girl. Maybe he could get the answer he wanted. Before he got close, Han Chong's people stopped him. Madam Qi is pregnant. Don't disturb her. Go back, or I won't be polite to you. Yi Jingchuan touched his still slightly painful back and immediately turned around. Yi Xin looked at the cowardly Yi Jingchuan and silently rolled her eyes. After finishing her bun, she said, I need to go to the bathroom. If you're tired, go to sleep. Don't wait for me. As soon as she said that, Yi Jingchuan and Aunt Jiang knew she was going to find Lu Feng. They initially opposed it, but their words softened, pretending they didn't see anything. Lu Feng had been waiting nearby for Yi Xin. He found a flat, undisturbed place and had an intimate moment with her. Afterward, Yi Xin snuggled in Lu Feng's arms and asked, Feng, if we do this often, what if I get pregnant? Although her body was injured after a miscarriage, the chance of pregnancy was low, but not impossible. Lu Feng had never thought about this. After Yi Xin reminded him, he realized he had been careless. Better safe than sorry. If she got pregnant and then miscarried again or had a serious bleeding, she could die. He would be responsible. Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately checked Yi Xin's pulse. After confirming she wasn't pregnant, he happily said, Don't worry, I have a contraceptive pill. I'll give you one later. Every time he was assigned to prisoners, he prepared contraceptive pills. As long as he could prevent the woman from getting pregnant from the source, he could do whatever he wanted. Yi Xin didn't mind that Lu Feng treated her like a toy, because her goal was achieved. Although the contraceptive medicine isn't as effective as the herbal remedy, it will definitely affect the pregnant woman and the baby. Thinking of this, she wrapped her arms around Lu Feng's neck, tempting him to do it again. This man has many medicines. As long as she keeps him happy, she can always get what she needs. After everything was done, Yi Xin obtained the contraceptive medicine. She pretended to take it, but secretly hid it in her sleeve with the help of her clothing. Lu Feng was very pleased with her performance today and gave her a few silver coins. Once we reach Yonghe town, buy some food and warm clothes. Although the silver wasn't much, buying 2 thick cotton jackets was enough. Yi Xin accepted the silver and kissed Lu Feng's dusty face. "Ah Feng is so good to me." After saying this, she turned into the cold wind and went back to her resting place. Lying on a thin bed, she wiped her mouth hard, then took out the contraceptive pill, feeling very happy. P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. May all your wishes come true, good things happen one after another, and may you become more beautiful, slimmer, and richer. And shamelessly asking for some tips. Love you all. Ning Threening. While Yi Xin was hiding under the blanket, feeling proud of getting the contraceptive medicine and thinking about how to harm Yi Chutong's baby, her every move was secretly monitored and reported to Qi Yanzhou by the guards of the National Defense Army. Qi Yanzhou's expression grew cold, and his gaze fell on the location of the Yi family. Keep a close watch on her. If she acts suspiciously, cut her down immediately. Yes, young Master Qi. Qi Yanzhou handed the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes to the guards. Share them with the night shift. If it's not enough, take some from the vegetable basket. The night on the Gobi Desert was very cold, and eating something hot could warm them up a lot. Thank you, young Master Qi. The night passed quickly. Yi Chutang went to bed early last night and woke up early today. Unexpectedly, Aunt Sue woke even earlier and was already boiling porridge in a large pot. As she got up, the Qi family members also woke up. It was obvious they were afraid of making noise and disturbing her rest, so they didn't dare to get up when they woke. Yi Chutang found this both funny and sad. Father, mother, there's no need to be so cautious. Just act as you used to. Your carefulness makes me uncomfortable. The morning temperature was very low, and you could see white mist when speaking. Qi Yanzhou helped Yi Chutang fold the quilt and said, "Listen to Ah Tang. Too much caution isn't good. When you need to be careful, Ah Tang will tell you in advance." Yi Chutang agreed and said, "Azu is right. The baby is only 5 months old now, so there's no need to worry too much." However, old Lady Qi disagreed. "Chutang, you're expecting twins, which is more difficult than a single pregnancy. You should be more careful." "Of course, I will be careful, but not overly cautious. I'm straightforward. If I feel uncomfortable or need anything, I will say so directly. That way, everyone stays relaxed." Since Yi Chutang said this, the Qi family immediately agreed. But whether they would actually do as she said was uncertain. Most people tend to naturally take better care of pregnant women. The Qi family packed up their bedding and, after a simple wash, sat around the fire drinking porridge and eating buns. Before long, someone from the Qin family called for a doctor. Yi Chutang didn't need to ask. She knew the Qin family had been stung by a poisonous scorpion. A windless, warm place is a favorite spot for scorpions. Before being exiled, under Qi Yanzhou's orders, officials searched the Qin family and found they had no money, only a few tattered clothes and bedding. They were given food and drink by the officials escorting them, all looking thin and dark. The Qin family couldn't afford anti-venom medicine, nor did they have the means like Yi Xin to get medicine from Lu Feng. Getting stung was only a matter of time. Sure enough, Lu Feng arrived at the Qin family's resting place and saw 3 people had been stung. One was unlucky and was stung near the temple, and he had already died. The other 2 were unconscious. One had been stung on the hand, the other on the foot. The areas were swollen and purple, clearly indicating strong poison. Lu Feng knew the dangers of the desert and had prepared plenty of antidote medicine. After giving the medicine to the two, they showed no signs of waking. Too much time has passed since the sting. They need to wait for the medicine to work. It will probably take about an hour. Since everyone needed to keep moving, they naturally wouldn't wait for the Qin family to wake up. Han Chong ordered his men to put the unconscious two on a cart. The dead one was buried by the Qin family. The cart jolted along. After falling off several times, the two were tied down with ropes. When they woke, they felt dizzy, their bodies sore, and they were so nauseous they vomited acid water. After being taken off the cart, they vomited uncontrollably. Fortunately, Han Chong had foreseen this and let two carts go last. Otherwise, everyone would suffer. Yanzhou held Yi Chutong's hand and walked behind the National Defense Army. He told her about how he tricked Lu Feng into giving Yi Xin an anti-contraceptive pill. Cheng, if Yi Xin wants to harm you or the baby, I will be the first to act. He said he would handle other matters himself, leaving Yi Chutang to deal with her own problems. But Yi Chutang and the children are his bottom line. No one can touch them. Yi Chutang tightened her grip on Qi Yanzhou's hand. All right, you handle the Yi family's matters based on the situation. I won't interfere. Now that her pregnancy has been made public, she needs to focus more on protecting herself and her child. In just 2 days, everyone adapted to the desert environment. They could chat and laugh even when the sand was flying everywhere, but they didn't eat the dirt. The exile team also arrived at the first town in Ulu County, Yanzhou Town. This town was clearly different from the previous ones they visited. The walls were built with stones, about a meter high. The main street was straight and visible from end to end. Although Yanzhou Town looked like a temporary market, there were quite a few people. They sold all kinds of goods, but the prices were about 30% higher than in Ningzhou City. After entering the town, Wu Qinggang took the exile documents to the government office, while Han Chong sent someone to fetch water. There were 2 large wooden barrels on a cart, used to store water. If used only for drinking and simple daily cleaning, the water could last 5 days. Others bought what they needed on their own. The Qin family had no money and sat at the town entrance to rest. The Yi family was also poor, but Yi Xin had silver coins given by Lu Feng. She had saved about 2 taels over nearly a month. Now it was late autumn, and she wanted to buy 2 sets of warm clothes for herself. Then she hoped to find a chance to buy some medicine from the pharmacy to prevent miscarriage, just in case. Under Qi Yanzhou's orders, the National Guard deliberately gave Yi Xin a chance. She successfully bought the miscarriage-preventing medicine and was so happy she almost laughed out loud. She whispered excitedly, "Things are going so smoothly. It means even heaven is helping me." When Qi Yanzhou heard this, he sneered, "I didn't expect Yi Xin to think so highly of me."
Ashu.
Yi Xin, at the cloth shop, sneezed and sprayed saliva onto her short jacket. The shopkeeper immediately looked displeased and said, "Miss, you've dirted the clothes. You have to buy it." The further north they went, the larger the women's bodies looked. If she kept a stern face, she looked fierce and not easy to mess with. Yi Xin was so scared she bought a short jacket she didn't like and hurriedly left. After having lunch in Yanzhou Town, the exile team prepared to continue their journey. At the town gate, Yi Chutang noticed the sky to the north blending into the land, and her brows immediately furrowed. There might be a sandstorm coming. As soon as she said that, a vendor selling beef jerky at the town gate nodded in agreement. Indeed, it won't take half a day before the sandstorm arrives. This is also why the town was crowded today. Everyone is stockpiling food and water, preparing to stay indoors for 3 days. Since the people of Wulu County are used to sandstorms, no one mentions it. They silently take measures to prepare. If Yi Chutang had noticed something unusual in the sky, the exile team would have been trapped in the vast, empty desert, with no village or town in sight. They might have been blown apart, lost their way, and run out of water and food in 3 days. Or worse, buried under the sand and dust, never to be seen again. Wu Qinggang looked at the captain in the government office, who hadn't mentioned the sandstorm, and his face darkened. Was this meant to let them die? He held back his anger, quickly took out a map of Wulu County and approached Qi Yanzhou. Master Qi, should we find a place to set up camp quickly, or stay in Yanzhou town? Qi Yanzhou felt that this town was not very safe. She looked at Yi Chudang. Atang, do you think we should leave or stay? Yi Chudang shared the same feeling as Qi Yanzhou. This town seemed normal, but she always felt something was strange. Let's stay. We're not familiar with the desert, and we don't know how strong this sandstorm will be. Staying here is safer. All right, then have Han Chong keep a close watch. I feel uneasy about this place. Yi Chudang also thought the same. The sandstorm is coming from the north. Since we're not staying inside the town, we'll camp outside on the southern wall. The ground inside the town was paved with smooth stones, which made it difficult to use earth element abilities. Living outside the town is safer for her. Even if a tornado comes, it's not a problem. Qi Yanzhou immediately asked Han Chong to make arrangements. After the Sun family experienced being bitten by a venomous scorpion, they became very afraid of death. Seeing Yi Chudang insist on staying outside the town, which she believed was safer, they couldn't help but look down on her and say, worrying over nothing, just a woman's opinion. Before they finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou acted. There were 2 loud slaps. The Qin family members who were talking were slapped, their faces swelling like pigs, burning with pain. He opened his mouth to say something, but his teeth, mixed with blood, fell to the ground. You. Qi Yanzhou shot him a cold look. The man, now toothless, immediately looked frightened and shut his mouth tightly. Wu Chenggang untied the whip around his waist and swung it heavily on the man. If you want to stay in the town, there's only one way, die. After this, no one dared to object and obediently followed to settle outside the town in the southern area. Yanzhou town is not very big, with fewer than 100 households in total. The wall on the south side is 20 zhang long, enough to set up 10 tents side by side. Yi Chudang quietly buried a 1-meter-long steel bar stored in the space underground, using earth elemental powers to bend it crookedly so that it gets stuck in the sand. Even a tornado would have difficulty pulling it out. The steel bar protrudes half a foot, used as a hook to secure the tent. This task was given to Qi Yanzhou. He has strong internal strength and high martial skills, so turning the steel into a hook was easy. But he was surprised by how hard the steel was and immediately whispered to Yi Chudang, Atang, where did you buy this iron rod? If such hard iron was used for weapons, it would greatly increase their power and last longer. While tidying up the tents, Yi Chudang replied, it's made by Ghost Thief. I don't know where he got it. Ask him. I want to buy more of this kind of iron, even if it costs a bit more. I asked before, but he didn't tell me. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunchu excitedly came over. He recognized the steel bars, others didn't. He never expected Yi Chudang to bring modern things into the ancient world. How did she do it? Space? Could it be that the fictional things in TV dramas really exist? He muttered softly, but Yi Chudang and Qi Yanzhou only caught fragments of his words. The former immediately guessed what Sunchu was talking about, but the latter was confused. What TV? What fiction? He asked straightforwardly. Sunchu, startled, quickly made up a story. You heard wrong. I meant we should use stepping stones to press down around the tent to prevent it from being blown away by strong winds. Also, there are too few of these iron hooks. We need to ask Ghost Thief to extend the hooks and make them more secure. After all, lives are at stake, so we must be cautious and do our best. Yi Chudang secretly gave a thumbs up, very satisfied with Sunchu's skill in making up stories. These iron rods are buried deep enough and are very secure. No need to add more. The tents are simple military-style tents, designed to be lightweight, so they use the thinnest material. The north wind blew, causing the tents to sway and make rustling sounds. Everyone worked for nearly an hour and finally managed to secure the tents. The tents are large. If squeezed together, they can accommodate nearly 15 people. The chief family members got one tent, while the rest belonged to the Guardian Army and officials. As for the Yi family of the Sun family, they stayed outside the tents. At this moment, the northern sky looked even darker, as if a heavy rain was falling in the distance. But Yi Chudang knew that was not the case. The sandstorm was too strong, lifting up more dust and small stones, making the storm thicker and causing the sky to look very dark. The storm arrived faster than she expected. It might come before nightfall. Yanzhou saw Yi Chutang worried and asked, "Atang, is this sandstorm very dangerous? Should we let the National Guards you into town to stay? Houses are safer and more durable than tents." Yi Chutang shook her head. In front of natural disasters that humans can't fight, staying in a completely unfamiliar place is even more dangerous. This made Yanzhou unable to argue. He had never experienced a sandstorm and didn't know what dangers or consequences it might bring. Chong, take your people and go around the town quickly, then come back. Chong received the order and led 50 men into the town. Whether it was him or his subordinates, their official ranks were higher than the town head, the village chief. So, they moved smoothly through Yanzhou town. Chong returned to the camp just before the sandstorm hit. His face looked bad, and his whole body was tense. Seeing this, Yi Chutang asked, "Is Lord Han finding something in the town?" "Yes, I found." Before Chong could finish, an arrow with internal force shot over. He dodged in time, but his arm was cut by the sharp arrowhead. A numb feeling spread quickly from the wound. In the blink of an eye, his mind went blank, and he fainted. Yanzhou's face changed slightly. He wanted to follow the direction of the arrow to catch the person, but Yi Chutang quickly grabbed him. "It might be a trap to lure the enemy in deeper. Don't go." The sandstorm was about to arrive. If Yanzhou got trapped inside the town, he would be isolated and vulnerable. He thought of this and immediately gave up the impulsive idea. "What's wrong with Chong?" Before he finished speaking, Yi Chutang's hand was on Chong's wrist. Her pulse was sluggish, as if frozen. "I haven't seen this kind of poison before, but it should be similar to anesthesia. It causes nerve paralysis and makes the whole body stiff, but it won't be fatal. And it will wear off in about 2 hours." Thinking of this, she released Chong's wrist and said, "Aizhou, go ask the guards who just entered the town what they found." Yanzhou was about to ask the guards when another arrow shot over. It was powerful, with a clear whistling sound. He was prepared and wrapped his hand with his clothes, catching the arrow. The force of the arrow was very strong. Yanzhou originally aimed to catch the arrow at the front, but it kept slipping until it stopped at the feathers. His palm was burned by the arrow shaft. He's a master. No wonder Chong, who is skilled in martial arts, couldn't dodge in time. Yanzhou immediately threw the arrow back along its original path. But it was too far away. Throwing it with his bare hands lacked the force of a bow and arrow. He knew he couldn't hurt the shooter. He did this to show the other person that he could easily catch the arrow, and no matter how many were shot, they would be useless. Then another arrow was shot over. It seemed like the attacker was determined not to let Yanzhou figure out what was happening in the town. He shouted directly, "Guardian Army, is there something wrong in Yanzhou town?" The Guardian Army, following Chong into the town for patrol, didn't find anything unusual. They only knew that Chong quickened his steps and looked upset just before leaving the town. Clearly, he had noticed something but didn't want to say. Seeing that none of the 50 soldiers spoke, Yanzhou sternly shouted, "Say what you think. I don't believe that besides Chong, no one else has noticed anything strange about the town." The Guardian Army tried hard to think. They mentioned everything they thought was normal, but a little off. Even with a sandstorm coming, the people aren't afraid. They do whatever they normally do. Even the street vendors didn't pack up and go home, as if the sandstorm wouldn't hit Yanzhou town. They're not ignoring the sandstorm. They seem to be looking forward to it. Suddenly, I remember that restaurant where we had lunch. The young waiter there must be skilled. These are small details. If Yanzhou hadn't pressed the Guardian Army to speak, they wouldn't have remembered. After exchanging thoughts, they realized something was wrong. A word appeared in their minds: sand pirates. It is said that sand pirates are elusive, only coming out during especially bad weather to rob. Because of this, they leave no traces or clues. The imperial court had sent officials to hunt down the sand pirates several times, but almost no one survived. The casualties were too high, and the effort was ineffective, so the court gave up. The Dog Emperor once wanted Qi Yanzhou to go to Ulu County to eliminate the sand pirates, but he was sent south due to an incident in the southern border. Since the Guardian Army thought of sand pirates, Qi Yanzhou naturally did too. This means Yanghe Town is the hideout of the sand pirates. They emerge during sandstorms to loot and plunder, leaving no one unharmed. When the weather returns to normal, they go back to Yanghe Town to live as ordinary citizens. Therefore, although there are many sand pirates, no one can find their traces. Thinking of this, Qi Yanzhou blocked another arrow. He used his inner strength and said, Yanghe Town is a bandit hideout. Everyone needs to be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, a sandstorm swept in. The fierce wind howled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. It made it hard for people to open their eyes or speak, and their faces hurt from the impact. Sand and stones hit the tents, and the wind seemed to tear the tents apart. Everywhere was yellow, blocking the view of the archers. No more arrows shot through the storm. Get into the tent. After shouting, Qi Yanzhou grabbed the unconscious Han Chong and pulled him into the tent, holding tightly to the torn tent flap. Yi Chutang looked at the tent, which was tilting and swaying in the wind, and said, The sandstorm is too strong. This tent can't hold. Even if it doesn't away, it will collapse. Tang, come here. Even if the tent falls, I will protect you. All the chief family members were inside the tent. The men immediately stood up when they heard Qi Yanzhou grabbing the tent top that was being blown askew by the wind and sand. Though they couldn't do much, they were tall enough to hold up the tent. The women also didn't sit still, holding tightly to the bottom of the tent, acting as stabilizers. With everyone's effort, the unstable tent became much steadier. Old Madame Qi looked at Yi Chutang, who was still and unmoving. Tanger, go to Zhou'er and let him protect you. After speaking, she turned to Qi Yanzhou and said, Zhou'er, if something happens, you protect Tanger. Don't worry about us. Qi Yanzhou was not a Superman. He knew he couldn't protect everyone. Mother, I understand. He was very worried that the sand thieves could withstand the storm and attack the exile team. The wind and sand were so strong they could blind and deafen people. Even if the sand thieves were outside the tent right now, he wouldn't be able to sense them. Seeing Qi Yanzhou with a furrowed brow, Yi Chutang guessed what he was worried about. She went to him and said, Don't worry. The sand thieves won't act now. They are waiting for the right moment. Qi Yanzhou didn't understand much about sandstorms and didn't catch what Yi Chutang said. What moment? The moment the eye of the storm reaches Yanghe Town. Although the sandstorm was fierce, the eye of the storm was quite calm. There was sand and dust, but compared to the storm, it was negligible. The sand thieves had always used the movement of the storm's eye to rob houses, commit murders, and cover up their crimes. After knowing about the sandstorm, they would immediately scout the area within 100 miles, identify targets, and plan their attack. Then, they would use the bad weather to seize the targets and erase all traces. Thinking of this, Yi Chutang remembered the old man who sold vegetables at the town gate. The old man deliberately agreed with her words to keep the exile team in Yanghe Town. In other words, the exile team is the target of the desert bandits' robbery. Qi Yanzhou listened to Yi Chutang's analysis, his brows tightly furrowed. Yanghe Town is small and not many people live there, but even so, there are at least 1,000 or 2 residents. If everyone is a brave bandit, our situation will be very dangerous. Yanghe Town is the territory of the desert bandits, and they are familiar with sandstorms, giving them an advantage. When the eye of the storm arrives and the exile team is caught off guard, they could be shot dead by a barrage of arrows. Yi Chutang raised her hand to smooth the wrinkles between Qi Yanzhou's brows. Since we already know the bandits' plan, we won't be at their mercy. She thought of Sunchu. Zhou, go find Sunchu. He is a descendant of the Sun family and is very skilled at marching and setting up formations, able to win with fewer soldiers. Although Qi Yanzhou is also a capable warrior and undefeated in battle, he still falls short compared to the Sun family, who have studied military strategy since childhood. Otherwise, he would be the general. Qi Yanzhou looked at the wind-blown door curtain, which was fluttering loudly, and asked Yi Chutang worriedly, Tang, are you okay? Yi Chudang smiled and said, do you think I am too weak? It's just holding onto a door curtain. As a pregnant woman, I shouldn't be unable to do that. Qi Yanzhou knew the storm could arrive at any moment, so finding Sunchu was urgent. He suppressed his worries about Yi Chudang and stepped out of the tent into the raging wind and sand. Sunchu was in the next tent, along with the guardian army. Like the Qi family, they used people to stabilize the tents damaged by the sandstorm. When Qi Yanzhou arrived battling the wind and sand, Sunchu knew something was wrong. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's words, he loosened his grip on the tent and sat on the sandy ground, discussing how to deal with the bandits. In such a difficult situation, winning with fewer soldiers is very hard. They discussed for a long time before coming up with a risky but promising plan. The Guardian army stayed on standby, while Sunchu and Qi Yanzhou, braving the wind and sand, entered the town to catch the officer in charge, the village head. Even if he wasn't the leader of the bandits, he was definitely an important figure. Capturing him, forcing him to reveal the bandits' plan to attack the exile team, would increase their chances of success. After finalizing the plan, Sunchu and Qi Yanzhou prepared to leave before the storm arrived, leaving the Guardian army to defend against the bandits. Han Shi, tell every member of the Guardian army our plan and prepare for battle. Yes, young Master Qi. Qi Yanzhou and Sunchu left and went to the Qi family's tent. Both were covered in dirt. Their dark clothes lost their original color, leaving only footprints behind. Qi Yanzhou explained their plan to catch people in the town. Yi Chudang nodded in agreement. It's risky but worth a try. Go ahead, be careful, don't force it, and your lives are more important. At worst, she would bury the entire town herself. Well, be careful, Tang. Take care of yourself. He only hoped that before he and Sunchu returned, the storm wouldn't reach the town. After they left, Yi Chudang called Qi Hian and asked him to hold the torn door curtain against the strong wind. Third brother, my hands are tired. Can you take over? Qi Hian had been practicing martial arts with Qi Yanzhou and was much stronger than when they were in the capital. He immediately took over from Yi Chudang, grabbing the curtain. Yi Chudang pretended to stretch her wrist, then pressed her right hand onto the dusty ground. Thanks to the dust storm, the sky was full of dust, allowing her to sense Sunchu and Qi Yanzhou sneaking over the wall, as well as the sand thieves hiding in various corners of the town. If the two entering the town were in danger, she would help. Then, using the dust storm as cover, she would bury the bodies underground. Why didn't she just use her earth powers to wipe out everyone in the town? First, her virtue points weren't enough. Second, the dust in the air was too thin to cause much damage. Fighting one person was manageable, but fighting everyone wasn't. Of course, Yi Chudang preferred not to rely on her powers or use them to solve problems with violence. She didn't want to depend on her abilities, nor did she want to cause trouble. After entering the town, Sunchu and Qi Yanzhou were blown by the strong wind, making it hard to see. They relied on their familiarity with the map to make their way to the government office. The short journey took them about 20 minutes. Along the way, they were spotted by sand thieves hiding in the shadows to avoid the sandstorm. The thieves threw hidden weapons at them, but they were instantly killed by dust turned into tiny needles. The thief was soaked in blood, eyes wide with disbelief, unwilling to die peacefully. The strong wind carried away the smell of blood. Qi Yanzhou caught the scent but had no time to stop. He rushed straight to the government office, kicking open the door. The government office was the largest and strongest building in Yanzhou town, and also the place with the most sand thieves. Qi Yanzhou made a feint at the east gate, while Sunchu entered the office from the west. The sand thieves were fierce, reckless fighters, trying to kill Qi Yanzhou at all costs. Fortunately, the dust storm masked the activity at the government office. Otherwise, if the thieves swarmed in, he wouldn't be able to fight them off alone. He fought 10 enemies at once and nearly got injured several times, but somehow managed to escape danger. Although he was confused, he had no time to worry and focused entirely on dealing with the bandit, waiting for Sun Chu's signal of success. At this moment, Sun Chu had gone to the back courtyard of the government office. The courtyard was empty, with flowers and grass blown askew by the wind, some uprooted. Broken tiles from the roof were scattered all over the ground, blown down by the storm. The wall blocked the wind, causing a thick layer of sand to pile up at the base. Sunchu searched each room, his eyes turned red from the sand getting in, and he was crying from the irritation. Finally, he found the squad leader hiding in the cellar of the kitchen to escape the sandstorm. The squad leader didn't recognize Sunchu and immediately became alert, shooting a venomous sleeve dagger.
Who are you?
How did you get in? The wind and sand couldn't reach into the cellar. Sunchu finally saw clearly. He easily dodged the hidden arrow, then leapt up and grabbed the squad leader's neck. Trying to kill me, but you don't even know who I am? Hearing this, the squad leader immediately realized that the person controlling him was from the exile team. His face changed drastically. He opened his mouth to send a message, but was stabbed in the chest by Sunchu. The sharp dagger was embedded between his two heart chambers. If he didn't move the blade, he wouldn't die. The bandit had long since tucked his head into his waistband and didn't care about life or death. But now, seeing the dagger in his chest and feeling the intense pain spreading through his limbs, he was terrified. Have the guts to give me a quick death. This sounded like he wasn't afraid of death, but in fact, he was a coward. Sunchu knew very well that if the bandit truly wanted to die, he could simply push the dagger fully into his heart. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll make it quick for you." Then he held the handle, controlled the force, and pressed the dagger downward. The wind howled like ghosts and wolves, but it couldn't drown out the sound of the dagger piercing flesh. The sound was faint but everywhere, like a dull knife cutting meat, tormenting the bandit. Every moment was agony for him, but he clenched his teeth and refused to beg for mercy, appearing fearless in the face of death. Seeing this, Sunchu's smile grew deeper. He didn't continue pushing the dagger further, but slowly pulled it out. Blood gushed out, soaking his clothes. Just as the dagger was about to be fully withdrawn, he slowly stabbed it back in. This back and forth repeated several times, with life hanging in the balance. The bandit was finally so scared he lost control of his and shouted wildly, "Kill me. Tell me your plan, and I'll give you a quick death." Stop. Before he could finish refusing, he was fed a small black pill. This pill was given to him by Yi Chutang and could weaken a person's willpower, similar to truth serum. Soon, the effects of the drug took hold. The sand thief was like a puppet on strings. Sunchu asked questions, and he answered, quickly getting the information he wanted. The dagger pierced the sand thief's chest, sending him to the underworld. Sunchu took the message to help Yanzhou. With Yi Chutang's help, they successfully left the government office. The sand thief immediately went after them but found himself blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to advance. What's going on? Is there a ghost? Could it be the vengeful spirits of those we wronged coming to get us? Nonsense. It's just the wind blowing hard. Even he didn't believe his own words, let alone others. Suddenly, the raging sandstorm stopped. It was the eye of the sandstorm arriving at Yanzhou town. Then, the invisible resistance suddenly disappeared. Let's go. Move out. A voice filled with internal energy spread across the town. The sand thief and his gang rushed toward the exile team's location. When the sandstorm suddenly stopped, Yanzhou and Sunchu were almost at the stone wall. The voice with internal energy made Yanzhou halt. Sunchu, you take the guardian army to defend against the sand thief. I will go to catch the king first. Before he finished speaking, he used light skills to leave quickly. Sunchu tried to stop him, but was a step too late. Knowing time was tight, he didn't try to hold him back and quickly climbed over the wall. After they reached the eye of the storm, the guardian army had already come out of their tents, ready for battle. When they heard the arrogant shouts of the sand thief, they all became full of fighting spirit. The plan to deal with the sand thief had long been made. As soon as Sunchu returned, he led the guardian army to Yanzhou town. 100 soldiers, with 10 staying behind to protect the Qi family. Yi Chutang came out of the tent, looking at the well-prepared soldiers, and said, "I am here."
You all go to the town to help.
Madam Qi, Our task is to protect you and the Qi family. I'm just pregnant, not useless. I will protect the Qi family. You go help in the town. Your chances of success will be higher. But, young Master Qi,
No buts.
unless you want me to go into town and fight enemies for you. Yi Chutang was firm, and the Guardian Army could only obey. Wu Qinggang voluntarily brought officials to guard the Qi family. Old Master Qi and Qi Hian, who knew martial arts, came out of the tent and stood beside Yi Chutang. Second sister-in-law, if there's danger, run first. Don't worry about us. Tanger, your third brother is right. Protect yourself and the baby in your belly. Yi Chutang didn't want them to worry and replied with a simple The sounds of swords clashing and shouting for battle echoed from afar. Everyone outside the town was on edge. Members of the Chen and Yi families were covered in dust, having swallowed a lot of sand, and nearly lost their lives. As they looked at the relatively clean-clothed Qi family members, they felt resentful. But no matter how angry they were, they had to hold it in. The shouting grew louder and closer. Chen Weiming, the head of the Qin family, was panicked. He lowered his voice and said, "The sand pirates are many and fierce. They kill without hesitation, and they have the advantage of the terrain. Qi and Zhou's chances of winning are very low. We can't just wait to die." He didn't want to die here, without a fight. Chen Yifan, the eldest son, nodded in agreement. "Dad, let's find a chance to escape." The officials didn't care about their lives at all. Even if Qi Yanzhou could defeat the sand pirates, they might not survive until the dust storm ended. If Qi Yanzhou lost, they would be killed by the pirates immediately. Since escape seemed impossible no matter what, they might as well gamble with their lives and try to escape during the dust storm. Better to die trying than to die without a fight. Living was the real victory. Seeing that his son shared his thoughts, Chen Weiming nodded with satisfaction. "When the dust storm comes again, we escape." But his words didn't get everyone's approval. Mrs. Chen didn't want to take risks. "Husband, Fanner, don't be so sure. We almost got buried when we hid by the wall. If we leave the cover, we don't know where the fierce wind will us." "Dad, older brother, mother is right. Sunner is so young. How can we let him escape?" Sunner was Chen Yifan's only son. He nonchalantly said, "I'll just hold him. We only have one chance to escape, and we can't miss it. The wind and sand were so strong just now. Doesn't older brother realize that? You can't even stand steadily yourself. How will you hold Sunner?" Mrs. Chen agreed. "Yes, with such strong wind and sand, we can't see clearly. If we get blown apart or knocked down, what should we do?" After speaking, she firmly declared, "I won't run." Smack. Chen Weiming slapped his wife across the face. "Foolish woman. Utterly clueless." Mrs. Chen said nothing and decided to stay behind. Although the current situation was unfavorable to Qi Yanzhou, he was a mighty general who often won battles against overwhelming odds. Beating the sand pirates was not impossible. In her view, staying behind gave them a better chance of survival than fleeing. Chen Weiming desperately wanted to slap his wife to death, but was afraid of causing too much trouble and losing the chance to escape. "Whether you want to leave or stay, from now on, you're no longer part of the Qin family." After that, he asked, "Who wants to go with us?" The Qin family had more than 20 members. Fewer than 10 people are willing to adventure with Chen Weiming. If a fugitive is caught, they will be executed on the spot. It's normal that everyone doesn't want to take risks. Chen Weiming called a few people who wanted to escape aside to discuss the escape plan. Suddenly, Chen Yifan said, "Dad, why don't we work with the bandits inside and outside, eliminate the officials and the Qi family, and stay in Yanghe town? Now, with the severe drought, even if they escape, they will face hunger and cold. If they can stay in Yanghe town and settle down, it would be much better than being fugitives." Chen Weiming's eyes lit up when he heard his eldest son's idea. "Fanner, that's a good idea, but how can we join forces with the bandits?" "Dad, you cover for me. I will sneak into the town and look for an opportunity." While Chen Yifan was climbing over the wall, Wu Qinggang saw him. He wanted to stop him, but was blocked by Yi Chutang. "These foolish people seeking death. Ignore them." Her hearing was excellent, and she overheard the Qin family's conversation. The Qin family had no chips and wanted to collaborate with the ruthless bandits. It's just a foolish dream. Wu Chenggang thought that since the Qin family had nothing and no real skills, he paid no more attention. At this moment, the shouts and clashes inside the town grew louder, and the smell of blood became overwhelming. He worriedly asked, "Can young master's son and the others win?" Yi Chudang turned to look at Wu Chenggang. More people mean more chances of winning. Wouldn't it be better if Lord Wu helped a bit? Wu Chenggang's martial skills were the best among the officials escorting the prisoners, but compared to the National Guard, he was far inferior. He didn't want to go into the town and risk his life, so he awkwardly smiled. "I think it's better to watch outside the town." Inside the town, Sunchu led the National Guard to fight hard against the bandits, trying to stop them from leaving. Qi and Zhou had already exchanged dozens of moves with the bandit leader. The opponent was less skilled than him, but kept using hidden weapons and poisons. So far, they were evenly matched, with no one gaining the upper hand. Seeing the opportunity about to pass, Qi Yanzhou became a little anxious. In the harsh sandstorm, fighting was difficult, and he and the National Guard would definitely lose to the experienced bandits. Therefore, he deliberately showed a flaw, using himself as bait. He wanted to be injured to capture the enemy alive. The bandit leader immediately saw through Qi Yanzhou's plan. "Prince Chen, I am also a battle-hardened man. I've used all these tricks before, haha." His piercing laughter suddenly rang out, and he quickly retreated. He planned to wait until the sandstorm arrived, then use the terrain and environment to ambush the fleeing team. Don't confront directly. Waste time. Wait for the sandstorm. Although bad weather isn't good for fighting, it's perfect for one-sided slaughter. Qi Yanzhou clearly knows his disadvantages and immediately chased after them. Qi Yanzhou is very skilled at lightness skill and quickly caught up with the sand bandit leader. But the other person is very familiar with the town and always uses the terrain to shake him off. You run, I chase as if playing a game. Until they meet Chen Yifan. Chen Yifan saw Qi Yanzhou chasing a man and hurriedly shouted, "Hero, I have a secret weapon against the Qi family." This made the sand bandit leader a bit interested.
Speak.
Qi Yanzhou looked at the clever Chen Yifan with a slight smile on his lips. The opportunity he was waiting for finally arrived. Just as the sand bandit leader finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou threw his sword at Chen Yifan. This move seemed to the bandit leader like Qi Yanzhou was afraid Chen Yifan might reveal something and wanted to silence him. He immediately threw his long knife.
Clang.
The swords clashed, sparks flew. Qi Yanzhou seized this chance and quickly used the rain of pear blossom needles. If the bandit had a sword, he could easily block these poison needles. The bandit leader's sword was attached to a chain, which could be thrown out and pulled back. But he was too late to retrieve his sword. He tried his best to dodge, but still got pricked by 2 needles. The needles were coated with a powerful anesthetic, not deadly poison. The bandit leader was terrified and shouted, "Shilin." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful arrow shot straight at Qi Yanzhou. He was slightly startled and quickly dodged. Unexpectedly, the bandit leader was actually 2 people. The arrows kept coming. The man injected with the anesthetic took advantage of Qi Yanzhou dodging and grabbed the frightened Chen Yifan to escape. Qi Yanzhou, despite his palms being cut by the forceful arrow, grabbed one. He then threw the arrow back. The poisoned arrowhead pierced into the man's back.
No.
The woman's piercing scream echoed as the man spat blood and collapsed to the ground. "Shilin, run. Come back and avenge me." As he spoke, he used his last strength to throw Chen Yifan away.
Whoosh.
Shilin was furious. The arrow was fast and fierce. Qi Yanzhou didn't waste his energy trying to block it head-on. While dodging the arrows, Shilin took Chen Yifan and left. The man with the poisoned arrow had already died. Qi Yanzhou wanted to chase after them, but found Shilin was nowhere to be seen. He knew very well that if Shilin hid, it would be hard for him to find her quickly. So, he turned back to help Sunchu fight the sand thieves. The dust storm was about to pass. Killing one more person meant less danger. With Qi Yanzhou joining, the National Guard's momentum grew stronger. Although the sand thieves had many people, they were beaten without much resistance. Of course, the National Guard also suffered some injuries. After a cup of tea, the dust storm swept over Yanzhou town again, and the wind was even stronger. Everyone, facing sharp sand and stones like knives, retreated outside the town. They couldn't see clearly, so they could only feel their way into tents. When Yanzhou returned to the tent, he looked a bit unsteady, with small cuts on his face from the sand. Yichuting noticed he was not right and immediately helped him up. "Are you hurt?" Yanzhou extended the hand that had held the arrow earlier. "I think I've been poisoned." His palm was swollen and red, and his whole arm felt stiff and numb. Yichuting sat him down and checked his pulse. Qi family's hearts immediately tightened. After checking his pulse, Yichuting relaxed and sighed. Fortunately, there's no skin broken on his palm. Zhou has some resistance to poison, so it's not a big problem. Just take a detox pill and rest for a few days. If Yanzhou had taken the detox pill immediately after being poisoned, there would be no problem. But when he fought the sand thieves, he used his inner strength, which caused the poison to spread. Yichuting took a detox pill from his medicine bag and handed it to Yanzhou. After he took it, she used silver needles to draw out the poison. Within a day, try not to use your inner strength, or the residual poison won't be cleared and could spread further. Yanzhou moved his arm, now back to normal, and shook his head. "The sand thieves will come to attack us soon, so we can't rest." After saying that, he told them that the leader of the sand thieves was a couple, and he had killed a man. The woman named Shilin will definitely do anything to avenge her husband. Yanzhou thought of Chen Yifan. He quickly asked, why did Chen's eldest son come to town and say he had a way to deal with the Qi family to the sand thieves? Yichuting explained that the Chen family wanted to escape. Chen Yifan's token of loyalty is the news that I am pregnant. When Yanzhou heard this, his face immediately darkened, and a strong killing intent appeared in his deep eyes. If the sand thieves find out, they might use the wind to spread poison. He shouldn't have been allowed into the town. Earlier, the sand thieves didn't spread poison because they didn't want to attack indiscriminately, which would harm themselves more. Now, they can poison the babies inside their stomachs. Yanzhou stood up and said, "I need to go to the town." Yichuting quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't worry, no one can hurt me or the baby. I let Chen Yifan go into the town to find the hideout of the sand thieves." Knowing the leader's hiding place allows for a precise attack. Yanzhou looked at Yichuting with confusion and asked, "The sandstorm is even stronger than before. I can't see anything or sense anything. How will you find the hideout?" "I say I can, so I will." Yichuting just finished speaking. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "I found it." After saying that, she asked Yanzhou to take out the map of Yanzhou town and pointed to a spot, saying, "Chen Yifan is here." At this moment inside Yanzhou town, as Yichuting said, Shilin took Chen Yifan to her hideout. She lived in an unremarkable house on the west side of the town. It looked old and dilapidated on the outside, but inside, it was luxurious and grand. The tables and chairs were made of rosewood, the tea set was fine porcelain, the floor was jade, the lamps were gold, and the ornaments were rare treasures. Chen Yifan looked at the more luxurious items than those in the Chen family, eyes full of envy, eager to possess them all. Shilin saw his greed and kicked him to the ground.
"Speak."
"How do you plan to deal with the Qi family?" She was full of hostility, her eyes red with sadness and anger, looking fierce and ferocious. Chen Yifan was frightened by Shilin's terrifying expression and quickly hid his greed, saying, "Yichuting is pregnant. As long as you can control the baby in her belly, the Qi family will obediently listen to you." Shilin didn't trust Chen Yifan and asked, "Why betray us?" "It's not betrayal, it's revenge. If it weren't for Yanzhou, our Chen family wouldn't have been exiled and suffered so much." His appearance, eager to tear and eat flesh and bones, convinced Shilin to believe him. "Your information is useful, but your people are useless." As soon as she finished speaking, Shilin twisted Chen Yifan's neck, killing him instantly. He died before he could react, eyes wide with disbelief. Ignoring Chen Yifan's lifeless body, Shilin entered a side room. The 3 walls of the side room were lined with medicine cabinets, and in the middle was a long, narrow table. The table was covered with bottles and jars filled with poisons. Shilin fiddled with the bottles, planning to create a poison that only targeted the fetus. Suddenly, the front door was kicked open by Yanzhou and Sunchu. Hearing the noise, Shilin, who was making poison, tensed up. She immediately understood why Chen Yifan had leaked the news inside the town. It was a trap. But she was not panicked at all. Her eyes, filled with grief, turned into excitement. Aji, I will be able to avenge you very soon. Although her martial arts were not as good as Yanzhou's, she had endless poison, and killing him was not difficult. In the yard, the wind howled, mixed with the sound of swords clashing. It was Aji and Shilin's trusted followers blocking Yanzhou and Sunchu. Shilin quickened her movements. Suddenly, a cold female voice sounded behind her. You can't take revenge. Before the words finished, murderous intent swept over her. Shilin was so frightened that she immediately spilled her poison. But she missed, and no one was behind her. Her face tightened as she shouted angrily, Who? Cowardly rat, come out. Can anyone be more like rats than you crazy desert thieves? Only the voice was heard, but no one was seen. Shilin's scalp tingled as she looked around. The layout of the side room was simple, with only a medicine cabinet and a table. You couldn't hide anyone in the cabinet, and no one was under the table. There was nothing on the beams either. But the voice sounded again. If you want to hurt my child, then die first. Yi Chutang suddenly appeared from the space, stabbing a venomous dagger into Shilin's back. Before the space upgrade, she couldn't move more than 10 meters in or out of the space. After upgrading, she could reach anywhere within 100 meters. Her earth element ability combined with space teleportation allowed her to silently appear in the side room. When Shilin sensed danger, it was too late to dodge, and she was stabbed. Her spine was injured, causing paralysis. She collapsed on the ground, struggling to turn her head and look at the cold and imposing Yi Chutang. Are you human or ghost? Why did you suddenly appear in my medicine room? Yi Chutang looked at Shilin, whose face was pale like a rotten puddle, and her lips curled into a smile. Talking too much always leads to trouble. Villains always die from their own words. After speaking, she threw the blood-stained dagger, hitting Shilin's forehead. Shilin fell to the ground, eyes wide open in death. Yi Chutang pulled out the dagger and stored the medicine cabinets on all 3 walls into her space. She didn't touch the poison on the table. Before Yanzhou and Sunchu entered the side room, she had already left through her space. The 2 men thought they would face a fierce battle, but what they saw was Shilin's body. Sunchu immediately went to check. Shilin shows no signs of resistance. She was probably killed by someone close to her. The attacker was quick and ruthless, first paralyzing her, then delivering the final. Her body was still warm, so she had just died. During a fight with sand thieves, Yanzhou heard 2 sentences from Shilin. Although he didn't catch everything, he heard the words rat and human or ghost. It should be ghost thief. After saying this, his gaze fell on the base of the wall. This small room should have 3 wall-mounted cabinets, but now they are gone. Only a ghost thief could do that silently. The room has no windows, only a door. If someone wants to leave, they must go through the front door. But he had been in the yard the whole time and didn't see anyone leave. Sunchu nodded in agreement. You're right. Although ghost thief is unpredictable, they have solved many problems for us. Then he curiously asked Yanzhou, since you're with Yi Chutang every day, have you seen the ghost thief? But he had been in the yard the whole time and didn't see anyone leave. Sunchu nodded in agreement. You're right. Although ghost thief is unpredictable, they have solved many problems for us. Then he curiously asked Yanzhou, since you're with Yi Chutang every day, have you seen the ghost thief? Yanzhou looked away from his gaze and turned to the gossiping Sunchu. What should we do now? Leave the town first and wait for the sandstorm to die down before attacking the sand thieves. Now that both leaders of the sand thieves are dead, only scattered remnants remain. It's easy to take them down. Yanzhou looked outside the door with a cold expression. The sand thieves, what should we do now? Leave the town first and wait for the sandstorm to die down before attacking the sand thieves? Now that both leaders of the sand thieves are dead, only scattered remnants remain. It's easy to take them down. Yanzhou looked outside the door with a cold expression. The sand thieves who Yanzhou and Sunchu had kept a few people alive to gather information. Sunchu brought the captives into the small room and threw them beside Shilin. This room has a lot of poison. Do you want to taste each bottle, or just confess? The sand thieves knew how deadly the poison Shilin. Yanzhou and Sunchu had kept a few people alive to gather information. Sunchu brought the captives into the small room and threw them beside Shilin. This room has a lot of poison. Do you want to taste each bottle, or just confess? The sand thieves knew how deadly the poisons Shilin made were, and didn't want to try them. Now that they looted the town completely and killed everyone who resisted. When they killed the town's chief, he asked the sand thieves to stay, hoping to end their wandering life. The bandits stayed behind, taking the place of the killed villagers and living in Yanzhou town. A town official helped cover for the bandits, and they were never caught. The bandits shared some of the stolen money with the official. Many years passed. All the useless villagers had been killed, and the remaining ones became part of the bandits. This means that the entire Yanzhou town was full of criminals. No one was innocent. The bandits did not attack the exile team. After all, the exile team was large and had many skilled fighters. But they happened to encounter a sandstorm. It was a perfect opportunity for nature to destroy everything, and they didn't want to miss it. So, when they failed to steal chickens, they ended up losing everything and became victims of a storm. Yanzhou and Sunchu strangled a few people and threw their bodies into the yard, covering them with sand. Then they dug a deep hole in the backyard and buried all of Shilin's poisons to prevent others from using them for harm. After finishing, they dragged Shilin's body and also found Aji's body, then took them to the town gate. Finally, they returned to their camp. The wind and sand were so strong that the sky was covered, and Qinjia couldn't see far away. Chen Weiming was still waiting for his eldest son to return with good news. After an hour, as the sandstorm started to lessen, there was no sign of him. Why isn't Fanner back yet? Did he fail? This made Madame Chen's right eyelid twitch violently. She choked back tears and said, "The bandits kill without mercy. Maybe they killed Fanner before he could speak." Chen Weiming thought her words made sense and looked sad. But now is not the time to be sad. If surrendering isn't an option, then we should run before the sandstorm stops. Madame Chen shouted angrily, "You've already caused your son's death, and now you want to kill our son? Junior too? Foolish woman, do you think staying will save us? When winter comes and it's freezing, who will survive in our clothes and bedding?" Chen Weiming's words made many in the Qin family hesitate. They covered their mouths and noses with their clothes, talking about the hardships of the exile journey. The officials don't care about us at all. They won't bother about our lives or deaths. Every day is just black bread and plain water. I don't want to live through this anymore. Rather than freezing to death in the future, let's take a risk and escape. Yes, the sandstorm should last for a while longer. As long as we escape far enough, the officials won't be able to waste time and effort trying to catch us. The world is big, and there's always a place to hide. That's right. Even if luck isn't on our side and we're buried by the sand, it's better than freezing to death in the snow. The Qin family members take turns speaking. Soon, the number of people fleeing doubled. Seeing that most of his family was willing to run with him, Chen Weiming felt more confident. He slung his bag over his shoulder and picked up his grandson sooner. The strength of the sandstorm had weakened quite a bit. Let's hurry, or once the officials come out of their tents, we won't be able to escape. After speaking, he followed the wind direction into the swirling yellow sand. One by one, the Qin family members who wanted to escape left. Fewer than 10 people remained. Yi Chudeng sensed that most of the Qin family had left and told Qi Yanzhou about it. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "Don't worry about them. That group of pampered fools from the Qin family still think they can escape the sandstorm. That's just wishful thinking." He was sure they wouldn't get more than half a mile away. They might even come back soon. Although the wind of the sandstorm was mainly blowing south, it was also rotating slightly. The raging sandstorm lasted nearly 2 hours before gradually weakening. As the wind lessened, the sound of sand hitting the tents also grew quieter. Qi Yanzhou slightly lifted the tent flap. The dark yellow sky brightened a bit, and he could vaguely see the large poplar tree at the town gate. He looked at the people supporting the tent with their hands and said, "Sit down and rest for a while." Then he turned to Yi Chudeng. "I'm going out to deal with the sand thieves in the town. Your poison isn't fully gone yet. If you don't have to, don't get involved." "Understood." After Qi Yanzhou left, Yi Chudeng looked outside the tent. "Father, Mother, I'm going to check." She needed to recover the wealth the sand thieves had accumulated over the years. Returning to Shilin's house, the bodies in the yard had already been buried by the sand, leaving only some raised shapes. If the sandstorm continued for another hour, it would completely fill in the shapes. After looting all the valuables in the house, Yi Chudeng went to the cellar. The cellar stored a lot of rice, flour, wine, and winter supplies like sweet potatoes, onions, and scallions. She stored the food in her space, then found a hidden stone door behind the wine rack. The surface of the stone door was smeared with mud and sand, blending it into the earthen wall. If it weren't for Qi Yanzhou learning from the bandit's mouth that there was a secret room in the cellar, it would have been very hard to find. Yi Chudeng used her special power to open the stone door. The secret room was very dark, and she couldn't see anything. Yi Chudeng took out a flashlight from her space and shined it inside. The bandit's 12 years' savings almost filled the entire secret room. Although not every item was valuable, the total worth was still very high. She didn't hesitate to take everything and then went to the government office. As an ally of the bandits, the town chief received many benefits, mostly stored in a secret room in the study. Yi Chudeng went to the study and looked at the town chief's savings over the years, feeling quite disappointed. It was mostly leftovers picked by Aji and Shilin. But it was better than nothing, so she stored everything in her space. Then she used her space to teleport back to the camp. Old Madam Qi saw Yi Chudeng returning and felt relieved. "Atang, it's so windy and sandy. Where did you go? I called you, but you didn't answer." She didn't mean to control Yi Chudeng, just worried about her. Yi Chudeng stepped forward and held Madam Qi's arm, lowering her voice. "I found a sheltered place and went to the restroom." After saying that, she touched her belly. "Having twins is really hard. I've only been pregnant for 5 months, and I often want to go to the restroom." This made the old madam think of her own pregnancy days. After 7 or 8 months, it was really tough. Her body was heavy, and she had to get up at night often. It made her exhausted and irritable every day. Thinking of this, she felt even more sorry for Yi Chudeng. "Tonger, you've suffered. When we get to Tianshan County, Zhou will make it up to you." When she was pregnant, she had many maids and servants to take care of her carefully. Now, in exile and hardship, her daughter-in-law had to bear everything herself. Yi Chudeng smiled and said, "Okay." The sky gradually darkened, but the wind and sand showed no sign of stopping. Qi Yanzhou and the Guardian Army hadn't returned from the town either. Madame Su asked Yi Chudeng, "Madam, we probably can't cook tonight." Although there was food and firewood, the tent was small, and there was no way to cook. Yi Chudeng smiled and said, "Auntie, no need to cook tonight. Zhou and the others will bring food back from the town. Whether from restaurants, inns, or ordinary houses, there would be food." Now that the temperature was low, they could eat for 3 or 5 days without problem. "You really think ahead, madam," said Auntie Sue. Just as she finished speaking, there was noise outside the tent. As Qi Yanzhou predicted, a few members of the Qin family who had escaped returned, and Wu Qinggang caught them red-handed. Dealing with fugitives, they could be executed on the spot. But Wu Qinggang did not dare to act on his own. So he broke the legs of the Qin family members and waited for Qi Yanzhou to return before punishing them. Screams mixed with the sound of wind, sounding very harsh. Yi Chuding opened a slit in the door curtain and asked Wu Qingying passing by, "What's the situation with the Qin family now?" 17 people from the Qin family ran away, but they soon scattered. 6 of them came back, and the rest are missing. Wu Qingying finished speaking and added, "The ones who returned are from the Qin family branch. Is the Yi family still behaving well?" Currently, the Yi family members are quite obedient and haven't shown any desire to escape. Yi Jingchuan has little ability, but understanding the situation is a start. He knows he can't survive in the dusty, stormy weather. After all, on this barren Gobi desert, it's hard to meet anyone after walking for a few days. Without water or food, it's like sending oneself to death. Yi Chuding nodded, "Lord Wu, go ahead with your work." Wu Qingying left shortly after, and the sky turned completely dark. It was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you, only the howling wind could be heard. Gradually, the wind lessened a bit. Qi Yanzhou returned to the tent, covered in the smell of blood. "The town has been cleaned up. Pack your things. We will stay inside the town." Qi Yanzhou and the Guardian Army only returned to camp after dark because they threw the bodies of the sand bandits they defeated into various gullies and ravines on the Gobi. They also buried the 4 Guardian soldiers who had died. Soon, the sand and dust would fill the gullies, covering the bodies. This was done to prevent the bodies from piling up and causing disease. After the exile team settled in Yanzhou town and Anjin, the sandstorm no longer affected them. The Qin family members with broken legs were just a burden, so Qi Yanzhou ordered Wu Qingying to kill them. Many members of the Guardian Army were seriously injured. Yi Chuding worked until dawn, finally bandaging the wounded with Qi Yanzhou. They used good medicine from the Imperial Hospital, which could shorten the healing time. The next day, the sandstorm continued. Although it was much smaller than last night, it was still impossible to go outside. The Qi family stayed in the inn. Around noon, Chong arrived at the inn through the sandstorm. He said with difficulty, Chen Weiming came back covered in wounds. 2 others went out with him and also returned. His grandson is very sick. What should we do? On the Gobi Desert at night, even adult men couldn't endure the storm, let alone children. Plus, they couldn't tell directions, and the sandstorm was strong, so the Qin family members all got separated. Chen Weiming regretted escaping after midnight and turned back. He believed his direction was correct, but after nearly 6 or 7 hours, he still couldn't reach Yanzhou town. Later, he gave up but mysteriously turned back. Qi Yanzhou listened to Han Chong's words and said calmly, "Handle it according to the law." Han Chong agreed with this idea. The Qin family brought trouble on themselves, so no one else was to blame. "All right, I'll take care of it immediately." After Han Chong left, Qi Yanzhou asked Yi Chuding with some concern, "Since I didn't spare the children, do you think I am too cold-hearted?" He had committed many sins, and he was worried about karma affecting the children. Yi Chuding understood what Qi Yanzhou was worried about. She smiled and said, "You only killed those who deserved it, no need to overthink." Since crossing over, she had never seen anyone more upright than Qi Yanzhou. Of course, he wasn't a saint. He had selfish sides. But he had never made mistakes on major moral issues. The sandstorm lasted for 3 days and finally ended. The long-lost morning sun rose from the horizon, casting a golden glow. Sunchu stood at the inn's door and stretched lazily. "The sandstorm is over. Should we set out now?" He had been traveling constantly and wanted to rest more. But after lying down for 3 days, he felt uncomfortable all over and was eager to find something to do. Even walking was fine. Yi Chuding looked at the warm morning sun and said, "Once Nanshao confirms the route, we will leave." Such a big sandstorm hadn't happened in Ulu County for many years. In 3 days, the sand could have buried the original path and caused slight changes in the terrain. Gullies were filled, and flat land turned into gullies. Fortunately, the sun was out, so it was easy to determine direction and replan the route. Sunchu withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at Yi Chuding. "How long will it take?" Qi Yanzhou's voice came from behind him. About an hour, then we can leave. An hour? Is that enough? Nanshao doesn't need to plan the entire route all at once. We can plan as we go. Sunchu nodded in agreement. That's true. Then he sighed. The sandstorm blew for 3 days, and I don't know how many water sources were buried. Don't worry, you won't go thirsty. Yi Chutang finished speaking and went out of the inn to check on the injured soldiers of the Guardian Army. She also notified them to prepare for departure. The street was raised about a foot by the sand carried by the storm, and the steps of the shops were submerged. During these 3 days, she had been busy collecting everything useful in the town. The Guardian Army was scattered around the town. Those uninjured took care of the injured, so their locations were somewhat scattered. Yanzhou followed Yi Chutang at a moderate distance, alert for any sudden appearance of desert bandits or remnants. Earlier, after Ji died, bandits sensed something was wrong and fled. Later, he led the National Guard to clear out bandits in Yanghe town, discovering nearly 100 fewer bandits than before. Due to heavy sandstorms, they couldn't pursue, so they let them escape. Yi Chutang wandered around the town, checked that the injured guards were not seriously hurt, and felt relieved. On her way back to the inn, she told Yanzhou, a few with serious leg injuries need to ride in carts. I've already spoken with Chong, asking him to prepare 2 wagons for the wounded. Just arrange everything as needed. As soon as Yi Chutang finished speaking, Nanshao arrived with a detailed map. He handed the map to Yanzhou. Master, this is today's plan. I chose the overnight stay spot based on the terrain. After confirming the route was good, Yanzhou said to Nanshao, take your people ahead. Once you reach the camp, continue exploring the route for tomorrow. That way, we won't waste time like today. Yes, master. After Nanshao left, Yanzhou handed the newly planned map to Chong and led the half of the exile team, remaining northward. There are now only 8 people left in the Qin family, all looking numb. Compared to them, the 3 from the Yi family are in much better shape. After walking for about half an hour, Chong suddenly saw a familiar piece of clothing half buried in the sand. It was worn by a fleeing Qin family member. This showed that the scattered Qin family members were likely in grave danger. Justice will find its way, Chong said sarcastically, then turned his gaze away and kept walking. The exile team had traveled for 5 days straight, nearly out of water, when they finally saw a large patch of green bushes. They weren't yellow and withered, but lush and green. They had finally reached the first oasis in Ulu County, Dali State. Yi Chutang couldn't remember how long it had been since she last saw such vast greenery. The sight of the oasis was a strong visual shock for her. Wu Chenggang looked at the large lake below the hillside and reminded her again, Dali Lake is very important to the local people. Everyone must not take water without permission. Chong asked, what happens if they do? They will be sentenced to death by fire. Yi Si-in, hearing this, a faint light flickered in her usually downcast eyes. The exile team quickly descended the hillside. Dali Lake's water was clear and bright, with swaying water plants and swimming fish visible. Ripples spread across the surface, reflecting flickering light beneath the water. Dali State was right next to Dali Lake. When the exile team reached the city gate, the villagers looked at them with wary eyes, as if they were invaders. Wu Chenggang was not visiting for the first time and was used to the villagers' gazes. He showed the exile documents to the soldiers at the gate. The soldiers led the exile team to the government office. Many people in the Qin family had died, so they had to explain the reasons one by one and cross out their names from the list. Wu Chenggang stayed at the government office for nearly an hour until the official seal of the prefecture was finally placed on the documents. After securing the seal, the official looked at Wu Chenggang with a cold face. The inn has been prepared. Please rest for the night, Wu Darren, and leave tomorrow. Wu Chenggang had no intention of staying long in Dali Prefecture. Facing the order to leave from Governor Shi, he agreed readily. Don't worry, Lord Shi. I will take good care of my people and won't cause you trouble. Dali Prefecture is home to a minority ethnic group that is considered wild and uncivilized, believing in witchcraft. The people here are very xenophobic and have many taboos. The sooner they leave, the better. Governor Shi was familiar with Wu Qinggang and was pleased with his tactfulness. The food and wine are ready. Please go to the inn to enjoy yourself. I won't see you off. Thank you, Lord Shi. Wu Qinggang took the exile team to the inn. The inn in Dali Prefecture was small, crowded with about 100 people. Now that Yi Chutang no longer needed to hide her pregnancy, she didn't have to share a room with Qi Yanzhou alone. Qi's family of about 10 people was living together, including Gao Auntie and Qi Yunan, who had split from the main family. Their savings, which had been accumulated by the mother and son, were already spent, and they deeply regretted splitting up. However, the Qi family treated them as outsiders, so they didn't dare to approach proactively. Now that there was a chance to ease the relationship, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Qi Yunan immediately poured a cup of cold tea for Old Master Qi. Father, please have some tea. Old Master Qi clearly understood Qi Yunan's intentions and coldly refused. You called the wrong person. I am no longer your father. Qi Yunan's face turned pale, and he quickly knelt down. Father, I know I was wrong. I will respect you and take good care of you from now on. Hearing this, Old Master Qi chuckled softly. You've spent all your money and don't want to live a hard life, so you remember me, your father? Qi Yunan's face paled, unsure how to respond. Gao Auntie quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Old Master, splitting the family was my idea. It has nothing to do with heir. No matter what he says, he is still your son. Please give him a chance to show his filial piety. She originally thought the Qi family would soon be overthrown by the emperor, but unexpectedly, it was the emperor who was about to be overthrown by the Qi family. If Qi Yanzhou becomes emperor, her son will be a prince. Thinking of this, Madame Gao immediately teared up and looked at Old Master Qi with a pitiful expression. Old Master. She just started to speak, but was interrupted by Old Master Qi. Madame Gao Shuyan, the way you and your son are now is your own fault. Pretending to be pitiful won't help. Back then, afraid they would spend her money, she resolutely separated from them. Now that they are poor and destitute, they just want to come back and eat for free. There's no such easy thing. Madame Gao had long expected to be humiliated and didn't feel too embarrassed. Old Master, it's my fault, but heir is innocent. Even if you say that to a fool, he wouldn't believe it. Although Qi Yunan is a child of a concubine, due to Old Master Qi's previous favoritism towards Madame Gao, he has always been quite proud and aloof. Seeing himself and his mother being humiliated repeatedly, he suddenly lost his temper. But before he could act, Madame Gao spoke first. Old Master is right. I was too selfish. You have every right to be angry. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but heir is your close kin. Please give him a chance to show his respect for you. Hearing this, Qi Yunan immediately apologized. Father, I was ignorant before and hurt your feelings. Please punish me. After speaking, he knelt before Old Master Qi. Old Master Qi knew that Qi Yunan was not truly repentant, but was just trying to avoid trouble and bow to reality. He looked at Qi Jingyao, who was quietly tidying the bedding. Heir, to gain something, you must first give. Qi Yunan understood his grandfather's hint, and his hand holding the cup trembled. He couldn't serve others like, Father, I am a man. Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yunan, who didn't want to suffer but wanted benefits, and chuckled softly. As a man, if you have no talent, can't endure hardship, and don't want to contribute, where do you get the face to live off others? Qi Yanzhou also agreed. A real man dares to take responsibility and face the consequences. You can't just take the easy way out. Qi Yunan was so mocked that he couldn't keep his dignity. He immediately stood up, placed his teacup on the table, and turned to the corner. Madame Gao didn't expect Old Master Qi to be so ruthless, not even willing to give his own son a bite to eat. She was unhappy inside, but spoke flattering words. Old Master, heir is now more sensible. You will see his changes. For a better future, no matter how much they are humiliated, they must endure. After speaking, Madame Gao went to Qi Yunan and sighed to comfort him. Yi Chutang did not pay much attention to the mother and child and said to Qi Yanzhou, Azhou, Go ask the courier if they can buy some water for bathing. Water is very scarce now, and the local people don't have enough. It's impossible for them to give it for free, so it depends on whether we can buy some. Yanzhou nodded. I'll go ask. As he just opened the door to go out, the courier came to call everyone downstairs for a meal. The food was average, but there was enough of it. Wu Cheng was worried that the Qi family might be upset, so he quickly explained, Dali Prefecture is different from other regions. They don't indulge in luxury and believe that just being full is enough. After eating, everyone can go for a walk and come back before dark. This implied that if they didn't like the food arranged by the government, they could go out and spend money to buy extra. Yanzhou said, go with local customs and eat. Although the food wasn't to his taste, he wasn't picky and could eat it. Yi Chutang couldn't get used to the food in Dali Prefecture and put down her chopsticks after a few bites. Madame Su said, when we go shopping later, buy more vegetables so we can cook our own dinner. Old Lady Qi also agreed. All right, Dali Prefecture has its own cuisine. Let's explore around. Although the locals were quite xenophobic, they still needed to survive and did some good trade. But there were many taboos, especially at night. After dark, almost no one went out. After dinner, Yanzhou asked the courier about buying water. The courier refused. All the water in Dali Prefecture came from Dali Lake. The locals called the lake holy water and treasured it greatly. Even during the flood season, they only guaranteed enough for daily use. They were very particular about bathing. In hot weather, they bathed once on the first day of each month. In cooler weather, except for New Year's Eve, they bathed once every 2 months on the first day. They believed that cherishing the holy water would earn the favor of the shaman gods. Yanzhou thought about going along with local customs and didn't insist. Later, he and Yi Chutang went to the market, shopping for daily necessities and strolling around to eat. Yi Chutang liked the exotic style of Dali Prefecture's decorations. She bought many small trinkets and accessories and also bought 2 sets of local clothes. But the tourist snacks didn't suit her taste. When they were heading back, they suddenly heard a piercing scream from the nearby house. From the sound, it was a young woman. Yi Chutang knew that Dali Prefecture worshipped shamans and often performed ancient rituals. Sometimes they involved killing, sometimes saving lives. She didn't know what kind of scream the woman made, nor was she interested. The power of religious belief is frightening but also necessary for objective existence. She had no desire to challenge it, let alone break it down. Yanzhou didn't interfere either and returned to the inn with Yi Chutang. On the way, many common people were discussing how Master Jia had hired a shaman to exorcise evil spirits from his daughter. Miss Jia wants to elope with that poor scholar. She's crazy. I heard the scholar cast a spell on her, turning her into an obedient puppet. Yeah, otherwise how could Miss Jia steal the family's 10,000 taels of silver? Luckily, the scholar was caught. And I must say, he looked quite handsome, especially that mole at the corner of his eye. It's a pity I didn't see it myself. I was busy with chores at home. Even on the day of the sacrifice, I could have seen it. When Yanzhou heard about the mole at the corner of the eye, he paused slightly. Yi Chutang noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" "Nothing, let's go back to the inn." Although he said that, Yi Chutang could clearly sense that Yanzhou had something on his mind. But he didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask further. They returned to the inn. After Yanzhou handed the vegetables he bought to Aunt Su, he went to see old Master Qi. Yi Chutang placed the small trinkets and jewelry she bought on the table, letting Madame Qi, Aunt Su, and Qingyu pick what they liked. "It's nothing valuable, just some special items. If you like them, take them." After saying that, she handed 2 silver bracelets to Qingyu. These were bought especially for the children by a Zhou. It said they can turn bad luck into good fortune and bring safety. The eldest sister must accept them. The silver bracelets were engraved with intricate patterns, looking delicate and mysterious. Since the bracelets had a good meaning, Qingyu didn't refuse. "Young sister-in-law, thank you on behalf of the children." "Big sister, no need to be polite. Pick some jewelry, they look pretty." Qingyu couldn't refuse and chose 2 pieces. Yi Chutang casually handed a hairpin to Qi Jingyao. "Here, this is for you." She didn't mind giving small favors to obedient people, hoping they would work harder. Qi Jingyao was a bit surprised but took it.
Thank you, madam.
She had already separated from the Qi family and knew her place and situation clearly. Yi Chuding nodded without much emotion. She turned to ask Madam Qi, "Mother, have you ever seen someone with a mole at the corner of the eye?" This question made the old lady pause briefly. Her mind flashed with the image of her eldest son, Qi Shuyan, and she nodded. Brother Zhou has a black mole at the corner of his eye. Tang, why are you asking this? This made Yi Chutang understand that Qi Yanzhou's mind was elsewhere. But since she wasn't sure, she naturally didn't tell old Madam Qi, to avoid worrying her. So she joked, "When I just came back, I heard someone mention that trait," and Zhou paused for a moment. "I thought he remembered someone he shouldn't talk about." Old Madam Qi understood what Yi Chutang meant. She smiled and said, "Tanger, don't worry. Zhou has no childhood sweetheart and hasn't liked anyone before. Once he decides on you, he'll be loyal to you. Don't overthink." Even Princess Anping, who had chased after Qi Yanzhou before, was just someone he knew, not a childhood sweetheart. Yi Chutang pinned a simple silver hairpin into old Madam Qi's hair. "Mother, I understand." After saying that, she tidied up the small items and jewelry on the table. "My leg hurts a bit. I'll go upstairs to rest. When Zhou comes back, ask him to help me massage my leg to reduce the swelling." Old Madam Qi immediately stood up. "Tanger, let me help you." "No need, I like Zhou's strength." "All right, I'll go find him." Not long after Yi Chutang returned to her room, Qi Yanzhou arrived. She opened the door and asked straightforwardly, "Zhou, are you worried that the scholar with the mole at the corner of his eye is the eldest brother?" Qi Yanzhou didn't expect Yi Chutang to have already guessed. He sat on the bed, placing her leg on his lap, and gently massaged it. "Yes, I asked Nanshao to investigate. We'll have definite news soon." Since many people had seen that scholar, identifying him by appearance wouldn't be difficult. "If that scholar is the eldest brother, what do you plan to do?" Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "If he's him, there's nothing to do. Just wait for the news." Qi Shuyan's martial arts weren't as good as Qi Yanzhou's, but he was very clever and always the one scheming against others. If he was caught, it would be because he deliberately got involved. Seeing that Qi Yanzhou wasn't worried at all, Yi Chutang stopped stressing. "Go find out the news. Don't press on me. I want to sleep a bit. I'll wait until you fall asleep before I leave." Yi Chutang couldn't resist Qi Yanzhou's insistence and let him massage her legs to help her sleep. Soon, her breathing became steady. Qi Yanzhou didn't leave and continued to massage her swollen leg, until Nanshao sent word that the scholar caught was Qi Shuyan. "Master, should we go to the government office to rescue the eldest young master? The eldest brother must have his own plans. We shouldn't interfere blindly to avoid messing things up. Just keep an eye on the government office." "Yes, master." After Nanshao responded with a sound, he asked, "Master, the Jitan Heavenly Sacrifice is in 2 days, but the exile team has to leave tomorrow. What should we do?" Qi Yanzhou did not answer but asked back, "Have you found out what happened with my brother and Miss Jia?" His brother would never run away secretly. Nanshao shook his head. "No useful news has been found. The information the common people know all comes from the Jia family." "How did the Jikan Heavenly Sacrifice event start?" "Normally, kidnapping a good woman's family and running away would just result in a beating. Of course, if the kidnappers are cruel, they might be killed directly. But none of this has anything to do with Jikan. Jikan is a sacred ritual with many strict rules, and it can't be casually used on petty criminals. There must be some hidden reason behind it." Nanshao shook his head again. "The news about Jitan still comes from the Jia family, and the people are very confused about it. Every year, a shaman holds Jitan on the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, praying for good weather and safety. They don't open the altar at other times unless there's a big problem. Darissa hasn't had a live human Jitan for nearly 10 years. Hearing Nanshao, Qi Yanzhou felt that this sudden Jitan was not simple. He thought, "I must find a way to see my brother. A Jitan involving live humans is no joke." He's worried Qi Shuyan can't handle it. Nanshao looked worried and frowned. Master, the prison in the government office is probably hard to get into. Yanzhou knew that the prison was difficult to enter, but he still wanted to try.
Don't worry about this.
I'll handle it myself. Yes, Master.
I'll go find out more about Jitan.
Go ahead, be careful. After Nanshao left, Yanzhou went around the government office area. The guards were strict, and he would be noticed if he got too close, so he planned to come back at night. When he returned to the inn, he deliberately passed by the Jia residence. The screams of women had already stopped. Although the Jia guards were many, they were not as strict as the government office. Yanzhou sneaked into the Jia residence, planning to find Miss Jia to understand the situation. But he found her courtyard full of guards, layered inside and outside, so much so that not even a fly could get in. He had no choice but to return to the inn and wait until nightfall. Yi Chutang woke up after a nap. The sun had already set. She got up from bed, stood by the window, and stretched lazily. Compared to the afternoon, there were clearly fewer pedestrians on the street. When night fell, the city would be completely dark and silent. She quickly washed up in her space, and then went downstairs. The Chi family sat in the main hall of the inn, chatting and sharing strange stories they had heard. Because Dali State follows shamanism, many unusual and mysterious events happen there. Chi Hian was timid and hesitant to listen, looking a bit funny with his shy expression. Seeing Yi Chudang come downstairs, the family quickly changed the subject, so as not to scare the children. Old Madam Chi asked Tang, "Are you hungry? Come and eat some grapes and cakes." Grapes are a special fruit in Dali State, with many varieties and colors, piled together and looking very tempting. The cakes are made from more than 10 kinds of dried nuts, sliced into pieces. When Yi Chutang saw them, the words "very expensive" immediately came to mind. She had bought grapes from a street vendor before and was overcharged, and the taste was not good. This time, eating local sliced cakes, she thought they tasted quite nice. Later, I'll buy more to keep and eat on the road. The weather has been getting colder, even at noon, and food that can last a long time is very useful. Qi Qingyu quickly stood up. I'll go buy some now. The market will close soon. Sun Xiaoping handed the child in his arms to old Master Qi. Father-in-law, please watch Jier for me. I'll go buy some meringue candies with Qingyu. All right, go ahead. It's getting dark soon, so come back early. After answering, Sun Xiaoping and Qi Qingyu went out together. Yi Chutang called out to them, handed over a silver note, but was refused. Qi Qingyu joked, "Sister-in-law, if I take this silver note, should I also convert the jewelry you gave me into silver?" Old Madam Qi smiled and said, "We're family. There's no need to be so precise. Qingyu, you and Xiaoping should go by quickly before the market closes." The couple nodded and left the inn, heading to the street. Aunt Su and old Madam Qi went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Qi Hian and Qi Jingyao went to help. Yi Chutang sat at the table, teaching Qi Qingyu's eldest son the 3-character classic. She didn't see Qi Yanzhou and asked old Master Qi, "Father, why isn't Zhou here?" Old Master Qi shook a rattle, teasing his grandson. Before he went downstairs, Zhou said he was going for a walk and would be back before dark. Yi Chutang had a feeling that Qi Yanzhou was in trouble. She stood up. "Father, I'll go for a walk too. And look for Zhou. I'll be back soon. All right, be careful."
Zhou went outside the city. I understand.
I'll be careful. Soon after Yi Chutang left the inn, she met Qi Yanzhou returning. Tang, I want to take you to see the beautiful view of the sacred lake." After saying that, he took Yi Chutang's hand and led her out of the city. By the lakeside, villagers and tourists gathered to watch. The sunset reflected on the shimmering lake, broken into colorful fragments by the ripples. The north wind blew, stirring up dust on the hillside. It looked like a flowing veil, dreamy and unreal.
Bang!
A fish leapt out of the water with effort, then fell back, splashing sparkling water. Everyone cheered, seeing this as a good sign of a fish jumping over the dragon gate. However, Yi Chutang thought the fish was just trying to breathe because the water wasn't enough oxygen. She moved closer to Qi Yanzhou and asked, "Are you worried about your older brother?" Yanzhou didn't want Yi Chudang to worry and playfully pinched her nose. Don't worry, I can handle it. Are you thinking of visiting the prison to see your brother? He's now a tribute for the heavens, so it might be hard to see him. It's hard to see him, but it's easy to see Miss Jia. Yanzhou believed that as long as he found a way in, things would become easier. Can you get a map of the prison? I have a ghost thief helping me, so it's not hard to visit my brother. Tang, you're heavy now.
Don't take risks.
I'll handle everything. Yi Chudang didn't think it was very dangerous. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure about. After saying that, she held out her hand.
Give me the map.
Yanzhou did have a map of the prison from the government office. It wasn't hard to get. Anyone who had been inside could draw it. But he didn't give the map to Yi Chudang. Rest well tonight. Don't overthink or run around. I will definitely visit the prison. Without a map, it's much riskier to get caught. Looking at Yi Chudang, who threatened him, Yanzhou helplessly took out the map from his pocket and handed it to her. Can I go with you?
No.
His refusal was expected. Tang, please be careful. Don't be reckless. Dowry Prefecture is not under my control. Yi Chudang took the map and promised, no one values my life more than I do, including you. Yanzhou looked at her serious face and smiled, saying, it's best that you think this way. Just make sure you follow through. Don't worry, I will. Soon, it got dark. The beautiful lake surface turned dark and gloomy. The officials guarding the lakeside began to disperse the crowd. Yanzhou and Yi Chudang were about to turn back to the city when they suddenly heard a splash. Someone fell into the water. Falling into the sacred lake and polluting the holy water was a serious crime for the people of Dowry Prefecture. The scene quickly became chaotic. People pushed and shoved, causing more to fall into the lake. Yi Chudang sensed danger behind her and quickly turned to avoid it. In the next moment, a puff of medicinal powder floated toward her. Yanzhou immediately protected her in his arms, using his back to block the powder. Before she could hold her breath, she inhaled a little. She immediately recognized it as the powder used for miscarriage prevention. Yi Xin. The 3 words appeared in her mind instantly. But she couldn't find Yi Xin's figure, so she guessed she had paid someone to do this. After confirming there was no danger, Yanzhou asked worriedly, Tang, are you okay? His intuition told him that the powder was not ordinary and was aimed at her. Yi Chudang shook her head. I'm fine. Let's go quickly. She only inhaled a little, which wouldn't affect the baby at all. However, they still didn't manage to leave and were stopped by soldiers guarding the sacred lake. P.S. I have the flu, feeling dizzy, so updates may be unstable.
Sorry.
Soon, the 5 people who fell into the sacred lake were rescued. The soldiers began investigating what happened. The first person to fall into the lake was tripped while turning to leave, lost their footing, and fell in. Many spectators were present, so the person who caused the fall was unknown. After the incident, everyone understood what the sacred lake meant to Dowry province. Fearing trouble, they hurried to escape. In the chaos, unlucky people also fell into the lake. Those who wanted to harm Yi Chudang took advantage of the chaos and threw miscarriage prevention powder at her. Yi Chudang and Yanzhou were also questioned in detail. They had nothing to do with falling into the water, and because of their special identities, the officials did not trouble them. Polluting the sacred water was a serious matter, and the officials investigated thoroughly until nightfall. They identified the culprit who deliberately tripped someone, an intoxicated beggar. The beggar refused to admit it was intentional, insisting he was too drunk to know anything. The officials ignored his excuses and shouted, "Apply water torture." Water torture involved sticking paper on the person's face, pouring water over it repeatedly until they couldn't breathe. The beggar was terrified and immediately pointed at Yi Chudang. "It's her. She told me to pollute the sacred water." Yi Chudang thought. As expected, the dirty water finally splashed on her. The officials turned to Yi Chudang and asked, "Is what he said true?" If it were an ordinary person, the officials would have taken them into custody immediately. But Yi Chudang's special status meant they couldn't just arrest her. She looked at the beggar and asked, "Where did I meet you that made you want to pollute the sacred water? And why did you listen to me?" As a local from Dowry province, Don't you know the sacredness of holy water? Or have you long been unhappy with the officials controlling the holy water, wanting to destroy it so you can enjoy it freely? With each question she asked, the drunkard's face grew more tense. He, who was slightly drunk earlier, immediately sobered up. I got drunk and was confused. I was used by you. Then tell everyone how you knew it was me when you were drunk? How you remembered what I said and waited calmly by the holy lake for the right moment to pollute the holy water. After asking, Yi Chudeng added, so in your mind, the holy water is less important than a stranger's misleading words. This statement quickly worsened the drunkard's situation. The officer wasn't stupid. He saw that the drunkard was just trying to bite back randomly. He drew his knife and held it against the drunkard's neck. Honestly, I want to leave you whole. The sharp blade cut into the drunkard's skin bit by bit, blood staining his dirty clothes. The drunkard trembled in fear, crying and begging for mercy. But the knife cut deeper. If you don't speak, it will harm your family. This scared the drunkard so much he wet himself and quickly told the truth. A man paid me 1 or 2 silver coins to cause chaos. He said he'd give me 10 more silver coins after it was done. He didn't want to pollute the holy water. He just wanted to cause trouble and make people fall. He didn't want things to turn out like this. Describe what the man looked like. As soon as the officer finished speaking, a stone with internal energy hit the back of his sword. The sharp blade pierced the drunkard's neck, ending his life. Yanzhou immediately looked in the direction the stone came from. The head twitched, making it impossible to identify who threw it. The officers checked one by one but couldn't find the person who threw the stone, so they had to close the case. Earlier, the officers had identified 12 people who directly or indirectly caused the holy water to be polluted. 5 who fell into the water directly contaminated the water and were punished with water torture. The remaining 7, who pushed others into the water, indirectly polluted the water and were sentenced to hang at the city gate for 3 days. They were deprived of food and drink, exposed to the sun and cold wind, and few survived. This is the consequence of desecrating the holy water. If anyone disrespects the holy water again, it will harm their family. Night has fallen, the city gates will close. Hearing this, frightened villagers and visitors hurried into the city. Yi Chudeng and Yanzhou also returned to the inn. Dinner was already prepared but had cooled down a bit. The Qi family had already heard about what happened at Dali Lake. Mrs. Qi quickly took Yi Chutang's hand and looked her over carefully. Tanger, are you all right? Did anything happen to you? She asked because Yi Chutang looked a bit battered. Her hair was messy, her hairpin was missing, and her shoes were covered in muddy footprints. Yi Chutang gently patted the old lady's hand to comfort her. Mother, I'm fine. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. Let's eat first. Yanzhou said, the city will be under quarantine tonight. Finish eating early and rest well. The Qi family nodded and started eating immediately. After they finished, Yi Chudeng went to find Han Chong and asked, did Yi Xin do anything today? She had initially thought that Yi Xin was responsible for dropping the pregnancy medicine powder. But later, after someone silenced the drunkard, she realized it wasn't her. No, the Yi family has been staying at the inn, Han Chong replied, confirming Yi Chutang's suspicion. Did anyone in the inn have contact with Yi Xin? Did anyone leave the inn? Han Chong wasn't always watching the Yi family closely, so he wasn't sure. Mrs. Qi, please wait. I'll ask, Han Chong said, and left. After he left, Yanzhou came over to Yi Chudeng and asked, Tang, do you think there's a problem with that inn? It's more like the people in the inn are suspicious. There are people working for the Dog Emperor. Since the Qi family repeatedly exposed the Emperor's cunning plans and lost the support of the people, the Dog Emperor calmed down and tried to win people over by reducing taxes and controlling grain prices. He didn't attack the Qi family again. But that didn't mean all his schemes and spies had been removed. Dali Prefecture was a good place for the Emperor's people to strike at the Qi family because the most powerful authority there wasn't the officials controlled by the Emperor, but the shaman who could manipulate magic. If the Qi family did something to offend the shamans, they might have been betrayed here. Yanzhou thought about the medicine powder he had thrown at Yi Chudeng. He quickly grabbed her arm and asked, Tang, what was that powder? Did you feel unwell? Magic has always been mysterious and strange. It's said that shamans can communicate with gods, drive away evil spirits, predict the future, and ask for blessings. Skilled shamans can even control people's souls and turn them into obedient puppets. Of course, these are just stories Yanzhou heard. He had never met a shaman himself and didn't know the truth. He was very worried that Yi Chudang might be harmed. Yi Chudang had read some books about shamans, but they didn't explain much about magic, only stories related to it. Whether these stories were true or just made up, she didn't know. She looked at Yanzhou with worried eyes and said, the powder and shaman are not related. It's a miscarriage medicine. I only inhaled a little, and it's harmless to the baby. Don't worry. When Yanzhou heard the words miscarriage, his expression became tense, and he gripped Yi Chutang's hand tightly. Are you really okay?
I'm fine.
Don't you trust my medical skills? Of course I do. I will find out who is behind this and get rid of them. Yanzhou's killing intent made the surrounding temperature drop.
To think he would hurt his own child.
Yi Chutang's arm was squeezed painfully by Yanzhou, and she gently patted his hand. Azhou, the Emperor's people are under your watch. I will take your token to see my eldest brother in prison. Yanzhou released Yi Chudang. He warned her, be very careful. Your safety comes first. I will. I'll bring back good news. The inn in Dali Prefecture was too small and crowded, with eyes everywhere. Plus, Zhizhou was very cautious about exile. Leaving quietly was not easy. Yi Chudang returned to her room, changed into a black night outfit behind a screen. Mother, father, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back within an hour. The chief family never interfered with Yi Chutang's actions, only reminding her to be careful. Then they watched her jump out the window. Yi Chudang had already studied the map of the prison in the government office. After jumping out the window, she immediately entered her space. After 2 flashes, she appeared at the government office's prison. The prison had only one entrance, guarded mainly at the gate. The deeper inside, the fewer guards there were. Shuyan was locked in the innermost water prison. 2 oil lamps hung on the walls outside the water prison, casting dim light that was not enough to see inside. 2 burly guards stood at the door, staring seriously at Shuyan, who was chained up. Suddenly, they felt a slight in their necks. They both reached up to touch their necks. Before their hands reached halfway, their bodies froze and couldn't move. They realized something was wrong and tried to shout for help, but no sound came out. Soon, their terrified eyes were fixed in place. Shuyan immediately noticed the guard's strange behavior and looked cautiously toward the corridor leading to the water prison. Then, he saw a small figure in black appear.
Who are you?
Yi Chudang arrived at the water prison door, fiddling with the keys on the guards, and replied, Yanzhou's wife, Yi Chudang. Shuyan looked at her in surprise, stunned, unsure of what to say. Until Yi Chudang found the key to the water prison, he only then regained his senses and spoke. The key is not in the jailer's hands. Hearing this, Yi Chudang immediately stopped searching. She looked at the large bronze lock, then reached into her waist and took out a hairpin from her space. After fiddling with it a few times, the lock opened. Shuyan raised an eyebrow slightly. I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be so skilled at unlocking. Yi Chudang carefully pushed open the rusty iron door, trying not to make any noise. The water prison, as the name suggests, was filled with dark, dirty water, giving off a foul smell. There was a wide stone path leading straight into the depths of the water prison from the door. She covered her mouth and nose and approached Shuyan. The water in the prison was very deep, submerged up to Shuyan's chest, making his face look unusually pale. He resembled Yanzhou somewhat, but looked more scholarly. The black mole at the corner of his eye added a charming touch. Yi Chudang took out an ink-green jade token from her, proving her identity. Big brother, I didn't expect our first meeting to be under such circumstances. Shuyan looked at the jade token representing Yanzhou's identity and smiled. I didn't expect this either. Sorry to make you look bad, sister-in-law. Yi Chudang put the jade token back into her. Big brother, time is limited. Let's keep it brief and get to the point. Qi Shiyuan knew it wasn't suitable for Yi Chudang to stay long, so he nodded quickly. All right, you ask, I answer. Was Big Brother unlucky to be caught, or did he deliberately get involved? Deliberately involved. Involved in what? Qi Shiyuan briefly explained why he was captured. He was in Tacheng, securing a critical military point, when General Haida's daughter suddenly disappeared. The other side made a condition: find her, and they would surrender. He traced the clues to a shaman in Dali Prefecture. The shaman's daughter was skilled in witchcraft, but she was gravely ill and had little time left. He found a general's daughter born at the same time and date, hoping to exchange his life for hers. This was forbidden dark magic, requiring a complex ritual. It had to be performed on an altar to exchange lives. The shaman tried to hide the evil magic with a sky sacrifice ritual. When Qi Shiyuan learned this, he decided to involve himself, collaborating with a young lady from the Jia family, becoming a sacrifice for the sky ritual. On the day of the ritual, he planned to expose the sham shaman and rescue General Haida's daughter. After hearing Qi Shiyuan's story, Yi Chudang asked, Big brother, how confident are you? Do you need help? Although Qi Shiyuan's plan seems flawless, no one knows how powerful the shaman's magic really is. If the shaman truly has superpowers, no matter how carefully Qi Shiyuan plans, he would only be sending himself to danger. Qi Shuyan is confident he can protect the daughter of the general and himself. But his subordinates will likely suffer some losses. Thinking about how his men have risked their lives with him many times, he falls silent for a moment. If my second brother can help, that would be best, but this mission is very dangerous. Someone might lose their life. Let him decide carefully. Having more people increases the chance that everyone will survive. But whether to take the risk is up to Qi Yanzhou to decide. After all, everyone's life is important. Yi Chudang didn't answer Qi Shuyan immediately. Instead, she asked some questions about the shaman. Qi Shuyan knows a lot about shamans and shared everything he knew. Little sister-in-law, magic is real, but it's not as all-powerful as rumors say. Shamans trying to exchange their daughter's life for someone else's rarely succeed. But you must remember, everything about your body, personal belongings, and your birth date, all related to your fate, must not be known to the shaman. Otherwise, the consequences could be terrible. He doesn't know much about other things, but the shaman's curses are quite powerful. Of course, most shamans don't use evil magic to harm others because they risk backlash. After hearing Qi Shuyan's explanation, Yi Chudang gained a basic understanding of shamans. Big brother, I will tell Zhou what you said. Whether he helps or not will be clear on the day of the sacrifice. After saying this, she checked Qi Shuyan's pulse and confirmed he was just physically weak, with no life-threatening issues, then relaxed. She took out a package of poison from her pocket and hid it in Qi Shuyan's messy hair, covering it well. Big brother, this is a deadly poison that can seal the blood. Use it if necessary to save your life. Good. Thank you, little sister-in-law. You should go now.